Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into second part, what if Harry Potter fell through the veil of death. Here is short summary. Harry uncovers long buried secrets about Albus Dumbledore, forcing him to question everything he once believed. As the truth comes to light, Harry must decide whether exposing Dumbledore's darkest secrets will save, or shatter, the wizarding world. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. With Riddle now dead for good, and after first picking up his dropped Zatanyktel, deactivating it and reholstering it, Harry started to walk around the room, anti-clockwise. He started with Riddle's body, summoning off it his wand. Then went from body to body summoning wands, portkeys and the like. As he moved to each, he also checked to see if they were alive. Unsurprisingly, seeing as he caught them all flat-footed without, in many cases, even their wand in their hand, let alone an active shield in place, they were all clearly dead. A ribbon-cutting curse cast laterally at body height that isn't shielded against tends to, well, mourners could, in many occasions, use 2 caskets for each body if they wanted. The portkeys, he left in the middle of the floor. The wands, for about half of them he first cast an offensive combat curse through roughly where he'd stood from where the body lay, and dropped them all into his offhand front trouser pocket. He was able, on that pass around the circle of bodies, to confirm that both male Malfoys and Severus Snape were dead. Snape was one of the Death Eaters who'd managed to get a cast-off back at him. The other was the one who cursed Hermione with a silent cutter back in the Dollahov. However, neither Malfoy stood a chance. Neither even managed to draw a wand before they were hit by at least one ribbon cutter. He had the younger Malfoy manage to get a cast-off back at him. There were also a couple who weren't dead, irrespective that they'd been effectively cut in half. Knowing they didn't have long to live anyway, he used one of the other wands to silently stun them. They'd bleed out quickly enough, soon enough. He was about to go and explore the rest of the manor to see what he could find when he remembered something important. 2 things important, actually. He went over to Lucius Malfoy's body where it lay flat on its back on the floor, reached into the body's inner beak pocket and found the slip of parchment with the secret to the Fidelius charm on the manor written upon it. He had to put up with the stink of opened bowels permeating the room, but he'd smelled much worse in the past. And eviscerated, if not completely cut in half, bodies no longer concerned him all that much. He'd seen far worse. With the slip of parchment with the written-down secret in his hand, he went over and stood on Riddle's dais and raised his wand, pointing straight up. I, Lord Harry James Potter, and known as Lord Hardwin Peverell of the houses of Potter and Peverell, as heir Black of the House of Black, hereby claim this property and all it contains as spoils of war for the noble and most ancient House of Black. Predatum. Predatum. As I say, I so claim, so must it be. There was a great flash of white-colored magic that surged from his wand tip. It radiated outwards in a wave of light, before then reaching the walls and passing through them. A long moment later, as if to prove his claim, he felt the wards of the property connect with his magic. Damn, it worked, he thought. Gods bless you, Luna Celine Lovegood. Thinking of her, he realized he needed to let her know that he was all right and Riddle was dealt with. In a clear voice he asked out loud, "Can I have an ex-Malfoy house elf, please?" With a pop, one appeared. New master? It fearfully asked. Harry could see it was in just as poor a state as Dobby had been in when he'd first rescued him at the end of his 2nd year. "Hello, little one," he kindly said. "Please be assured I will not punish you. I need to know if there is anyone else in this manor, or on the grounds, at this time and who is also still alive." The elf looked around in awe for a moment before it turned back and replied, "There be ex-mistress up in her suites on the 2nd floor. She be uncon shus. Ex-master did beats her. Then there be Prissines, in basement cells. They's be safe, but they's be unwell." As Harry became angry, he realized his anger must have been reflected in his expression. The little elf began to cower. Getting his anger under control through sheer will, not using his occlumency, Harry was a moment before he felt he had sufficiently suppressed it. Then he turned to the elf and said, "Sorry. I did not mean for you to think I was angry at you. I'm not. I'm angry at there being prisoners here. Now, what's your name? Tippy, Master, the elf, Tippy, replied. Are there other elves that were Malfoy and are now mine? Yes, Master. When the elf didn't extrapolate on that, Harry realized it was obviously conditioned to not do so. What are their names? He asked. They be Slappy, Hoggy and Dobby, replied the elf. Confused at being informed the Malfoys had another house elf named Dobby, it was a long moment before Harry realized what had happened. Tippy was reporting Dobby because Dobby met the requirements of the question, even though he'd been Harry's elf for over 6 years. Excluding Dobby, where are they? He asked. Slappy be attending mistress, ex-mistress. And Hoggy be working out in the gardens, the elf immediately replied. Thinking about what he needed to do, he also thought about what he needed to do first. First, the wards, he thought. Looking to the elf he said, I need to take proper control of the wards. Where do I need to go and what do I need to do to accomplish that? Master must follow me to the office, said the elf. Then, let me, please, said Harry. He thought, secure the premises, then deal with the prisoners. 15 seconds later, Harry was led by the elf into the head of house study on the other side of the manor. And, after being shown where the ward book was located and then how to change the wards, Harry quickly had it done. Once he was done he breathed a sigh of relief. At any moment a Death Eater, who wasn't privy to or invited to attend the meeting between he and Riddle, could have suddenly turned up. With the changes he made to the wards, everyone was blocked from getting in via apparition, flow or portkey. Now, no one could leave except via a portkey he'd made or simply walking out the door, crossing the grounds and walking out the front gate. Right, he thought. That's done. Next, the prisoners. Tippy. Yes, Master. How do I find the prisoners? They's be in the secret cells under drawing room floor, Master, the elf replied. How do I get down there? There be a secret NT rance in the drawing room, Master. Can I activate the secret entrance so I can get in? Yes, Master. Great, he happily returned. Show me how to activate it so I can go and get them out. Yes, Master. Then it gestured back to the door to the office and said, this way, Master. Following the elf he was surprised it led him back to the audience room. Then, once inside, he gestured to a wall sconce and said, Master must be turnings that to the right side 1/4 turn. That will open hidden NT rance. The entrance is in here? He asked, indicating a 7-foot-tall cabinet that appeared flush with the wall, one that had a big gash across it at body height from one of Harry's ribbon cutters. The elf said, the NT rance be behind that cabinets, Master. That's the only way in or out? He asked. Yes, Master. Thinking a bit he asked, these prisoners. Any women or children with them? Yes, Master. With a sigh, he thought about the problem of bringing children up past the bodies. Damn, he quietly said. That was not something he wanted, innocents, to see. However the bodies were, until decided otherwise by the DMLE, part of a crime scene. Then he had it. He'd go muggle for this. Tippy, please go and get for me as many bed sheets as there are bodies in here, he ordered. I intend to cover them with the sheets. Yes, Master, replied the elf before it popped away. It was back only moments later with a stack of folded linen. Harry took the top one and said, this is what I want you to do for each, all right. Then he flicked the sheet open and allowed it to billow out over the body closest to him to entirely cover it in the pooling blood and other fluids that came from it. Got that? Yes, Master, replied the elf before it snapped its fingers and every body, except Riddle's, was covered with a spread-out sheet. Riddle's body, together with his throne on which he still reposed, had a sheet draped completely over them. He'd ignored the snake, so did Tippy. Looking around to make sure it was all covered, Harry declared, perfect. Then he turned back to look at the wall sconce and said, let's open it up. Walking to the sconce, he gave it a twist to the right and felt it in his hand as something clicked, just before it reached the full 1/4 turn. Looking to the cabinet, he saw the closest edge had popped away from the wall about an inch. He then took the step to it, slipped his fingers of his offhand into the crack and pulled it open. It silently came away like a large, heavyweight door, with not even a squeak of hinge. All right, Tippy, he softly said. Let's go rescue them. Directly behind the cabinet was a set of stairs that led down half a flight to a small landing. He walked down that and saw the second half of the full flight leading down and back under the drawing room floor on the other half of the landing. He then walked down those. He was unsurprised to find ever-burned torches, like found at Hogwarts, lit the way. At the bottom of the stairs and directly under the wall of the drawing room was a heavy metal door. A set of keys were hanging on a hook right next to it. "Master must takes the keys," said Tippy. "They be for the cells." Harry pulled the ring of keys off the hook and opened the unlocked door, stepping within. As soon as he did, he could smell the sickly sweet stench of unwashed bodies mixed with the putrid smell of voided bowels. Now leading, Tippy took Harry across the small room, past racks of what was probably dark arts artifacts and to another door, opposite the one they came in through. This one was locked. After trying an Alohomora unlocking charm, which didn't work, Harry checked out the keys on the ring. There were 7 of them, big bulky things. With a shrug he tried the first in the sequence and found it was the right one, right away. If it hadn't worked, he'd have tried the last next. As he opened that door it gave a slight squeak. Immediately and, as if in response, he could hear a couple of gasps and a quiet whimper as if from a small girl. There were 6 cells, 3 each side of a short passageway. At the end of the passageway was a plain wooden cabinet up against the wall and facing Harry. Each cell door was a simple wrought iron cell door set with bolts into the plain undressed stone of the walls. Harry walked past each of the first 4, glancing within each as he went, before he reached the furthest 2. The first one on his right he passed was empty. Looking within the first of the last 2, he was quick to open it. There was a younger and older witch inside. Both were sitting on a wooden pallet-style bed and appeared a little worse for wear. As soon as they saw him the younger one whimpered a little and was cuddling into the older one. "Ladies," he quietly said. "I'm here to rescue you." The older of the 2 looked back with defiance and said, "And who might you be?" "You're no Auror." "What?" he asked, pretending to be offended. "Only Aurors can effect rescues." "Who are you?" she demanded. "You may call me Dudley Do Right of the Canadian Mounties," he replied. "Neither of you might be Nell Fenwick, but I'll rescue you anyway." While she looked at him with suspicion he asked, "Can both of you walk? Or, do I need to find a healer to come down here, first?" "We can walk," she grumped. "Good," he replied, "I have other cells to open." Then he spun around and went to the cell opposite. Looking in at the man inside he realized it was Florine Fortescue. He was conscious, sitting on the wooden pallet thing and looking back in suspicion. "Hi," he said, unlocking the door. "I'll be your friendly neighborhood rescuer today. Are you able to walk?" "Yes," said Fortescue, struggling to stand. "I can walk." "Excellent," smiled Harry, after making sure the man was at least on his feet. The next cell contained a goblin, of all beings. It was Griphook. He, too, was sitting on the wooden pallet. "Well met, Cart Goblin Griphook," said Harry. He then goblin saluted the being. The goblin just huffed at him and sneered, ignoring the salute. Harry mentally reasoned it meant he'd been taken before Harry was accorded his warrior's honor by Ragnarok. By rights, Harry knew he could take offense. He didn't and soon had the door unlocked and open. "On your feet, Grip of the Hook clan. Time to go." That had the goblin looking at him with hate, but getting to his feet. The next and opposite had an Auror, in uniform. "Hi there," said Harry. "You ready to get back to work, Auror?" The Auror, who was not sitting on the pallet, was standing with his back against the opposite wall, had his arms crossed and was frowning at Harry as Harry unlocked the door. "You're really here to rescue us?" he warily asked. "Yup," Harry returned, pulling the door open. "I am the terror that flaps in the night. I am the hairball that clogs your drains. I am the surprise in your cereal box. I am Darkwing Duck." Harry mentally smirked at the man's expression and thought, who'd have thought surreptitiously watching the cartoons on the telly while Dudley watched them, back before Hogwarts, would come in so handy. Moving on to the next one there was, to start with, a woman dressed in what looked like healer's robes inside. She was with a woman with 2 young girls. Other than the healer, the other 3 were dressed muggle. However, their clothing was pretty torn up, even worse than it was for the 2 witches in the first cell he opened at the end. Harry had a pretty fair idea why they were there and still alive. It did not bear thinking upon. "Good afternoon," he almost chirpily said. Looking to the older women of the 3 muggles he asked, "Who knows what evil lurks within the hearts of men?" She looked puzzled for a moment before her expression cleared a little and she replied, "The shadow knows." He grinned, good answer. Who are you, really? She asked. Does it matter? He asked right back. Think of me as Luke Skywalker. I'm here to rescue you. Looking to the healer as the woman looked back in shock. He asked, before you come out of there, do you have your bag? You know the one I mean. Down the end of the hall in the cabinet, the healer immediately replied. Ah, he said. Turning to look back, he could see that the 4 humans and 1 goblin had all come out of their cells and were quietly following along. Excuse me, he said, rescuer, coming through. Then walked past the 5 as he marched back up the short passage to the cabinet. A quick open of the double wooden doors and he found items on the shelves. No wands, but definitely the healer's bag. He grabbed the other stuff within, sliding it all into his pockets, before picking up the healer's bag by the handle and turning about again. The 5 had not moved, but the healer had just stepped slightly out of the cell to look. He walked back up, past the 5, and handed the healer the bag. Then he reached into his left thigh pocket and pulled out the stack of wands he had there. Laying them out on his palms as best he could, he said, see which one works for you best. First, wary it was a trick, she carefully reached out and plucked one up, before looking back at him. Harry hadn't moved, he just stood there with his hands spreading out the wands and just watching. Try others, if that one doesn't suit, he urged. She then quickly went through a half-dozen before she picked one up and gave a little gasp. This one will do. Closing his hands and sliding the rest into his pocket again, he said, right. Anyone that needs healing enough for us to get back up to the entrance hall, I think the lovely healer here can get you at least that far. If you're really here to rescue us, then give us a wand each, said the older of the 2 witches he rescued from the first cell he opened. Actually, that's a pretty good idea, he said. He reached back into his pocket and pulled out the wands again. However, one of the wands, Riddles, he first slipped back into his pocket. Come on, then, he said. See if one suits you. The others, bar Griphook, tentatively came forward and each tried one. Some had to return to others they'd already tried, but they each took one. Once the last one took one, the young woman from the cell who'd been cuddling into the older one, the Auror immediately raised the one he'd just taken and firmly pressed the tip of it under Harry's chin. Take us out of here. Well, rude Auror, said Harry. That's what I'm in the process of doing. Now, how about you help some of the less ambulatory among these folks instead of acting like a right prick? Who are you? He demanded. No one of consequence. However, I'm going to be the person who takes that wand back off you, bends you over and shoves it up your ass, said Harry. If you want out of here, take that wand away. You're likely going to need both arms to carry one of those young ladies in there. And indicated the cell that had the 4 females in it. The Auror stood there for a moment, clearly frustrated before he cursed a little and lowered the wand. Good choice, said Harry, before turning to look back in the cell. The healer was already casting over the 3 muggles. Healer, he asked, are they ambulatory? She was a moment before she replied, yes. However, we need to take it slow. Slow, it is, declared Harry. Okay folks, follow me. Looking at the Auror he said, since you won't need to carry someone after all, how's about you bring up the rear, Auror, to make sure we stay together, or do I need to ask Mr. Fortescue to do that for you? The Auror scowled before he said, I can do it. Good man, he declared, before looking back in the cell. Ready to go, healer. Yes, she replied, starting to help one of the 2 girls to their feet while the woman, who was probably their mother, helped the other one up. Both girls immediately latched onto the older woman as if glued to her side. She looks the right age to be their mother, he thought. As the last cell was empty, Harry hadn't bothered to open it. With the others all now freed, he opened the door through which he first entered the cell area and said, please don't touch anything on the shelves as we walk through. I've no doubt they're all dark artifacts or otherwise incredibly dangerous. Then led the way. As Mighty Mouse would say, he said over his shoulder, making sure they had begun to follow. Then, looking back forward, sang, here I am to save the day. He led them through the room of shelves and to the door opposite, then through that to the stairs leading up. However, he paused on the second step up of the second half flight and turned back. All right, folks, please listen up, he said. When he thought he had their attention, he said, there are a number of bodies on the floor of the room in which this secret door behind me opens onto. I've covered them with white sheets, as I suspected there would be at least one of two young ones with you lot down in the cells. I ask you not disturb the sheets covering them as the sight is kinda yucky and we have that expected couple of young ones with us. However, there's plenty of room to walk around them without disturbing them. Everyone got that. When he received nods back, the Auror demanded, who are they? Harry gave him a look and asked right back, do you really want me to answer that in front of the children? When the Auror looked defiant, Harry said, how about, once we're through the room and out the doors on the other side, I bring you back and show you. What about the people who kidnapped us? Asked the Muggle woman with the two girls. Oh you don't need to worry about them anymore, ma'am, he replied. And why is that? Asked the Auror a little snarkily. He thought a bit and hit on an idea. They all met with a terrible accident. Accident? Demanded the healer. Yes, ma'am, he replied. They accidentally kidnapped me. It proved quite fatal for them. That had the wizards and witches all gawking at him in shock. He thought he'd have to remember that excuse. Griphook's expression was inscrutable and the three Muggle women weren't surprised. Shall we? He politely asked, gesturing to the stairs again. Then, before anyone could say or ask anything else, he turned about and continued climbing the stairs. Reaching the back of the cabinet, which he'd left slightly ajar, he said, here we go. Please avert your eyes if you believe the sight might make you ill. As he pushed the door open with his offhand with his wand in his other, he gave a quick peek in case someone had managed to sneak in. The room was clear, except for the still shrouded bodies and the headless body of Nagini. Come along, he said. There's a portkey point in the entrance hall. I'll have you all out of here and to safety after we reach that point. As he led them through the bodies and to the double doors back to the entrance hall, he could see the Muggle mother was shielding the eyes of the two teen girls. She had one under each arm around their shoulders with her arms hooked around them to cover their eyes while she was looking about at the 14 shrouded bodies in shock. The Auror was stood staring at the shrouded form of Riddle and looking at it in shock, himself. Is that? Yup, replied Harry. Come along, Auror. You have work to do before you can gawk like a cadet. That snapped the Auror out of his shock and hurrying after. Once out in the entrance hall, Harry hung back and closed the doors. Okay, he said. No more, yuckies. Ma'am, you can let the girls see again. The woman released her hands over the girls' eyes, but they still stayed affixed firmly to her sides under her arms. They kept glancing between him and around the room double-story room. Now, before I get you out of here, I need to take the Auror and the healer back into the room, and gestured to the double doors. They need to positively identify one of the bodies. No one would believe it, otherwise. We'll only be a moment, then we can get you all out of here. Mr. Fortescue and ma'am, he asked of the older witch of the first cell he opened. It's Candace Davis, she quietly said. This is my daughter, Tracy. Nice to meet you, said Harry. You should be aware, though, that after the attack on your home it was reported that you were both alright. Polyjuice, scowled Davis. That explains why we both had hair yanked out moments after we were captured. Ah, he said, turning to the Auror. Got that, Mr. Snarky Auror. The two women at Davis Manor, if they're still there, are they employing Polyjuice potion? The Auror gave a firm nod back. All right, he said. Mr. Fortescue and Madam Davis. Please watch over this wonderful collection of peoples we have here. We won't be but a few moments. It will be my honor, said Fortescue, as Davis firmly nodded. Thank you, muchly, said Harry. Harry popped open the door and walked into the room, ushering the healer and Auror in, and firmly closed the doors. All right, he said turning back to them. I'm sure you want to know the identity of at least one of the accident victims here. Indicating the dais, he said, he's the one on the throne. The Auror gave a firm nod back and marched across the room to the dais. The healer dogged his heels. Once there he hesitated, but a moment, before he flicked the sheet off. And both gasped. Both stood staring for a long moment before the healer stepped forward with her wand and scanned. It's him, all right, she called, finishing her quick scan. The Auror just shook his head before finally flicking the sheet back over the body. He left it roughly the same as it was before he flicked it off. They were then a moment before they both came back. Both were a little pale. When they reached him the Auror looked at him with a little fear and said, You. Yup, said Harry. Me. But Longbottom was never the chosen one, grinned Harry. Dumbledore lied. Then again, he tends to do that, a lot. But how? Stuttered the healer. As I said, he replied. A terrible accident. A terrible, terrible accident. Anyways, he quickly said, and before either could press for further information, time for you people to join the others and get the hell out of here. Or, I expect Madam Bones in the contingent of Aurors who turn up here. If she is not, you are going to learn how it is I spanked old Snake Face's ass. Got that? Yes, sir, the Auror was quick to respond. Now, I've taken control of the wards under spoils of war to stop any more of these masked morons getting in here while I was busy with you lot, he said. I'd appreciate if you can impress upon Bones and Hammer to get a bloody wriggle on in getting here. Got that? Yes, sir, the Auror repeated. Harry gave a nod back and turned to open the door. It's amazing how, once he saw Riddle's body, he's now all respectful. Once all three were out, he swiftly reclosed the door, before then turning back. He then walked over to a window and pulled the cord from off its tie point that tied one of the curtains for it back, before then taking the other cord off the other curtain, hanging on the other side. Then he walked back over. Holding his wand, he incantless cast Portus on one, making sure it had the key charm to the wards. He then bundled that one up and handed it to the Auror. That'll get the Aurors able to get back in here with that as a portkey. Then he pulled the slip of parchment out of his pocket and handed it to the Auror. And that's the secret to the Fidelius charm that's currently over the property. The Auror accepted both and nodded. Again, you will make sure that Madam Bones is included in the group that comes back, he said. Her, I trust. Connie Hammer, however, treated me quite rudely when we last met. I don't like her and don't trust her. The Auror again nodded and muttered, yes, sir. Harry then handed the other curtain cord to the Auror and asked, do you know how to create a portkey? Yes, sir, he replied. All Aurors do. Then how's about you create a portkey to the DMLE, I'll cast the anti-portkey ward key onto it and you have all these folks taken there, first. From there, they can receive medical aid. The Auror nodded and, using his liberated wand, cast the portkey charm on the second cord. It saved Harry from using his portkey medallion Bones had given him. He then cast the key charm to the anti-portkey ward upon it. Then the Auror flicked the cord out and said, all right, folks. Everyone take hold. The three non-magicals had to be coaxed into doing it, but they did. Wait, said the Muggle woman. Looking to Harry she asked, who are you? Please. Harry smiled and calmly replied, I am known as Lord Hardwin Peverell at your service. Rescuer of damsels in distress, ice cream makers, snarky Aurors and but-ugly cart goblins. A moment later and, as Griphook growled back, the Auror activated the portkey and they were all gone. Harry gave a firm nod at the spot and quietly said to himself, good. Next, he only had to think a moment before he gave a smirk and cast a new spell Remus had taught him only a couple of days earlier. Raising his wand, he cast, Male Prawns. His stag Patronus leapt out of his wand and immediately turned about, waiting. Then, as it stood there, he concentrated on his message and drew it from his temple with the tip of his wand, before then flicking it into the head of the stag. It immediately gave a short bow and shot off out through the closed main doors of the manor. Next, he softly called, Dobby. The little house elf appeared only a few moments later with a slight clap of displaced air. Jumping up and down in joy, he cheered, Master Harry. Master Ha, before he suddenly stopped and looked around in shock. Yup, the so-called Malfoy Manor, Dobbs, said Harry. Don't worry about it, though. Bad old masters are dead. Truly? Asked the suddenly quite concerned elf. Truly, he smiled. The only one still alive in here, besides myself, is Madame Malfoy, who is unconscious up in her suites, the house elves Tippy, Slappy and Hoggy, and me. Dobby concentrated for a long moment before he said, there be bad wizards at the gate trying to get in. Harry frowned and asked, I know. The wards alerted me. What are their chances of doing that? Dobby grinned back and said, they not even able to get to main wards yet. They not get in. Harry chuckled slightly before he said, anyways the reason I called you is so that you can tell Luna, Sirius and the others that I'm safe. You know where we are because you recognize the place. However, it's under a Fidelius so that's why you can't tell them. Alright. Dobby knows, said the elf. Dobby go tells them now. Yes, please. And tell them I'm waiting for the Aurors to turn up here so I can give my statement and leave. Oh. And tell Sirius I claimed this place as heir of Black under Predatum, spoils of war. The cast was successful, so he's got this place back to being owned by the House of Black. Dobby nodded and said, Dobby tells. Then he was gone with a slight pop. At the minister's office, Bones was in a meeting with her senior undersecretary when a massive stag Patronus bounded into the room through a side wall. It hesitated a moment while looking at her before an equally ethereal voice said, Minister, you might want to hurry your ass down to the DMLE bullpen. Very important and surprising news is in the offering. Bones blinked once as the stag disappeared before she turned to an equally surprised undersecretary. Amos, we'll need to continue this discussion at a later time. As she then rose, so did Amos Diggory. Yes, Minister, he replied. Over at the Black Townhouse, Sirius had been pacing back and forth in the flow room while Luna sat on a couch reading a book for what, to him, felt like a great many hours. He was actually surprised it hadn't yet gone dark outside. He's still safe, he demanded, not even looking at her. Yes, Sirius, she replied. Her tone, while polite, still reflected how many times she'd already been asked that same question within the past hour or so. Sorry, he muttered. Suddenly Dobby popped in, Master Patty Foots, Mistress Luna. Dobby brings his message from Master Harry, sir. Sirius had already whirled on the elf and demanded, where is he? Is he safe? Is he all right? Master Harry, sir, BB, the elf tried before it had to pause and think. Master Harry, sir, be under Fidelius magic. A Fidelius charm? Asked Sirius. Of course. I should have realized. What can you tell me? Master Harry, sir, did kills the Dark One. Master Harry, sir, did, replied Dobby, excited. Master Harry, sir, did kills many Death Eaterers. Master Harry. Stop, commanded Sirius. Master Harry killed he who? Yes, Master Patty Foots, sir, replied the elf. Master Harry did kills the Dark One and many of his Death Eaterers. Master Harry cast prayer tum charmies as heir Black. Master Harry, sir, says place he be now back to owns as by House Black. He's at, damn, exclaimed Sirius. That makes a whole lot of sense. And Predatum, damn, yes, Master Patty Foots, said Dobby. That be the place. Master Harry, sir, now be waitings for or peoples to turns up. He wants to give statement. Then he comes home. Sirius gave a huge sigh of relief before he finally collapsed into an armchair. I told you he was fine, said Luna. He killed him, said Sirius. Yes, and the entirety of his inner circle, said Luna. Oh, when Narcissa approaches you hear her out, would you? The lady has been badly mistreated. Yeah, I'll hear her out, he growled. Sirius, she warned. He rolled his eyes and grumped, fiend. She smirked and said, you are not Harry. Don't try to copy him. Harry wasn't going anywhere near that upstairs suite where the Malfoy matriarch, now Dowager matriarch, was, as he did not want to cop the blame for her being hurt. Besides, an elf was looking after her and it would have been reported to him if she was in danger of dying. Having missed his picnic lunch he was getting a mite peckish. Since he had to now wait, he set himself up on the landing at the top of the stairs between the ground and first floors and called Tippy to provide him something to eat. Thick sandwiches would do, he suggested. Oh, and something to drink to go along with it. He'd managed to get about 3 to 5 minutes of that into him when the wards alerted him to an incoming portkey. Quickly abandoning his hasty lunch he moved to the rail overlooking the entry hall and drew his wand. As the portkey began to arrive, he could see there was a good dozen people crowded around it, holding onto it. Then, as soon as it stopped he called, greetings. Though somewhat expecting it, he was still surprised when his call was greeted with curses cast at him. Magicked up, he ducked the 3 fired close or at him and began casting back. Stun, break, stun, stun, PUD trip, stun. Aurors scattered and tried to find places to hide. Those who dared turn their backs to him were some of the first to go down. Stun, stun, PUD trip, stun, stun, break, stun, break, PUD trip, stun, stun, break, PUD trip, stun, break, break, PUD trip, break, stun, dash single quote, cease fire, barked Bones, after she'd managed to dive through the open door opposite the doors to the drawing room. That had a couple of idiot Aurors immediately drop their shields and begin to stand up. Stun, stun, break, stun, break, PUD trip, stun, stun, break, stun, break, stun, PUD trip, stun, 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 break, stun, break, stun, F it. I said, cease fire, damn it. Called Bones. Bit-lay-ot, snarked Harry right back from the top of the stairs. He was already summoning wands off the floor to his hand. Bones stuck her head out the door as Harry began to walk down the steps, still summoning wands. What the hell? She barked at him. Indeed, he snarked back. I invited you here. I call, greetings. And 3 of your Aurors immediately opened up on me. Care to explain that? As far as we know we were going into a hostile situation, she snapped. And yet you didn't come in prepared. He asked. Why didn't you conjure metal shields you could strap to your offhand forearms and don them before you portkeyed in? You know such shields will even block the killing curse, right? At the minimum, a finite would have to hit it, dispelling it, before a follow-up curse could hit you. That would have given you at least a precious few seconds to set up to properly defend yourselves. She looked back in shock. However, she still didn't come out from behind the door. At least she was smart enough to do that. Harry had already summoned up all the wands before he reached the first stunned Auror. And cast a detect polyjuice potion charm on the person. The Davis ladies showed him it was a good idea. It glowed green, showing they didn't have polyjuice in their system. Then he vanished the sleeve off their robe to see if he could spot the dark mark. No mark. He left them and moved on to the next. What are you doing? She demanded. Checking for polyjuice and the dark mark. I'm not checking for glamours as I know that monocle of yours can detect them, he replied before checking the next. How about you stay right where you are while I complete my investigation? No polyjuice, no dark mark. All good, he thought. No polyjuice, no dark mark. No polyjuice. Dark mark. Oh, we have a winner. Called Harry. 1 dark marked Auror. WW what? Exclaimed Bones. An Auror with the dark mark, he replied, conjuring a hard-backed wooden chair with armrests. I would have thought regular, but in scheduled, checking of your Aurors, let alone the rest of the ministry personnel, for the dark mark would have been de rigueur. He levitated the Auror up and into the chair, before using an overpowered incarcerous charm to tie them in place. He also made sure the man's marked forearm was bare and clearly displaying the mark. Next, he thought. No polyjuice, no dark mark. No polyjuice, no dark mark. Polyjuice. He called, when the Auror glowed red. Another chair, another vanished sleeve, another levitation and another overpowered incarcerous later, and the second Auror was now sitting tied up in a chair next to the first. That one had no dark mark, but he thought that could be due to the polyjuice. No. Polyjuice, no dark mark. No polyjuice, no dark mark. No polyjuice, no dark mark. No polyjuice, dark mark. Another dark mark, he called. Another chair, another vanished sleeve, another levitation and another overpowered incarcerous later, and the third Auror was now sitting tied up in a chair next to the first 2. As he worked through them, he carefully watched Bones to make sure she didn't try to stun him. She didn't. She just watched in, at first, horrified shock, before the shock morphed into anger. Polyjuice, he called, when the Auror on the floor before him glowed red. It was Connie Hammer. Morgana's saggy tits. Bones exclaimed. Her. Yup, said Harry, still busy. Faux Hammer joined the other 3. She was also the last. Standing after he finished the last of them, leaving them all unconscious, he turned to Bones and said, all right, Minister. Your turn. How's about you come out of there and let me check you over? Once I've done you, if it makes you happy, you can do me. Bones gave a frustrated grimace and seemed to think about it. Harry just smirked and said, you're here, under a Fidelius, I have control of the wards, I could even call for a house elf to stun your ass from behind if I wanted to. I've done none of that, have I? With a slight sigh of defeat, Bones came out from behind the door with her wand pointed down and away. She looked resigned to her fate. Harry cast the polyjuice detection charm on her, which showed she wasn't someone under polyjuice. Sleeve up, please, he said. Instead of sliding just one sleeve up, she slid both up. Both arms were bare. He lowered the wand and gave her a nod. As far as I can tell, all clear. As far as you can tell. She grumpily asked, sliding her sleeves back down. As far as I can tell, he firmly replied. For all I know Riddle, or one of his masked minions, might have been able to design a new form of glamour or masking potion no one's seen before. In that case, can we wake the rest of my people back up now? She asked. You wake him, he said. One at a time and make sure they don't try to immediately attack me. They can have their wands back once you've woken them all. I'm going to be back up on that landing. Wise, she muttered, raising her wand and casting the Enervate charm on the one nearest her as Harry jogged back up the stairs to his landing. Once she had the remaining 9 Aurors all awake and it was explained what was going on, Harry came back down, handed Bones their wands and said, so long as they know not to attack me again, you can give them their wands back, now. They won't, she firmly said, glaring at the Aurors first. First things first, because, Faux Hammer, proved to not be Hammer. As minister, Bones reappointed herself as director of the DMLE pro tem. It would be fixed later. Harry then told her about the folks trying to find some way in through the main gates since he took control of the wards. I'd say they, whoever they are Death Eaters, as no one else would have cause to, let alone know the secret of, this place. How about you send a few of your Aurors out there via a portkey, with large metal shields strapped to their offhand forearms to go and arrest them? She gave a nod and said, I'll do that once I know this place is secure. Well then, he said. How about you and me go into the drawing room, Riddle's supposed audience chamber, so you can see for yourself that certain individuals are dead. She gave a nod and Harry walked to the double doors of the drawing room. Oh, and your Aurors are free to search the rest of this place. I believe Madame Malfoy is upstairs in her suites. One of the Malfoy house elves told me that's where she was. She is also, according to one of the elves, unconscious. She reached that state, I believe, by being beaten by her oh-so-loving hubby. Bones immediately spun and gestured to 2 of her female Aurors. You two, go check it out. Treat her as hostile until you know otherwise. All but you 4, go search the rest of the property for more hostiles. The 2 females gave a nod with muttered, yes, moms, and took off up the stairs. The other Aurors began to disperse. Harry then turned back to the doors and opened them with a flourish. Stepping out of the way, he said, one scene of a terrible, terrible accident. I hope you'll forgive me if I covered the bodies. I had to bring a couple of young female children through here to get them out. Having already seen the prisoners after they arrived at the ministry, all bar Griphook were already sent to St. Mungo's under female Auror guard. Bones only gave a nod and walked forward. She had 4 Aurors follow her in. Others were about to follow, but Harry glared at them and said, I thought you were given orders to go and search the rest of this manor. That had the last few scowl, but leave in pairs to do that. Bones had looked about and headed directly to the dais, sidestepping Nagini on the way, before not even pausing and yanking the sheet off Riddle's body. She paused only a moment before running a quick scan over him before lowering her wand. Well, he's dead. Yup, said Harry. A piercing curse to the forehead will tend to render someone that. Turning to Harry she asked, you killed him? Yup, he replied. How? She demanded. A piercing curse to forehead ring any bells? He snarked. A little frustrated, she asked, no, I mean how were you able to accomplish that? He smirked and, putting actions to words, I raised my wand like this then I cast the piercing curse it hit him in. Alright, she cut him off. I get it. You killed him with a piercing curse to the forehead. What I want to know is, how were you able to do that when he was so bloody fast? Simple, he replied. I'm faster. She just gave a huff of annoyance and shook her head. Riddle's fatal misconception, explained Harry, is that he believed he was both the most powerful and the fastest with a wand. As such, he did not conceive of the possibility there was someone out there who was faster than himself. There is me. She finally seemed to accept that before she gestured to the other shrouded bodies. And them. His entire inner circle, I'm led to believe. And how did they die? First mistake, by making the fatal decision of kidnapping me and bringing me here. Second mistake, they then all stood in one big circle around me. Third mistake, they assumed they were safe because Big Bad Tommy Boy was here to protect them and they greatly outnumbered me. He smirked. She looked around and said, the Dark Lord and all 13 Inner Circle members. And you defeated them all without a mark on you. Yup, he cheekily grinned. I really am, that fast. Didn't I just show you an example of that, out in the entrance hall? The two female Aurors came down and alerted Bones that they needed to get a healer for Narcissa Malfoy. And Harry suggested they simply levitate her downstairs and portkey her to St. Mungo's from the entrance hall. Bones went with that. Now that the Aurors were here, Harry even removed the need for the key to the outgoing anti-portkey ward. After identifying the rest of the bodies, Harry then showed her the hidden area below the floor and suggested she come back at another time to properly scour the place from top to bottom. Again, she went with that. When they were ready to leave with their 4 prisoner Aurors, Harry stopped them. First, you should send a team and take down the rest of your Aurors to check them for Polyjuice, Glamours and the Dark Mark. You don't want word to get out, just yet, that Riddle and his inner circle are dead, he explained. You have a perfect opportunity here, Minister Bones. You have a day or two, at most, to clean house, before the story that Riddle and his main masked minions are dead before people start screaming, I was imperious. I suggest you make use of it. She looked at him in surprise and said, what an excellent idea. Oh, he said. And, once you've cleaned house in the Auror department, can you then send a team of combat Aurors to the front gate here to round up the Death Eaters trying to get in? Plus, wait for any more to turn up and bag them too. I can do that, she said. And, if Dumbledore shows up, bag him too, would you? You know damned well the man is going to want to come in here and see for himself. You can tell him, from me, he can go F himself. I have cast Predatum on this manor. It now, effectively, belongs to me. And Dumbledore is not welcome no matter what he tries to say or claim. Surprised, she said, you've claimed this property under the auspices of spoils of war. Yup. There are going to be many who won't like to learn that, she warned. I just killed their Dark Lord for them, he returned. I should care, why? She gave a snort of amusement and quietly said, point taken. After making her another portkey, this time a permanent one, that would allow her people to get back in through the wards and handing it to her, he said, well, I need to go. I have people worried about me and need to go let them yell at me for a while. Before you do, she said. How will I contact you? I've tried, in the past. Contact Miss Luna Lovegood, he returned. She can contact me quite quickly. She's one smart witch, that girl. She gave a nod and said, if I can cast it before the story breaks, I want to talk to you again. You realize you've just earned an Order of Merlin, first class, don't you? Meh, he shrugged. If it makes you happy I accept one, I may do so. I just trust you to make sure no one tries to shove my ass in Azkaban for killing so many fine and upstanding citizens, if you get my drift. They wouldn't bloody dare, she scowled. Wanna bet? He grinned back. Dumbledore will be leading the charge. You'll see. She just shook her head and seemed to come up with an idea. Those cells, downstairs. Harry grinned and fished the key ring out of his pocket before handing it to her. Seems like poetic justice to store your prisoners in them while you clean house. She smirked back and said, my thoughts, exactly. You're welcome to them, he said. Anywho, I really need to shoot through. You have the run of the place, with my blessings. Without waiting for her to respond, he suddenly apparated away. Appearing in the apparition point in Diagon Alley, Harry was quickly through the arch and into the leaky. Then went directly to the flow and flowed to Grimmauld. Stepping out, he sang, honey. I'm home. Already in the room Sirius spun and barked, where, the bloody hell, have you been? Luna was already off the couch and hurried over to him to wrap him in a tight hug. She'd not said a word. Killing Dark Lords and answering questions of Minister Bones and the Aurors, he replied, hugging Luna. It's true. Asked a shocked Sirius. He's dead. Yup, replied Harry. So's Lucy Malfoy, Ferret, Draco, Snively, Snape and others I didn't recognize. However, wait, exclaimed Sirius. Snivellus is dead. Yup, he replied. He was, apparently, still one of Riddle's latest inner circle. Sirius nodded and began to relax a little. Remus is going to be very pleased to hear that. That he's dead, I mean. I understood what you meant, he replied. However, I've convinced Madame Bones to keep the fact that Riddle and his so-called inner circle is dead under wraps until she can clean up. So there's no going out and about and letting people know, alright. Didn't plan to, said Sirius. Neither did I, said Luna. Then again, people tend not to believe me, anyway. Harry sadly nodded back. He well remembered people rarely, if ever, accepted that what Luna told them was the truth. Oh, he said, suddenly remembering. I claimed the so-called Malfoy Manor, as heir Black, under the auspices of spoils of war for the House of Black. It's now yours. Yes, Dobby, wait. How were you able to tell you knew the secret, right? Said Sirius. Yes. I was shown a slip of parchment with the secret written on it before Malfoy took me there, he replied. Why? If the secret keeper was he who are one of his inner circle and you've killed them all, that means you're now a secret keeper to the Fidelius, explained Sirius. That's why you could mention Malfoy Manor. Surprised, Harry said, I didn't know that. Hun. Oh, yes, he said. As far as anyone is to know, I did not go there willingly. I was kidnapped and taken there against my will. Sirius frowned and quietly asked, oh. Well, I just killed over a dozen, fine and upstanding citizens, didn't I? He asked. If it was discovered I was willingly taken there, then someone is going to come up with the bright idea I murdered all those people. By being kidnapped and taken there. Then you were just exercising your legal right of trying to escape from a deadly situation, therefore, it's self-defense, nodded Sirius. Clever. And no one, but us three, knows any different, said Luna. Except for the house elves, and no one asks them, anyway. That's because a house elf can be ordered by their master or mistress to lie, Sirius explained. Next point, said Harry. Madame Bones has again confirmed for me she's tried to contact me in the past and hasn't been able to. I've just told her she can contact me via Luna. Was that wise? Asked Sirius. She needed some way to do so and I'm not yet prepared to let anyone, but as Three and Remus and Tonks, know I'm Harry Potter. Before she even left the manor, Bones had her Aurors briefed on what they needed to do as soon as they arrived. I do not care if you believe them to be friends and or comrades in arms, she firmly stated. There are now four we believed to be such downstairs in those sets of cells. That's 4 out of 14 that accompanied us. That's over a quarter of those who accompanied us here not being who we thought they were. Everyone is to be immediately stunned. There is to be nothing of any, I'm sorry about this or, I'm afraid I'm going to have to stun you, or any of that nonsense. As soon as you spot them, stun them. Got that? Yes, ma'am, was chorused back to her. These bastards have been using polyjuice to take the places of our friends and comrades. And, in some cases as we discovered with John Peters and Adrian Wilkes now downstairs, they're not our friends, after all. Lord Peverell suggested we conjure metal shields strapped to our off-arms when we portkey into a hot zone. Well, we're going to do that going back to the DMLE. The offices of the DMLE, until we clear it out, is currently considered a hot zone. We'll also be using the shields as a way to identify each other as someone who's already been checked. So, everyone conjure one up now. Putting deed to word, Bones was the first to do precisely that. It added a little bit of weight, but that was soon sorted with an additional featherweight charm and well worth it for the obvious, though possibly short, protection it would be. She also wondered why none of them had thought of it before, as it made perfect sense. Once her Aurors were all bearing a shield, she conjured a large soft hoop of rope, enough for them all to grab hold, and said, right. Let's go do this. As soon as they arrived in the portkey point at the DMLE, Bones and the Aurors quickly got to work. The 2 Aurors already in the portkey point were quickly stunned, bewanded and bound, as the rest deliberately, but carefully, made their way through the offices and cubicles. Another 2 went to the doors out of the DMLE offices, locked them and then magically locked them. They wanted no one in or out until they were done. Only one tried to fight back, but their decidedly dark curse was fended off by a shield before they were quickly taken down and bound. Within 5 minutes all the Aurors were either carrying a shield or were down unconscious and bound. That included the ones on guard duty in the cells area. Right, said Bones, once it was apparent they'd succeeded. Bring them all up to the front of the bullpen area and we'll go through them one at a time. Someone stay on the main doors and make sure no one comes in until we're done. Ma'am, nodded on of the seniors, before he grabbed a lower rank and headed for the doors. It didn't take long. By the time they were done they had 2 more found under polyjuice and 1 more with the dark mark. Bones had been cursing up a storm under her breath the whole time. The chief Auror was found to be another marked Death Eater. With the last one checked, she barked, right. Strip those 3 down and put them in cells. Once that's done, Proudfoot, Ma'am, asked a solid, swarthy-skinned man. You're currently chief orer. Once those 3 are in cells, take the Portkey Peverell left with me and take 8 orers back to that manor. Bring those 4 back here. Yes, ma'am. Don't forget to manacle them before you do. No, ma'am, he replied. I'll get done. With a firm nod back she continued, once they're back, I want one of the masters to start summoning the off-duty orers in, one at a time. While we've discovered this lot, I'm horrified to think about how many there are that are currently off-duty. When she saw they'd heard that, she said, by the way, that he and his inner circle are now dead as a DMLE high secret. Anyone, and I do mean anyone, who is thinking about making a few galleons on the side by selling or giving that information to anyone, including the media, outside the department, well, you will be going to Azkaban, even if I have to take you there, myself. No excuses. Yes, ma'am, was chorused back. Even if I have to veritaserum your asses myself, I will learn who was responsible one way or another. Again, she got a chorus of, yes, ma'am, s. Let's get it done. She snapped out. Orers moved. The one thing the already years-long undeclared civil war had caused, even if it was not legally recognized as a war, was that the orers all knew that what they were told was a secret was to be kept a secret. At least, they thought they did, until they'd just learned just how badly they'd been infiltrated by the enemy. At Grimmauld, Sirius had called in Remus and Tonks, but only Remus could turn up. Tonks got called into the DMLE, he explained. Once Mooney was sat down with a drink, Harry then spent what felt like twice as long as his adventure took to tell of it. However, part of that was the oft interruptions by either Sirius or Remus to clarify something or rant at him about something else. Once he was done, Luna stood and walked to Harry. Latching onto his arm as she dragged him out of his seat, she said, right. You've got your answers, at least, what you're going to get of what Harry had to say for the next hour or so. He's mine. No interruptions. Then she firmly dragged a now blushing Harry out of the room and up the stairs. Remus watched them go, waited a few moments to hear the bedroom door slam closed, and laughed. He was joined by Sirius. Damn, pads. He eventually chortled. Was Luna deliberately impersonating Lily, or was that all her? Who knows? Chuckled Sirius. With Luna, I don't think even she knows. It took Bones almost the entire rest of the day to clear her orers of whether or not they had the dark mark, were under polyjuice or under a simple glamour. One of those captured was the orer using polyjuice to be the orer Harry freed from the cells at Malfoy Manor. He was one who was on Bones's protection detail but was, luckily, currently off duty. Another first called in was Tonks. However, she'd managed to take 3 orers down with stunners before she was dropped with a stunner in the back from the doorway. Bloody hell, said Master Orer Tompkins, the one who dropped her. How, the bloody hell, did she suddenly get so fast? She, of course, was cleared. When later questioned by Bones as to how her casting speed had significantly increased, she claimed she'd been hiding it so the enemy wouldn't learn of it. For now, it was accepted. Bones, though, had a fair idea as to the truth, but wouldn't push it. She didn't want to learn something she knew she'd have to negatively act upon if she was right. The same applied to what she knew of the young woman's say life, in that it was suspected she was dating a werewolf. Once the orers were all checked, it was found that they had 9 under polyjuice and 6 with the dark mark. Using some, never to be admitted, heavy-handedness with the new prisoners, they discovered where all those other 8 who were being polyjuiced were being kept. Someone using polyjuice could only use such if the polyjuiced one was still alive and otherwise unharmed. A rescue mission was immediately organized, with a team of 12 orers headed directly there to free their comrades. It was at a somewhat secret hideaway owned by the Knott family. Thankfully, it was both not under the Fidelius, nor were there lethal wards on the property. The one who was the most put out was Connie Hammer. Once she realized she'd been found and released, one of the senior orers in the rescue detail had to pull her off one of the now incarcerated guards, from where she was currently in the process of killing him with her bare hands. Apparently, he'd BP'd her and she was most determined to get her pound of flesh out of him before she'd happily see him keyed by a Dementor. 2 of the other orers, both females, had to be escorted immediately to St. Mungo's for treatment. Both were also the victims of Beep and both were in a bad way. By rights, Hammer should have also gone directly to St. Mungo's. However, she ordered the one trying to force her to go to take her back to the DMLE. She had the names of a great many Death Eaters and was determined to see the lot of them arrested and brought to justice. When told she should be taken direct to St. Mungo's, she declared, "I'll go once I know effort has already begun to see those bastards brought in." With the return of the missing Aurors, Bones, still acting as director of the DMLE, began sending out teams to hunt down and arrest those named by the kidnapped Aurors, at least, those not already dead at Peveril's hand. After Hammer gave her report of what she'd been through and the names of those she recognized who were part of it or beat her or the other two female Aurors, Bones explained to her what had happened at Malfoy Manor. "They're dead?" the clearly haunted woman asked. "They are," Bones firmly returned. "The entire inner circle, plus Voldemort himself." Hammer sat there, staring back for a few moments and looking a little lost, before she suddenly collapsed in on herself and began bawling her eyes out. Bones immediately called in Tonks, who was waiting outside, and ordered, "Director Hammer goes to St. Mungo's, right now. No arguments. Those are my orders and Director Hammer does not get to overrule them. Stun her if you must." "Yes, boss," said Tonks, before she stepped forward and helped Hammer out of her seat. "Come on, boss. Let's go get you some help." "Those bastards," sobbed the woman, latching onto Tonks once she was on her feet again. As Tonks helped the woman out of her own office, Bones, sitting at Hammer's desk which was once before her own, sighed and thought, "We're not going to get past this that quickly." The DEs didn't use polyjuice in the First War. Once Harry and Luna came back downstairs because it was getting on to dinner time, Sirius said, Moony received a couple of messenger patronuses from Tonks. According to her, Bones is on a tear. She found a total of 6 Aurors who had the dark mark and 9 who were actually polyjuiced Death Eaters. One of those was the Auror you rescued from that manor. A team of 12 went to where they found out the other 8 were being kept for the polyjuicing and rescued them. 3, all witches, had to be taken to St. Mungo's for beak trauma including Connie Hammer. Harry winced. Moony added, "Tonks doesn't expect to come home tonight until the early hours of the morning, if at all. Bones is using the time before it becomes public you killed old Snake Face to round up every Death Eater they can lay their hands on. And, the more they capture, the more names they get. The only ones they can't go after yet are the ones in the big manors with the powerful wards. However, thankfully, most of those were also counted among Riddle's inner circle, so you've already dealt with them. There's still a couple who weren't part of the inner circle, though. Those ones, they're going to try and trick out of their homes first." Harry nodded. "That's a clever idea. I hope it works for them." "It should for most of them," smirked Sirius. "You'd be surprised just how gullible some of those idiots are. Hell, if they weren't so stupid they'd have probably been in the inner circle. That they're not, with their money, kind of proves they're that stupid." "Either that or they simply weren't trusted enough," said Harry. "Don't let the fact they're not in the inner circle when they have buckets of galleons lead you to believe they're stupid. It's just one explanation, but not the only one." Sirius nodded back, accepting the reasoning. Harry and Luna were early to bed, but not early to sleep, that night. However, Harry was still up early the next morning. It was just the way he was. He managed to catch Tonks, who had apparently stayed the night, just before she left via Flo to go to work. Even first thing in the morning she didn't look like she'd managed to sleep. He said so. "Oh, I slept," she replied. "I just didn't get in until after midnight and I need to get back to work early this morning. I got about 6 hours, I think." "Barely enough," he said. "The body can survive on that much, but not if you have an active lifestyle, which you do. Your minimum should be 7 to 8. See if you can organize it to get you at least 8 hours tonight. A lack of sleep will slow your reaction time, your ability to reason and dull your awareness. It can get you dead, Tonks. Calculate for that, won't you?" She sighed and said, "That depends on getting everything accomplished Madam Bones wants accomplished today. The roundup of all the Death Eaters is still going on and there's no end in sight, yet. Tell her to make sure she makes it a priority to bring in all the ones who have sufficient galleons to bribe their way out of going to Azkaban," he suggested. "Get them behind bars and there'll be less chance of anyone being able to get into Gringotts to withdraw bribe money for them and anyone else." She looked back at him for a moment before she said, "That's a damn fine idea, Harry." She was about to leave when she asked, "Harry, You and Luna is nobody's business but our own, he firmly returned. I sorry, but I don't want to see her hurt. She's a sweet kid, ya know. She's a young woman, Tonks, he said. She's not just over the age of consent, she's of age. I know, but you care, he nodded. I understand. However, you need to understand I did not seduce her. She came onto me. He gave a snort and said, she just came into my room when I was in bed, stripped off and hopped in. She knows what she's doing. Tonks nodded back and said, thank you for assuring me. He just gave a shrug back and she was gone less than a minute later. Luna came in only a few minutes later and asked, Tonks give you, what the muggles call, the third degree? Harry sheepishly nodded. Yeah, she wanted to make sure I wasn't taking advantage of you. She gave a snort and asked, and when's she going to ask me if I'm taking advantage of you? I don't think she cares if you are or not, he grinned. Personally, I think she'd be more, you go, girl. Luna snickered in response as Dobby put a plate of breakfast before her. So, he said, whatever shall we do today? She looked up and smirked. You're not taking me back up to our room and having say with me so much I end up walking bow-legged, Harry. He looked at her in shock, which had her snicker again. How about you take me out to see some of the Muggle sights, instead? She suggested. We could go to a theme park. I heard some Muggle-borns say they're a wonderful way to spend a day. Harry thought about it and said, well, I'll have to find out which ones are open. It's not the season for it, this close to winter. However, I'll see what I can find out. Well, if it's not the season, as you put it, for amusement parks, she said. How about going to see some of the sights? Is Buckingham Castle open this time of year? It's Buckingham Palace and I don't know if we can tour it or not, as it's Her Majesty's primary residence in London, he explained. I do know we can go and visit some of the other important landmarks, though. We should probably take the bus tour. Sounds like fun. She grinned. Right then, he said. I think the first place we need to find is a souvenir shop. We need souvenirs? She asked. Nope, he replied. At a souvenir shop we should be able to find information on all the touristy things to do, including how to find and board the tour buses that run around London and other places. Besides, it's a good place to find out what else we can do that tourists often do. So, we're going to be tourists? She asked. In a manner of speaking, he replied. Sound like fun? She grinned back. It does. Well, finish your breakfast, we'll let it settle for a while and then we'll head out, he said. We'll go out via the flow to the Leaky and on into Muggle London. We shouldn't have to go far north before we find a souvenir shop. Over at the DMLE, the skeleton crew of Aurors who had been up all night had just finished handover to the incoming otherwise full complement of Aurors, who already knew they were going to be busy. The only Aurors not active for the day were those going off due to being up and active all night and those Aurors who were unavailable due to being sick, injured or otherwise out of the country on vacations and the like. Aurors who should have been on a down day had already been recalled and would be working that day. Overnight, most of the skeleton crew had been on stakeouts at various properties around the country, including at Malfoy Manor. Those skeleton crews had also managed to capture over a dozen Death Eaters, due to the Death Eaters concerned doing something stupid. One idea that worked was to flow the home of a target and ask them to come into the DMLE, due to someone there desperately asking for them. They got 3 that way. Another was to visit the 2 pubs in Nocturne in disguise. They got 4 that way. And another was to simply walk up to the door of the property and knock on the door. They got another 4 that way. The last few they picked up simply by visiting the pubs at places like Godric's Hollow and Hogsmeade. Due to the sheer number of arrests already effected, together with the number they knew they had yet to do, the unused expanded section of the cells and interview rooms of the DMLE were opened and quickly readied. This expanded their capacity by triple. However, even then they knew they would have to double up on each cell by adding a second bunk in each. Of course, this also meant the number of guards for the cell blocks would also have to be expanded, as would the interviewers, as would the medical staff. However, those were all considered minor problems that could be dealt with as they arose. For now, they had arrests to effect. The planning for that massive operation was spearheaded by Bones with 3 of the Master Aurors. Even retired Master Auror Alistair, Mad Eye, Moody was brought in for it after he first swore a magical vow not to release any of the information concerning the arrests to anyone not an active member of the DMLE until Bones made it public. Surprisingly, especially for Bones, he was happy to do so. His reason why? "I'm sick of Dumbledore's lies," he grumbled in reply. At 9:30 a.m. the plan activated. After first shutting down the internal flow system with the public announcement a major problem had been detected and it needed to be brought down to effect repairs, together with the parchment aeroplane and all mail systems also brought down, but without explanation, teams of 3 Aurors each spread throughout the ministry. Their targets were each individual office and department with the intent of checking them for polyjuice, glamours and the dark mark. As when Bones took her Aurors back to the DMLE from the ex-Malfoy manor, they stunned first, checked, revived when the person was considered not a probable death, and magically strip-searched, manacled and taken back to the DMLE when discovered otherwise. Over 24 were arrested from within the ministry within the first 2 hours, mainly in positions of at least some authority. 3 were directors of departments, over half a dozen were heads of offices, many more were senior clerks or deputy heads. All of them ended up in cells, all while Bones was practically cussing up a storm. She managed to break 4 items in the DMLE director's office with accidental magic, one being an expensive bottle of Hammer's cognac she'd have to replace. With the ministry cleared, they hoped, the other teams of 4 sent out to collect. At home, they were also having successes and started bringing in who they captured. And the site that was having the most success was the one outside the gates of the ex-Malfoy manor, which is where Harry had keyed the wards of the manor to bounce anyone trying to use a portkey to get into the property that he hadn't personally made. They'd even had to call for backup, due to the high number of Death Eaters who were turning up there. The Aurors soon had it figured out by questioning their fresh detainees that many of the Death Eaters had emergency portkeys made by Riddle that would take them from where they were to the emergency portkey arrival point in the manor dining room. Apparently, that dining room was easily converted to a makeshift infirmary, as needed, with Snape's and his assistant's potions laboratory in the breakfast room just next door, which acted as a buffer between the kitchen and the dining room. After all, it would not do for guests sitting down to a dinner in the Malfoy dining room to have to put up with noise coming directly from the kitchen, so the breakfast room was nominally a buffer and now used as the potions lab. With Harry setting the manor wards to refuse any portkeys but those which he made, almost every time Ada tried to escape the Aurors who were breaking the doors down at their homes by activating their emergency portkeys, they turned up by bounced portkey at the main gates. And, there, the temporarily encamped Aurors would quickly have them subdued, magically strip-searched, manacled and, Auror prisoner, portkeyed to the DMLE cell's portkey area. Then they'd reset, and wait for the next 1 or 2. That is, of course, when they weren't chuckling away in amusement at the shocked looks on the faces of their new detainees when they didn't arrive in the manor. Others that would turn up at the gates were Death Eaters arriving by apparition. They'd pop in and hurry to the gate, only to be brought down by a couple of well-aimed stunners from 2 different directions to the midsection. These, too, would quickly be magically strip-searched, manacled and or portkeyed to the DMLE. The Aurors at the gate felt that, by 5 p.m. that evening, they'd caught another over 3 dozen of the bastards. They had 39. So many were caught that day that Bones had to beg for help from the Unspeakables. Croaker, the lead Unspeakable, turned up, saw what the problem was and said his people would handle it. Half an hour later, the already interviewed Death Eaters were magically transported by unspeakable portkeys down to the Department of Mysteries. This freed up room in the cells of the DMLE for the still coming in. It gave the Aurors some breathing room to effect more interviews, which they carried out with near-calm efficiency and speed. Every decaptured was fed Veritaserum with the first question asked, "Are you a true pure blood?" If the answer was yes, they were fed the antidote and taken back to their cells. However, if the answer was no, they were hammered with questions. Bones did not yet have the authority to question any pure blood with the powerful truth serum, but did have the authority to hit them with a cheering charm and added powerful compulsion charms to answer questions truthfully. It was something they'd worked out early in the war, somewhat worked, but had kept secret and not used until the perfect opportunity presented itself. That opportunity was now, Or would be once they'd questioned the half-bloods, of which there was quite a few, of every scrap of useful information they could get out of them. Harry and Luna's day out in Muggle London was deemed by both to be a huge success. They'd managed to visit the Tower of London, a place, a hell of a lot bigger than Harry had thought it was, and quietly and surreptitiously talked to some of the ghosts there. They'd visited the Royal Guard's barracks and watched the trooping of the colours and changing of the guard, amongst others. And took time out to go to the new Millennium Wheel, which had only a few days earlier finished being raised upright. Luna, especially, was amazed the Muggles were able to accomplish such a feat. After their day out they returned to Grimmauld Place just in time for dinner, which is what they'd planned. And then proceeded to tell Sirius and Remus about their day. So, asked Harry, once he and Luna finished their tale of their day of adventure, still no sign of Tonks. Not yet, said Remus. I received a messenger Patronus from her about an hour and a half ago, though. She believes she's got a few hours yet before she can leave. It was that early evening the story of, you-know-who's, defeat, and how it occurred, broke. Florine Fortescue had managed to talk his way out of St. Mungo's and, as he was actually in not bad shape when he was brought in, the healers had him healed up well before the previous evening. He claimed he was not under arrest and was free to go. If he wasn't released he would claim unfair imprisonment and, even if his prison was a private ward at St. Mungo's, go see his law wizard to start legal proceedings as soon as he was released. St. Mungo's management knew the man had a point, but delayed it long enough to summon Bones to come and talk to him. Bones arrived and pleaded with him to give her just one more day. However, he claimed his business had suffered enough and, besides, my wife must think I'm dead. I need to go home, so she can see for herself I'm all right. We can quietly inform her, she suggested. He just gave a snort and said, the wife would immediately spread it around, no matter what you say to her. Therefore, you may as well release me now. With a sigh, she said, I'll get you home. However, can you make sure no one, bar you and your wife, learn of what's happened until tomorrow morning at the earliest? No, he firmly replied. I go home right now and unencumbered by any sort of charm, oath or vow, or I sue your asses for illegal incarceration. Yours, the Ministry at Large and the management of St. Mungo's. With a sigh and slump of defeat she said, no oaths, vows, charms or even potions. We wouldn't do that. Just, please try to keep matters under wraps for as long as possible. The DMLE Aurors are, as quickly as possible, rounding up every Death Eater they can capture. The later the news breaks, the more we'll capture. You'll be doing a great service to your country, if you do. He frowned and thought about it for a few moments. Finally, he said, I'll be opening my store at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. That gives you tonight to officially release it to the media, who will then print it for tomorrow morning's daily profit. At 8 a.m., though, I open my store and will tell one and all that Lord Hardwin Peverell rescued me and others, after first killing, you-know-who, and about a dozen Death Eaters. However, I will not release the identity of those others also rescued to protect them until you or they do. Thank you, for that much at least, she replied. Apparently, Fortescue had gone home via Flow and immediately greeted his wife. She only waited until just after 8 p.m. before she decided it was enough and began to immediately contact their wider family and friends. Within 15 minutes the media had hints of it, and within 10 minutes of that, had enough to confront Bones about it. She, doorstop interviewed it by way of an announcement from her outer office at 9 p.m. sharp. She could have done it in the DMLE, but didn't want the journalists anywhere near that department for the time being. Besides their getting in the way, she didn't want them aware of just who was being arrested and brought in until she'd gotten as many as possible into cells. Before she left the DMLE, though, she temporarily appointed Master Auror Proudfoot as acting director and left him to it. It was his responsibility, then, to find another acting chief Auror to replace him as acting chief Auror. That's why Proudfoot jumped 2 spots. Bones had also told him that she'd be recommending him for the post of Chief Auror, the head of the Aurors, once matters had settled again. She also hoped Hammer would recover enough to return to the post of director of the DMLE and not by ch about Proudfoot getting the Chief Auror slot. By the time Tonks got to Grimmauld, Luna and Harry had already gone to bed. It was after 9 p.m. and both felt they'd had a pretty full day. As soon as she turned up she said to Remus and Sirius, who were still up, that the story had broken over half an hour earlier and they should turn on the Wizarding Wireless if they wanted to hear what the WWW reported of the announcement. Sirius immediately pulled the wireless out and turned it on. Tuning in, less than half an hour ago Minister Bones announced that you-know-who, the Dark Lord, is dead along with his entire supposed inner circle. We do not have the list of names, yet, but are assured it will be released once all their loved ones are first formally notified. Apparently, you-know-who and his inner circle were killed in self-defense by Lord Hardwin Peverell. Lord Hardwin Peverell, as the story goes, was kidnapped by you-know-who's forces and brought before the Dark Lord and his inner circle. Somehow, and we've not been told how yet, Lord Peverell was able to handily defeat them all and escape. In effecting his escape he was also able to rescue over half a dozen people who had also been kidnapped by you-know-who's forces and were in the same place at the time. Minister Bones informs us she will be recommending to an emergency sitting of the Wizengamot, scheduled for tomorrow morning, Lord Peverell for the Order of Merlin, First Class. For those who don't know, anyone who defeats a Dark Lord is, by international law set down by the ICW, to be awarded such an honor. We cannot see the Wizengamot going against this law. As news continues to come in we will, of course, pass it on to you our loyal listeners. In further news, we have learned that one of those who Lord Peverell rescued is none other than your beloved Florine Fortescue of Fortescue's Ice Creamery in Diagon Alley. Sirius had reached over and turned the volume down. Order of Merlin, First Class, E.H. He smirked. Harry's not going to like that. About 10 minutes later 2 owls flew in. One was for Sirius while the other was marked for Lord Peverell, care of Ms. Luna Lovegood. Sirius released both owls of their loads and said, "I'd best go disturb Harry and Luna." Then put deed to word by rising and heading for the stairs. "Best knock loud, Padfoot," called Remus, smirking. "They're very likely to have silencing charms up." Sirius hesitated just a moment before he snarked back, "No kidding." Tonks called, "You might want to try a messenger Patronus instead, Sirius." Coming to a sudden stop, Sirius whirled about and said, "You know what? That's a good idea," and grinned. Standing there, he cast his Patronus, a grim, and flicked the voice message into it. It quickly passed him as it flew upwards into the air and through the wall. Harry and Luna were in a position on their bed where Luna was face down, head down, while Harry was face up, head up in the opposite direction, commonly referred to by a double-digit number, when the Patronus galloped in from the base of the wall. It hesitated only a jot before Sirius's ethereal voice issued forth from its mouth. "Time to stop shagging like puffskeins, you two. You need to come downstairs." "Oh, said Harry, trying to get Luna off him. She didn't want to move, though. And showed she didn't by what she immediately did with her mouth." "Oh, God," said Harry, feeling it. He then had to tap her on the cheek too. Get her to stop. That it wasn't the cheek on her face was beside the point. When she lifted a little he said, "Come on, Luna. They wouldn't have disturbed us unless it was important." With a whine of annoyance, Luna rolled off him and then off the bed. Standing next to it in all her glory and with her hands on her hips, she demanded, "Where's my wand?" "Black's getting a hexing." Harry was already rolling out of bed himself on the other side and still chuckled at the clear annoyance in his girlfriend's voice. After coming downstairs and with Luna first threatening Sirius, the two joined the other adults to listen to the wireless. Sirius had just waved the threat off, clearly distracted. It didn't take long for the message given earlier to be replayed, so the two still teens could hear it. "Damn," sighed Harry. "She'd already warned me about the Order of Merlin, but I was going to try to come up with a way to refuse it. I guess I can't, huh?" "You killed Snake Face," said Tonks. "You being able to refuse it was never going to happen. I was hoping to get away with being Lord Hardwin Peverell for quite some time yet," grumped Harry. "You still can," started Remus. "No, wait, you really can't, can you? The magic of the Order will require your true name be used." "Yeah," sighed Harry. "You'll need to talk to her, pup," said Sirius. "This can't come at her cold. She needs to be warned." "Yeah, she does," he sadly returned. At Longbottom Manor near Lowestoft on the East Coast, Neville Longbottom had been engaged in his own nighttime maneuvers with his true girlfriend, Hannah Abbott, in his lord's quarters when the announcement was made. Though they hadn't been listening to the Wizarding Wireless, they had it on in the background. It was the announcement, you-know-who, was dead that had them suddenly pull apart and turn the radio up. Somehow, and we've not been told how yet, Lord Peverell was able to handily defeat them all and escape. In effecting his escape he was also able to rescue over half a dozen people, who had also been kidnapped by you-know-who's forces and were in the same place at the time. Minister Bones informs us she will be recommending to an emergency sitting of the Wizengamot, scheduled for tomorrow morning, Lord Peverell for the Order of Merlin, First Class. For those who don't know, anyone who defeats a Dark Lord is, by international law set down by the ICW, to be awarded such an honor. We cannot see the Wizengamot going against this law. As news continues to come in we will, of course, pass it on. Sweet Merlin, Neville, exclaimed Hannah. You were right. Jumping up and out of bed, as he reached for his robes to hastily pull them on, Longbottom said, I have to tell Gran. You might want to get up as we're probably going to be up for a while. With a sigh, Abbott didn't even bother to argue. She knew her soon-to-be betrothed, while also a lord, would want to keep his grandmother apprised of such a development as soon as it happened. He would call it a need to keep his proxy informed in case it changed matters before the Wizengamot, which this surely would, while she knew it was a holdover from the way he was raised by the woman. She climbed out of bed and hadn't even managed to reach for her robes before Longbottom was out the door and hurrying up the hallway to his grandmother's suite in the opposite wing. In bed in his headmaster's suite above the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was startled awake by an overcharged ethereal voice of his deputy, McGonagall, carried to him by a messenger Patronus. Albus, wake up. Come down to your office. There's important news on the wireless. Thinking it was another attack by Tom's forces, Dumbledore was quick to rise and just pull on a wizard's house coat over his night robes. That the two color schemes so horribly clashed didn't bother him as it usually would. Needs must, and all that. Slipping his bed slippers on he scooped up his wand and hurried down the stairs. Minerva, he demanded, immediately spotting her standing in the middle of the floor. What's going on? Who was attacked? No one, Albus, she grinned. It's over. Puzzled, he asked, the attack is already over. He was heading for his flow to call the order together. No, she replied. Voldemort is dead. According to the Wizarding Wireless, Lord Peverell killed him. In shock, Dumbledore pulled up short just before reaching the fireplace. It was a moment, as he whirled to face his deputy, before his face changed to a scowl and he firmly stated, that's impossible. It is young Neville's responsibility to kill Tom. If this Peverell character has severely harmed Tom, then Tom will be back. It's only a matter of time. We cannot accept that Tom is dead unless young Neville has killed him. The prophecy is fixed. Unless, of course, Lord Peverell is the chosen one and not Lord Longbottom as you elsewise surmise, she firmly returned. Just as Lord Longbottom suggested. As he was moving at the time to turn his own Wizarding Wireless on, Dumbledore paused a moment to give a pointed look to his deputy before he finished reaching for the on switch. Peverell is a dark wizard, he firmly stated. No dark wizard could possibly be the one to kill Tom. He'd be more likely to join him than oppose him. No, Minerva. I suspect it is a trick by the forces of the dark to draw the light out into the open so they can be killed. With a scoff, McGonagall said, it's been confirmed by Minister Bones herself, Albus. Listen to the wireless. Bones gave an interview only a little over an hour. She shut up when the wireless interrupted its soft music for an update of the news bulletin. We interrupt our musical selection of Celestina Warbeck's latest hits for a special news bulletin. If you are only just now tuning in, Minister Bones announced just over an hour ago that you-know-who, the Dark Lord, is dead along with his entire supposed inner circle. We do not have the list of names, yet, but are assured it will be released once all their loved ones are first formally notified. Apparently, you-know-who and his inner circle were killed in self-defense by Lord Hardwin Peverell. Lord Hardwin Peverell, as the story goes, was kidnapped by you-know-who's forces and brought before the Dark Lord and his inner circle. In an announcement, live from her offices, Minister Bones had this to say. The voice changed to what was clearly a recording of Amelia Bones. Gentle wizards and witches, it is my supreme joy to announce that the dark wizard known as Lord Voldemort has been killed, along with it seems his entire inner circle. Then there was a moment of silence before there was a great hue of raised and excited voices, all shouting questions. That cut off and then Bones's voice began again. Not that long ago one of our Aurors, along with half a dozen other missing and believed dead beings, suddenly arrived by Auror Portkey in the DMLE Portkey arrival point in the DMLE. They came bearing surprising news. As the bulletin finished, Dumbledore continued to sit in his office chair, scowling more and more. When it finished, he firmly stated, "It's a definite trick. I don't know how Tom or his people managed to pull it off, but it's definitely a trick. Unless, as Lord Longbottom suggested, Lord Peverell is the chosen one," McGonagall reiterated. "You still haven't made any effort to find out Lord Peverell's birthday, have you?" Dumbledore scowled even harder back and rose. "I will not be questioned on this, Minerva." He headed for his flow. "I'm not questioning you on it, Albus," she sighed. "I'm offering a different possibility." Ignoring her, Dumbledore took a pinch of flow powder and dashed it into the fireplace. "Minister's office, Ministry of Magic," he snapped. As he was about to stick his head into the fireplace, the green flames of a successful connection winked out, back to red flames. "Damn it," he snapped. Spinning about, he began heading for the stairs to his private apartments and snapped at McGonagall, "I need to go get dressed and personally go to the ministry." "Have you forgotten you're under house arrest, Albus?" She just as snidely snapped back. Coming up short again and, as he had already passed her, he turned slightly to look over his shoulder and lowly said, "I'm sure considering the nature of what has occurred I will be forgiven for going directly to the minister to talk about this." Then promptly continued on his way up his stairs, ignoring her warning. McGonagall, a little upset with the way the old man had just brushed her off, paused only a long moment before she conjured a messenger Patronus and sent it to the Aurors. She'd been ordered to report to the DMLE if Dumbledore breached his house arrest and sent the Patronus off to warn them he was about to do precisely that. Dumbledore might be acting like an idiot, but she wouldn't be. When Dumbledore came back downstairs dressed in well-tailored muted fuchsia-colored robes with matching hat and wizarding slippers to head to his flow, McGonagall had already left again. He thought her returned to her own apartment, but she'd instead headed for Flitwick's, sending another 3 messenger Patronuses as she went. 1 Patronus each went to each of the other 3 heads of houses. She called them to meet her in Flitwick's office, the most central of the 4. She already knew that, once the student body learned of the Dark Lord's death, there would be chaos in the corridors. And she wanted that nipped in bud before it could even start. As she firmly strode along, she thought, "It's a pity, but unsurprising, Albus didn't think of that." Tossing a pinch of flow powder into his fireplace, Dumbledore was gone a long moment later. He'd first tried to flow directly to the DMLE, only for the flow connection to block him. So he headed to the ministry atrium, instead. Coming out of one of the flows in the atrium, the old man was somewhat surprised at the number of people there. It seemed he wasn't the only one who decided to head to the ministry to see if they could get any further news faster than what was being released over the wireless. A number of Aurors were stationed at the wand checkpoint to block people, who really had no right to be there anyway, from entering beyond. They even had the golden gates shut. Dumbledore had to squeeze and bull his way through the crowd until he reached the front. Once there, he demanded, "Let me through. Do you not know who I am?" One of the senior Aurors standing as a second row of defense in case the crowd managed to get past the biggest, burliest Aurors they could find to block the gates, came forward and said, "Let Dumbledore and only Dumbledore through." Though pleased he was allowed access, Dumbledore was still forced to squeeze his way through the barely partially opened gate, having to firmly jostle his way just to get that far, before he was beyond. As soon as he stood back up to his full height and adopted his noble elder statesman pose, and said, "Thank you, Auror." The Auror, a senior who had then drawn a wand on him, declared, "Albus Dumbledore, for breaching the conditions of your house arrest, you're under arrest." Dumbledore froze in shock. The Auror then reached out and plucked the old man's wand out of his belt and slipped it into his own pocket before Dumbledore even noticed it gone. Stepping back, the senior firmly ordered, "Manacle him." Another Auror, already waiting, stepped forward with a readied pair of manacles and had the first one on the old man's nearest wrist before Dumbledore snapped enough out of his surprise to refuse. And now wait just. The Auror, a first class, had the second cuff of the manacles on the old man's other wrist before Dumbledore even had a chance to finish voicing his displeasure. It did, however, shut the old man up. As the first class then stepped to one side of Dumbledore, the senior stepped to the other. Both took an upper arm each and began to march the old man to the lifts. "Now see here," said Dumbledore, trying to stop. The Aurors simply took a tighter grip and continued to force him to walk to the lifts. Dumbledore might appear sprightly for his age, but he was still an old man. He was no match for two fit young men who were Aurors trained in arresting and taking into custody rowdy revelers and drunken brawlers. Less than 5 minutes later, Dumbledore found himself in prisoner, processing, before then being tossed into a single cell in the DMLE's holding cells. "We're a bit busy at the moment," said the senior. "You can wait there until we're free to deal with you." Having the door then slammed shut in his face, Dumbledore heard the sliding home of the bolt and the turning of the key, locking him within. He was still in somewhat shock at his treatment. Proudfoot was in his office preparing the documentation for the first of the trials they'd very soon have to hold when the senior knocked on his open door and stepped within. "Dumbledore's in holding?" asked Proudfoot. "Yes, sir," said the senior. "Good," said Proudfoot. "Make sure you're very accurate on your parchment work for him. He's a slippery old bugger. I don't want him sliding out of his charges through a technicality in the parchment work. Also, pull out the parchment work hammer if it was actually her at the time had caused written up that got him arrested in the first place. If necessary, have it all written up again with another of the masters signing off anywhere Hammer did in the originals." "Yes, sir," nodded the Auror, backing out again. "Old coot bastard," thought Proudfoot, returning to his great stack of parchment he needed to get through before he could even think of heading home that night. First, though, he thought. A note to Bones letting her know of Dumbledore's breach of the house arrest and that he was now in our cells. He pulled a small fresh sheet of parchment to himself and quickly wrote the note. A couple of minutes later he charmed it with the parchment aeroplane charm and sent it on its way. He knew Bones was still in her own office, as she planned to flow him direct before she left for home herself. At the Longbottom Manor, Dowager Lady Augusta Longbottom had just received her Wizengamot Administrative Services letter informing her of the emergency meeting of the Wizengamot the next morning after Neville had already been in to see her to tell her of the news on the wireless. Both, with Hannah also present, had been listening to the wireless when it arrived. "With he who must not be named, now dead, my lord," she said. "You should now think about attending the Wizengamot session yourself." "Not yet, Gran," he said. "I will not make the same mistake my parents did and come out of hiding too soon. I will attend under glamour, but be sitting in the visitor's tiers while you remain sitting the seat as proxy." She nodded at the wisdom of that. "A wise precaution," she said. "I will, of course, be happy to continue to sit the seat for as long as you want or need me to." "Thank you, Gran," he said. Gesturing to the wireless, she asked, "How do you feel about this?" Relieved, he immediately returned, showing he'd already considered it. "As you know, I tried to tell Dumbledore it wasn't me and that he should have first checked to see if it wasn't Lord Peverell, but he wouldn't listen." "It appears you were correct," she smiled. He just nodded while Hannah curled up under his arm on the couch they were sitting upon, waiting to see if there was any further news in the offering. Given the time, none of the three thought there would be, but there was always the chance. They couldn't sleep, anyway. Though staying up late listening to the wireless, Harry, Luna and Sirius were up early the next morning to arrange an early morning appointment in the ministry. With Sirius's permission, Harry sent a messenger Patronus to Bones at a few minutes past 8 a.m., asking if they could visit via Flow for a long chat well before the Wizengamot session. A few minutes later, a lynx-shaped messenger Patronus arrived and, in Bones's ethereal voice, said, "My office Flow will be open for you and yours at 8:15 a.m. The same password as last time." Luna immediately dragged Harry up to their room after first calling to Sirius, "Dress up, you old dog. We're visiting the minister." After then realizing why Luna was dragging him up the stairs, it wasn't for more say. After all, Harry sighed and resolved himself to having to dress up market wizarding for the morning at least. Because she had the time, Luna was making sure Harry was dressed his best. Of course, for Harry, he thought that meant the black with green piping near formal robes as they had the Potter and Peverell crests on the beep. Those weren't the ones she wanted him to wear. Instead, she had him wearing the deep red robes with Chinese fireball dragon skin boots. However, she also had the Potter and Peverell crests stitched to the beep with the crests reversed in order as they were on his black with green piping robes he'd worn the last time visiting the woman. Dobby was very happy to affix them before he put them on. She also made sure to use a fairly liberal amount of sleek easy she massaged into his hair, before it was properly combed and tied back with a crimson-red acromantula silk ribbon into a ponytail. She, of course, combed it. Once she deemed him presentable, he moved to stand before the full-height mirror to look. "Wow, Luna," he softly said, "you do nice work." She just smiled back as she was finalizing her own dressing requirements. Hers was a witch's informal robe and a pair of kitten-heeled court shoes, supposedly becoming quite popular with young adult witches of late. On her head she wore a small matching fascinator of the same material as the robes. However, Harry had been more interested in the black lacy sheer underwear she wore until she covered it with the robes and was mentally focusing on that. "Mind out of the gutter, love," she said as an aside. He just sighed. Getting involved in a say-ual relationship with a seer had its drawbacks. When the two teens rejoined Sirius down in the welcoming parlor with its flow, Harry looked to Sirius to see him wearing his own high-class robes with the plum purple of a set of Wizengamot robes under his left arm. He whistled and said, "Niece, Padfoot." Sirius grinned and returned, "Same with you too, Harry, Luna." "Ready to go." Harry checked the time and saw they had almost a half-minute. "Yep. Now we just need to wait for the correct time." "Seconds away," said Sirius. Harry gave a nod and walked over to the fireplace. A pinch of flow powder and, on Sirius's firm, "Now," tossed it into the grate. Coming out the other end as graceful as he could, he stepped aside to allow for Luna coming right behind him. Again, he had wands in his face from a decent spread, Bones included. He said, "Lady Bones is soon to marry Edward Carmichael." That had the wands lower as Luna came through next. A long moment later and Sirius came through. "I'm the last," he said, straightening up. Bones waved her wand at the flow, both shutting it off and locking it down again. "Welcome," she said. "Thank you for coming both early and promptly." The meeting was all about the official announcement Riddle was dead, together with his real history he'd already shared with the woman. And that she would then be announcing, Lord Peverell was to be, as per the law, awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class. He immediately tried to refuse it. However, she told him he couldn't, that the law stated he was to be awarded one for defeating a Dark Lord. "That's dragon crap," he said. If it was true, then Harry Potter should have been awarded one back soon after the 31st of October, 1981. He wasn't, was he? There was no award. She looked back in surprise. A moment later, she said, "However, he didn't kill Volume Riddle, did he? But you did not know that, at the time, did you?" He shot back. Until Harry Potter announced straight after the Tri-Wizard tournament, for which he then suffered a year of ongoing abuse and taunting by both the ministry and the media, and on top of the year he suffered as a recipient of scorn and derision for being dragged into the Tri-Wizard tournament against his will, and where every person, except Hermione Granger and Luna Lovegood, went so far as to call him delusional and a liar. Abuse you, as Director of Magical Law Enforcement, never put a stop to, as you bloody well should have. You all believed Riddle was dead, and that Potter killed him in 1981. As such, your argument is specious and flawed. Do you wish to try again? Or, do you accept I'm correct? Besides, you just said the award is awarded for defeating a Dark Lord, not for killing them. And you at least admit to him doing that." He sat there, staring back at her with some level of anger, daring her to contradict him. She didn't. Instead, she sat at her desk, forward and with her hands cupping her forehead, blocking her face from view. Finally, she sat back up a little straighter, but still forward. Her expression showed her frustration at what she heard. Albus Dumbledore, as Mr. Potter's magical guardian, blocked Mr. Potter from receiving it. Harry gave a snort of irritation. "Firstly, you said the Order of Merlin cannot be refused. As such, it was against the law for Albus Dumbledore to refuse it on Harry Potter's behalf. If he did refuse it, why was he not arrested and charged for refusing it, then the order awarded to Harry Potter anyway? Or, is Albus Dumbledore's middle name above the law, as I'm more inclined to believe? Secondly, Albus Dumbledore was never Mr. Potter's magical guardian. That position was always held by Lord Black here." And gestured to Sirius. As Lord Black was never convicted before he was dumped in Azkaban, his magical guardianship of Harry Potter was never legally stripped from him. That is why he was automatically accepted by Gringotts as regent for the House of Potter, yes. Before Bones could respond and turning to his godfather, he asked, "Did you illegally attempt to refuse Harry Potter's mandatory Order of Merlin, First Class, Lord Black?" "No, I did not," smirked Sirius. Turning back to Bones, Harry said, "There you have it, Minister. Harry Potter was denied the Order of Merlin by a man who had no right, both as not being the true magical guardian and, as you posit, by it being illegal to deny the awarding of said order as per law. As you and I mean the government of Wizarding Britain here have already created the precedent not to award the Order of Merlin when the law stated it must be awarded, I feel quite comfortable in refusing it. If you try to prosecute me for not accepting it, I will merely point out that Harry Potter awaits the awarding of his Order of Merlin, First Class, before you can even consider awarding me one. So, want to try yet again? Damn it," she sighed. "Laws exist for a reason, Minister," he more calmly, but just as firmly, stated. "And to set aside a law because it is inconvenient at that time you feel justifies setting it aside, brings with it the understanding that if you set aside a law, you open yourself to it becoming a precedent to set it and others aside at a later time. Once it's a precedent, it now renders that law you temporarily set aside as next to useless. And without law, without it applied in even the cases you find it inconvenient to apply it, the term for such a society as is left as a result is called anarchy. For much too long you, and again I'm referring to the government and, more especially, the Wizengamot, have allowed Albus, above the law, Dumbledore, to merely state something as for the greater good to set aside law. Therefore, I'm left to ask, how is setting aside law, for the greater good, as Albus Dumbledore demands, if doing so brings with it the eventual recognition you have anarchy? Without waiting for a response, he continued, the DMLE is not the only ministerial body responsible for maintaining law, so is the Wizengamot, whether in judicial or legislative format, and so is the minister. When you set aside the law supposedly, for the greater good, you are in effect stating the law is evil. Do you believe that? With a sigh she eventually and simply replied, no. Then why set it aside? Because Albus Dumbledore claimed it to be for the greater good to do so. I was not minister at the time. Ah, he said, cutting her off and flicking an index finger upright. But you were the regent for the noble and most ancient house of Bones. Such a position automatically granted you a seat upon the Wizengamot until such time as your niece, Susan, took up the headship of your house. Why did you not refuse Dumbledore's claims and actively work against him for the betterment of your society, as you were obligated by your position as regent to do? I'd have lost my job as chief orer of the DMLE, she grumbled. Then you should have lost it. He irritably snapped back. What point was there for you to keep it if you did not use it to do your lawful duty? You took the easy route, not the right route. By doing so, you demeaned both yourself and your position. You know that, don't you? When an incumbent plays politics with their job, when their job is not supposed to be one of politics, they demean it in themselves. Her thunderous, but silent, expression back had him roll his eyes. Glare at me all you want. If you want Lord Hardwin Peverell to accept the Order of Merlin, First Class, you need to clear up a couple of things for me first. And what would that be? She demanded. What would those be? He countered. First, the Order of Merlin, First Class. You said you automatically earned it defeating a Dark Lord. However, that's not entirely true, is it? With a sudden look of puzzlement she said, pardon. What do you mean? If you earned the Order of Merlin, First Class, for defeating a Dark Lord, then that means anyone who defeated Riddle in battle would have automatically earned one. Harry Potter's parents, for a start, defeated him to the point where they handily drove him off on no less than 3 occasions. Dumbledore's also done it on a great many occasions, as well. Supposedly, so did Neville Longbottom. So, why weren't they awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, for each of those defeats? Still slightly confused she replied, no. Defeat is just a polite way of saying, killed. But they don't mean the same thing, do they? He countered. For example, if you and I were to play a game of chess and you beat me, then you would have defeated me in a form of battle. However, I would not also be dead, would I? Well, no, she replied. But what does that? One moment, he interrupted. Was Albus Dumbledore awarded his Order of Merlin, First Class, for defeating Gellert Grindelwald or for killing him? Put that way, for killing him, of course, she replied. He grinned back and said, and, yet, Albus Dumbledore has never claimed to have killed Gellert Grindelwald, he has only ever claimed to have defeated him. So, why was he awarded the Order of Merlin, first class? Because he was only being polite, she replied. He killed him. He smiled. Did he? Who has that evidence? Who told you that? Leaning forward as she looked back in confusion, he asked, what if we were to prove to you that Grindelwald is, in fact, alive? Frowning she replied, that's impossible. What is? He asked. That we can prove that Grindelwald is alive, or that Dumbledore didn't kill him. Either, she snapped. Both. With a shrug, he sat back and said, proving Grindelwald is alive would, of course, prove Dumbledore didn't kill him, wouldn't it? Well, we can do that. How? She demanded. You've already got Dumbledore in custody, right? Yes, she warily returned. With his smile widening into a grin, he replied, here's how. Then he explained, and Bones was shocked at how easy it would be. That was, after Sirius presented to her a wizarding photograph of Grindelwald holding a copy of the Daily Prophet dated only a year ago. After that, and her subsequent rant at how everyone had been misled, she was, as tournament poker players put it, all in. After the short meeting, where Harry, as Peverell, still wasn't prepared to accept the Order of Merlin, first class, for killing Voldemort, Bones's 3 visitors headed back to Grimmauld Place for a quick preparation job. At least, Harry would not accept the Order of Merlin until Dumbledore's deceit was made public and Harry Potter received his first. And, unknown to Bones, Harry as Peverell was going to make an entrance. Harry's entrance was going to be a combined prank and a way in which to rattle Albus Dumbledore enough to knock him off his game. He was going to mock the man in a prank so over the top Harry and Luna could barely get Sirius to help. He was laughing himself sick. They had to call in Remus to come and help. However, the trouble with that plan was that, while Remus was initially and in order shocked, appalled and speechless, he quickly developed an understanding of what would happen and ended up joining Sirius in a dose of laughing so hard he ended up on the floor red in the face and crying with tears running down his cheeks, making him just as useless as Sirius as an assistant. They ended up having to call on Dobby to help. Dobby didn't have the same reaction, though he thought his rightful master was worthy of being even more worshipped. He did help, though. Some of what they wanted to accomplish needed both elf magic in general and elf time dilation magic to accomplish. Harry could use it in combat, but he couldn't use it in other ways, though Dobby, of course, could. Luna was also quite amused, but she recognized what Harry was attempting to accomplish, having Dumbledore seen as what he truly was, a manipulative old man who relied on his ill-gained reputation to have people do what he wanted them to do. It was, after all, why she insisted he order and pick up a set of pure white robes. Take Dumbledore's reputation away from him and his entire stance collapsed like a poorly erected house of cards in a sensitive balance, and Harry intended to be the breeze that knocked the whole lot down. With the outfit he was going to wear finished in time, when they originally didn't think they'd have a chance with it until Dobby helped, but still thought it was worth the attempt, the 4 of them, plus Dobby, stood back to look at it. Sweet Merlin, Sirius finally said. That will definitely out Dumbledore. Grinning, Remus said, he'll probably even be jealous less the hat, of course. After a quick check of her mechanical watch, Luna said to Harry, go change. We don't have much time. Harry gave a nod, keyed her on the cheek and had Dobby move the robes from where they'd worked on them in the parlor to his and Luna's room so he could change into them. Of the 5 of them, with the exception of Dobby, Luna's efforts and knowledge of ancient runes and enchanting meant she did the majority of the actual work. Harry and the 2 ex-marauders only came up with ideas, some of which Luna did her best to try and accomplish in the limited time they had. With her 3 guests, Harry, Luna and Sirius, quickly leaving after their meeting, Bones started setting things up at her end. She had no idea Peverell was going to dress outlandishly, but she knew he'd definitely be doing something that would rattle Dumbledore's irritating constant faux serenity. She just hoped it was good enough. Tapping her runestone connection with her senior undersecretary, she called him in. Sticking his head in the door, Diggory asked, "Ma'am." She asked, "Have our acting director of the DMLE, Master Auror Proudfoot, join me would you?" "Yes, ma'am," he replied, pulling out. When the man walked in 10 minutes later, it was clear he was due for a decent break. It appeared he hadn't even gone home the previous evening to sleep. The trouble with that was, she couldn't give him that break. There was still far too much work that needed to be done that couldn't be delayed, and he needed to be here to do it. What she was going to ask him to do would add more work for his Aurors, but only for a few of them. "Samuel," she said, "I have a favor to ask. It's a biggie and it's against Dumbledore." Surprised at the use of his first name, Proudfoot was a moment before he simply asked, "What do you need, ma'am?" At the commencement of the Wizengamot meeting at 9:30 a.m., shortly thereafter, "I want you to bring Dumbledore to the meeting," she replied. "He's going on trial, already?" he asked. In a manner of speaking, she cagily returned, before then deciding the man needed to know, earned the right to know, more. There is an incredibly big lie about Dumbledore that everyone believes is the gospel truth. It isn't, and I've been shown proof it isn't. However, Dumbledore will do everything he possibly can to have people not know the truth of it. I wouldn't put it past him obliviating one and all just to ensure this truth doesn't come to light. As we currently have the man in custody, we can treat him as the prisoner he is, so he can't be doing that mass obliviation. I want you to bring him down to the meeting as if he's being brought to trial. I also want you to force him into the defendant's chair and chain him down. That means manacles, chains, the full works. Got all that?" "Yes, ma'am," replied Proudfoot. A moment later he hesitantly asked, "May I inquire as to what the big lie is?" She thought only a moment before she firmly replied, "Dumbledore did not kill Gellert Grindelwald." It was a long moment before Proudfoot goggled back in shock. It took a few seconds for it to percolate through his mind what she'd told him. He was that tired. "Wheel, F," he quietly declared. Rather than tell him off for his language, she just gave a wry smile back. "Hear ye," intoned the master of the court, a master Auror. "All rise to make welcome Her Majesty's loyal Wizengamot, sitting in emergency session, this 1979th sitting of the court's magical." As the packed room of visitors and media all stood, the witches and wizards who formed the make-up of the Wizengamot all entered from the antechamber behind the tiers of the Wizengamot seats and made their way to their seats, including Sirius. The current chief warlock, Miles Ogden of the noble and ancient House of Ogden, was last to enter and find his seat. It was quite noticeable how many of those seats were also empty, nearly a quarter of them, but not all of them considered to be for dark houses. As soon as he sat, Ogden looked around to ensure himself all the members who would be attending were sat, then picked up and gave the gavel before him a single bang on the block on his small desk provided for it. "Be seated," he firmly stated. That gave the audience permission to sit, except for the Auror detail in places around the chamber. Within the tiers of the visitors' gallery sat Luna Lovegood. As the VIP guest of member Lord Sirius Black, she was sat only one extra seat away from Neville Longbottom, who was there as the VIP guest of member Augusta Longbottom, his proxy. He was under a minor glamour, but Luna knew it was him. Remus was sitting one row back as a VIP guest of Lord Peverell. Today was the first time Neville had attended the Wizengamot, other than to install his grandmother as his proxy as required by law. Dumbledore had volunteered himself to be the Longbottom proxy, which was quickly shot down by both Longbottoms when he first put it forth. However, since that first attendance, the young man had not been permitted to return. Dumbledore had blocked him each time he'd tried to argue he should attend. Luna, though, had attended on quite a few occasions. Always, she'd gone as Sirius's personal guest, which is why she was accorded a VIP guest slot. She attended so often there were many who thought she was Sirius's, which on the side, or would one day become his actual wife. It helped to stop any suitors from approaching her or her father for her hand, but did have a negative effect on Sirius's love life. In return, and contrary to Sirius's wishes, she'd informed certain witches of the truth as to her and Sirius's relationship, and that they weren't to tell Sirius that she'd told them. It amused her that she was acting somewhat as a, say, negotiator for him, but she was accepting of the risk of others finding out about their true relationship for Sirius to get relief. Today that meant there were many, who also were often VIP guests, to recognize her as being like them, a regular and not one to worry about. Even Longbottom wasn't surprised to see her there, even if he wasn't, until then, a regular himself. Once the noises of people sitting mostly died away again, Chief Warlock Ogden said, "Minister Bones. Under your authority as minister you have gathered us this day to sit in emergency session. For what purpose have we been so gathered?" His seat was one which had an automatic voice enhancement charm, which allowed him to be heard clearly across the entire chambers. The words were both for the record and a formality. There was little doubt, in anyone's mind, just why they were all there that day. Standing, Bones said, "Chief Warlock, fellow members of the Wizengamot, invited guests both international and domestic, gentle witches and wizards and those currently listening in real time via the WWN through the WWN transmitter currently active in this chamber, I have summoned and stand before you to announce and confirm that the Dark Wizard, the so-called Dark Lord known as Lord Voldemort, is dead." While it was noticed how many listening to her flinched when she said, "Voldemort," it was nothing to their reactions to when she told them Riddle was dead. The gasps and shudders from her mentioning his supposed name shifted a moment later to cheers from those in the room, almost all from the audience sitting in the visitors' gallery opposite. Luna watched as Longbottom, the Lord, didn't verbally react. Instead, he tensed slightly and leaned forward. He was staring with intensity at Bones and not paying anyone else a damn bit of attention. As such, he didn't see Luna looking to him with an amused expression. Neither did anyone else, really. Ogden let it go on for about 20 seconds before he raised his gavel and rapped it on its block a few times. That had the noises quickly quiet down again. "Minister Bones," he said. "Will you present that evidence, that confirmation?" "I will, sir," she returned. She then gave a quick gesture to one of the Aurors standing next to a door and awaiting her signal. That Auror gave a silent nod back, turned to the door, opened it and gestured within. A moment later, a legged, solid hospital stretcher was levitated within. There was clearly a body on it, but it was only outlined with a draped plain white sheet with its edges nearly reaching down to the floor, entirely covering it. Once it was in the middle of the floor, the escorting healer wearing St. Mungo's healer's robes, which designated him a master healer, moved forward and folded back the sheet at the head end until Riddle's entire face was shown. Then the healer stepped back and waited for further instructions. Meanwhile, those watching were getting quite excited and aggravated. As soon as the sheet was folded back, there were even a couple of muffled screams. Longbottom's only reaction was a slight gasp and a start before sitting up straighter. Again, Ogden had to bang his gavel a couple of times to restore at least what was somewhat order. When the noise quieted enough to allow her to be heard, Bones said, "Chief Warlock, fellow members of the Wizengamot, invited guests both international and domestic, gentle witches and wizards and those currently listening in real time via the WWNI present, as evidence of him being deceased, the body of the Dark Wizard known as Lord Voldemort." Surprisingly, this time there were not as many flinches at mention of the dreaded name. People were already in enough shock. Not waiting a jot, she then called, "Master Healer Stanwyck, do you confirm the body before you is that of the one who called himself Lord Voldemort?" Again, only a few flinches. With a firm nod and voice the healer replied, "It is. Using forensic magics it has been confirmed that this body is that of the one known as Lord Voldemort." Then he, the healer, reached into his robes as he walked around to stand before the Wizengamot scribe and offered up a short stack of documents. "I hand to the scribe a copy of the Declaration of Death certificate, together with written testimony as to the nature of the man's death." "Verbally, Master Healer," said Bones. "How did he die?" "He was struck with a piercing curse, pecutio, to the middle of the forehead," replied the healer, after handing over the documents before walking back to where he first stood. Gesturing with an index finger to Riddle's head he said, "The power of the curse was strong enough to pierce right through the frontal bone of the skull, through the brain and exited out through the parietal bone at the back of the skull, just above the lambdoid suture where the parietal bone meets the occipital bone. Death would have been instant." Having already been handed a copy of the death certificate, Bones gave a nod and said, "There is an apparent error in your parchment work, healer." Frowning back, the healer quietly asked, "Oh." With a nod, Bones said, "You have put down the deceased's name as Tom Marvolo Riddle." That had quite a few give gasps of shock or surprise. "That is correct," the healer returned. "Our forensic magics told us that, too. However, it is that name which is his true name, the one given to him at his birth." "His true name?" she pressed. "Tom Marvolo Riddle," replied the healer. "Offspring of one Thomas Hardwick Riddle, Muggle, and one Merope Gaunt, no middle name, which of the ancient house of Gaunt." As a great swell of noise broke out, it was only his own shock that had Ogden delay before banging his gavel and demanding silence again. Once he had it and before he could tell folks off for it, one of the members, a witch, exclaimed, "Wait. So that's not you-know-who. It is, madam, the healer firmly returned. Lord Voldemort, the name by which he was known, is a false name. I can only surmise as to why he changed. That was as far as he got before the noises of outrage, those appalled the name was a lie and those flatly decrying the healer was lying, rose too high for him to be heard. Instead of demanding to be heard, he simply turned his attention to Ogden and, with a cocked eyebrow silently asking, well, waited. Ogden had to bang his gavel quite a few times before he had quiet again. Nah, he snapped. Nah, or I'll have you removed from these chambers. That had the last few pockets quiet again. No one wanted to find themselves tossed from this quite momentous meeting. Master Healer Stanwick, called Bones. Explain your reasoning. The Master Healer nodded and immediately described how magical signatures were recorded within the WEA for examination purposes and how the magical signature of the body before them matched that of one Tom Marvolo Riddle kept on record by the WEA. And then explained how the magical signature of the body before him was compared with both that magical signature and the magical signature they had on record for Voldemort at the St. Mungo's. They matched. That had everyone listening shocked, awed, angry and a few other emotions. That was irrefutable evidence. And, finally, said the healer. He spun about, drew his wand and, with his back to the Wizengamot, fire wrote the name Tom Marvolo Riddle just above head height in the air in 9 to 12-inch high letters. This is how he came up with the name, said the healer, before he then performed the same charm he'd been shown by Bones, who'd been shown by Harry, who'd been shown by Riddle himself back in his second year at Hogwarts. The letters shifted about until they finally spelled out I am Lord Voldemort. Once done, the healer turned back around to face the Wizengamot and said, the entire name, together with the I am, at the front, is an anagram of his birth name, his true name Tom Marvolo Riddle. He was a half-blood in the true sense of the term, a child born of a magical and a muggle, not even a muggle born. The Dark Lord could only be considered a lord as he had loyal followers. However, he most certainly was not a true lord in that he was not of a noble line. Surprisingly, there was not again a great ruckus of noise. Everyone was too stunned to react. The healer stepped back to the body and flipped the sheet back over to cover the face and allow the sheet to once more drape over the head end of the stretcher. Finally, one wizard from the seats asked, and just where is the one who killed him? Where is Lord Peverell? Lord Peverell will be with us, shortly, replied Bones. However, I first want to bring in another, the one who has been telling us since the death of Harry Potter that Lord Neville Longbottom was supposed to be the one to kill Volume Riddle. All around Wizarding Britain, it was as if the world had stopped. In places like Diagon Alley the shops were, for the most part, open. However, everyone was gathered around the nearest Wizarding wireless to listen in on what was happening within the Wizengamot that day. Almost everyone had wanted to attend and be in the gallery. However, there was both only so much seating and people had, in places, other commitments. Some had shops they had to open, some had to visit those same shops, some had to work in the ministry and some had to go overseas. Some had to stay at home to look after little ones and others wanted to find out if listening to the session on the wireless could be something they'd quite like to do at another time. And some just had the wireless on to listen to in the background, but wished they'd switch back to music. At the Burrow in Ottery Street Catchpole, Molly Weasley was listening to the wireless in the kitchen with her two youngest, Ron and Ginny. Ginny was practicing her knitting under the watchful eye of her mother while Ron was busy scarfing down yet another helping of Eleven's morning tea. He was on his fourth. Switching her attention to her son, as Ron tried to casually reach for yet another wedge of his mother's pumpkin pie, of which he'd already eaten almost half. She slapped his hand away, picked up his empty plate and magicked it into the sink. Hey, he complained. I wasn't finished. No, she agreed. You were well beyond finished. You've managed to put away almost half of that pie and it's not even a proper meal time. Now, be silent while I listen to the radio. If you need to make noise, the gnomes in the garden are becoming a nuisance again. With a huff Ron shot to his feet, glared silently at his mother for a moment while she wasn't looking at him and stomped his way up to his bedroom. As he climbed the first set of stairs he heard his mother say, knit, Pearl, dear. Not knit, Pearl, Pearl. At Hogwarts, the students were also gathered around Wizarding wirelesses and listening, that is, except for those who couldn't be bothered with the happenings of the Wizengamot and were doing assignments, playing chess, playing exploding snap or whatnot. As expected, the staff, less Dumbledore, had immediately realized that the students would be up and either celebrating, commiserating or outright denying that the Dark Lord was killed and being quite vociferous up to full on physically defending their belief the Dark Lord was not dead. For some students, that also meant they needed to be informed of the death of a loved one, such as a father, who had died as they were a member of Voldemort's supposed inner circle. They knew the Gryffindors, especially, would taunt the Slytherins and that could have easily led to wands drawn and combative magic cast. As such, the teaching staff needed to get on top of it before it became an issue. For that reason they first made sure, through head count, that no student was outside their common rooms. Those that were, even if they were in the library at the time, were ordered back to their common rooms for the remainder of the night. The next morning each house was, read the riot act, by their head of house about what punishment would await them if they decided to ignore their warnings not to get into any confrontation. They were told it would not matter who started a confrontation, all participants would be equally and suitably punished. That led to a breakfast in the Great Hall where not one word spoken in anger or taunting occurred between the four house tables. The punishment they were all warned would befall them was of such severity none of them misbehaved. What helped was that the children of the Inner Circle Death Eaters and some other day had already been sent home for bereavement leave. They'd been advised that one or both of their parents, and or a sibling, were confirmed deceased. Now most of the remaining students had retreated to their common rooms and were listening into the live transmission from the Wizengamot. For many of them, they shortly understood why their missing headmaster was missing and where he was to be found. Back at the Wizengamot chambers and before anyone could say anything, Bones gestured to the same Auror as before, who had returned to standing by the door. The Auror again gave a nod and again opened the door. This time, two large senior Aurors came in with Dumbledore between them, gripped by his arms and manacled. He did not look happy. They were followed by two more Aurors who both had their wands out, but safely pointed down and away. They were clearly treating the old man as a very dangerous criminal. While they were doing that, Stanwyck had moved the re-shrouded body and its stretcher off to one side, but not too far away. Surprisingly, the old man was still wearing his gaudy muted fuchsia-colored robes with his wizard hat perched on top of his head. However, his beard was free of the 2 gold rings he often had it gathered with, allowing his beard to hang free and open. Further, his hair was only tied back with a simple ribbon. And there was no sign of his wand, money pouch or similar accoutrements. Unknown to anyone bar the Aurors and Bones, all his charms, except the ones that animated the coloring on his robes, had been stripped away. Though still on his person, his hat was no longer a portkey, neither was his beard, neither was his belt. And he'd been scanned for and had removed potioned items, including a false tooth that contained a powerful condensed neutralizer to Veritaserum. As he was escorted in a few steps, Dumbledore spotted Bones and tried to stop. He only managed to quickly adopt a serene expression and exclaim, "Ah!" before he was firmly yanked forward and dragged towards the prisoner's chair. Shocked, Dumbledore had to quickly shuffle forward before he was dragged off his feet. When he saw to where he was being dragged, the accused's enruned chair with its golden chains, he tried to stop himself. "Now, Amelia," he tried. Still ignoring him, the 2 Aurors manhandled him into the chair, which immediately caused the chains to rattle and bind him in place. Not until then did the Aurors release him. "Amelia," he exclaimed, showing shock and disappointment as to his treatment. "What is the meaning of this?" While Dumbledore was being dragged in and forward, before being firmly placed into the accused's chair, there was quite a bit of noise from both the members and the gallery. Not a few were quietly showing their displeasure at the handling of Dumbledore, one many thought of as their hero. Ignoring him, Bones clearly stated for the members and those listening, "Mr. Dumbledore, due to him dangerously casting fiendfire in the midst of Diagon Alley before immediately apparating out and leaving the fiendfire to run rampant and uncontrolled, placing the lives of a great many witches and wizards including children at great risk, was placed under house arrest at Hogwarts until such time as a trial could be arranged for him for his reckless endangerment of our citizenry. Mr. Dumbledore was informed when told he was under conditional house arrest that, if he breached that conditional arrest, would be caught and placed into a DMLE holding cell until his trial. Though given the courtesy of house arrest for his criminal act, Mr. Dumbledore did breach that conditional arrest last night. He was subsequently caught and incarcerated in a DMLE holding cell as he was most fairly warned would happen. As he breached the conditions of his house arrest, by established law Mr. Dumbledore is to be considered a flight risk. As such, he is lawfully bound while out of those cells. Now, Amelia, the old man tried. Bones ignored him and verbally rode right over the top of whatever the old man was going to say. However, we are not here to sit in trial of Mr. Dumbledore just yet, she explained. Mr. Dumbledore was brought here so that, contrary to what he has been telling everyone, he could see for himself that the one known as the Dark Lord is dead and that it was not by the hand of Lord Neville Longbottom. As the healer began to step back to the body to uncover the face again, Dumbledore said, "Now, Amelia. I assure you the Dark Lord is not dead." Just as the healer was about to once more flip the sheet back, he froze in surprise before turning to look more fully at the old man. "You, Mr. Dumbledore, are an idiot," he firmly stated. Then, before Dumbledore could look his way and rebuke him, the healer did flip the sheet back. Turning again to Dumbledore, he said, "I am a master healer with more than 20 years of experience. You aren't even a medi-wizard who can make such a call." Gesturing to the body he said, "That man is the one everyone knew as Lord Voldemort. And is an expert in what constitutes living and dead. I assure you, he is dead. A piercing curse through the brain tends to render one very dead. Would me casting a life signs charm on the body prove it to you?" Choosing to ignore the healer, considering the man a lost cause and irrelevant anyway, Dumbledore turned his attention to Bones again. "Amelia, my dear, I assure you, unless killed by young Neville, Voldemort will return." "Why would you think that, Albus?" She smirked. Clearly at least a tiny bit irritated, he said, "I prefer, Headmaster Dumbledore, Amelia." "I don't care," she said. "Here, you are actually prisoner Dumbledore unless I state otherwise. And, if you're going to call me, Amelia, I'm going to decide to call you, Albus, if I want to." "Albus. Or would you prefer I address you as prisoner Dumbledore?" As he frowned, he decided to ignore her disrespect and said, "Voldemort has created." His intent by using the name was to make people both gasp in shock and see how he was brave enough to use the name with perceived impunity. Suddenly cutting him off, she snapped, "You mean Tom Marvolo Riddle, don't you, Albus?" Himself shocked, Dumbledore was a few moments before he stuttered, "Ere you know his real name." "Yes, Albus," she snidely said. "And it may have saved many lives if we'd known that years ago." "How long have you known his real name?" With at first a mental beratement of himself for letting slip he knew Riddle's true name, he gave a sniff of condescension and replied, "That is not important. What is important, here, is that Voldemort will be. We the Wizengamot will decide what is and is not important." "Albus," she interrupted. "Again. For how long have you known Riddle's real name?" "And I say again it is not important," he firmly returned. She smiled back, but it was not a pleasant one, and said, "Very well, Albus. This is not yet your trial, so I will not have Veritaserum forced on you, for now." Ignoring the old man's look of slight horror, she turned to the rest of the Wizengamot and said, "I remind you all that Albus Dumbledore is considered, by our laws, as a half-blood. Therefore, he is not exempt from the forced use of Veritaserum when he refuses to answer questions put to him during trial. If he refuses to answer even one single question directly and fully during his upcoming trial, then, when the time comes, I will be demanding he be dosed with Veritaserum as per the law." That elicited a few mutters and murmurs from the members and quite a few more louder remarks from the gallery, both for and against Dumbledore being dosed. Down in the DMLE, work was still going apace with the still ongoing hunt for Death Eaters, with the added bonus of the hunt now including those who were unmarked, but major financial backers of Riddle and his insurrectionist movement. A wizarding wireless was still on, but there were only those taking a well-earned break who were listening in on what was going on a few floors below them. St. Mungo's was another place where the wireless was on throughout the building but people were still working. Admittedly, there were now very few entering, Casualty, the emergency treatment center, but there were still patients to attend. Most of those over the past couple of days were Aurors who'd had to fight and capture Death Eaters who resisted arrest. However, just as with Aurors within the DMLE, there were still those healers and other staff who were on down times and were listening in. Now, Albus, said Bones. Let's try again, shall we? From just when were you aware that the one who called himself Voldemort was actually truly named Tom Marvolo Riddle? Dumbledore just sat there and glared back. No, she asked. I checked the records in Lady Marchbanks's office of the WEA before I came here this morning, Dumbledore. Tom Marvolo Riddle was a student of yours back in the late 30s and early to mid-40s. He was even head boy back in 1945. As such, you knew exactly who he was. I'm also left wondering why Minerva McGonagall, who was 2 years behind him at Hogwarts, and Rubeus Hagrid, who was 3 years behind him, have also never mentioned that. Could they have, perchance, forgotten? What are you attempting to imply with that line of questioning, Amelia? He lowly demanded. It's a little, but very significant, fact that all other students who attended Hogwarts at the time seem to have forgotten, Albus, she returned. I'm asking if you have an explanation for that. I do not, he firmly replied. You do not, she pressed. As in you do not have a response you want to give me, right? When Dumbledore didn't respond to that question, she just smiled at him before she said, that'll be yet another question I add to the list of those questions I'll be asking you once I can get Veritaserum into you. Minister, that's enough, said one of Dumbledore's supporters off the Wizengamot. It was Doge. You will cease this, muggle hunt of Albus Dumbledore, immediately. Barely glancing in Doge's direction, she said, I am unsurprised you were the first to leap to Dumbledore's defense, Member Doge, though I must ask why. You must be at least somewhat cognizant of what this man has truly done, information you know would paint Dumbledore in a bad light if it ever came to light. Doge huffed and snapped, I do not appreciate your implication, Minister. Need I remind you, you hold office only at our forbearance. And need I remind you that this session of the Wizengamot is currently being transmitted via the WWN to every wizarding wireless set throughout the country. She sneered back. And need I remind you that this meeting is currently being attended by the international press, not just the Daily Prophet. Your actions, your words here today are being judged by the entire populace, Member Doge. And, within the day, they will be judged on the international stage. I am well prepared and quite comfortable with my words being so judged, or you with yours. It took a moment for Doge to begin to reply. His expression showed he'd forgotten about both the international press and the WWN transmitter. He began. Enough, said Ogden, quite firmly. Madam Bones, if you have evidence to present to this body regarding any illicit or illegal deeds by Albus Dumbledore, this is not the time to air them. Here, said a few others. I believe we have waited enough for the arrival of Lord Peverell, he continued. Just where is he? Standing just inside the main doors to the chamber under his invisibility cloak, since stripped of the beacon and mage sight charms Dumbledore had managed to affix to it through the weaving into the material of tiny matching black threads which had since been removed, Harry thought, I do believe that's my cue. He quickly exited the room, cast a Notice Me Not charm on himself and removed the cloak. Quickly checking himself over to ensure all was as it should be, he stepped back through the doors, deactivating the Notice Me Not and activating other charms that were on standby at the time. First, Harry let off a charm that had the first riff of the brass band version of Hail to the Chief blare out as he, taking reasonably long strides, strode into the room. He held his head high. What those in the room saw when they focused their gazes on him, drawn to him by the blaring trumpets, was the missing Lord Peverell quite outlandishly dressed. He was dressed in pure white old-fashioned closed robes with near neon-colored and completely animated fireworks going off in the embroidery, covering the entire set of robes. On his head was a narrow-brimmed conical hat with the peak tightly rolled forward and down. On his feet were white wizarding slippers, which just peeked out from under the hem of his robes as his feet scissored back and forth as he strode. The only non-colorful part of his dress was the two crests on his beak signifying him to be the lord of the twin houses of Peverell and Potter. The entire chamber had gone silent as he entered. It could have been due to the blaring of the trumpets, his outlandish dress, simple shock or any combination of the three. Either way, they remained silent as he walked forward. Focused only on Bones, who looked back at him in gaping shock, he lightly smirked at her when her monocle dropped out of her eye socket. And came to a stop slightly forward of Dumbledore. Amelia, my dear girl LLL. He cheerily called, clearly mocking Dumbledore. How wonderful to see you. I'm sure you'll excuse me for being a condescending tool by not addressing you by your rightful title. I am, after all, Albie Walby above the law Dumbledore, head job of Pig Pimple School of Prankcraft and Trickery, dictatorial head of the Order of the Flaming Flamingo, leader of the Bright. Using a hidden rune in the cuff of his offhand sleeve as he spoke, suddenly his hat unfurled straight up on the word, Bright, and, as the red pom-pom on top appeared to rattle a little, it actually gave the sound of a loud raspberry. Then it immediately rewound down and tight. In an imperious and condescending tone he added, "You may, genuflect." That had quite a few in the members' tiers start snorting and snickering, though they also tried to muffle it. Appearing almost as an afterthought and before the chamber could recover from its collective shock, Harry raised his right hand, flicked it about the room saying, "Wandless compulsion charm, wandless compulsion charm, wandless compulsion charm." That had a few, especially in the members' tiers, snap out of their shock and draw their wands for a quick scan of themselves. "Really, Lord Peverell," snapped Bones, one of those first to scan themselves and come up clear. "Now, Amelia, you can call me Dictator Dumbledore," he returned before pointing a finger at his eyes. Twinkle, twinkle, twinkle. That earned him a few more snickers and a quick, short burst of laughter. "I, of course, demand sorry, insistee you address me by my proper title while I address you by your first name, just so you understand that I am superior to you," he said. "Of course, I also address you as, my dear girl, to further cement within your minds that you are an innocent child to my wise and more powerful adult self." That earned him a few angry exclamations. That's when he turned to look at Dumbledore. "Albus," he mock exclaimed, "my dear buoy, it appears you have managed to finally get yourself arrested." One of the members gave an explosive snort of amusement before he started giggling. Giving an overly dramatic gasp of shock, Harry ignored it and asked, "Gasp. Albie, have you gone dull?" That had the giggler start laughing. Quite a few were now snickering and snorting in amusement. "It's you who is dark, Peverell," the old man practically snarled back. "I can't be dark, Albie my boy," Harry condescendingly returned. "For I am the leader of," striking a heroic pose, "the Bright. While you, Albie," then gestured at the chained older man. "The gold of the prisoner's chains just do not go well with the muted fuchsia, Albie old boy." That earned him a few more snickers, chuckles and giggles from the members as Dumbledore spluttered in near choleric anger. Turning his attention to the gurney, Harry looked at the again unshrouded face of Riddle, held his left hand up as if cupping under a skull and said, "Alas. Poor Tommy, for you knew him Albus." "Lord Peverell," barked Madame Bones, the only one, besides Dumbledore, who didn't seem amused by Harry's antics. Immediately adopting a choir boy-like expression, even if it was ruined by the slight smirk on his face, Harry looked back and asked, "Yes, Amelia. My dear Giirl. Stop that," she snapped back. "Oh?" he asked, still smirking. Indicating Dumbledore he said, "Old Albus, here, behaves like a condescending tool all the time. Don't you, Albus?" Then he immediately ignored the man, deliberately denying him a response, as he turned back to Bones. "I figured everyone let him get away with it because he supposedly earned the Order of Merlin, first class. Since you're trying to hang the same award around my neck, I also figured it was all right to behave with the same condescending attitude he constantly employs with all of you." "No," barked Dumbledore. "You can't give him an Order of Merlin, not even third class. I'm telling you, Voldemort will be back. This is a trick by the dark, probably some plan dreamed up between Voldemort and Peverell to lull people into a false sense of security. They want everyone to believe Voldemort is dead so the light becomes easy pickings." That little diatribe stunned everyone. Harry was one of the first to recover, gave a snort and said, "Wow, Albie my dear boy. For your upcoming trial I see you're going for the mentally incompetent strategy. Can't say I blame you. With the wealth of evidence mounting against you, I think it's your only viable option." "I am not losing my mind." "Snap," growled the old man. "More dissembling, Albus?" asked Harry. "I didn't say, losing your mind, I said, going for the mentally incompetent strategy. Even though you near constantly go with the fake wise old and dottery grandfather shtick you've had going on for years, I do not believe you're losing your mind. Your ability to constantly give an answer that isn't an answer, but is rather a one-off statement that gives the appearance of an answer, is truth enough of that. Gentlemen, snapped Bones, cutting in when it appeared Dumbledore was going to snarl something back at Harry. As soon as she saw both turn their attention to her, she said, "Lord Peverell, we asked you to join us to give a statement describing what happened, what led to the death of Lore." She suddenly paused and gestured to the body of Riddle. "Tom Riddle." "Oh, him," said Harry, as if he'd only just figured that out. "He sent a triplet of his bully boys out to my girlfriend's place to, shall we say, collect me. They then, whether I wanted to go or not, took me back to Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, Riddle's supposedly super-secret hideout. While there and while surrounded by 13 of Riddle's thugs including the chief thug Riddle himself, I was fortunate to be able to defend myself long enough to free myself of their, let's say, unwanted and unappreciated company. In the process of accomplishing that, Riddle and his top thugs, otherwise known, I believe, as his inner circle, were all killed." "You killed them," she stated. "He murdered them," declared Dumbledore. Harry looked at him and grinned for a moment before he returned his attention to Bones. "See, I told you he'd immediately claim I'd murdered them. You owe me a sickle, Amelia, my dear girl." After a quick glance back at Dumbledore, Harry said, "In self-defense I killed them, yes. And as you would know, and as is according to magical Britain's laws, Madam Bones, the use of lethal force in defense of self when lethal force is being applied towards yourself is lawful." "Yes, Lord Peverell, it is," she firmly stated, scowling at Dumbledore as she did. "As such, no charges will be leveled towards you regarding the deaths of Tom Riddle or his supposed inner circle." After another glare at a fuming Dumbledore, she asked, "And, Tom Riddle? During the fight and recognizing him to be the greatest threat to my life, I was luckily able to get a shot through his defenses." Indicating the body, he said, "The piercing to the forehead of his body, there, is the result of that. I think I managed to get through the defenses of most of the other thugs' inner circle when they were momentarily shocked. I was able to get through Chief Thug Riddle's defenses. I consider myself both very lucky and very fortunate I'm still standing." With a nod she added, "And, as Tom Riddle was already declared a Dark Lord, even if using his sobriquet of Lord Voldemort, there was a kill-on-sight order out on him and his followers, anyway. As such, there could never be a charge of manslaughter lawfully directed upon you." Standing up proudly, he declared, "I, the one you should call Albie Walby above the law, Dissemblemore, head job of Pig Pimple School of Prankcraft and Trickery, dictatorial head of the Order of the Flaming Flamingo, leader of the Bright." Again, and just as suddenly as the first time, his hat unfurled straight up and, as the red pom-pom on top appeared to rattle a little, it gave the sound of a loud raspberry. Then it again immediately rewound down and tight. "Have slayed the beast, Tom Marvolo Riddle, and his bully boy thugs known as his supposed inner circle, and won the war for the forces of the Bright." In an imperious and self-gratifying tone he added, "You may applaud." In the Wizengamot chamber, quite a few people actually did start to applaud. That surprised Harry, quite a bit. He was going for comedic flippancy and the people in the chamber took him serious. Out in the rest of magical Britain, those who were listening in on the Wizarding Wireless Network, heard the applause slowly start, before it turned into what was nearing a full ovation. It lasted for about half a minute before the chief warlock, Ogden, brought his gavel down for a couple of short and sharp raps on the little wooden disc on the bench before him. He wanted silence and quickly got it. Harry was grinning at him. Choosing to ignore the young man standing on the floor before him, Ogden turned to Madam Bones. "Madam Minister," he asked, "does what Lord Peverell shared with us match your own knowledge of the events?" "It does, Chief Warlock," she firmly replied. "I was present and one of the first on the scene after the battle Lord Peverell had with Riddle and his inner circle. Other than having covered the bodies with clean white sheets as he'd had to lead 2 previously kidnapped children out of a hidden chamber down behind a wall cabinet in the room in which it occurred, and he didn't want the children to see the bodies. Our forensic investigators from within the Auror Corps and from St. Mungo's confirm what Lord Peverell has told us. A forensic examination of the scene showed that Lord Peverell was standing in the middle of the floor of the room and was surrounded by a ring that comprised all 13 of Riddle's latest inner circle, with Riddle, himself, sitting on a throne-like chair on a low platform. At least 3 of the inner circle had, as their most recent casts reflected on examination of their wands, cast killing curses at Lord Peverell during what was obviously a battle. Others had also cast dark or otherwise lethal curses at him. An examination of Lord Peverell's wand also shows he did not cast any dark curses back. However, what he did cast back was clearly effective and matched what killed Riddle and the Death Eaters. On an apparent roll, she continued, it is the recommendation of the Minister's office that Lord Peverell be awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, for his actions in destroying both the Dark Wizard known as the Dark Lord Voldemort, together with the entirety of his inner circle, and, therefore and as he claimed, ending the war. As you would know, the Order of Merlin, First Class, is always awarded to one who kills a Dark Lord, saving society from their depredations. However, Lord Peverell claims he will refuse any such award until such time, as he sees it, where previous such awards were awarded in error or not awarded as they should have been, are corrected. What, in Merlin's name, does that mean? Barked Ogden right back, first and loudest to respond. Almost the entirety of the Wizengamot were apparently just as incensed as they were just as vociferous. Before Bones could say anything, Harry firmly stated, perhaps you should direct your question to me, the leader of the Bright. Considering I'm the one who said it and I'm standing right here. As the members quieted down again, amidst a great deal of muted anger and denunciations, the Chief Warlock turned his angry countenance on Harry. Well, he barked. Harry's knee-jerk reaction was to go for flippant and answer, yes, I am, thank you for asking, but he could see that would only make matters worse. The Order of Merlin has, in my opinion, become a joke, he replied, turning serious. At least, to whom and why it is awarded in magical Britain at least. Before anyone else, including the Chief Warlock, could arc up again, he began to explain. The second last person in magical Britain awarded the Order of Merlin, even if it was a third class, was Peter Pettigrew. I understand it has since been stripped from him when it was discovered it should have been awarded to the person who he set up to take the fall for his crimes, Sirius Black. And that it has now correctly been awarded to Lord Sirius Black. However, there was a second person awarded an Order of Merlin, third class, surrounding those events, Cornelius Fudge. Cornelius Fudge was awarded the Order for supposedly capturing and taking into custody Voldemort's supposed right-hand wizard, Sirius Black. You now know Sirius Black was not the supposed right-hand wizard of Voldemort and never was, and yet you've done nothing to rectify Cornelius Fudge being awarded the Order of Merlin, third class, and awarding you all now damned well know was for false purposes. And you knew that years ago. He gave that a moment to be mentally absorbed by the members before he started on his next one. Next is the awarding of the Order of Merlin, third class, to Gilderoy Lockhart. I have it on very good authority, together with a memory strand of a situation where he blatantly admitted to two boys that he did not accomplish any of those feats of bravery defeating supposedly dark creatures he wrote about in his books. The two boys in question, whom he admitted this to, were Ronald Weasley and Harry Potter right before Harry Potter entered the Chamber of Secrets in June of 1993 to rescue an 11-year-old girl. According to Gilderoy Lockhart himself, he wandered the world in search of others who had accomplished such acts and had them tell him all about what happened. Then he obliviated them of doing it, taking their feat unto himself and writing his books as if he was the one who performed them. He now, if I recall correctly, resides in the Janus Thicky ward of St. Mungo's, where he ended up because he tried to obliviate both Mrs. Weasley and Potter with a broken wand just before Mr. Potter went on ahead into the Chamber of Secrets. The wand caused the obliviation curse to backfire, hitting him with his own curse and also bringing down the roof of the underground cave which lead to the chamber. Then there's Mr. Potter's heroic act of going into the Chamber of Secrets to rescue that then 11-year-old girl. He knew it was very likely a basilisk he'd be facing and, apparently, he was right. Mr. Potter fought a 60-plus foot long basilisk one-on-one with nothing but a sword and came out victorious. I remind you that, at the time, Mr. Potter was only 12 years old. Now, for any wizard to face such a fearsome beast should earn him a suitable award for bravery. That he did it when 12 years old, that he did it while only wielding a sword, that he did it to save a young witch should see that award being an Order of Merlin, second class, at a minimum. That he did it to also save the entirety of the then population of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, full of all your heirs should see that award upgraded to an Order of Merlin, first class. Out of the blue, one of the members called out in a scoffing, disrespectful voice, "You expect us to believe Harry Potter, at only 12 years of age, killed a basilisk with a sword?" Harry turned a flat stare on the man for long enough that the man slowly went white in fear, before he answered, "Yes. Actually, you can also ask old Albie, here, gesturing to Dumbledore, if what I told you was the truth. Directly after Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley and Ginevra Weasley, the young girl they went down to rescue, returned from the Chamber of Secrets, and before they were even taken to the infirmary, they were escorted by Minerva McGonagall to her office where Albus, his pet Death Eater, Severus Snape, and the Weasley parents, Arthur and Molly, awaited them. At the time, Ronald Weasley had a broken leg, Ginevra Weasley had just been freed of a partial forced possession, and Harry Potter had just been bitten by that basilisk and only saved from dying from the bite by the phoenix, Fawkes, crying tears into the wound. Even when this was explained to old Albus, and in the presence of Minerva McGonagall, Death Eater Snape and Arthur and Molly Weasley, medical aid was still not called. The Weasley parents took their children to the infirmary, where Ronald Weasley's leg had him in a bed and dosed with Skelligro for the night, but young Miss Weasley was taken directly home by her parents. After more than 10 months of a forced partial possession, young Miss Weasley received no medical treatment, not even being attended at least once by a certified mind healer. "That's criminal," exclaimed Master Healer Stanwyck, who'd most recently given an expert medical opinion as to the cause of death and identity of Riddle's body. The man strode forward from where he'd taken up station off to the side and was making a beeline for Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, you bloody fool!" he barked. "Are you naffing insane?" Dumbledore spluttered for a few moments before he imperiously glared back and declared, "I assure you, all the children were fine." "Again with the naffing unqualified assurances, you old twit," barked Stanwyck. "Need I remind you, yet again, you are not a master healer, let alone a mind healer, let alone even a bloody medi wizard." As Stanwyck continued to glare at Dumbledore after snarling at him, Harry took the narrative back up. "Old Albus here, who has no medical qualifications whatsoever, decided she needed no such medical intervention and declared her fit enough to return home. And the Weasley parents took his word for it because he is, after all, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, and his word is good enough." "No, it's bloody not," barked Stanwyck. As for Harry Potter, Harry continued, after interrogating the poor boy for an hour, and even when the poor boy showed Albus, McGonagall and Snape where the basilisk bit him, Albus continued to interrogate the boy until he, the mighty Albus Dumbledore, had wrung every skerrick of information out of him that he could. Then get this, he did not then order the boy to go to the infirmary. No, old Albus here ordered the boy to return directly to the Gryffindor Tower, and even had McGonagall directly escort him there, just in case young Harry decided for himself he needed to go to the infirmary, after all. "Also criminal," barked Stanwyck. Harry then turned to stare at Dumbledore himself and said, "Now Albus, my boy, have I lied?" As soon as Harry had turned his attention to him, Dumbledore looked down and away, scowling. However, he never said a word. Harry gave him a good 10 seconds before he turned his attention back to the Chief Warlock. "You can take it from his silence that Albus does not refute my claims. He really can't, because he knows that Arthur, Molly, Ronald and Ginevra Weasley, Minerva McGonagall and Poppy Pomfrey, at least can back up what I've said here concerning that issue. I'll further point out that old Albus, here, as claimed magical guardian of Mr. Harry Potter, it was his responsibility to ensure Mr. Potter's medical needs were met. That he knew the boy to have been bitten by a 1,000-year-old basilisk and did not ensure the boy was immediately treated by competent medical professionals means old Albus here is guilty of child neglect, and he, the Weasleys, McGonagall and Pomfrey know it." "Albus Dumbledore," barked a clearly incensed Ogden. "Is what Lord Peverell and Healer Stanwyck just informed us true? You will answer in full and correctly my question, or I will demand a motion to have you dosed with Veritaserum right here and right now." "Young Harry was fine," said Dumbledore. "All he needed was a good night's sleep and—" Riding over the top of the old man, Harry suddenly said, "Did you notice he didn't immediately say, no? Albus is, once again, dissembling." Before Ogden had a chance to say anything, Harry added, "Albus said, young Harry was fine. Does Albus secretly hold a mastery in healing? After all, if he doesn't, how is he able to declare, young Harry was fine, and that all he needed was a good night's sleep?" "No, he doesn't," barked Stanwyck, who appeared to be getting more and more riled. "Albus," barked Ogden again, staring in fury at the old man. "Was Mr. Potter given immediate medical attention that night for the basilisk bite? Yes or no?" Dumbledore stuttered for a few moments before he tried to sit up straighter under the chains and said, "As I was saying, Yes or no, Albus? Barked Ogden. This is your last chance to directly answer the question with either yes or no, before I order you be charged with child neglect and immediately dosed with veritaserum. Dumbledore fumed for a few moments before he quietly replied, "Inno." That had the entire Wizengamot and many of those sitting in the chamber as guests and visitors getting all up in their wands and shouting. It took Ogden quite a few minutes to again get a modicum of silence. Finally getting the silence he wanted, Ogden snapped, "Right. Minister Bones, have our acting director of the DMLE charged this old bastard with child neglect of 2 minors under his care, would you? And, Minister Bones, inform the school board they are to fire his ass as headmaster." "What?" exclaimed Dumbledore. "No, you can't. I need to remain at the school to protect the students for when Voldemort returns." "Protect the students?" scoffed Ogden. "By your own admission in not having Mr. Potter immediately seen to by a qualified healer regarding a purported bite by a basilisk, shows you won't protect the students." Not waiting for Dumbledore to say anything else, he turned back to Bones and said, "And have someone collect Minerva McGonagall and take her to a DMLE interrogation room, when you've got a chance. I want to know why she didn't act as she should have either." Bones nodded and replied, "As you say, Chief Warlock." Back at Hogwarts, Flitwick, Sprout and Slughorn were all looking to McGonagall with shocked anger. McGonagall was wincing and had her eyes closed. "Minerva," exclaimed Flitwick, "how could you have done such a thing?" "I don't know," she firmly, but quietly, returned. "I don't understand it. I remember that happening, but I have no idea as to why I behaved that way." After a quiet few moments, Slughorn said, "A compulsion charm or potion." When the others looked to him he explained, "It had to be a compulsion charm or potion, Minerva. It's the only thing that makes sense." "But, who?" she began, before she quietly sighed in mental pain. "Dumbledore." "Indeed," said Slughorn. With another sigh, McGonagall said, "I'd best take myself to the DMLE and save them the trip here." "Without Albus here you have control of the wards, Min," said Flitwick. "You'll need to hand them off before you go." Almost distractedly she gave a nod back and said, "I'll go up to Albus's office and move them to you." "Then I'd best come with," he declared, hopping off his seat. Harry waited as the noise levels once again dropped before he asked, "Shall we return back to why I will not accept the order of Merlin, Chief Warlock?" "There's more," demanded Ogden. "Oh, yes indeedy," said Harry. Returning to the issue of Mr. Potter as he, at the age of 12, single-handedly faced off against and killed a 1,000-year-old basilisk with a sword. Is there anyone here who does not believe the boy rightfully earned an order of Merlin that night? And, if you do, then why was he not so awarded?" "We were unaware of it," snapped Bones. "Yes, you were. Or, at the least, the Wizengamot was," disagreed Harry. "At the time, Albus Dumbledore was Chief Warlock of this very body. As such, Albus Dumbledore was the official representative of this body. Therefore and as such, the Wizengamot were aware, through its official representative, that Mr. Harry Potter, heir apparent of the noble and ancient House of Potter, successfully battled to the death a Class 5X dangerous magical creature, a 1,000-year-old basilisk. As such, the Wizengamot had the information of what happened and yet Mr. Potter did not receive the order of Merlin as he surely was due." More glares were aimed at Dumbledore with the current Chief Warlock muttering, "Shit shit, shit. Bloody hell, Dumbledore," he barked. "Why, in the 7 hells, did you not pass that information on to the rest of us?" Again, Dumbledore scowled back for a few moments before he quietly replied, "I did not receive any proper evidence that young Harry actually battled, let alone killed, such a creature. I only—" Harry suddenly laughed, which shut Dumbledore up again. Looking to Ogden, he asked, "Did you take specific note of what Dumbledore actually said? Did you notice he was, yet again, giving you a dissembled answer?" "What do you mean?" demanded Ogden. "He did not say he did not receive any evidence, he said he did not receive any proper evidence," replied Harry. "In other words, he was saying he did receive evidence, just not what he considers proper. However, it seems Albus has forgotten he did receive proper evidence. For a start, he received eyewitness accounts from Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley and Ginevra Weasley. That's 3 sources. Having stripped his own memories away back to when he was a small child, Gilderoy Lockhart could not be considered a reliable witness." "They were children," snapped Dumbledore. Children are well known to be unreliable witnesses. Ignoring the old man, Harry continued, next, he also demanded from Mr. Potter the sword Mr. Potter used to kill the basilisk. That sword is the sword of Gryffindor. As a goblin-forged blade, the blade of the sword takes within itself that which makes it stronger. As the blade became coated in basilisk venom, the blade absorbed some of the venom. Albus would have easily been able to detect that as well as the blood of the basilisk, which was also on the blade at the time, and on Harry Potter's robes. Knowing he couldn't argue with that level of logic, the old man kept silent, just scowled and looked away again. And finally, Albus's phoenix companion, Fawkes, was also in the Chamber of Secrets and aided Mr. Potter in killing the basilisk by pecking out its eyes. Does Albus claim his phoenix companion is an unreliable source? Turning back to Dumbledore, he asked, well, Albus my boy. Again, did I lie? Instead of answering, Dumbledore demanded, how do you know all this? Ignoring the man and his question, Harry turned to Ogden. Did you notice Albus completely avoided the question, this time, Chief Warlock? Instead of answering with a dissembled response, his usual method, this time he's chosen to ignore it completely. Turning back to Dumbledore before Ogden could respond, Harry said, I asked you a closed question, Albus my boy. It has only 4 possible responses. Yes, no, I don't know, and, I'm sorry, but I do not understand the question. There was nothing confusing about the question, so that drops the 4th off the list of options. Because the question relates specifically to you and your actions, that drops the 3rd off. That leaves you with the options of answering either, yes or, no. So, let's try again, shall we? Again, Albus my boy. Did I lie? I do not answer to you, huffed the old man. No, but you do answer to us, cut in Ogden. Yes or, no, Dumbledore. Did Lord Peverell lie? Dumbledore grumbled for a few moments before he snarled, no. Again, members in the Tears of the Wizengamot voiced their displeasure. Harry waited until Ogden got control of the chamber's back end. Before the man could say anything, he said, so, you now know Mr. Potter should have been put forward for the Order of Merlin back in June of 1993. You also now know Gilderoy Lockhart should not have been awarded the Order of Merlin, back when he was, because he did not accomplish the feats he claimed he did. Moving on. So far we have Peter Pettigrew being awarded the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, though later it was correctly stripped from him. Relating to that original incident, we have Cornelius Fudge being awarded the Order of Merlin for capturing the so-called right-hand wizard of Voldemort, when he did not, and the man's Order of Merlin has still not been stripped from him. Next, we have a feat of heroism from Mr. Potter in June 1993 for which he should have been awarded the Order of Merlin, 2nd class, or better, and he has not. And we have Gilderoy Lockhart being awarded the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, for feats he didn't actually perform. Now I direct your attention to the night of the 31st of October, 1981. Yes, that night. As quite a few people, members and visitors, squirmed in their seats a little, Harry ignored it. This is the night that Harry Potter, according to practically everyone, killed Riddle the first time. Now, I might be wrong here, but the minister was telling me earlier that when someone kills a recognized Dark Lord, that's the immediate earning of an Order of Merlin, 1st class. The minister's answer to me as to why Mr. Potter was not awarded the Order of Merlin, 1st class, as everyone believed he was the one who killed the Dark Lord that night, was that it was blocked by Albus Dumbledore. Now, if the Order of... But Tom lived, interrupted Dumbledore. With a sigh, Harry said, that night, Tom Riddle's body was reduced by every account of the event I've read to a pile of ash. All that was left of him was his robes and his wand. Turning to Stanwick, he asked, Master Healer Stanwick, if a person's body is reduced to ash, that is, no heartbeat, no brain activity, no nothing, would he be considered dead? Yes, certainly, the healer immediately replied. That he managed to get himself another body and come back is irrelevant. He was dead until then. After a nod to Stanwick, Harry said, that aside, with the apparent exception of old Albus, you all believed until June 1995 that the Dark Lord, Tom Riddle aka Lord Voldemort, was dead and that the infant Harry Potter killed him. Therefore, according to you, young Mr. Harry Potter earned that night, irrespective of his age, an Order of Merlin, 1st class. According to the laws, at least that's what Minister Bones tried to tell me this morning. It was, according to law, mandatory that young Mr. Potter be awarded the order. You did not do that. You did not award him the order. Minister Bones also told me this morning that it was Albus Dumbledore that blocked Harry Potter from being awarded the order. Albus Dumbledore supposedly used his authority as Mr. Potter's magical guardian to block him from receiving it. Now, here's my problem with that. Firstly, as Sirius Black was Mr. Potter's rightful magical guardian, Albus Dumbledore had no right to claim magical guardianship of the boy. He could claim legal guardianship, yes. However, it is magic which decides who holds magical guardianship, not the chief warlock, nor the Wizengamot at large, and magic never stripped it from Sirius Black. That was discovered by you in June 1996. As such, as Albus Dumbledore was not Mr. Potter's magical guardian, he could not use magical guardianship status to refuse it on Mr. Potter's behalf. Secondly, mandatory means just that, as in, it will be awarded whether anyone likes it or not, including the magical guardian. You people, and by that I mean the Wizengamot as a body, broke international law by doing what Albus Dumbledore wanted in allowing him to block the awarding of the Order of Merlin, First Class, from Harry Potter for killing your Dark Lord for you. Shame on you. Shame on you all. He glared at them. What's now annoying the minister is that, because you've now created a legal precedent where the Order of Merlin, First Class, can be refused when it is supposed to be awarded to someone who kills a lawfully recognized Dark Lord, it's put me in the position I can now refuse one if you're hell-bent on awarding me one for killing Riddle. When the members and even some of the visitors got all up in wands about that, Harry just waited them out with a recalcitrant bearing and stern expression. Finally, Ogden managed to rein all the noise back down and looked to Harry. And if we decide to award it, anyway, I'd still refuse it, said Harry. Then, before anyone could start yelling again, he continued, besides the previous incidences where Orders of Merlin were either falsely awarded and were not awarded when they should have been, there's still one Order of Merlin, falsely awarded, I want to see rectified first. And what would that be? Snarled one, light, member wizard of the Wizengamot before anyone else could get in first. Harry smiled back and indicated Dumbledore. Old Albus, here, was awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, for killing Grindelwald, right? What of it? Snapped the wizard. Harry smiled again, ignored the man and turned to Dumbledore. Tell me, Albus my boy, did you actually kill Gellert Grindelwald? Dumbledore huffed and said, are you trying to imply something? Nope, said Harry. In nice avoidance of the question. Shall I ask it again? Or, are you actually going to answer it without me having to do that? Everyone knows I defeated Gellert in battle, scowled the old man. Harry grinned back and turned to look once more at Ogden. Did you notice Albus's answer? I once again asked him a simple yes or no question, and, once again, Albus responded with a statement that did not answer the question. Once again, Albus provided a dissembling response. This time he attempted to change the nature of the question by changing the question from, did you kill Grindelwald? to, did you defeat Grindelwald? That's his usual modus operandi when asked questions he doesn't want to answer, nor wants anyone to know he didn't actually answer. If he doesn't like the question, he'll reword it to what he's willing to answer and answer that instead. Dissembling. So, let's try again, shall we? He turned back to the old man and said, Albus my boy, did you kill Gellert Grindelwald? Yes or no? This time the old man snarled back, I've already answered the question. Your harping on the subject is nothing but a trespass on my reputation. Harry chuckled and once again looked to Ogden. And still Albus will not answer the question. The question is a nonsense. Snapped Dumbledore. And I beg to differ, Dumbledore, said Bones, speaking up for the first time in a while. Answer the question. Did you kill not defeat, but kill Gellert Grindelwald? Again Dumbledore huffed, I will not answer such a question. It is an affront for you to even ask it. She grinned an evil little smirk at him. It appears Lord Peverell is correct. When asked a direct question you are reluctant to answer, you will dissemble a response. Very well, she continued, then turned her attention to Ogden. Chief Warlock. When the man looked more fully to her he semi-formally asked, Minister Bones. A few hours ago it was brought to my attention Albus Dumbledore was not being entirely honest about the result of his supposed duel with Gellert Grindelwald back in 1945, she replied. I was provided what I consider sufficient evidence that Gellert Grindelwald was, in fact, alive. She paused as she knew what the result of that statement would be. The light would get up in their wands about anyone questioning Albus Dumbledore, while the dark, what there now was of them, would immediately recognize Albus Dumbledore had perpetrated a fraud and wanted him dealt with there and then. She was right. It took Ogden a long minute plus before he recovered control of the chamber again. Finally he stared at Bones and demanded, "Perhaps you'd best explain that remark, Madam Bones." "And I'm happy to," she replied, before she thought about it for a longer moment. "Actually, I'm not happy to, but needs must." Seeming to rearrange her notes a little first, she said, "As I said, it was brought to my attention during a morning meeting, together with what I felt was sufficient evidence, that Albus Dumbledore was not entirely forthcoming regarding his duel with Gellert Grindelwald. Further, that evidence showed that Grindelwald was still alive. Before anyone could arc up again, she forged ahead. Immediately on the conclusion of that meeting I directly contacted the ICW regarding the issue, to confirm that the ICW had not retracted its kill on sight order against the man. They had not. I then informed the ICW that I had evidence Gellert Grindelwald was still alive, together with where he could be found. And, in return, was informed by the head of the ICW combat force that they would immediately investigate. Then waited for word back from them. An hour later they were back in contact with me to confirm that Gellert Grindelwald was found alive where the evidence I was provided indicated he was. And, she shouted the last word to get over the sudden rise of noise her remark elicited, which immediately quieted everyone down again. And as per the still existing kill-on-sight order, they immediately put the man to death. "What?" Dumbledore loudly exclaimed. "How dare they?" To Harry, Dumbledore was the loudest of those who exclaimed their anger, disgust, horror at what they'd just learned because he, Harry, was both the closest to the old man and felt Dumbledore had also pumped magic into his bellow of anger. Harry waited until the rest of the noise died down, with Ogden again having to judiciously bang his gavel quite a few times to accomplish it, before he said, on Dumbledore's reaction, just then, proves he knew the man to be alive. "I'll also point out Dumbledore has never said he'd killed Grindelwald, he has only said he defeated him. However, he knew everyone thought he had killed him, that is. Dumbledore might think that means he hasn't lied, but he did. It's called a lie of omission. That means it's fraud. And, secondly, accepting the Order of Merlin comes with it a financial benefit, the reward money. The reward money for Grindelwald was only payable on his death at the hands of whomever killed him. As Dumbledore accepted the reward money, when he knew Grindelwald was alive, is embezzlement. That he did it from the ICW's own funds makes it an international crime and, therefore, prosecutable only by the international courts. Therefore, while you want to prosecute him for the highly dangerous act of casting fiendfire right at the main doors of Gringotts in Diagon Alley for which the goblins want to prosecute him, as well the ICW are going to want to put him on trial, first. Then he turned to look at Dumbledore with the moist disappointed expression he could muster. Then, yet again mimicking the old man, he said, "Ah, Albus my boy, I'm so disappointed in you." Tisk, tisk, tisk. Dumbledore just glared back in hate, but never said a word. While McGonagall was apparently still on her way to the ministry to attend the Wizengamot chambers, the other three heads of houses of Hogwarts were still sitting together in Flitwick's office listening to the wireless. Flitwick sighed and said, "Well, it looks like Albus won't be back." Sprout gave a huff and said, "Good riddance, if everything we've heard is correct." "I do not doubt it," said Slughorn. "Apparently, Lord Peverell's been right on the galleon with every other issue he's raised. I find myself actually impressed with how much he seems to know about what happened regarding young Mr. Potter during his time as a student here." Flitwick nodded and said, "Yes, which means, Min's in trouble." "Not necessarily," said Sprout. "I, too, do not believe Min would have allowed Mr. Potter to return to his dormitory without first going to the infirmary to have the bite on his arm checked out. That particular potion smells off to me." Harry had just made his disappointment remark to Dumbledore when Minerva McGonagall walked into the chambers through the main entrance. Harry hadn't spotted her, but many of those facing him from the members' tiers did. Ogden was first to speak, which drew Harry's attention to the woman. "Professor McGonagall, what brings you here?" he called. As Harry turned to look when Ogden was looking he could see a quite angry McGonagall walking towards him, but with her attention on Ogden. After hearing much of what has been said in these chambers today via the wizarding wireless, I thought it best I come in before orders were sent to fetch me, she replied. I come to offer my own testimony about what Lord Peverell has spoken about concerning Mr. Potter's time at Hogwarts. And, can you? He asked. I can report that what Lord Peverell said concerning what happened on Mr. Potter's return from the fabled Chamber of Secrets is, to the best of my knowledge, true, she flatly stated. Minerva! Exclaimed Dumbledore, shocked his deputy would confirm such a fact. She turned to scowl at him for a long moment and said, go blow it out your ears, Albus, before she turned her attention back to Ogden. Further, Chief Warlock, I offer no explanation as to why I acted as I did that night. I also have no explanation as to why I acted the way I did with a lot more of what happened regarding Mr. Potter during his time at Hogwarts, and before. However, our potions professor, Professor Slughorn, believes it reeks of me having been under the effects of compulsion potions or charms at the time, as does Professor Flitwick. I have no other explanation, as I know I would not have acted that way if I wasn't under such effects. Further, I'm willing to offer a magical vow as to the truth of my words. We may just get to that, Madam McGonagall, said Bones, getting in first. It all depends, I guess, on whether or not we, the Wizengamot, are going to be able to put Dumbledore on trial, or if it will be, as Lord Peverell posits, the ICW putting him on trial first. First? Asked Harry. Oh, I do not think you understand. You see, whether he admits it or not, old Albus hereby putting Grindelwald in Nurmengard instead of actually killing him, as he knows most people thought he did was actually harboring a fugitive Dark Lord, even if that harboring was by way of locking him inside a prison cell. Under international wizarding law, harboring a recognized Dark Lord is an automatic death sentence. He heard McGonagall gasp in shock as she was led off to the side by a pair of oars. However, she was by far not the only one to do so. Old Albus here, since it's now been proven he was harboring Gellert Grindelwald, a lawfully recognized Dark Lord, even if that harboring occurred inside a prison, is bound for the ICW to face justice, he explained. I doubt he'll live much beyond his trial in front of their courts. That there were very few who got up in their wands about that little declaration told Harry they were either all in numb shock or nothing much about the old man's depravities would surprise them now. Instead, he decided to break out into a song for which he'd rewritten the lyrics in his head while on Hadrian, the Great Pretender. Oh yes, he's the Great Dissembler. Then he triggered yet another rune stone in the hem of his sleeve. This one provided the backing vocals. That it was in his own voice, the pitch was modified, so no one but Sirius and Luna recognized it. Ooh-oh-ooh-oh. Preteen, ding, he's doing goo-ood. Ooh-oh-ooh-oh. His need is such he deceives so much. He'll lie and deceive you, he w-o-u old. Oh yes, he's the Great Dissembler. Ooh-oh-ooh-oh. Hidden in his lies of his ow-wn. Ooh-oh-ooh-oh. He plays us for fools, but he's really a tool. Just la-ow-ji-hing at us like a clo-wn. Untrue are his tales of his greatest feats. Not real when I feel what the truth can't conceal. Ah-ooh-ah. Lord Peverell, barked Bones. The sudden interruption of his singing caused Harry to cough and hack a little before he looked at Bones in hurt surprise. In the middle of the chorus, he whined, really, Amelia my dear girl. I'm so disappointed in you. That actually earned him a couple of sniggers from among the members. Lord Peverell, she sighed. Please stop with the theatrics. Oh, he asked, feigning surprise. Again, did you ever demand the same of old Albus, here? When she just scowled back, Harry had his answer. That would be a no, he quietly said. Across the country, where most of the population by then were listening in via the wireless, there were quite a few snickers and even open laughter at Harry's singing and other behavior. Molly Weasley, after sending her youngest son outside when he came downstairs complaining of being hungry yet again, just sighed in disappointment at what she was hearing. Her youngest, Ginevra, had already set aside her knitting so she too could focus on what was faithfully being reported via the wireless. I know that singing voice, said Ginevra. I'm sure of it, I just can't remember from when or where I heard it. At Hogwarts, Pomona had given her own snort of amusement and quietly said, the young man has a decent singing voice, at least, tenor, I think. Somewhere between that and baritone, yes, said Slughorn. And at other places around the country others were showing their own amusement, tempered with anger towards Dumbledore, or quietly giving their opinions to one another of what they were hearing. Back at the Wizengamot, Harry turned his attention from Bones and addressed the entire body. In case I have failed to make my point through parody, I've acted the way I have purely to show you lot what you have allowed this old fool, indicated Dumbledore, to get away with for many years. If you are unwilling to allow me to get away with the exact same behavior when I clearly demonstrate it for you, then you show yourselves to be hypocrites. Are you hypocrites? He let that sink into the minds opposite, seeing many look away in apparent shame, before he continued. Your failure to act to curb Dumbledore's mind games aside, you people demanded my attendance here today. It didn't take a genius to figure out it was because you were planning on hanging a pretty medal around my neck. Well, you've now been informed as to what you need to do to gain my compliance to go along with that. 2. Summarize it all for you, you need to 1. Award Harry Potter an Order of Merlin for facing one-on-one a Class 5X highly dangerous magical beast, slaying it with a sword and saving the lives of all your heirs, all those others who were students at Hogwarts in the 1992-93 school year, at any rate, together with the entirety of the population of the rest of the school at that time from being killed by said beast. 2. Strip the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, from Gilderoy Lockhart. The man is a complete fraud and only got the basis of his fantasy tales by stealing them from the people who actually performed the feats. He's also, if you haven't figured it out yet, guilty of the illegal performing of obliviations and magical assault. 3. Strip the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, from Cornelius Fudge as he did not capture the Dark Lord's right-hand man, after all, for which he was awarded his Order of Merlin, making the award having been awarded on a false premise. 4. Award Harry Potter the Order of Merlin, 1st class, for killing Tom Riddle, a recognized, at the time, Dark Lord back on the 31st of October, 1981, as you were bloody well required by international law to do. And, 5. Strip the Order of Merlin, 1st class, from Albus above the law Dumbledore as he did not kill Gellert Grindelwald, after all, and of which Minister Bones can now provide proof. As far as I can see, as far as the evidence shows, the only persons to have been fairly awarded the Order of Merlin in magical Britain in the last century are Hector Dagworth Granger and, recently, Lord Sirius Black. Once you've completed those 5 tasks, then, only then will you gain my compliance. Until those conditions are met you can all, collectively, shove it where the sun doesn't shine. I believe the award to be tainted until those matters are rectified. And I will not be placed in the same category as frauds and liars. As he'd been laying out his demands, the noise from the members rose until he'd had to almost shout to be heard over the resultant din. However, he intended for it to be laid bare and refused to quiet down until he'd finished laying it all out. Once done he shut up, folded his arms across his chest and just stared back at Ogden with an eyebrow cocked and a self-satisfied smirk on his face. It took Ogden quite a while to finally regain control. When he did, though, he glared right back at Harry and firmly stated, "The Wizengamot will not be blackmailed into meeting your demands." "Then don't be," Harry immediately returned. "Just know, though, if you do not do exactly as I require you can, as I suggested, take your Order of Merlin and shove it up your collective asses. And I'll swear to that on my magic, if you attempt to push it. I will also take this entire matter before the ICW and have them do what you will not have done. As the Order of Merlin is an international award, they have the power to award or retract any and all Orders of Merlin, as they see fit. And, if they do such, the rest of the international magical community are going to know they did it and why." Once again he shut up, folded his arms across his chest and just stared back at Ogden with an eyebrow cocked. But didn't smirk back this time. While the staring match between Ogden and Harry was going on, another member, a senior witch, said, "While you two gentlemen engage in your dick-swinging contest, I want to know how it is that Lord Peverell was able to kill this Riddle man when we all know what the words of the prophecy say. Is your birthday on the 31st of July, young man?" Harry's eyes snapped from a scowling Ogden to the witch in question. Finally, someone has decided to actually use the brains God gave them and asked a logical question. He smirked at her. After a quick pause he said, "I demonstrated to Minister Bones a few days ago that the prophecy does not necessarily indicate someone born of the 31st of July or 30th of July, since that's Lord Longbottom's birthday." I've now no doubt she's been running her own examples of what I explained to her and has worked out that the born as the seventh month dies line can actually be used to describe approximately 100 plus of the 365 days of the year. He did, and I did, confirmed Bones, cutting in. He added, however, that's not the important line of the prophecy you all should have been considering. And what is? The same which demanded. He grinned and replied, the part of the line that states, for neither can live while the other survives. She frowned and snapped, and how is that relevant? Still grinning he replied, it means forgive my ignorance as to your identity, but I do not know how to address you. It's Lady Marchbanks, she replied. Lady Griselda Marchbanks. With a small bow in her direction, he said, thank you, Lady Marchbanks. Then replied, we may get to that in a moment, if you would. But, first, I take it you're the Griselda Marchbanks who is the head of the WEA. The Wizarding Examinations Authority. I am, she replied. Thank you, he said. Everyone has seemed to be all accepting of Albus's interpretation of the prophecy. As you're the head of the WEA and, if I remember correctly, even old enough to have been Albus's examiner for his owls and newts when he was a student, do you, perchance, recall what Albus's scores were for his owls and newts in divination? Do you recall when he attained his mastery in divination? That had a few members, plus Dumbledore himself, shift a little uncomfortably. Marchbanks smirked back and even gave him a little nod. Albus Dumbledore does not hold a mastery in divination. He did not sit newts for divination. Nor did he even sit owls for the subject. As Marchbanks continued to stare and smirk at Harry, while Harry also stared at Marchbanks, he heard quite the susurration of upset members and visitors rise around him. To the best of your knowledge, did Albus Dumbledore do any formal study of divination, at all? He demanded back. I fail to see how any of that is relevant. Snapped the old man. No one paid him any attention, especially not Harry or Marchbanks. With her smirk slightly widening into a grin, Marchbanks gave a single slow nod and replied, Albus Dumbledore took divination as an elective in his third year at Hogwarts. However, he dropped out of the subject after 3 weeks. Harry gave a single explosive snort of stunned amusement, while there were a few quiet exclamations of shock from the members and visitors, before he then started to scoff a little, trying to suppress that amusement before he failed to contain it and left forth with a short round of laughter. Do you mean to tell me, he scoffed, chuckled, looking about the members, that Albus Dumbledore with only 3 weeks of formal education in divination has been accepted by you all as an expert in prophecies? That had quite a few scowl back in shame and anger at Harry for bringing that to light. Did not one of you, he continued, bother to even ask Lady Marchbanks, who sits as a member with you, whether or not Albus Dumbledore was even qualified to give an interpretation of a prophecy? Before anyone could respond, as he wasn't expecting them to, he openly laughed at them, which had even more scowls and looks of shame reflected back at him. You have an entire department whose job is deal with prophecies, he snickered. They will have within their ranks masters of divination. Did not one of you bother to even ask of them their expert opinion? How the hell do you justify to yourselves you have any qualification you're capable of leading this great nation, when you cannot even figure that out for yourselves? And you've had 3 years to do so. Again he received no response. After all, what could they say in response without coming across looking like even bigger idiots? When he received no response after waiting long enough to receive one, he continued, it's called the Department of Mysteries, by the way. And, part of their mandate is to answer for you such questions, if you only think to ask. Not one of them said a word back when he again paused to see if they would respond. When, after a long 5 to 10 seconds, they didn't, he looked back to Marchbanks and said, anyway, Madam Marchbanks. You were asking about the line, for neither can live while the other survives. Yes, Lord Peverell, she agreed. As I undertook an owl in divination, he replied, I am, therefore, an even greater expert in divination than Albus Dumbledore. As you accept Albus Dumbledore to be an expert in prophecies with only 3 weeks of formal education in the subject under his belt, you can therefore accept me as a Grand Master of the subject. And grinned at them, especially her. Before anyone could arc up, he continued, for the line to actually make sense, it means that the person who the prophecy foresaw as being Riddle's vanquisher had to be considered not alive. That had a few gasps and muttering from most within the chamber. You'll need to explain that, said Marchbanks, otherwise ignoring the noise their discussion had now generated. Actually, I'll probably need to prove that, he gently corrected her. And, for that, I'll need an unspeakable with expertise in identification magics. Preferably one also with expertise in soul magics. Oh, and by expertise I mean someone who has more than 3 weeks of formal education, just in case you were wondering. Marchbanks ignored the verbal put down, looked to Ogden and said, Chief Warlock, please summon one. Why bother? Asked Harry. I've no doubt they'll be listening in on this session. She muttered a bit under her breath, no doubt casting aspersions upon Harry, before she called in a clear voice, can we have at least one unspeakable who has expertise in identification magics and soul-based magics, please? Yes, said Ogden, clearly annoyed for having being ignored. A suitable unspeakable, please. Just as Ogden said, please, an unspeakable, with their hood up, suddenly appeared on the other side of Albus from Harry. You asked for me, asked the unspeakable before anyone could say anything. Ogden scowled at the woke man, even their gender was masked by the charms the person was wearing, for a moment before he gestured to Harry and said, please attend Lord Peverell. Apparently, we heard, said the unspeakable, cutting him off, before then turning to Harry. Lord Peverell. Harry smirked at the person for a moment before he said, one moment, please. Then turned back to the members. Since I have been back in magical Britain, no one, except the goblins of Gringotts, have actually asked me my name, he explained. I have been asked who I was, I have been asked how I'd like to be addressed, I've been asked if I can be addressed by the informal, Hardwin. However, I've not been asked my actual name. My first name is Hardwin, I am Lord Peverell and I am Lord Potter. But people, including old Albus here, have been making erroneous assumptions about just what my name is. I, using Albus's verbal tricks, have been giving dissembling responses whenever I've been directly asked my identity. I have not lied, but I have misled. I did it to hoist Albus upon his own petard. I felt it held a certain level of poetic justice. For the greater good. Who am I? I am someone this very body declared dead, thereby meeting the conditions of the prophecy of that line, for neither can live while the other survives. Then he turned to grin at the unspeakable and, in a clear voice, said, Unspeakable, please use your identification verification magics to determine my actual name and full identity. The unspeakable glanced once towards the members before he walked around Dumbledore, drawing their wand as they came. Even Dumbledore remained quiet at this point. He also wanted to know. With their wand out and held high, the unspeakable paused a moment before he made a few intricate gestures over Harry, who stood there and let it happen. After a long moment the unspeakable paused in shock and said, Bloody hell. Then there were a few more quick gestures before they stepped back, staring at Harry and indicated by their body posture in apparent shock. Well? Demanded Ogden when the unspeakable seemed shocked into immobility and too shocked to respond. It took yet another moment before the unspeakable gave a start, stepped back forward and cast what appeared to be the charm a third time. With a subtle slump of defeat, he turned to Ogden and, in a clear voice, said, This is going to be difficult to believe, however, I've cast the charm 3 times and the results are confirmed. Harry turned to grin at Ogden, who was still staring at the unspeakable. Well? Demanded Ogden a second time. Who is he, really? The unspeakable paused a bare heartbeat before he replied, He is Lord Hardwin Harry James Potter, Lord of the House of Potter, Lord of the House of Peverell, heir presumptive of the House of Black. First and only born of James and Lily Potter. Born the 31st of July, 1980. Harry expected there to be an immediate and great ruckus. However, he got the exact opposite, there was complete silence. Flicking his hands open like a magician would do, he declared, Ta-da-a-a-a. Then there was pandemonium. All around the British wizarding world there had been gasps of shock, mutters of, sweet Merlin, dear God, and similar quiet exclamations. Some witches and even a couple of wizards had fainted, items held in hands were dropped, and similar. One very elderly wizard even died of a heart attack brought on by shock. No one noticed for more than a day, as he was in seclusion and living alone at the time. At the Burrow, Ronald Weasley, who had snuck back inside to try and pilfer yet another wedge of pie, muttered, Bloody hell. Ginny had frozen in place and Molly had fainted, dropping a dish as she did so. At Hogwarts, there were similar reactions. In Flitwick's office, though, and after his own moment of shock, Flitwick muttered, I thought I recognized that voice. How? Sprout gasped. In the visitors' tiers the journalists were now scribbling madly away, after first checking to ensure their dictaquills had caught everything. And, in the VIP's tiers, Luna was quietly giggling while she watched what was happening down on the floor before the Wizengamot, in the Wizengamot itself and keeping a close eye on Neville, sitting near her. In reverse order, Neville Longbottom was gaping back at Harry with wide eyes and didn't appear to even be breathing. The Wizengamot were partly roaring out their displeasure, demanding to be heard, had fainted or were sitting in shock staring at Harry just as Neville was. And Harry he had turned to grin at Luna for a moment, winked and turned back to watch the Wizengamot. Insanity. After a few moments of waiting for and watching the mo to settle down, and their failing to do so, he turned to the Unspeakable and quietly asked, Sue, how's your day been? Though he couldn't properly read the Unspeakable's expression due to the masking charms they used on their hoods, the slight snort of amusement he got back assured Harry the woke man thought it was at least a little funny. The Unspeakable hesitated a moment and then recast the same charm on him before giving a sigh and saying, after this is done, we'll want to talk to you down in the DOM. I'll check my schedule, Harry replied. You do realize, don't you, that everyone is going to want to talk to me as soon as this, as you put it, is done. Another snort from the Unspeakable, this time more of a scoff, and he said, we're the Unspeakables, we take precedence. Harry's smirk turned into one that could have been thought of as almost malicious. Yes and no, he said. Yes, you are the Unspeakables, and no, you do not take precedence. When the Unspeakable again turned to look more fully towards him, Harry continued, I will visit with the Unspeakables and tell you what I can about your so-called Veil of Death. Its proper name is the Astroporta, by the way, but there are other urgent matters I must attend to first. The Unspeakable hesitated a moment before he quietly asked, and those would be. Harry hesitated a jot before he just as quietly replied, 1. Making sure Dumbledore is taken from here by the ICW orders to stand trial before the ICW. 2. Making sure these idiots, and gave a slight head's tilt nod towards the Wizengamot, don't try to pin an order of Merlin on me before they comply with all of my 5 demands. 3. Go and apologize to Lord Longbottom for hexing his ass off with prank hexes back that day Dumbledore cast Fiendfire in the alley, and key my girlfriend as part apology for coming clean on who I truly am before she said I should. You do not wish to speak with the journalists. Harry gave his own scoffing snort and replied, hell, no. Meanwhile, the Wizengamot had finally quietened down enough that Ogden only had to raise his voice slightly, due to the minor and permanent sonorous charm on the Chief Warlock's seat, to be able to be heard. Orders, he barked. As of this moment, anyone who makes any noise other than myself, those I first call upon, Lord Peverell Potter and Albus Bloody Dumbledore, are to be immediately removed from these chambers. And, yes, that does also include the members of the Wizengamot. Even if they then subsequently shut up, they are still to be removed. Am I clear? Yes, sir. Called back the senior-most Auror, a master Auror, as everyone immediately shut up. That man then looked to the other Aurors and gave them each a nod. Quickly, they began to fan out and keep a closer eye on both the members and the guests, including the journalists. Once he got that silence again, hopefully more permanently this time, Ogden turned to Harry again. Lord Peverell Potter, he called. Harry had to break off his quiet discussion with the Unspeakable to look back. Yes. How? Started Ogden before he quietly sighed. We were led to believe that you had been magically banished through the Veil of Death during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries. How is it you're alive? Harry smiled and replied, what you call the Veil of Death is not what you think it is. It's actually called an Astroporta. For those who don't know their ancient Latin, that means, Star Gate. It's also a great many years older than even the Unspeakables think it is. How I'm alive is that I believe I accidentally triggered its true purpose when I was knocked back through the event horizon that exists on the other side of that veil that hangs before it. My going through it, or something I did just as I passed through the curtain, activated the gate. Which, in turn, activated what the Muggles referred to as a stable wormhole. I came out the other end and through a similar gate a very, very long way away from here. I was at that place for the past few years until I was found by a highly classified branch of the United States Muggle military and brought back through another gate, a more modern one and one that is located in the United States. Sorry, but I cannot tell you where it is, or which part of the United States military found me and brought me back. It transported you to some other place?" asked Ogden. "Yup," replied Harry. "And, sorry if I told you where that was, you'd never believe me." "Try us," demanded Ogden. Harry grinned at him and said, "Very well. At night, look into the sky and look for the star constellation known as Canis Majoris. In that constellation, at where the dog's chest would be found, is found the second brightest star in the night sky. In reality, it's actually two stars in what the Muggles call a binary star configuration. They are Sirius A and Sirius B. Using incredibly powerful telescopes, the Muggles across the world have deduced that the binary star system known collectively as Sirius is, in fact, 8.6 light-years away. If you don't know how far a light year is, it's based on the time it takes for light to travel from one point to another. Further, the Muggles figured out many decades ago that light travels at, and took a slip of parchment out of one of his pockets to check his figures, 186,000 miles per second. Or, if you prefer, 671 million miles per hour. 8.6 light-years means that Sirius, the star, not my godfather, is approximately a little over 50.5 trillion miles away from here. That's 505 followed by 11 zeros. Harry grinned even further as he looked back up. Surprised he hadn't been interrupted and accused of lying yet, he continued and said, "Orbiting Sirius A is a planet where the gravity is 5% stronger than it is here on Earth. I was on that planet from the time I went through the Astroporta, the Stargate, until late October this year when the Muggle Americans found me and brought me back to Earth. Does that answer your question?" he sweetly asked. There was a short pause before he was, indeed, accused of lying by angry voices of the members. Calmly, he simply drew his wand and held it in the oath position. As soon as many saw him draw it, they quickly shut up. Those members, it seemed, had not yet forgotten he'd fought Riddle and 13 of his best, won on 14, and walked away victorious and, apparently, without a scratch. When he raised his wand to cover his heart, he then loudly called, "I, Lord Hardwin James Peverell Potter." And that had the rest shut up. "Swear on my magics and my very life that from the night of the 18th of June, 1996, until the last days of October, 1999, I was residing on a planet orbiting the star known as Sirius A found in the night sky in the constellation known as Canis Majoris, and that I was finally rescued from that planet by a team of specialist Muggle American military personnel, trained in using the Astroporta system of stargates and traveling, as they call it, off-world. As I say, so I swear, so let me be judged by Lady Magic herself." A moment later a great flash of magic rippled out from Harry and quickly faded away. It showed the oath, took. In the again sudden quiet, Harry regripped his wand, correctly, this time, he gave the tip a flick off to the side and firmly, properly incanted, Expecto Patronum. Patronus prongs emerged from his wand tip and quickly canted around him, the unspeakable, Dumbledore and even Riddle's body, looking for targets to attack. Not seeing any, it trotted back to Harry, passing through Riddle's body on the way to him, awaiting Harry's next order. "The next person who flat out calls me or even alludes to me being a liar will be facing me on the dueling piste," he firmly, almost snarlingly, stated. "I remind you that 2 days ago I dueled Riddle and his supposedly top 13 minions 1 on 14 in combat. I handily whipped their asses, so you can expect not to live beyond a few moments of stepping onto the piste." He gave that a long few moments to hang in the air before he turned his attention from the now frightened members and to the Patronus. "Thank you, Prongs. You may go." And the Patronus quickly faded away. "Now," he said, ready to provide further proof. "First, if anyone knows what Harry Potter's Patronus is, speak now, please." "A stag," called Sirius. "Thank you, Lord Black," said Harry. "Yes, a stag. It's always been a stag. And I suspect it's a stag because my father's animagus form was that of a stag." "That it was," said Sirius. "Next," said Harry, reaching into an inside beak pocket of his robes. He pulled out an old pair of glasses, his old pair, and donned them. Then immediately doffed his hat. Looking up at the members he gave the same cocky grin he used to often wear at Hogwarts. And he could see that many of the members recognized him from his so-called trial back in mid-August, 1995, even if it was through the now fuzziness of the lenses of the glasses. And finally, he continued, removing the glasses again, as members and even a few of the visitors quietly muttered to one another in surprise. He used his offhand to push his fringe up and aside to let everyone see the remnants of his famous scar. "My scar. Harry, my boy," Dumbledore suddenly called, exuding false bonhomie. "How wonderful to see you again." Harry exclaimed, leaping off to the side and away from the old man as if in sudden fear. A moment later he angrily snapped back, "Don't start, Albie my boy. For the past couple of weeks you've been claiming I'm a dark wizard, all but ready to join Tom Riddle and become his new right-hand man. You, more than any other person here, have absolutely no right to speak to me as if we're old friends. We're not." As the old man looked away with yet another scowl, Harry ignored him again and turned back to Ogden. "As I have now proven beyond any logical or magical doubt, I am Lord Hardwin James Peverell Potter, more commonly and often disrespectfully known as Harry Potter, and Harry Potter was declared dead by this very body 3 years ago. The line in the prophecy, 'For neither can live while the other survives,' now makes more sense. Tom Riddle was vanquished by someone who was not considered alive. Now that I've offed the bastard, I can allow my true identity to again become known, and, therefore, live again. Through that particular part of the prophecy now comes true and makes sense." Harry could see quite a few of the members now nodding along. He breathed an internal sigh of relief that they'd bought it. That it was also the truth was besides the point when it came to witches and wizards. They would accept practically anything told them, even if it didn't make sense beyond a bare moment of logical thought. Unknown to Harry, but suspected, was the number of people listening in who also found what he said made a great deal of sense. Subconsciously, and not so, in some cases, they were all now recognizing that Dumbledore had misled them all. Originally, the wireless was only supposed to have covered approximately a half hour of the sitting, as the management of the WWN thought that would be all they'd need. However, the broadcast had now gone on for much longer than that, and the same management had no intention of cutting their feet and going back to their scheduled broadcast. For one, they knew they'd find themselves lynched by the wizarding populace if they did so, and second, they knew they were currently experiencing the largest audience on record they'd ever had. Ginny had finally woken her mother up and the two of them were again listening to the wireless and its live coverage of what was going on in the chamber. After again entering, Ronald had once again been banished from the kitchen. This time, after managing to snag 2 more thick wedges of the pumpkin pie, he'd been chased out with stinging hexes by his mother, plus a few subtly cast ones from his sister. Ginny was in tears, knowing she had no chance of ever getting Harry back, not after the way she'd been part of the group that twice tried to capture him. And also now understood that her Neville was definitely not the chosen one, after all. And Molly was in tears because she now understood she'd been duped by the old man right from the start. And was also in tears because she now understood that Harry was alive, after all, and was happy to learn that. Similar was occurring right across magical Britain in workplaces and other homes. Flitwick, Sprout and Slughorn hadn't moved from Flitwick's office, but also knew they didn't have to. The house elves were monitoring the students and had reported that every single student was now also listening to the wireless. It was the calmest the school had been in years. Instead, Flitwick, while maintaining an ear to what was being reported on the wireless, was also writing down a list of actions he believed would need to be taken as soon as the broadcast was over. They included an immediate contact of someone on the school board to inform them they'd be immediately needing a new headmaster mistress, a new deputy headmaster mistress if Minerva was charged over what had happened to Ms. Lord Potter during his time as a student, and how they'd handle other matters relating to the school and what had been brought to light during the broadcast. Sprout and Slughorn had learned what he was doing and were occasionally offering their own advice. With a sigh, Harry said, "All right. I've now given you the list of 5 conditions you must meet for me to consider accepting the Order of Merlin for offing your Dark Lord for you." That had quite a few more grumbles from the members, but he ignored them. "I now add a 6th, that Albus Dumbledore must also be immediately handed over to the ICW's Aurors for him to stand trial before the ICW for his crimes," he added. "I expect that to occur before night falls tonight." "No," cried Albus. "I will not allow it." Harry tagged him with a quietly cast silencing charm. "Zip, shut up, Albus. Turning back to the Wizengamot he added, in the meantime you people have work to do. I'll leave you to it. Turning to Bones he said, Minister, please inform whoever it is that heads the DMLE at this time that I will ready for them a rack of vials which will contain my memories of all the things I have spoken about and concerning my days as a preschooler, while as a student at Hogwarts and during the breaks between terms. Further, I will provide memories of my time on Hadrian, the planet I mentioned that orbits Sirius A, as I believe it just may become significantly important in the future. When she gave a nod back, he gave her a nod of his own, spun about and walked out of the chamber without a single look back. No one attempted to stop him. As soon as he stepped out the doors leading into the chamber, he quickly donned his invisibility cloak and quietly made his way to the atrium, and flowed back to Grimmauld Place. He was mentally exhausted, now had a sore throat from speaking so much. With his aborted attempt to sing adding to that, and needed a nap. He knew Sirius and Remus would keep a watch over Luna and the three would make it back as soon as they could. Back in the chamber and as Harry walked out the main doors, Sirius stood and called, Chief Warlock. It was a long moment before Ogden almost wearily turned his eyes to him. Lord Black, relating to the issues raised by Lord Peverell Potter, I have a number of emergency motions to put to this body. Ogden almost subtly winced, sighed and repeated, Lord Black. First motion, said Sirius. I move that Albus Dumbledore be held by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, in shackles and in a holding cell until such time as he will be collected by representatives of law enforcement of the ICW to stand trial before them for the crimes of including, but not necessarily limited to those related to fraud, embezzlement and the harboring of a legally recognized Dark Lord. Now see here, exclaimed Dumbledore. Though he'd clearly wandlessly broken through Harry's lightly cast silencing charm, he was still ignored by all but a few. And one of the few wasn't the Chief Warlock. Accepted, Ogden firmly stated. Do I have a seconder? Over a dozen people immediately stood, with others starting to rise or going to stand, but seeing it wasn't necessary, again sitting. At the same time, one of the Aurors stepped forward and reapplied the silencing charm. This time, it was much stronger. Seconded by Lord Greengrass, declared Ogden. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Lord Black? Yup. Sirius cheekily returned before beginning to speak in support of his own motion. The meeting then got down to the nitty-gritty of what they knew they needed to accomplish whether they liked it or not. Immediately after the first passed, two ICW Aurors appeared on the floor from dispelled Notice Me Not charms and doffed invisibility cloaks. They'd be taking Dumbledore right from there to the ICW. And had the written documentation on them to authorize exactly that. Once they'd gone again, this time with Dumbledore remanacled with ICW manacles and between them, Sirius rose for his second motion. It was to ensure that Hardwin James Potter, now Lord Hardwin James Peverell Potter, was undeclared dead and the declaration of death certificate be rescinded. It was 2 hours later and well past lunch before Sirius, Remus and Luna returned to Grimmauld. Luna immediately went upstairs and woke Harry, who was taking his nap. Redressing, but a lot more casually, Harry went down to the welcoming room. There, he met with Sirius and Remus. How did it go after I left? He immediately asked before they could say anything. Sirius was grinning at him. As soon as you left I moved a motion for Dumbles to remain in Auror custody until he could be collected by ICW Aurors. However, as soon as the motion passed which it, of course, would two ICW Aurors, who'd been on the floor and under invisibility cloaks and hiding charms at the time, removed them and said they'd be taking him right then and there. They did, too, said Remus. After Bones confirmed they were who they said they were and verified their written authorizations, Albus had to be dragged out of the chamber while claiming he had important information Wizarding Britain needed to know before he was taken away. He was ignored by even the ICW Aurors, who just dragged him from the chamber in their own magic-inhibiting manacles. That would be information relating to the Horcruxes, said Luna. Dumbledore still doesn't know they've all been collected and destroyed. The ICW will dose him with Veritaserum and get it out of him, said Sirius. I'll have to let Amelia know about them and provide her proof. They've all been destroyed before the ICW contact her, once they get that information which I've no doubt they will out of the old man. Harry nodded and said, and you can tell her that the one that was in my scar was destroyed when I went through the Astra Porta. I think Dumbledore probably knew about it, which is. He did, Luna firmly interrupted. He also did not believe it could be removed without your death. Harry shrugged and said, "Well, as long as no one believes the old bastard, I don't care. He'll be silenced forever, soon enough." "What else happened?" he pressed. "Next, I had you undeclared dead," he replied. "That way, your legal identity will be re-established. Next, and as you wanted, they stripped Fudge of his Order of Merlin, but they can't strip Dumbledore of his, because it was awarded by the ICW. However, by direct order of the Wizengamot, they've sent along their demand, the ICW strip it from him. Not that it was needed, I suppose. I can't see the ICW not stripping it from him before they execute him. The Mo have also chosen to wait until they have evidence from you, via certified pensieve memories, before they award you an Order of Merlin for facing and killing the Basilisk, but will be awarding you your rightful one for killing Riddle back in October 81. The same for the evidence relating to the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, awarded to Lockhart. And they went ahead and voted to award you an Order of Merlin, 1st class, for killing Riddle this time, but it's worded so they can't force you to accept it, just made it so it's automatic if you state you will." Luna clarified, "That's 3 Orders of Merlin, 1st class, you're due to receive, Harry. They haven't decided if the Order of Merlin for killing the Basilisk will be a 2nd or 1st class, Luna," said Remus. "Once they see the memory, it'll be a 1st class," Luna assured them. "Internationally," said Sirius, "there's only been one person who has ever received multiple Orders of Merlin, 1st class, and that was 2 and was a couple centuries ago. You, Harry, will be the only person who will have ever received 3 of them." Harry gave a snort and said, "And I'm not even 21 years old yet. In some parts of the world I'd not yet be considered even an adult." The rest of the day, after a late lunch quickly prepared by Dobby, was spent in quiet discussion about how well Harry's prank had worked and what they'd need to do next. It was during a quiet moment that owls started arriving, all addressed to Harry in various forms of his name from simply Harry Potter, all the way up to Lord Hardwin James Peverell Potter and even a Lord Harry Potter Peverell. Many of the first were about apologizing to him and or welcoming him back. However, a great many of the others were abusive for reasons that included destroying Dumbledore, the Dark Lord, Voldemort, stealing the title of Chosen One from Longbottom and a few others. Even worse, some of them were loaded with harmful curses, illegal auto portkeys, impregnated with potions and similar. And one even came with a proposed betrothal contract for some young witch Harry had never even heard of. At least, he hoped she was at least young. Before even a dozen owls had arrived, Sirius was already on the flow to the Aurors to explain to them what was going on. After he disconnected, he was immediately back contacted by acting director Proudfoot who, due to how busy they still were, suggested he ask the goblins for help. Sirius thanked the man for the suggestion, apologized to him for knowing he was quite busy and immediately did as suggested. He contacted the goblins. Once contacted, the goblins near immediately sent one of their best warders through, who erected a hasty mail redirection ward with promises a more permanent one would be erected within the day. The goblin explained it was because Harry was now considered a hero of Gringotts. The owls were now all, with a few exceptions based on sender, redirected to Gringotts. Once there, it would all be recorded as to who sent it, if there were any illegal, illicit charms, potions or the like included, the identity of any and all magical signatures involved, stripped of all such, and sent on, as Gringotts was automatically one of the approved senders. The townhouse breathed a sigh of relief for about 2 hours before the mail all started to arrive again, this time via Gringotts, owls in bundles. When the mail arrived, it was contained inside a package from Gringotts, with a covering letter informing Lord Peverell Potter of what, if any, magics had been included in the originals. Harry was, of course, furious, not at the goblins, but at those who had the audacity to actually try something like that on him. It reminded him of what befell Hermione in February of their 4th year at Hogwarts. He immediately started drafting vituperate responses, threatening the sender with severe harm, until Luna took what he was writing away from him and told him to stop. "At this rate, Harry, you're going to end up making enemies of all the families of all those you end up having to kill," she firmly said. "Let Sirius draft the replies and you just sign them." "Damn fine idea," Sirius cut in, having just read one of Harry's proposed responses. "Well," huffed Harry, "I'm not letting them get away with this." "We won't be," she said. "How about, instead of writing angry reply letters, you write up a letter to the editor of the Daily Prophet about all this." He thought a bit, gave a nod and said, "That I can definitely do. And we'll make the necessary changes to it before you send it," she added. He scowled at her a little before he asked, "You don't trust me?" "I don't trust you to not think nothing of killing every single one of the idiots who've done this while you're in this mood," she returned. Remus said, "This needs to be carefully handled, Harry. Wouldn't you rather see all these idiots paying for their crimes through the courts, than again be seen as an up-and-coming Dark Lord?" Harry gave another huff of annoyance and grumbled, "Finn." Then he pulled another sheet of parchment towards himself as he began to try and get his temper under control enough to write a letter for the prophet that didn't promise swift and tough, personally delivered, repercussions for those who'd gotten up to mischief. Actually, on second thought, start with writing a draft thank you note to those who actually wrote nice things, said Luna. Something generic that can be magically copied as a form letter. That way, you'll be able to set aside your anger before you write to the Daily Prophet. With a sigh, he decided not to argue and to do that instead. That activity occupied the rest of their night until they went to bed. Harry only had to rewrite his form letter twice and his letter to the editor of the Daily Prophet 4 times before the other 3 declared both well written and had him sign them. Dobby personally delivered the one for the Daily Prophet to ensure it arrived in time. Meanwhile, owls kept arriving until nearly 11 o'clock when Sirius used the house wards to block them, bar Hedwig, from even entering the property. They'd deal with all those that turned up during the late night and early morning the next morning after breakfast. The next morning's Daily Prophet was a bumper issue, with everything that happened at the Wizengamot the previous morning. Harry wondered why they'd bothered, what with the apparent listening audience of the WWN being nearly every witch and wizard in magical Britain. He didn't realize he'd asked that out loud until Luna replied, 1. Not everyone had the ability to listen to the WWN, many were at work and couldn't listen in, or simply don't own a wireless set. 2. The WWN could only be listened to by those in magical Britain. The Daily Prophet is delivered right across the wizarding world, including into places not even part of the ICW-recognized countries. And 3. Some people need to read important information, because they were either distracted or unable to properly absorb the information given orally into their memories. Hun, he quietly exclaimed. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Luna. She just gave a nod back as she was working on other letters for Harry. She was working on writing the response letters to those who had employed underhanded tactics, but hadn't actually crossed the line into breaking the law. The abuse letters would be responded to with a stern warning of consequences of upsetting a lord of 2 noble houses, and that warning included how there would be no more warnings in future. Such writers were informed their names were now on an already been warned list. Because Harry managed to write the letter to the editor of the Prophet and send it out early enough, it too appeared in that edition of the news parchment. He was just thankful that, although it was rewritten to be as if he was being interviewed by a Prophet journalist, it was otherwise accurate, including how he would come down hard on anyone foolish enough to try and attack him, even via the post. Thank Merlin, we did, said Sirius. I shudder to think how bad all this mail would have gotten if it wasn't included in this edition. The other 3 could only agree. The household, with the exception of Tonks who had yet another long day working as an orer, settled down to try and get as many of the letters that needed to be written. The entire day was filled with that, with the only breaks being for short periods of getting up to exercise and massaging aching quill hands. Thankfully, almost all the offensive mail stopped no later than late morning. Obviously Harry's interview was clear enough to anyone who thought they could send him abusive, offensive, illegally charmed mail and get away with it. That the letter included how it was all being redirected to the Gringotts first to have recorded exactly what shenanigans people tried through the mail, might have also had something to do with it. That didn't stop the congratulatory thank you mail, though. That, they still received. However, for almost all of it, they could send the form letter. It was that evening Sirius received his own owl, and it wasn't a Gringotts owl. Checking it for harmful potions and magics first, he relieved the owl of its letter and quickly had it in hand. It's from Cousin Narcissa, he said. Remember my words, Sirius, Luna immediately said. Sirius gave a small grimace before he gave a nod and carefully opened the letter. After reading it, he said, she's just been released from hospital and is at the Leaky. She claims she needs an urgent word. She can't go home, said Luna. When Harry claimed the manor under Predatum and altered the wards, he blocked her from going there. She has nowhere else to go. You'll need to arrange someplace for her to stay, unless, of course, you're willing to allow her to go back to the now ex-Malfoy manor. I'd recommend allowing her to use one of the minor black or other recently inherited properties, for now. Sirius, though clearly unwelcome of allowing her to do that, finally slumped in a sigh and said, I'll find her somewhere she can stay. Good boy, said Luna. Don't forget to allow her command of a house elf. She lacks the skills necessary to take care of herself. He turned a wry grin on her and asked, any suggestions? Obviously not surprised about the question, or that Sirius asked it, she replied, let her have use of the Rosier Manor, for now. With the death of both Lucius and Draco, you have prior claim to it. Go see your Gringotts account manager about it. Surprised, Sirius asked, I own the Rosier Manor. Yes, she replied. Malfoy inherited it when the last of the Rosier died. And you inherited it when both male Malfoys died. Harry laughed at the look of shock on his godfather's face. Sirius headed out a half-hour later after first changing into a suitable set of robes for the Lord of House Black. When Sirius returned to Grimmauld, he was clearly a lot more relaxed. Upon seeing him, Harry asked, how did it go? Sitting at the kitchen table, the household were still gathered around. Sirius asked Dobby to provide him a cup of tea before he replied, she's unmarked, for a start. As Luna said, she does not bear the dark mark. Once I confirmed myself of that, I took her down to Gringotts to speak with Lockjaw, the black account manager. Between us I found out just how much, through Harry taking out Riddle's inner circle, I managed to inherit. It's a lot. Plus, as Luna said, one of the properties was Rosier Manor. I took Sissy there to check the place out. Once I formally claimed the property, I then asked her if she was willing to stay there until I sorted things out. Thankfully, she was. An ex-Rosier house elf was available to her, already there. Then he turned his attention more fully to Harry and said, I need you to adjust the wards on her old place so I can take her there. She needs to recover what she needs, clothing, toiletries, things like that. Harry gave a nod and, as he stood, said, then we best go about doing that right now. I can also use the opportunity to hand the wards of the place over to you. Giving a wry look to the cup of tea he'd only just managed to take a sip from, Sirius nodded and also stood. Harry went through the flow first to Diagon Alley and then apparated directly into the manor's head of house office. He quickly had the wards adjusted to allow Sirius in via the flow, then sent him a messenger Patronus. Sirius arrived only 20 seconds later. A quick handoff of the wards, a temporary addition of Narcissa Black, Sirius had accepted her back into House Black and ended the line of Malfoy, and both returned to Grimmauld. Then, as Harry headed back to Grimmauld, Sirius headed back out to speak with Narcissa and take her to go and get her personal effects. He returned again a little over half an hour later. All good? Asked Luna. All good, he replied. She's now settled into Rosier Manor for now. The next morning, and while they were sitting for breakfast, they were visited by a messenger Patronus of a puma. Lord Black, I am ICW Master Auror McCutcheon. I and my partner, ICW Senior Auror Wong, are currently outside your Grimmauld property and need you to let us in. The voice had an Australian accent. Just as the first one finished its message, a second one bounded into the room through the wall and stopped alongside the first as it was fading away. Our location magics have informed us there are certain very dark artifacts on your property we urgently need to collect. Then a third one bounded into the room through the wall and stopped alongside the second as it, too, faded away. We also assure you that you are not at risk of arrest if we can quickly acquire these items and dispose of them. We ask of you your urgent attendance. That would have taken a fair bit of power, said Remus, staring at and watching the third messenger Patronus fade away. To be able to cast 3 in succession like that, I mean. Sirius gave a grunt of acknowledgement and started to rise. I'd best go let them in. They're here for the Horcruxes, said Luna. Sirius paused a moment to look back at her before he gave a nod and said, then, once I confirm their identities, I'd best let them in. Remus rose and said, I'll be right behind you, as your backup. Sirius just gave a nod and both men left the room. Less than a minute later Sirius led in 2 men, who were wearing matching combat-based uniforms, into the kitchen. One was a solid-haired blue-eyed man with metal-framed glasses in what appeared to be a very slight prescription. The second was a slighter, clearly Asian, man with the normal black hair and brown, slightly pinched eyes of that race. "Harry, Luna, this is ICW Master Auror McCutcheon and ICW Senior Auror Wong," explained Sirius. "Harry, Master Auror McCutcheon needs to examine the site of your scar." Harry gave a nod, stood and turned towards the Master Auror. "Master Auror," he quietly said, holding his arms slightly away from his sides. The invitation was obvious. The Master Auror calmly walked forward, drawing his wand as he came, with a slight frown on his face. At a little over an arm's reach distance from Harry, he carefully raised his wand and cast smooth, but deliberate, gestures over Harry's forehead. Harry felt a very light prickle from the scar, but that was it. The Auror then stepped back, lowering his wand and gave a slight bow. "Thank you, Lord Peverell Potter. That was all I needed." "Let me guess," said Harry, a little snarkily. "Albus above the law Dumbledore, the great dissembler, has coughed up under magical vow or veritaserum that he knows that I am a Horcrux and, therefore, have to die in order for Voldemort to be vanquished for good." "Yes." The Master Auror smirked back and said, "Under veritaserum, while also under legilimency, yes." "And, yes," he said something to that effect. Harry gave a nod and said, "From what I can figure out, there was a sliver of Riddle's soul behind my scar, right up until I went through the Astra Porta. Something in the wormhole ripped it right out as I was traveling between worlds." "A sliver of soul, yes," said the Auror. "But not a Horcrux. It was a very slight ongoing attempted possession that had no power to do anything but cause you some mental problems and rob you of a bit of your magic to sustain it." The way he made that last statement was clearly a question. Harry gave a nod back. "I used to have anger management and concentration issues. They stopped after I went through the Astra Porta." The Auror acted as if that didn't surprise him. Then he turned to his partner and the two stared at one another for a long moment before the Master turned back and said to them all, "That's all we needed. Thank you for your time. Since I see Dumbledore is my current greatest threat," said Harry, "can you share with us as to his fate?" The Master Auror only looked back for a slightly hesitated moment before he said, "It'll be public soon enough. Your minister has already been informed. Albus Dumbledore, after being tried for his crimes which included harboring a recognized Dark Lord and after first having his credentials and Order of Merlin stripped from him, was executed at dawn this morning, Geneva time. Geneva is 1 hour ahead of London." Harry breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Thank you." The Auror only gave a single head shake back before he returned, "No. Thank you for letting us know the truth as to the crimes he committed against the wizarding world." When they left, with Sirius escorting them out and returning, Luna quietly said, "They weren't Aurors. They were unspeakables." Harry smirked back and said, "I guessed that, too." "Oh?" asked Remus. "They wouldn't have sent Aurors to deal with the Horcruxes," said Harry. "They'd have sent unspeakables. Ergo, they were actually unspeakables masquerading as Aurors. They were using wandless legilimency on each other, too," said Sirius, as unsurprised as Harry about Luna's quiet remark concerning their identity. "That's an unspeakable thing, I know they do. Aurors don't do that, not even ICW Aurors." With Dumbledore now confirmed to no longer be a threat to him and his, Harry was more comfortable with venturing out and about as Harry Potter again. However, when he raised just that with Sirius, his godfather said, "I'd give it another day, Hardwin Harry." "Oh?" asked Harry. "The mail redirection ward is only on this property," explained Sirius. "As soon as you step out from under them, owls will again home in on you to deliver their mail." Harry frowned back and softly said, "Damn." He thought about it for a long moment before he turned a grin on Luna and waggled his eyebrows. She rolled her eyes and gave a huff of amusement. "Actually, you can step out from under the wards just so long as I first cast upon you an owl avoidance charm. It'll mean owls won't deliver at all while the charm is on you, but I can strip the charm away again once we return here." On one hand, Harry was happy he wouldn't be again cooped up in Grimmauld Place, this time until the owl mail dropped off again, but on the other, he was a little frustrated Luna had so easily dodged having to entertain him for the day. "You need to get out and about before tomorrow morning," she explained. "I know you don't like the attention, but people are going to need to see you for themselves before they're informed Dumbledore was executed this morning." Harry groaned and said, I'm going to have to play nice with all the well-wishers, aren't I? Yes, she firmly replied. Better now than after they find out about Dumbledore. With a sigh, he lowly muttered, Finny. Discussing matters while they were getting changed, Luna suggested they start with the leaky cauldron. It's somewhere that's both public and not out in the open, she explained. Give the patrons a chance to thank you before we then move out into the alley. Harry gave a nod and, though his tone and inflection showed he wasn't happy with it, he replied, sounds good. Out in the alley we'll spend the time wandering, she continued, ignoring Harry's tone. There's some things I need to pick up, someone we need to bump into, and I think we'll also see something we might like. All right, he sighed. You'll need to do your best to be magnanimous, Harry, she said. Oh, and no losing your temper with Rita Skeeter, either. He winced. I take it we're going to bump into her as well. Of course, she returned. But that's because Rita has informants in the alley who will immediately let her know you're there, as soon as we make an appearance in the leaky. There's no avoiding that. Harry frowned in annoyance. Continuing, she said, after that, I think it would be a good idea to go and see Professor Flitwick. Harry thought about it only for a long moment before he said, actually, going and seeing him and telling Professor McGonagall I do not hold her to blame for what happened while I was a student is something I'm happy to do. After changing into upmarket, casual robes that displayed both the Potter and Peverell crests in small detail, rather than the larger crests displayed on formal occasions, Harry only had to wait a further 20 minutes for Luna to finish getting ready. His robes, while casual in appearance, still had him combat ready, if he needed to act. Once Luna was ready, with both Sirius and Remus admonishing them to stay safe and be careful, they headed out via flow to the leaky cauldron. This time Luna led the way, with Harry on her heels. Stepping out of the flow and into the leaky cauldron, Harry noticed it took his sudden appearance a long few moments before someone exclaimed, look! It's Harry Potter. That had people suddenly spinning around to look, for those with their backs to the flow, or simply looking up, for those who weren't, as Harry and Luna calmly walked from the flow and toward Old Tom's bar. Old Tom, himself, was watching them come in shock. That's Lord Hardwin Peverell Potter, Harry snapped back, not breaking stride in the least. Mind your manners. Of course, Harry only made it about 2/3 of the way to the bar before he was practically swamped with witches and wizards, young and old, coming forward to, at the very least, simply touch him. Most, of course, wanted to speak with him. Mr. Potter, exclaimed one half-drunk patron, breathing fumes of alcohol almost directly into Harry's face as he stuck both his hands out in a gesture to two-hand handshake Harry's hand. It's Lord Peverell Potter, Harry firmly and with a clear carrying voice, returned. But he did take the man's hand to shake it. Please be respectful. The man blushed slightly as he took his hands back. My apologies, Lord Peverell Potter, he softly returned. He was soon lost in the crowd as others came forward. Blessed be, exclaimed another, an older witch. It is Harry Potter. Lord Peverell Potter. Harry snapped back, giving the witch a short glare. She gave a start of shock as she hurried to take a step back. However, she didn't get very far before she bumped into someone else coming forward from the now small crowd that had started to gather around him. Harry! Exclaimed Luna. Harry spun around to see Luna was being unintentionally forced away from him. Glaring at the crowd that had begun to close the ever-widening gap between he and Luna, Harry stepped through it, determinedly pushing people out of the way as he did so. He was quickly to her side and pulled her in close. How dare you people lay hands on or jostle the witch I foresee as the next lady of my houses? He barked, glaring around. That had the crowd hurriedly backing off a pace or two in shock and fear. I see the populace of Wizarding Britain has still not regained the respect they should show one another, he angrily stated. Learn some manners, people. Once he could see the shame ripple through them, he said, now, I don't mind you coming forward to thank me or congratulate me, but you will be respectful and polite. Well said, said an older wizard. Like Harry, he was wearing a small head of house patch on his upmarket casual robes. He sported one to Harry's too. Harry looked back and said, sorry. I do not believe I've had the pleasure. And offered his hand to shake. The man gave him a wry smile back and took his hand. Lord Smith, Lord Peverell Potter. I was in the Wizengamot when you gave us all that little show. Harry grinned back and said, I hope it was entertaining for you." Smith chuckled and replied, "Indeed." That seemed to be it for the patience of the crowd. They again came forward to congratulate him. At least this time they were more courteous and respectful, and weren't so demanding of him. Once the last had shaken his hand and/or said their piece, they moved away. That's when Harry noticed that Smith had disappeared from the room. With a quiet sigh, he looked down to Luna and asked, "Ready for the alley, now?" Still tucked under his arm, she only had to look up slightly before she quietly replied, "Yes, Harry. Let's get it done." The two had only just passed through the still opening arch between the leaky and the alley when they were accosted by Skeeter. Apparently, she'd awaited them right where the arch was. "Lord Peverell Potter," she gushed. "How wonderful to see you again. Miss Skeeter." He gave her a nod and went to move past her. However, he'd only just started to move when she immediately jumped back in front of him and said, "I wonder if you'd be willing to provide an interview." "I gave you one, Miss Skeeter," he returned. "Today is about my girlfriend and I taking a stroll down Diagon Alley to carry out a little shopping." Then he moved to step past her again, before she once more quickly jumped in front of him. "Yes, Lord Peverell Potter," she less gushed and more firmly said. "However, a lot has happened since that day. And the public has a right to know just what." His sudden bark of laughter shut her up in the middle of her sentence. "The right to know," he scoffed. "Miss Skeeter, I don't know what dragon shit you think you know is the truth, but, I assure you, the belief the public has a right to know only applies to what goes on in the ministry. The public most certainly has no right to know about me and my private life, it's private. Now, step in front of me again and I'll accept that you are trying to hinder me in my freedoms. As such, I'll put you down. Understand?" Then, before she could respond, he again started to step around her. This time he held his nearest arm to her up to shield her from again trying to step in front of him. She did try, but his arm held her off. And he used it to force her back out of his way while using her body as leverage to move past. His greater strength and height advantage was more than enough to accomplish it. Once he did, he dropped his arm again. As he and Luna finally slipped past, he said over his shoulder, "Stay out of my way, Miss Skeeter. You're beginning to really annoy me. Remember, squish." He didn't wait for the witch to respond, but she didn't try to waylay him again either. Once finally free of the nosy witch, Harry and Luna only managed to make it a few more steps before others started to come forward with their own well wishes. Knowing that if he stopped he'd end up being in the alley a great deal longer than he wanted to be, Harry kept them both moving as they made their way towards the bank. As others approached, Harry would merely give a greeting back or, when he couldn't avoid it, shake the witch or wizard's hand while continuing to walk forward. It caused them to either drop their hand quickly or start to be dragged along. None, but one wizard, tried. That wizard got dragged a couple of paces before he finally pulled his hand back. Out of all those who were in the alley, only a couple were either clear Dumbledore or Riddle worshippers. None tried to attack, but one, a Dumbledore worshipper, called him a dark wizard out loud. Harry ignored him, especially when he saw a middle-aged witch lay into the man with her large carpetbag purse, while calling him all sorts of names. Luna giggled at the antics of both. Harry only spent enough time in the bank, making sure his accounts were still up to snuff and to withdraw more galleons and converting some to Muggle currency, before both again exited. However, before they did, Harry halted them both and wryly asked, "I'm not going to be ambushed by Dumbledore's Order of the Oddball Occamys again, am I?" Luna lightly laughed and said, "No. What members there still are now keeping their heads down and staying out of public areas. Almost all of them because they now know and understand Dumbledore wasn't the big hero everyone thought him to be. And they're ashamed they fell for his machinations." With a nod back, they exited the bank. Harry still kept a wary eye out, though, looking for trouble. As the two started to head back up the alley, the crowds again started to come forward and, just as on their way down the alley towards the bank, Harry kept them both in motion so they wouldn't be blocked from moving forward. Those who came at him face on were firmly directed to the side as he shook hands with them, so he and Luna wouldn't be stopped. It was easy to see they'd be getting no shopping down in the alley that day, so now planned on heading directly to Hogwarts. It was when they were about halfway back to the leaky that Harry spotted someone he well remembered, Neville Longbottom. The now young man seemed to be of two minds whether to approach or not, but Harry saw him square up his shoulders and decide to do so. This time, Harry stopped just as Longbottom drew close. "Lord Longbottom," said Harry, giving the man a slight head nod of one equal to another. "I hope you've already forgiven me for hitting you with all those prank charms when last we met." Clearly surprised, Longbottom was a moment before he returned the nod, stepped closer and offered his hand as a handshake. "Of course, Lord Peverell Potter. I understand why you did it, too." "Yes," returned Harry, giving a firm and quick shake of hands. "I was using the opportunity, the only way I could with Dumbledore being a bastard, to show you something you needed to learn about." "Yeah," the other replied, giving a sheepish grin back. "I'd have been toast if Volume Riddle ever decided to stop running from me." "You know why he didn't, don't you?" asked Harry. "The prophecy," sighed Longbottom. "He couldn't afford here one of his minions accidentally marking me." Harry nodded. "It is my belief Dumbledore made sure Riddle knew of the entirety of the prophecy in order to give him time to get you in a position to face him. Riddle, I mean." Longbottom seemed to think for a moment before he said, "I now think so, too. Thank you for making it so that I'll never have to face him." Harry smiled and returned, "You're welcome." He'd been worried Longbottom was going to become a thorn in his side, claiming Harry stole his chance to kill a Dark Lord. However, it appeared Longbottom was actually relieved, if not grateful. "Now that that particular sword of Damocles is no longer hanging over your head," said Harry. "What do you plan to do with your life?" "Finally seeing my dream become a reality," Longbottom grinned. "I'm finally going to be able to get that apprenticeship in herbology I wanted, but Dumbledore denied me." "Good for you," declared Harry. "All of us back in Hogwarts already knew, but I think you're going to make a smashing herbologist. What about a love life? I certainly hope you have no intention of chasing after the Weaslette." "No," Neville suddenly scowled. "I know she worked hard to be seen as my girlfriend and the future Lady Longbottom, but that position, in my mind, has always already been filled by Hannah Abbott." Then he grinned and said, "I'm actually on my way to the Longbottom account manager at Gringotts to pick up the Longbottom betrothal rings. I intend taking them into our family's jeweler to have them reconditioned. I believe I'll be needing them very soon." Harry grinned back and said, "Then congrats, Lord Longbottom. Or, I suppose, pre-congratulations." Harry saw the old Neville for a moment there, when the other boy gave a slight and almost embarrassed smirk back and quietly replied, "Thank you." "Well, must be off," said Harry. "I think I'd like to give a surprise visit to my old alma mater, good old Hoggy Hogwarts, to speak with some of the staff." Surprised, Longbottom said, "What about Dumbledore? I take it you don't want to bump into him." "He won't be there," said Harry. "I've already been informed that, after he was officially and formally interrogated under the effects of Veritaserum while also having a Master Legilmancer working on him, he's already stood trial before the ICW into matters raised in the Wizengamot the other day, plus a few other matters, I believe. Under Veritaserum, which, as you'd know, meant he couldn't lie. He confessed and was found guilty of all charges, including the one about the harboring of a Dark Lord. That had quite a few of the dwellers in the alley, who had all been quietly listening in, give gasps and mutters of surprise. Harry ignored them. Longbottom just gave a slight expression of surprise, though it didn't look like it surprised him all that much, and then confirmed it with what he said next. "I see," he quietly said. "I'm not that surprised, though. I believe Minister Bones will be making a public announcement about that, sometime today," said Harry. "You might want to keep a weather ear on the wireless or grab a copy of tomorrow's Daily Prophet." "I thank you for the suggestion, Lord Potter," said Neville. "You're welcome, Lord Longbottom," said Harry. "Anyways, must be off. Places to be, people to see." Neville gave a single nod back and said, "Take care, Lord Peverell Potter." "And you, Lord Longbottom." Just after the two then passed one another, Harry glanced to Luna and asked, "Hogwarts? You've pressed the flesh in the alley enough," she quietly returned. "Let's go to Hogwarts." Harry gave a nod. They simply headed back to the Leaky to use the public flow to call Professor Flitwick. After finally getting back to the Leaky Cauldron, after yet again trying to wade through all the well-wishers who had regathered once they and Neville separated, Luna led the way to the flow. She dashed in a pinch of the available flow powder and called, "Hogwarts, Charm's office." Then knelt and stuck her head within the green flames. It was only about a minute before she withdrew and turned to Harry. "Professor Flitwick's inviting us through." Then leaned in closer and quietly muttered, "The password is, Patronus." When Harry gave a nod back, Luna turned back to the still open connection and quietly said, "Patronus." Then stepped into the flames, disappearing as if smoke up the chimney a bare moment later. Harry followed her through, also muttering the password just before he stepped within. When he stepped out of the flames into the little charms master's office in Hogwarts, Harry could see his girlfriend's backside almost in his face as she had bent over in front of him to give the little part goblin charms master a happy hug. He could hear the man quietly laughing at his past student's antics from the other side of the girl, while she was still hugging him. Without a word, Harry used his offhand to lightly caress low down on her bum, before then giving it a light pinch. It had Luna suddenly snap upright with a startled yip of surprise, then wheel on him with an amused scowl. "Hardwin James Peverell Potter," she scolded him. "Behave yourself, you." Harry grinned back and stepped around her to greet the diminutive professor himself. Offering his hand to shake, he said, "Hello, Professor Flitwick." With a happy grin, Flitwick accepted his hand and enthusiastically shook it. "Hello, am I Lord Peverell Potter? Welcome back. It's damned good to see you alive." "It's good to be back, Professor," Harry easily returned. Flitwick then put out the call to any of the professors who didn't currently have class to come and join him in his office to greet a special guest. He used house elves to carry the messages. Once done, he turned back and asked, "So, Lord Peverell Potter, it's true you've been on other planets this whole time?" "Singular, Professor," Harry corrected. "Just the one. I bet the unspeakables are just itching to talk to you about that," said the professor. "They are," Harry nodded. "However, there's no rush for me to do that, even if they'd like to think otherwise." As it was a school day, only 4 of the rest of the staff didn't have classes on at that time: Hagrid and Professor Sinistra, Babbling and Vector. All 4 showed up, with Hagrid, as soon he laid eyes on him, almost crushing Harry's rib cage in from the strength of his gentle hug in which he'd scooped him up. Once released, Harry gave a bit of a groan, stretched his back out a bit and rolled his shoulders. "Yes, 'tis I," he sighed, looking around before looking at Hagrid and smiling. "How are you, old friend?" With watery eyes, Hagrid gave a loud sniff and said, "Oh, I'm good, thank you, Ari." "We're looking good, too." "Thank you, Hagrid," he returned. "Lord Peverell Potter," said a somewhat excited Sinistra, getting Harry's direct attention. "You were really on a planet orbiting the Dog Star." "Yes, Professor," he smiled. "If you have access to a pensieve, I can give you a copy of my memory of the night sky of the first night I was there." "I know. Yes, please," she blurted, overriding Harry's response before she realized what she'd done and apologized. Harry just lightly chuckled and waved it off. "It's fine. I understand it's the sort of thing a master of astronomy would near salivate over wanting to see." "One moment, Lord Peverell Potter," said Flitwick, walking over a cabinet in his office. A quick fiddle of a couple of hidden catches and a low-height hidden drawer suddenly snapped open on said cabinet. He then pulled it further out, reached within and gently withdrew a pensieve, carefully carrying it over to his desk and gently placing it thereupon. Ensured it was firmly in place, the professor looked to Harry and gestured to the bowl. "If you wouldn't mind, Lord Peverell Potter." "Not at all," replied Harry, already drawing his wand and raising it to his temple as he walked closer to the bowl. A few moments later and the silvery ghostly cotton candy-like mass he'd drawn from his temple with his wand tip was gently flicked off the wand and allowed to settle into the bowl. "There ya go," he said, stepping back. All, including Luna, quickly moved to stand within reach of the bowl. Then, almost synchronized, they each dropped into it. Harry used the time they were gone to take a better look around the office. He'd only ever been in it once before, and that was back near the beginning of his 4th year. When the 4 returned a few minutes later, Sinistra exclaimed, "My word! 2 moons." Harry chuckled and said, "It was, upon first seeing them, that I realized I wasn't on Earth anymore, Professor." It was the only explanation. "It would be," she quietly said. Flitwick suddenly asked, "Do you have time to wait for 11s in the Great Hall, Lord Peverell Potter? I believe Professor McGonagall would be upset she missed you, if you don't hold back." After a quick glance to Luna to make sure she had no problems with it, Harry replied, "That sounds like a wonderful idea, Professor." Before they headed for the Great Hall, however, Harry asked to stop by McGonagall's class with the other 3 heads of house for a quick word beforehand. Babbling immediately asked, "Why is that, Lord Peverell Potter?" "I have news that I believe must be passed on to Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick and the other 2 heads of house, first," he calmly replied. "Is this about the headmaster?" she near demanded. "It is," he replied. "However, I believe those 4 need to hear it first, if you don't mind." His accompanying frown at her presumptuousness had her slightly blush and look away. "Sorry for being so pressing, I mean." "Understood and accepted," he replied. At a few minutes before the end of class bell, Professor Flitwick sent out 2 messenger patronesses. "For Professors Slughorn and Sprout, Lord Peverell Potter," explained Flitwick. "I've asked them to detour via Professor McGonagall's office before heading for the Great Hall." Harry gave a nod back just before following the little man out the door, with Luna tucking her hand into his offhand elbow as they exited. They arrived at the Transfigurations classroom a moment after the bell went, and waited as the class of third-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs quickly fled out and down the corridor. Entering, it was to see the elderly professor clearing up her classroom. "Minerva," said Flitwick, leading them within. "Look who's paid us a visit." "I'll be just," she began to reply, before her eyes landed on Harry and Luna and she froze just for a moment. "My word," she exclaimed. "Hello, Professor," said Harry, smiling back. Abandoning her tidy up, McGonagall hurried around her desk and over to Harry. Then she paused just a moment before throwing propriety to the wind and pulling him in for a short hug. As she released him she happily said, I mean, Lord Peverell Potter. "It's wonderful to see you again." Harry smiled back and softly returned, "And you, Professor?" "Not that I'm not grateful you've decided to visit us," she said. "But, what's brought you here?" Dropping his smile, Harry softly said, "Ah. Yes." He hesitated a moment before he said, "Perhaps I should wait until Professors Slughorn and Sprout turn up. I don't want to have to explain this a second time." Shrewdly, she asked, "Is this about Albus?" Again he hesitated before he replied, "Yes, actually." With a slightly pained look back, she said, "I'm sorry for the way he treated you, Lord Peverell Potter. And for my own part in some of that." "That's all right, Professor," he returned. "I honestly don't think you were as responsible for as much as you think." "You suspect he used compulsions and obliviations upon me," she correctly guessed. "And you'd be right." When he looked back in surprise, she explained, "I had myself tested immediately after that session of the Wizengamot. Actually, the DMLE investigators insisted. The DMLE's healers and the Unspeakables detected quite a few instances where I'd been obliviated or compulsed, and the only common denominator of them was Dumbledore. The healers at St. Mungo's, a short time later, returned to me what still remained of my memories." "We're here," said Slughorn, as he and Sprout entered with barely a knock to announce their presence. "Good," said Harry, seeing them. "My word," Slughorn softly exclaimed on seeing him. "All right, Lord Peverell Potter," started Flitwick. Harry gave a nod and said, "I was informed, only this morning, by agents from the ICW as to what has happened to Dumbledore." "He's dead, isn't he?" sighed McGonagall. Harry nodded back and replied, "They dosed him with Veritaserum and with the aid of a master legilimencer got the details of all the crimes he committed out of him, put him before the ICW on trial and found him guilty. At least one of which, the harboring charge, has only one sentence, execution. I was advised he was executed at dawn, Geneva time, this morning." That had the staff softly exclaim their surprise or, in McGonagall's case, sigh in disappointment. "It looks like I'm now acting headmistress," she sadly said. "I was also advised that Minister Bones was also informed this morning," he explained. "I dare say she'll be making an announcement about that very soon, if she hasn't already. If the Wizarding Wireless is as on the ball as they were the evening after I offed that bastard riddle and you have students here with access to a wireless and who'll have it on at the right moment, they're going to find out, sometime today, that old Albie Walby is dead. So, you, Mr. Potter," McGonagall softly scolded, "try and show the man some respect." "I'm showing him all the respect he deserves, Professor," Harry firmly returned. "Actually, I'm showing him far more than I believe he should be shown." It is only my respect for you and the other staff here that withholds my tongue from verbalizing exactly what I think he should be called, and that starts with, manipulative old, white-whiskered, bum-raping so-and-so. And it's Lord Peverell Potter, Professor, he firmly added, before she could say anything else, as she appeared to be about to do. Mr. Potter is not the way I should be addressed, not anymore. When McGonagall looked slightly away and blushed, Harry ignored it and continued with what he was going to say. As I was saying, with the wireless no doubt being informed of Dumbledore's death this morning, sometime today, I advise you to inform the staff and students before they find out from the wireless. With a sigh and nod, McGonagall returned, "You're correct, Lord Peverell Potter. I'd best go and inform them all now." Then she gestured to the door of her classroom. "If we don't hurry, they're going to finish 11s and start heading for their next classes." She added, "You're welcome to join us, just give me a few moments to announce you, before you enter." As Harry and Luna waited out in the entrance hall of the school, the senior staff all entered the Great Hall. Then, as soon as she reached the dais, and instead of going to her seat at the head table, McGonagall headed directly to the eagle-sculpted lectern Dumbledore rarely used. That almost instantly had the students and staff settle down. She waited only for Flitwick, Slughorn and Sprout to reach and sit at their seats before she gave her throat a little clear. "Students and staff," she said. Her voice easily carried across the hall and out to where Harry and Luna stood waiting. "Students and staff, the duty has fallen to me to inform you that our headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, was found guilty of serious crimes before the ICW. As a result of at least one of those crimes, the crime of harboring a Dark Lord, namely Gellert Grindelwald, only one sentence applies: execution." Before the sudden noise from the students could become too loud and she'd have trouble corralling it back to a much quieter level, she quickly continued. "Albus Dumbledore, after being found guilty of his crimes, the then recognized criminal, I have been reliably informed, was lawfully executed this very morning by the ICW." Yet again, and before the noise could become too great, she once again continued. "As such, and as I hold the post of deputy headmistress, by school charter and bylaws I automatically become the acting headmistress. I shall endeavor to contact the school board as soon as feasible to resolve this situation. I foresee either me being elevated to the position of headmistress or another being soon appointed by the board. Until this situation is resolved, I will be continuing as Professor of Transfigurations. However, I will need to cancel my classes between now and lunch so I may have the time to contact the president of the board. Those who have classes with me between now and lunch have a free period." She gave that a long moment to percolate through the minds of the students before she gave her throat another little clear. That drew most of the attention back to her. "Second announcement," she said. "As a surprise, we have visiting us today magical Britain's once and now again hero, the vanquisher of the Dark Wizard Tom Riddle, Lord Hardwin Harry Peverell Potter. Please join me in making him and his lady friend, Miss Luna Lovegood, welcome." Then she stepped apart from the lectern and began clapping. She was quickly joined by the staff and students. It was into this applause that Harry and Luna walked in. Luna was once again by Harry's side, with her right hand hooked into his left elbow. The two walked up to the head table, with McGonagall directing them to a further 2 seats magically added onto the end of the staff table. As they moved to sit down, McGonagall returned to the lectern and said, "Thank you. That's all the announcements I have for you, at the moment." Harry was thankful that McGonagall blocked students and the other staff from asking any questions when he wanted to eat. Of course, being only 11's morning tea, Harry and Luna left only about 15 minutes later. They stayed only long enough for McGonagall to thank them for providing the information concerning Dumbledore, before thanking her back for the hospitality of the castle. They left to return back via the flow in the headmaster's office to Grimmauld. McGonagall escorted them to that office as she needed documents from the head's office while she communicated with the president of the school board. When they got back, Sirius had news for them. "It seems I just missed you in the alley," he started. "I was heading to Gringotts to sort out some finances." Harry frowned in confusion and said, "I thought you'd remained on top of all that." "I had," smirked his godfather. "However, you killing off certain people at Black Manor, I've renamed Malfoy Manor back to Black Manor. By the way, it seems I inherited quite a bit." "Oh?" asked Harry. "I already knew about the Lestrange fortune, of course. I picked that up back 3 years ago when the Lestranges were tossed through the veil," replied Sirius. However, I've now managed to pick up quite a few more on top of the rosier reduced fortune. Harry gave a wince and said, I take it that, when I killed Riddle's supposed inner circle, I wiped out a few lines. That, you did, chuckled Sirius. Malfoy, of course the elder house of Prince Severus, Snivellus, Snape's house the ancient and noble house of Travers, apparently and the ancient house of Selwyn. Those all found their way to me, when the supposed inheritors also all died on that day. It seems you managed to kill Lucius Malfoy almost last, who stood to inherit a lot of it, even if only no more than about 2 seconds after the last of the others. Apparently, and even though dying close to last of the inheritors, he still inherited from the others. Then, when Malfoy died only seconds later, all that flowed to the House of Black as the primary and only beneficiary left alive at the time. Harry was gobsmacked. It took him a good few seconds to work his mind around what he'd just been told, while Luna was quietly giggling at his reaction. Finally, he blurted, "Daammnn." Sirius grinned back. Because of what you did, the noble and most ancient House of Black has, far and beyond the pale, just become the richest house in Britain and one of the richest clients of Gringotts, anywhere in the world. Harry just shook his head, still trying to wrap his mind around what he'd just been told. He eventually asked, and what have you done concerning those lines that have for all intents and purposes just gone extinct? Sirius shrugged and said, I merged their fortunes into the House of Black and left the lines otherwise extant. The goblins assure me there are likely heirs out there, but they're either squibs or completely unknowing of their heritage. Harry frowned and muttered, unknowing of their heritage. Looking up in shock, he said, it sounds like they may be hinting at illegitimate children. Sirius's grin dropped quite a bit and he nodded. Rape victims? Asked Harry. Sirius winced, but reluctantly nodded in response to that too. That's a good possibility, yes. I certainly hope you intend to help them if they eventually find out what their true heritages are. Said Harry. A heritage test in Gringotts, perchance. Sirius sighed and said, I won't go out of my way to find them. However, yes, if they find out they're actually children of a house I just pillaged, then I'll make sure they're helped. Harry nodded and said, that sounds fair. Oh, said Sirius. And Amy Minister Bones contacted me via Flo to find out if I knew how to get hold of you. She remembers I'm still the lawfully recognized Potter Regent, though that's something we also need to fix now that you're an adult and back. Did she say what she wanted? He asked. Only that she wanted to talk to you, that it was somewhat urgent and that she wouldn't take being ignored as a suitable response, grinned Sirius. She said, if necessary, she'd send out Aurors to hunt you down. Harry gave a scoff and said, no, she won't. She's got them far too busy at the moment arresting, questioning, charging and arranging trials for all those Death Eaters not yet suitably dead. But you're still going to Flo call her, right? Asked his godfather. Of course, he sighed. I'll see if I can arrange something for after lunch. Best let her know, said a grinning Sirius. Harry just gave his unrepentantly grinning godfather a look, before silently going back to the Flo. After arranging a time for after lunch to visit her and then holding off until after he could enjoy said lunch, Harry spent the time before the midday meal preparing the rack of memories he promised he'd hand over regarding his history. Then, after lunch, he returned to the Flo with Luna to go to the minister's office. Stepping out of the Flo in her office, he quickly said, Susan's middle name is Amelia. It still unnerved him to find himself facing the dangerous end of a wand when he entered a room, especially the three he was facing this time. As soon as he said the second password, the first being just to get an open connection to the minister's office, the wands all lowered again. Lord Peverell Potter, said Bones, now coming out from behind her desk to properly greet him. Minister, he quietly returned with a slight smirk, while offering his hand to shake. As she shook it, she said, you misled me, when you were last here. A dissembled answer, yes, he grinned. I did not blatantly lie, but I also did not correct what I knew to be false assumptions on your part. She just gave a huff and turned to go back to her seat behind the desk. Almost as an afterthought as she rounded the end, she said, have a seat, you two. After making sure Luna was comfortably sitting, Harry took the second chair of only two on the guest side of the desk. As Bones looked back at the two, Harry said, well, it's your meeting, Minister. What did you want to ask or tell me you wouldn't mention over the Flo to my godfather? She just gave a minor huff and replied, I wanted you, of all people, to be the first to know. Albus Dumbledore, after being found guilty of a number of crimes before the ICW, was executed this morning, Harry finished. Surprised he knew, she asked, now, how do you know that? Certain agents of the ICW paid my godfather a visit, this morning, while I was there having breakfast with him, he replied. One of them told me. Giving a slight grimace back, she said, I asked them not to tell anyone. Until I was able to formulate a suitable message for the wizarding public. Albus Dumbledore was, to a certain point, a respected wizard throughout the world, said Harry. He might not have properly earned that respect, but he had it. Don't forget, he was once also Magical Britain's representative to the ICW and also once chaired that body as its supreme mugwump. You might wish to be the one to make that announcement, but it's not actually your place to withhold that sort of information until you're ready for it to be released. The ICW charged and trialed him, the ICW get to determine when and how that information is disseminated. Just so you know, the denizens of Hogwarts, staff and students alike, also now know Dumbledore was executed this morning. I think, if you don't want to be seen as withholding information the public sees as information they deserve, you'd best get on with that. Giving another grimace of perceived mental pain, Bones raised her offhand to massage her forehead for the moment. Eventually, she looked up, glanced at Harry, then looked over his shoulder at one of the two Aurors in the room. Ask Amos to step in for a moment, would you? Harry heard the office door open, the Auror called to someone just outside the door, obviously Diggory, thought Harry, and then Diggory asked, Ma'am. Release the information about Dumbledore right now, would you, Amos? She replied. It seems the story has, somewhat, already broken. Yes, ma'am, the man replied, before exiting again. She looked back to Harry and said, I wish you hadn't done that. As I said, he returned. It wasn't your call to make. She rocked back in her chair and said, now for the second reason I invited you to visit. Harry could have said something about her so-called invitation, but a quick squeeze of his hand by Luna held his tongue. I need those memories you said you'd hand over. He gave a nod and withdrew the file case he had in one of his inside robe deep pockets and placed it on the desk. I said I'd be willing to hand it over to your Aurors. Sitting back, he indicated it and said, the file marked number 1 is when I had to kill Quirinus Quirrell in self-defense in June 1992. Number 2 is of the battle with the basilisk in June 1993 in the chamber under the school. 3 to 5 are of my life growing up with the Dursleys. Number 6 is of what I can remember of the event that made me an orphan, and numbers 7 to 9 are of some of what happened while I was on Hadrian, the planet that orbits Sirius A. I'd also like to see the battle where you killed Riddle for good, she said. Not until I have a signed blanket pardon in writing and in my hand for killing all those fine and upstanding citizens otherwise known as Death Eaters, his thugs, he said. Even then, I don't think I want that made public. And if I promise to immediately return the memory to you? She pressed. He thought about that and shrugged, maybe. I'll have to think about it. I'll also give an oath I won't share with anyone what I see in the memory, she added. I just need to see it to confirm it was actually you who killed Riddle. I really don't care about his thugs as you call them. He again thought about it and said, all right. But the memory doesn't leave my sight and you watch it in my presence. Immediately afterwards, I take the memory back. She gave a little, almost imperceptible, slump of relief at that. Deal, she firmly said. Then you'd best get out your pensieve, he said. Once Bones had her pensieve on her desk and ready, she then gave her oath to not divulge what she'd see within the memory other than to clarify and confirm that Harry did, indeed, kill Riddle. Then she quickly wrote up and signed. As minister complete with ministry seal, a blanket pardon for Harry for anything he did that day that directly led to the death of Riddle and his inner circle. I won't do more than that, she explained. As far as I know you could be guilty of other, unrelated, crimes. I won't pardon those. Fair enough, he returned. For the record, though, I do not believe I have. Once Harry had the pardon, he called on Dobby to take it back to Grimmauld for him. Then, once the elf popped away with it, he drew out the memory of him killing Riddle, starting with his arrival at Malfoy Manor, right through to a moment after killing Nagini. He directly left out how he wasn't kidnapped and taken there, nor of staging the scene to look like a mighty battle had taken place. However, he knew she'd quickly figure that out for herself. Then he and Luna all dropped into the memory. When they came out, she looked to Harry and said, "What was that silver thing you used first?" She'd already figured out, while in the memory, that Harry had staged the crime scene later and that he wasn't fighting for his life when he killed them all, but agreed he was definitely in mortal peril. However, she'd also told him she didn't care about any of that and had already realized why he did it. All she cared about was whether or not he actually killed Riddle, which was the only purpose of going into the memory. "It's called a Zatanyktel," he replied, directly answering her question. "It's a Peverell family heirloom I recovered from the Peverell vault at Gringotts. Please don't attempt to ask me how it works. And, no, I don't have it on me. Believe it or not, it's actually a device made on entirely another world, and I do not know which one of the many, many thousands that would be." She just nodded back and, indicating the rack of files, asked, "Do one of these files contain a 7 to 9, now I remember." Harry didn't bother to respond. He just started taking the memory of his battle at Malfoy Manor back and dropping it into a file Luna held for him. "Care to join me while we watch your battle with the basilisk?" Bones then asked. "We can do that," he said. "However, it's going to take about half an hour." "The battle was that long?" she asked. "No," he replied. "I just included what happened before that, as it's germane to how I found out the truth about Riddle's heritage." "Very well," she said, and reached for the file marked number 2. After spending most of the afternoon with Bones and going through the files, he wouldn't go through the memories with her of his time with the Dursleys. He and Luna once again returned to Grimmauld. "How did it go?" asked Sirius, as soon as they located him. "Dobby gave me the signed and stamped pardon, by the way." "It went good," said Luna. "Though it took a while, as you can tell. Bones now has the memories she needs for the Wizengamot to award me the Order of Merlin for killing the basilisk," explained Harry. Then he chuckled and said, "She claims she nearly shit herself when she first laid eyes on it in the memory. And also believes an Order of Merlin, first class, is not a high enough award for what I did. But that is what she's definitely recommending to the Wizengamot Harry be awarded," added Luna. She also saw the memory of the event when Riddle first cast the killing curse at Harry back in October 1981. "She, too, believes it's something my mum did, rather than me," said Harry. "However, she also believes she won't sway the Wizengamot from awarding me my rightful Order of Merlin, first class, for that event either." "So, when's it all take place?" asked Sirius. "She'll be calling another extraordinary sitting of the Wizengamot for some time next week," replied Harry. "There, she'll lay out the evidence. Oh, and she said Fudge and Lockhart have both also been stripped of their Orders of Merlin." The information Luna provided as to who really performed all those astonishing feats of magic Lockhart wrote about him doing in those books was, for the most part, all confirmed. "For the most part?" asked Sirius. Luna replied, "2 of the main feats were actually committed by 2 wizards who have since, sadly, died. But the others were all definitely confirmed," added Harry. She claims that the fact even one was confirmed means Lockhart received his order under false pretenses. Though he's currently a permanent patient in the Janus Thicky ward at Mungo's, he'll be getting charged for that. And the gold he received for it, plus much of the proceeds from his books, will be legally taken from him and given to the folks or their families who rightfully deserve it." Sirius gave a firm nod back and said, "I'm glad to see you're finally getting the recognition you deserve, Harry. It's been a long time coming." "Oh, yes," said Luna. "Before we left I also called Dobby to bring over all the evidence of that mail that contained all the nasty magics directed at Harry for either killing Riddle and or his inner circle or bringing to light Dumbledore's crimes." "I know," said Sirius. "He told me. And Minister Bones will be personally ensuring those who can be charged for it will be charged for it and, where it's appropriate, will be facing trial for it," she continued. "She's apparently quite offended people did that, let alone that they thought they'd get away with it." "Dobby also took all the ones loaded with compulsion charms and the like," nodded Sirius. "Especially the ones that were on things like betrothal contracts. That, alone, is classed as attempted line theft and can see the perpetrators upwards from spending significant time in Azkaban all the way to being tossed through the veil." Harry gave a sudden wince. "Ouch. It's a serious enough crime to warrant such punishment, Harry," said Sirius. "I know," he sighed. I can understand the reward if they actually manage to succeed, too. And that's why the punishment is so permanent. Oh, he suddenly said, perking up. How come I haven't seen Remus around much over the past couple days? He's spending it at Tonk's place, replied his godfather. With the hours Tonks is currently keeping, he's using the time to try and find more work. As such, he feels he needs to be at her place, so they get more one-on-one time together. Harry pulled a grimace and asked, he's still not accepting financial help? Nope, replied Sirius. Too prideful for his own good, if you ask me. Well, as long as he's okay, he sighed. For the rest of the day, right through to going to bed except for one task Luna told Harry he needed to do first, the household spent the time still responding to mail Harry was receiving. However, it was a decently packed day, so Harry and Luna were in bed shortly after 9 p.m. That task was to write a letter to a journalist at the Daily Prophet she knew, concerning his opinion about Dumbledore's execution. He frowned at her and asked, why? You're not sending it to Skeeter because you're punishing her for her behavior in the alley this morning. And you're writing it so the Prophet can convert it into an interview so they can print your views. You need to better explain why Dumbledore had to stand trial for what he did, how it was the ICW's choice whether or not to do so and that it was the ICW's decision he be executed, not yours. She's right, said Sirius. By coming out in front with logical explanations as to why Dumbledore was executed, there's both less of a chance you'll end up copping the blame for it and for people still thinking you're supposed to be a dark wizard. He sighed and pulled yet another sheet of parchment before himself before picking up a fresh quill. All right, tell me what I need to write. Instead of staying home with Harry and Luna that evening, Sirius had finally figured out he had no risk of bumping into Dumbledore if he went out, so decided to go to a wizarding nightclub to see if he could get lucky. He'd stopped soon after he first started when he was found innocent, because someone had tattled to the old man that he was somewhere the old man could find him. Dumbledore had then set up spies at those places to immediately report to him if Sirius turned up. And Sirius had figured out that's what the old man had done after the third near miss of getting confronted by the old goat in less than 2 weeks. Now, with the old man gone for good, Sirius felt it was once again safe for him to visit such places. Harry wished him luck and, only mentioning it to Luna, hoped the old dog got lucky and scored a bed partner for the night. He will, smiled Luna, as she was readying for bed. While also getting undressed, Harry paused to look back in surprise. He will. Smirking back as she was removing her bra, Luna said, Harry, he's the godfather and practically the actual father of the boy who lived, soon to be known as the man who vanquished. Your godfather's going to be able to use that notoriety to get lucky, as you put it, for a very long time. Harry grinned back. Good. I like seeing him happy. Now, she said, already beepedy and starting to climb into bed, finish getting undressed and hop into bed. Your godfather's not the only one getting lucky tonight. Harry happily grinned back and hurried to strip off the remainder of his clothes. Little Harry was already beginning to firm up in anticipation. On seeing it, Luna snickered. As expected for the folks at Grimmauld, the news of Dumbledore's execution at the hands of the ICW was splashed across the front page as the lead story of the Daily Prophet the next morning. They were hopeful that everything they'd accomplished the previous day, being seen out and about, would do a lot to mitigate a lot of the backlash that would come of the old manipulator's death. They weren't that stupid to believe they'd receive none, but that did not mean they could not hope for the amount to be greatly reduced. Harry read it and saw most of the quotes for the article came directly from Bones as the Minister of Magic. In it she made it clear that, irrespective of all the good works Dumbledore had supposedly done on behalf of magical Britain, he was still found guilty of a major crime that had only execution as a punishment. That it was Harry who brought that information to light meant, Lord Peverell Potter, provided a service to the people of magical Britain. Lord Peverell Potter did not bring Albus Dumbledore down, as I've already heard people have accused him, she was quoted. Albus Dumbledore was found out. He committed the crimes and he has paid the penalty for committing those crimes. The so-called the greater good be damned, Albus Dumbledore was proven, in international court, to be a criminal, one crime of which demanded his execution. More pleasing, Harry's letter, as expected, converted to an interview, was directly below that main article as a sub-article. It also had the byline of the journalist they sent it to as the writer of the article. And Harry basically gave the same message as Bones, that Dumbledore committed a crime, was found guilty of it in a recognized court, that the court was recognized to be impartial and fair and that it demanded his execution as a result. However, Harry didn't leave it there. Together with a far more truthful biography of the man, backed up by evidence, he also included the facts behind each action that Dumbledore took that was actually illegal that he could prove. He didn't even go into what was immoral or unethical, though there was also a lot of that, nor what he thought he knew the man had done that was illegal, criminal, but couldn't be proved, as it wasn't germane to the proving of Dumbledore committing crimes. He already knew that simply proving the man had broken one single crime that had the automatic punishment of execution, meant any more was pointless, other than to show the masses just how much of a criminal Dumbledore actually was. Well, he said, sliding the paper to Luna, let's hope we're not too badly inundated with yet more nasty mail. The mail redirection is still up, said Sirius, glancing up from where he was reading his own copy of the news parchment. So, don't worry about it. We'll handle whatever turns up, just as we did that which came the last few days. With a sigh, Harry grouched, that's not what bothers me so much. It's that, for the mail redirection to work, I'm again pretty much locked in here for the next few days. Buck up, Harry, said Sirius. Don't forget, your parents were basically locked inside of the cottage at Godric's Hollow for months when we learned old Snake Face was, or would soon be, hunting them. If they could handle it, so can you. At least it's nowhere near as long as they had to cope with it. Still miffed, Harry said, quite the nice load of guilt-trip pudding, there, Sirius. Surprised by Harry's remark, Sirius was a moment before he returned, that was not my intention, actually. But I still apologize that it's how it came across. Harry sighed and slumped. Yeah, sorry, right back at you. The 2 days passed pretty quickly, once both Luna and Sirius came up with the bright idea of Harry providing them with further training. Both were now becoming quite adept at Harry's style of combat. Both now could cast most of their own spell repertoires with one-syllable incants, most silently. And were also getting pretty good at the time dilation trick of speeding themselves up. At one break, Sirius asked, why has no one figured out how to do this before? Laziness, Luna promptly replied. Hogwarts and the other magic schools teach one way and witches and wizards have come to believe that's the only way. Once they've been taught that way, they don't work towards improving their own knowledge. Plus, it's really only necessary when in combat. And most wizards and witches run or cower in fear when it looks like they're about to be, or are in, a combat situation. Harry beamed in pride at his girlfriend. That's both quite succinct and, I think, entirely accurate. She smiled back. Sirius declared, I, for one, am not someone to run or cower in such a situation. None of us here are, said Luna. I was implying, and am now outright stating, that is the case with most witches and wizards. We're in a small minority who won't. To be fair, said Harry. No one should be in a situation where they're forced into combat, not even the Aurors. However, there will always be those who believe they have a right to attack others. And, with everyone carrying wands, there will always be those who feel they can use them against others. For me, if you are incapable of standing toe-to-toe against someone who wants to cause you harm, then by all means run and hide. You should let the Aurors do their jobs. However, relying only on the Aurors to save your bacon when you find yourself in such a situation will sooner or later get you killed. Well said, said Sirius. Right, said Harry, brushing the conversation aside. Let's get back to it. Now that the war is over, I want to see you focusing more on incapacitation attacks, rather than lethal ones. Your aim, as of now, is not to kill your opponent, it's to stop them being able to continue the fight with the added bonus of pinning them in place, dewanded and deportkeyed, ready for the Aurors to turn up and take them away in manacles. It's harder than just killing them, but far more legal. We can still hurt them, right? Asked Sirius. Yup, Harry immediately replied. Just not lethally and not permanently, if you can get away with it. After a quick refresh and rehydration, the three got back into it. One expedition out from under the wards, but again with the owl mail avoidance charm in place, was the necessary trip to the Department of Mysteries. Bones had sent through notice she was getting pressure from the Unspeakables to have Harry visit them to explain about his experiences on Hadrian. She also informed him she'd sent on to them a copy of the memories he'd left with her concerning his time on the planet. With a pained sigh and scowl he decided to get it over with and, accompanied by Sirius this time, paid them that visit. Luna wanted nowhere near the department and would avoid all unspeakables as a matter of self-protection. Over the course of a couple of hours with them he copied yet more of his memories for them, especially of the moment of his being magically sent through to Horizon of the Arch, what he could recall of his time passing through it before passing out, his waking up on the planet, his fiddling with the DHD at the other end and his initial interactions with the Goa'uld and Jaffa. He also gave them, through some method the unspeakables employed, copies of the memories he'd taken from Imhotep. He could see it had the usually unflappable unspeakables well and truly flapped. He also gave them copies of the full memories of his first interacting with SG-1 and the greater SGC. Finding out what they could about the Goa'uld, it was easy, for Harry and Sirius, to see the idea of them scared the whoopies out the unspeakables. Harry couldn't blame them for their reactions. As part of the deal he brokered with them for him to hand over the information about the SGC, Harry also gave them details on where the SGC was located and what he knew of their ongoing off-world activities. In return, they informed him, once under magically binding vow not to release the information to anyone else, how closely they worked with the Muggle intelligentsia around the world to keep the statute of wizarding secrecy secure, and some idea of just how much the same intelligentsia knew of the magical world. After thinking about it for a few long moments, Harry found he wasn't all that surprised. After confronting them about it, they also confirmed that the supposed two Aurors that visited them at Grimmauld a couple days earlier were unspeakables, as they'd thought. They also informed them that the issue of the SG-1 hunting for him had been taken care of, even though he knew nothing of the sort until they told him. And, when he expressed concern they might have come to harm, the unspeakables assured him they'd not been harmed other than to have memory alterations performed on them. 4 days after Harry and Luna's mini-expedition to the alley, Hogwarts and a visit to Bones in her office, and 2 days after Harry and Sirius's visit to the Department of Mysteries, Harry and Sirius both received summonses via post-al to attend a Wizengamot meeting on the coming Tuesday. After a quick read of his own, Sirius said, "You'll need to go into Twilfits and be fitted for Wizengamot robes, Harry." Harry scowled, "I really do not want to be tied to having to attend and sit through interminable waffle in Wizengamot sessions, Padfoot." "I'm afraid you must, Harry," said his unrepentant godfather. "At the very least, you need to officially take up your seats. After that you can, when possible, pass off your votes to a proxy. However, sitting the Wizengamot is seen as both an honor and a responsibility of those at our level. Trying your best to avoid that responsibility can be seen as a slap in the face to Wizarding Britain's traditions. And I should care why." Sirius smirked and replied, "Because you're the leader of the Bright." As Luna giggled in amusement, Harry scowled and threw a slice of toast at his smirking godfather, which was easily fended off. Behind his scowl, though, Harry was amused. "Hurry up with your breakfast, Harry," said Luna, before a sudden food fight could break out between the two lords of noble and ancient houses. "I'm taking you into Twilfit and Tattings and get to play dress-up doll with you again." Harry winced and groaned. Sirius's smirk turned into a grin. And Harry again scowled back. This time, by gesturing with it, he only threatened to fling another slice of toast back. In Harry's mind, the time he spent in Twilfit and Tattings was even more annoying than the time he had to spend in Madame Malkin's. That was mainly because the shop assistants in Malkin's at least tried to make one's time standing on one of their measuring pedestals not as boring as it actually was, by trying to engage you in interesting conversation. In Twilfits, Harry had to continue to stand on the pedestal even after the measuring process was completed. That was because the robes were tailored and fitted for you while you stood there. Which meant he couldn't even simply let Luna make all the clothing decisions while he browsed around the store. He had to stand there as material was draped over him, taken away and cut, then temporarily stitched together, brought back and remeasured and pinned, then finally taken away and properly sewn together. Just for one set of robes, Harry had to stand on that blasted pedestal for upwards of an hour. "Buck up, Harry," said Luna. "At least Twilfits will now have your measurements on file. All that wasted time for just one set of robes," he grumped. After he overheard what Harry had mumbled, Tattings said, "Rewarding you with a set of robes that are perfectly tailored for you." Harry was somewhat thankful the man didn't seem offended by his remark or attitude. If anything, he seemed quite blasé about it. It spoke of the man having heard it so often it now was blasé. When Harry just gave the man a look, Tatting acted a little pious and said, "You are the lord of two noble and ancient houses, my Lord Peverell Potter. It would be disrespectful not just to the legacy of your houses, but to the other lords and ladies if you did not dress the part." Harry grumped back and said, "I grew up wearing hand-me-downs and cast-offs, Mr. Tatting. Just wearing new clothes that actually fit me is a major step up for me." "But insufficient," nodded Tatting. "It's now all about image for you, my lord." Harry had no response for that, so just continued to grumble about it under his breath. However, by the time he and Luna left, Harry now had both the plum-colored Wizengamot robes and also a formal tuxedo-like set of robes for the next formal occasion he would have to attend. And, as promised, both perfectly fit. It was only while he was in the store that he learned he would have to attend a formal ministry function, with him as the honored guest, on his being awarded the Order of Merlin for why he needed a top-notch set of formal attire. His pained and pinched look, akin to having beat Ed on a grapefruit wedge, had Luna snickering back. On the day of the Wizengamot session, Harry had to wait in the new members' antechamber until the chief warlock called forward new members to be seated. Though he shouldn't have been, he was quite surprised by the number of others in the room with him. He was not surprised, however, to see that many of them were glaring at him in clear hate when they thought he wasn't watching them. And was thankful there were 4 Aurors also in the room and space about, watching those others. It took him only a moment to realize that those in the room with him were all the heirs of day that were, until Harry killed them in the ex-Malfoy manner or died as a result of being hunted by the Aurors immediately afterwards and putting up a fight, also lords, and sat upon the Wizengamot. He was thankful he didn't recognize any of them except, possibly, 1 or 2 who might have been first or second years the year he was a 5th year. And they'd probably not been marked as they were still students at Hogwarts in their 6th or 7th year this year. The wards Dumbledore had erected to trigger if anyone with the dark mark tried to enter meant they couldn't be marked at least until after graduation and still remain at Hogwarts to complete their educations. Instead of being worried about them, he decided, instead, to lightly smirk at them when his eyes locked momentarily with theirs. They always broke eye contact first, some, quite worriedly. When he looked to one of the Aurors across the room, he found that Auror had clearly noticed what was going on and was just as amused as he about the situation. As the highest, ranked, of the soon-to-be new members awaiting recognition, Harry knew he would be called in first. A few moments later, the door cracked open, drawing everyone's attention to it. A senior Auror stuck their head in, caught eyes with Harry and said, "Lord Peverell Potter. They're ready for you." Harry gave a nod and exited. Less than 3 minutes later he was ascending the stairs into the members' tiers, heading for a seat pre-placed to be right alongside Sirius's. He'd refused to even agree to set foot in the chamber again unless his seat was alongside his godfather's, and the Witch Clerk of Seats from the Wizengamot Administrative Services branch of the Ministry, though annoyed about the ultimatum, was not one to try to object to Harry's demand. At least she wouldn't when she figured out it was so easy to comply with when the Peverell seat, by tradition, usually sat on the left of the seat for the House of Black. The House of Potter seat, a noble and ancient house, was nominally located 1 tier down. However, that seat would remain vacant while Harry sat upon the Peverell seat. Besides, that seat had been warmed for far too long by Daedalus Diggle, back until Harry went through the Star Gate. Dumbledore had slipped Diggle into the seat as proxy for the House of Potter almost immediately after the events of the 31st of October 1981. And, as soon as Sirius took regency of the house, and, therefore, took it out of Dumbledore's control, he immediately kicked the man out of the seat, much to Dumbledore's annoyance. What Diggle thought of it, no one cared. The man came from, only, an elder house, not a noble one, and, therefore, his opinion barely mattered to them. As Harry took his seat, the next person was ready for their induction. He was surprised to learn it was a younger brother to Theodore Nott. Theodore, when confronted with his arrest outside the gates of the ex-Malfoy Manor after activating his emergency portkey to Malfoy Manor, had died only a day after his father and as one of those who tried to fight the Aurors. The father, Caractacus Nott, was killed as a member of the Inner Circle. No wonder he was casting me hateful glances back in the anteroom, thought Harry. He'd lost both his father and older brother only a day or so apart. Once all the new inductees were seated, Bones was given the call. It was concerning Harry's acceptance of the orders of Merlin. At the close of what his godfather assured him was a short session, Harry and Sirius ignored all the calls for interviews from the journalists hovering outside the chamber doors and headed directly back to Grimmauld. The journalists had taken one look at Harry's somewhat thunderous expression and given them both a wide berth. The reason for the expression was that some fool of a wizard tried to imply that the future lady of the houses of Peverell and Potter needed to be carefully chosen, yada, yada, in order to protect the sanctity of two ancient houses teetering on the edge of extinction, yada, yada, and must have suitable standing to shoulder the burden of being a spouse of a triple awardee of an Order of Merlin, first class. Harry had immediately stood and in a near snarl said, "If you even think of saddling me with a wife not of my own free choosing, I will tell you, right then and there to shove the orders up your collective wrinkly old asses. Then I will demand your immediate arrest for attempted line theft, and, if I can't get that, challenge you to an honor duel to the death. Next, I will publicly declare your house or houses to be anathema to the houses of Peverell and Potter and declare blood feud on your survivors. After I render your houses extinct, I'll then pack up me and mine, and that won't be including any wife you lot happen to think you're picking for me, and move to another country, declaring myself to be a political refugee and claiming I was suffering persecution from the representatives of the magical British government, namely the Wizengamot, in the process. And that will simply be for the insult. That had the wizard who'd raised it dump a log in his dax, quickly stammer out a stuttering apology and flee the chambers. Harry was immediately told off for his words by the chief warlock. However, he, too, quickly stammered out an apology when Harry aimed his hateful glare at him and started fingering his wand. "It is my lawful right, Chief Warlock," Harry snarled. "Don't you dare interfere. Your last Dark Lord, the magically powerful Tom Riddle, made the foolish mistake of coming after me. His body lies dead from a piercing curse right between the eyes from my wand. His so-called inner circle had the misfortune of being in his presence at the time, and all of them are also now dead, also from my wand. And the man who spent my entire life, even the months leading up to my birth, manipulating people and events surrounding me and mine, all for the purpose of shaping me to be his personal weapon to point at that so-called Dark Lord before then moving on to Lord Longbottom with the same purpose, I utterly destroyed. The great dissembler Albus Dumbledore's reputation lay in ruin before I then saw to it he paid for his crimes by being lawfully executed. Do not allow yourself to be my enemy through deliberate or otherwise actions. I react quite poorly. Expect not to survive the result." As Harry dropped with a huff into his seat, Sirius called out, "And so speaks the lord of a noble and most ancient house. Heed his words." No one tried anything similar after that. However, Harry had to forcefully hold his glare when sweeping it across the members, because he could hear his godfather not so quietly snickering away from the seat alongside him. About the only decision concerning him that Harry tolerated them making, was when they would be awarding him his orders of Merlin. Once past the oars at the conclusion of the meeting, Sirius had to again try and hold in his laughter, only letting out a short burst of snickering. First through the flow to Grimmauld, Harry only had a moment to see his girlfriend waiting for him on the couch, when Sirius popped out of the flow and immediately starting laughing long and loud. Luna looked to Sirius, who was having trouble standing from laughing so hard, and started grinning, before she looked back at Harry. "I take it," she said, "you had to read the riot act, as the Muggles would say, to the Wizengamot." "You saw?" he asked. "A possibility, yes," she grinned. "If I didn't go full lord of a noble and most ancient house on their asses, I feared they wouldn't heed my warning and try to do something along those lines, anyway," he sighed. She gave a single slow nod and quietly replied, "Yes, they would." He sighed and said, "We need to talk to your father." Luna nodded and said, "You're thinking of a betrothal agreement." "Yes," he said. That shut Sirius up. "A betrothal agreement?" he asked. He still had mirth twinkling in his eyes, though. "Yes," replied Harry. "A pretty ironclad one." "Why, asked his godfather, before he clearly understood. Then confirmed it. "You're worried that, even though you flat out threatened them with killing them and their entire families, someone is going to do something stupid and try to yet again lock you into a betrothal contract of their choosing." "Even worse," sighed Harry. "An ironclad marriage contract." When he looked more fully to his godfather, he asked, just how many of those abominable things did I receive via the post, by the way? His godfather smirked and replied, 9. Then his smirk dropped away and he added, with 3 of them, according to the goblins, heavily laced with compulsions to sign them. Harry gave a grimace of distaste and said, if the Aurors try to claim, through some discovered legal loophole, one or more of those bastards can't be put on trial. I want to know about it immediately after you do. I've already told them. His godfather again grinned. This time his grin had a bit of evil twist to it, promising retribution. They weren't that stupid to not understand why. Harry looked to Luna and asked, when's your father due back from his expedition? Next week, she smiled. I'm hoping you'll put in a good word for me, he carefully said. Don't worry, Harry, she gently teased. I'll tell him to say yes, just as I said I would. He thought for a moment before he asked, a betrothal contract doesn't offend you? No, she immediately replied. It's a good idea, actually. Next, they're awarding me the orders the weekend after next, Saturday, the 11th of December, he further explained. They wanted to give me more time to prepare. However, the ministry Yule Ball this year is on the solstice day, Wednesday, the 22nd of December. And they didn't think it was suitable to have the 2 events merged or too close to one another. They're right, she nodded. First off, he sighed. Miss Luna Lovegood, would you do me the honor of attending the award ceremony as my personal guest and escort? She smiled and said, I'd be honored to, Harry. Thank you, he returned. Next, would you do me the honor of attending the ministry Yule Ball with me? She grinned and replied, again, I'd be honored to, Harry. He gave a slump of relief. Thank you, for both. She came forward, hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. Sirius said, it looks like I'll have to find myself a date for the Yule Ball, too. I hadn't even thought of attending. Still in Harry's arms, Luna turned to him and said, now that the war's over, you really should attend. With the owl mail again petering off, Harry felt it was safe enough to again go out in public for longer periods of time. If anything, the news article the next morning after the Wizengamot session about what he said in the Wizengamot had what quantity of mail he was still receiving drop right off to pretty much nothing. He'd breathed a sigh of relief when all he received at breakfast that morning, via the goblins, was 2 letters. And both were letters of apology for sending earlier, threatening, letters and begging he not act against them. What he was surprised to figure out, only that morning, was that he'd not received even one letter from any of the Weasleys, not even the twins. He was feeling a little ambivalent about that. He definitely didn't want to hear from the youngest 2, nor from their mother. However, he didn't care, one way or the other, about the oldest 3 children. He'd have somewhat liked to have heard from the twins, though. After breakfast and after they'd let it settle, Harry asked Luna, anywhere you'd like to go today? Potter Manor, she immediately returned. What? Where? He asked, surprised. Potter Manor, she repeated. I have a manor. He almost squeaked. Of course you do, pup, Sirius cut in. You should have been informed of it when you went in to see the Potter account manager at Gringotts, Hooknose or Rocknasher. Why would you think you didn't? It didn't occur to me to ask, said a somewhat stunned Harry. When I've been in to see him than we had, I felt, far more important and time-critical things to deal with. Which is why we're going to go and talk with him again, this morning, said Luna. He'll be able to give us the portkeys to the properties. Properties? He immediately asked right back. Properties, she promptly and firmly replied. There's Potter Manor, Potter Retreat in southern France, Potter Penthouse in magical USA, Potter Winery in Australia and a few smaller, less important, ones scattered about the world. Dom, he exclaimed. Then he gave a sigh and said, all right. We go see Rocknasher to get what we need to go to Potter Manor and the other properties, then we go visit Potter Manor. The visit to Gringotts had Harry lightly scolded his account manager about what information Harry believed he should receive. And one of those was about the various real estate holdings that belonged to the houses. The goblin didn't look chagrined about it, at all. He simply said, it is your responsibility to ask concerning such matters, not mine to offer unsolicited advice. Besides, I have no notice, either way, whether or not Hooknose informed you. Harry just gave a snort of annoyed amusement, picked up the portkeys created to take him to the front gates of the various properties, offered all but the one for Potter Manor to Luna and decided on a trip down to the Potter Vaults. As soon as he demanded Being taken down to his vault, Harry heard Luna quietly mutter, "The Potter betrothal ring." Of course. He looked to her and said, "You know, being with you is going to make it really hard for me to surprise you." She just smirked back. Then, after the trip down to the vault to collect the ring and more galleons, the two returned to the surface. After leaving the bank, it was then only a matter of a quick walk up to the apparition portkey point. The two held on to the permanent active portkey and, as Harry activated it, they were away. Harry didn't know what to expect when he first laid eyes on Potter Manor. Other than what he remembered of the inside of the ex-Malfoy Manor and extrapolating from there, he actually had no proper context. As such, his only concept was of an American Southern plantation owner's home, such as that found in old stories and what he remembered of seeing in books back in Little Whinging Primary School. The reality was, other than being multi-storied as he expected, significantly different. Potter Manor stood out in the open on what looked like a huge lawn that was interspersed with garden beds. Thinking further about it, he then remembered how the old English castles all, apparently, stood the same. He did not know they were like that to provide open fields of fire to the castle's archer defenders, but it wouldn't have surprised him if he knew. Potter Manor had the wide open lawns to provide no cover to anyone who sought to magically attack it from the outside. What he saw, once he stepped through the Notice Me Not and other outer wards, was a beautiful example of an 18th-century nobleman's estate house. It was white with, oddly, black trim. It had a black slate roof, black painted main doors and window shutters, but with the actual building being a clean white. At least, it would have been if it wasn't looking so neglected. From beside him, Luna quietly said, "Dobby is going to love this place." Harry gave a silent nod and said, "Come on. Let's go inside." After a long walk up the arrow-straight footpath, no driveway, as Harry reached for the door handle, Luna pulled his arm back. When he turned to her, confused, she said, "You need to claim the property first, Harry. The battle wards, while quite depleted due to age, are still up." Harry could easily see the wisdom of that. So, while standing on the porch before the massive main doors, he drew his wand and held it in the oath grip. Thinking of what he needed to say first, he firmly intoned, "I, Hardwin James Peverell Potter, Lord of the noble and ancient House of Potter, hereby claim this manor under the auspices of magical primogeniture, birthright, as my own. As I say, so I declare, so must it be." His wand tip gave a significant flash and a ring of visible magic shot out of his wand in a circular wave similar to what happened when he claimed Malfoy Manor under Predatum for the House of Black. Before he had a chance to again reach for the door handle, Luna reached out and, this time, gently laid a hand on his arm. "Harry, say that same claim again, however, this time, make the claim for all Potter property." Harry looked to his girlfriend for only a moment before he saw the expression she usually had when she'd just seen something. He only gave her a nod, rethought about what to say and intoned, "I, Hardwin James Peverell Potter, Lord of the noble and ancient House of Potter, hereby claim back to the House of Potter under my control and under the auspices of magical primogeniture, birthright, all property rightfully belonging to the House of Potter. As I say, so I declare, so must it be." Again, there was another flash and wave of magic. He then waited about 5 seconds to see what would happen. When nothing did that he was aware of, he turned to his girlfriend and started to ask, "Why did?" That was as far as he got before there was a triple pop of 3 house elves suddenly appearing before him. He gave a slight start in surprise. All 3 elves were excitedly, almost chantingly, exclaiming, "Master Hardwin! Master Hardwin!" He stuttered. "Hello! Hello, Master Hardwin," all 3 chorused. "What on?" he softly started to say. "Harry," said Luna, cutting him off. When he turned to her, she was smirking back. "Harry, these are the Potter family elves in magical Britain. Since Dumbledore's interference back on that night, the old man sent them to work at Hogwarts. They've been there this whole time." After a moment to think that through, Harry softly exclaimed, "Hun." Then he turned to the elves. "You're Potter elves?" he asked. "Yes, Master Hardwin," they all chorused. Then the first added, "I be Domo." Then the second added, "I be Coco." And the third, "I be Horto." By simply accepting it as fact and trusting in his girlfriend, he said, "Then I welcome you back into the House of Potter." All 3 beamed back in happiness. One of them, Horto, then looked about as if in horror at what he saw. "This be wrong," he exclaimed. That had the other two then quickly look about and adopt similar expressions. "We's needings to gets to work," exclaimed Domo before turning pleading eyes on Harry again. "Master Hardwin, please." Thinking quickly, Harry said, "You can, if you wish, make a start on getting this place back to good condition. However," he quickly said, before they could all pop away and make that start, "you may call in any elves to help you, even free elves, and none of you may work yourselves to the point of exhaustion. I expect you to take your time and do it right." "Thank you, Master Hardwin." All three again chorused. Then, with another triple pop, they disappeared again. Harry then turned to Luna and gestured to the door. Now, she nodded with a smirk. And Harry again reached for the door handle. This time Luna didn't stop him from opening it. A couple of hours after leaving, Harry and Luna stepped back out of the flow into Grimmauld and went in search of Sirius. He was in his office, again going over parchment work. "Hello, you two," he said, seeing them step into the office from where he was sitting at the desk. "How'd things go?" "Good," Harry sighed. "I picked up the Potter betrothal ring and some more gold from my vaults. And spoke to Rocknasher about Potter and Peverell property. He claimed it was my responsibility to ask him about them, rather than his to tell me of them. Then Luna and I went out to Potter Manor to explore it. In doing that and claiming the Manorhold, Luna also suggested I claim all rightful Potter property while I was at it. When I did, 3 elves turned up. Apparently Dumbledore, on claiming magical guardianship of me, ordered them to leave the properties and go work at Hogwarts. They've been there this whole time. What I'm curious about is how he managed to accomplish that. As he wasn't rightfully my magical guardian, he must have used magics to affect it." "He did," said Luna. "He used strong compulsion charms based on the Elder Wand and his silver tongue." Sirius frowned a bit and said, "He had to have found some way to block the elf bond to House of Potter from you." Harry frowned, scowled and said, "Those bloody blood wards." Sirius looked up in surprise and said, "That actually makes a fair bit of sense. Part of the wards he had set up on you blocked all magical abilities to find you, including scrying and Elmail. It makes sense it also blocked the elves' ability to find you." "What happened to those wards, anyway?" asked Harry. "I went to the property within a couple of days of gaining my freedom and pulled the ward stone out before taking it away and destroying it," explained his godfather. "It was the day after the Dursleys were killed by Death Eaters." "Pity," muttered Harry, not fazed about hearing again about the deaths of his relatives. "We could have researched the wardstone to find." He stopped for a moment because he had a sudden thought. "Actually, did you have a good look over the stone before you destroyed it?" "Yes," replied a curious Sirius. "Why?" As Harry grinned, Luna replied, pensive. "We can review a copy of your memory of handling the wardstone to find out what runes were carved into it. And, from there," started Harry. Sirius finished, "we can extrapolate what wards were up on the Dursley residence." "Good idea." After Sirius pulled out the Black family pensieve and dropped his memory of the stone into it, the three entered the memory. Luna took with her a clipboard, parchment and self-inking quill. It was what she used when interviewing someone for the Quibbler. Once she'd gone over the stone with the memory paused, Luna said, "I've got them all, I think." And the three pulled out of the memory. Then, with Luna leading the research due to her more recent background in ancient runes and wards, the three set to find out for what wards the stone acted as the anchor. Thankfully, it didn't take long as Luna recognized almost all of them pretty much straight away. Once they were done, she read them out. Anti-portkey, anti-apparition, anti-scrying, post-owl redirection, a wizard notice me not, a separate modified subtle notice me not for non-magicals, the powerful blood-based magics that seems to be based on familial protection and NDS what is clearly a house elf bond breaker. Son of a ch. Harry snarled. If he wasn't already dead I'd declare blood feud on the bastard, just for that. What's done is done, said Sirius. He can no longer interfere in anyone's life. Let it be. Harry thought about it for a long moment before he finally slumped against the door frame he was still standing next to and sighed. No, you're right. Then he stood up straight. However, once we find out everything that bastard did, I might just write a book about him. Sirius smirked and said, Rita Skeeter's already writing one. It's going to be pretty scathing. Curious, Harry asked, how did you know that? She contacted me and asked me if I had anything to contribute, shrugged Sirius. I refused until she confessed it was aimed at tearing the old man's legacy down. Which reminds me. He turned to Luna and said, "Are you willing to share any of those insights of yours in those scrapbooks?" She replied, "No. I intend to write my own, once I'm settled. I think it'll be a nice project during my first pregnancy." Sirius was a little surprised and showed it, but just nodded in understanding. "Sounds like a good idea." Then he smirked and asked, "And just when do you see yourself undertaking that project?" She snickered and replied, "None of your business. At least, none of your business until I'm actually pregnant." Sirius laughed, but Harry didn't know if he needed to be worried or not. "Don't worry, Harry," she said. "No pregnancy until after we're married. I promise." Harry didn't even breathe a sigh of relief from hearing that, because he already trusted Luna would not try to take advantage of him that way. Then, when he realized that, it also confirmed for him that she would definitely be the next Lady Potter. He both loved and trusted her, and she'd never, not even back when they were students at Hogwarts, given him any reason to doubt her sincerity and love for him. "Actually," said Luna, "what Harry needs to do is start to study for his newts. He has his owls. Of course he completed the exams for those before we went to the Department of Mysteries that evening, but he's not studied or sat for his newts yet." That had Sirius surprised and Harry outright shocked. Sirius turned a smirk on Harry and said, "She's right, pup. You only have your owls. You should really study for your newts, now that both Riddle and Dumbledore are out of the way." Harry looked to both with a pained expression. "I am not going to return to Hogwarts as a student." "No, Harry," said Luna. "You're hiring tutors." "Good idea," said Sirius. "I'll start making inquiries this very afternoon." "He'll only need the proper texts and a tutor for the practicals," said Luna. "His occlumency is at a stage where he can easily recall everything he's read. He only needs to read it once and he knows the information off by heart. So, focus on tutors that are heavy on the practical. And focus on tutors for charms, transfiguration, dada, herbology, potions, astronomy, arithmancy and ancient runes. The first three he only needs for a short time, as he can easily knock over at least an acceptable in the first two, and an outstanding in the third, already." Wait, Harry blurted, as his life was in the process of being laid out and he'd not managed to get a word in about it yet. "For a start, almost everything I did on Hadrian was related to the first three you mentioned. Plus, I didn't study ancient runes or arithmancy while I was at Hogwarts." Hush, Luna cut in, cutting him off. "Almost all the magic you do, even Dada, is related to owl-level work. Yes, you can pump in the power to accomplish something with nothing but intent, but you still need to learn the proper way of casting all those spells to get your newts in those subjects. As for arithmancy and ancient runes, I know you can handle them. With occlumency at your level, ancient runes will become almost a breeze for you. You'll only need to be taught how to carve the runes, how to array them and how to properly power them. That's all basically taught in the last 6 months of the class in 7th year." When Harry kept silent, but looked skeptical, Luna said, "Trust me, Harry. I've seen what you will be able to do." With a pained look and a sigh, he muttered, "Finny." With a dazzling smile back, Luna rose on tiptoes a bit and kissed him on the cheek. "Good boy." It didn't help that Sirius was chuckling at Harry, demonstrating he was well and truly whipped by the little buddy. As promised, Sirius made inquiries through the Wizarding Examinations Authority that very afternoon to find suitable tutors for his godson. Also that very afternoon, Luna practically forced Harry into a chair at the kitchen table and placed a short stack of books before him. The introduction books for arithmancy and ancient runes and the 6th year books for charms, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, potions, astronomy and even enchanting, said Luna, indicating each. "I've left out care of magical creatures, history of magic, muggle studies and divination. You don't need them. You can study COMC when you've got further time. A Newton history only requires you read through the texts, plus a couple others, to gain an outstanding in the subject, as there's no practical component. Muggle studies you could pass in your sleep, having lived a Muggle life, and divination is pointless for you, as you have only a passing modicum of talent in the field and no gift." "How did you get these so fast?" he gasped. "Wait, they were in the Black Library, weren't they?" And, yes, I agree with you about those subjects. Actually, these are mine, she corrected him. I had Dobby go to my place and pick them up for me. The 7th year books of the subjects you studied, plus the rest of the books for arithmancy and ancient runes, are up in our room in the small bookcase I had Dobby install in there. Hun, he muttered. Actually, what did happen to all my stuff? Aside from my broom and coin pouch Sirius told me about, I hadn't thought of the rest. My trunk and that from Hogwarts, that is. I really don't care about what happened to anything I had at the Dursleys. Sirius has your trunk in the attic, here, she replied. I'm sorry, but we should have told you that already. As for what happened to anything at the Dursleys, I'm afraid, if there was anything there, it got burnt to ash when the Dursleys' home was burnt to the ground. Harry thought about that and said, actually, the only thing in my trunk I was truly worried about was the photo album Hagrid got me for my first year back in the magical world. Everything else is easily replaceable or I've outgrown it. She muttered, give me a moment. She quickly left, but was back within the minute. She walked in with a smile on her face and carrying, cradled in her arms, the photo album. She gently placed it on the table next to the stack of books. It was in a safe place, Harry, she explained as Sirius walked in. Sorry, pup, he said. I should have thought. That's been in a specially protected bookcase under a Fidelius in my office since I recovered it while recovering your effects from Hogwarts. Harry was already gently trailing his fingertips over the cover of it with a wistful look on his face. Quietly, almost whispered, he said, thank you. Seeing the expression on his face, Luna gave Sirius a look before saying, I feel like brewing some tea. Want some? While Harry hadn't even heard her, Sirius said, sure. They left Harry to his thoughts, while they busied themselves with the tea. It had completely slipped Harry's mind that Dobby would have been more than willing to set up a tea setting for them, if they'd asked. The only reason he hadn't popped in to scold them for doing house elves work was because he was at Potter Manor with the other Potter elves getting the manor and its extensive grounds back up to pristine condition. He was always ready to be called back to Grimmauld at a moment's notice, but his direct focus at the time was on the work on the manor. After recovering from his slip of emotion relating to getting his photo album back, Harry was soon into reading through the texts of the subjects he should have been covering at Hogwarts for the first 2 years he was on Hadrian, his 6th and 7th years. He'd also made a start on the arithmancy and ancient runes texts. It was while he was reading through them that Sirius took Luna aside. Have you seen what I've organized for tomorrow morning? He asked. She grinned back and said, yes. Like you, I think it's a nice surprise. And no, I haven't and will not tell him. Sirius grinned and said, thank you. I need to get back in to help Harry, she suddenly said. Sirius just nodded and again said, thank you, before then heading back to his office. As he left, Luna stared at his back with one of her knowing smirks. Tomorrow morning is going to be a lot more exciting than you think it will be, Sirius, she thought, before then heading back to the kitchen. Not all of it pleasant. She needed to help Harry with his study. When it came to the practicals, Harry was always completely focused. It was during study he still had focus problems. However, just as dinner was approaching, they were joined by Tonks and Remus. Luna permitted Harry to set aside the books after dinner and help with combat training for both of them. They spent about 3 hours working on improving both their speed and creating non-lethal spell chains. Tonks needed them as Connie Hammer, surprisingly already and recently back at work, had now brought in a rule that any of the few remaining Death Eaters still free had to, whenever possible, be brought down only with non-lethal spells. The next morning the household was awake early. Both Remus and Tonks had also spent the night, so were both there for breakfast. Finally getting a day off, Tonks? Harry asked. Yep, she happily replied, but didn't elucidate. During a break in their training the previous evening, she explained how the last few Death Eaters they were still hunting had either shot through overseas or had holed up somewhere. They now had to work hard to ferret them out, but it was mainly research into possible bolt holes. Harry then turned to Sirius and suggested, now that the Aurors are no longer working such long hours, perhaps it's now time to forward the rest of all that dodgy mail to the new head Auror, Proudfoot, to get them officially investigated. I've already sent it, replied Sirius. I told him to get to it when the pressure eased off, but that it wasn't to be indefinitely put aside. It's already being investigated, said Tonks. I know that the Chief Auror, Proudfoot, has already set a team aside to deal with it all, at any rate. Harry gave a nod and said, then I expect to see action concerning it all within the next couple of days. If I don't see certain names starting to pop up on the judicial docket for the Wizengamot within the week, though, I'll go in to see Proudfoot myself. I will not allow any of those who tried to use magic upon me, whether through compulsions or harm, to get away with what they did. Don't worry, Harry, she assured him. The Chief Auror is of the same mind. They'll face trial, I'd bet my robes on it. He gave a nod back. It was only about 10 minutes later when there was a solid knocking on the front door. Harry's head shot up with a puzzled expression to stare at Sirius. I thought no one. I relaxed the wards a little after the unspeakables left. People can now approach the front door and knock, his godfather cut in, starting to rise. I'd best go see who it is. However, the expression of smugness, glee, excitement and whatever else that passed over his godfather's face had Harry a little concerned and a lot curious. Sirius, once he walked out of the kitchen, allowed his expression to relax even more into one of excitement. He was looking forward to this. He first cast a specialized charm on the front door, which allowed him to see through it from the inside. And he saw who he thought he'd see. Now grinning, he walked the few steps forward and opened the door. Standing in the doorway with her arms crossed and a glare on her face was a young witch who looked ready to give someone a piece of her mind. And, standing at the bottom of the path at the fence line, were her parents. Sirius openly grinned at the young woman and said, "Hello, Hermione. Welcome back to Britain." Standing on the doorstep while her parents hung back at the ward line, with her voice practically a growl, Hermione Granger demanded, "Where is he?" Sirius just grinned wider. Ignoring her question, he looked past her and said, "Mark Sandy, come on up." When they reached the stoop, Sirius said, "I, Lord Sirius Orion Black III, Lord of the noble and most ancient House of Black, offer you and yours safe haven in my home and bid you welcome." Mark, as the actual head of House Granger, replied, "I, Marcade Daniel Granger, on behalf of House Granger accept your offer of safe haven and thank you for your welcome." Then he grinned and asked, "Did I say it right?" Sirius smiled back and said, "Spot on." Then he stepped to the side to allow passage past him and said, "Come in." Hermione gave a huff and stomped inside. Harry was in the middle of discussing how he was now focusing on getting his newts with Tonks and Remus, because his girlfriend and godfather said he should, when Sirius walked back into the room. "Who?" Harry started to ask before he saw who then stepped into the room next. "Hermione," he squeaked. With an unreadable expression on her face, Harry watched as his once best friend strode across the room towards him as he rapidly climbed to his feet. He didn't even get to say anything before she firmly placed a hand on his chest and pushed him backwards until his back was against the wall. He started. "Don't start, Harry James Potter," she snarled at him. But, he tried, before she simply rode right over the top of him. "I thought you'd died, you prat." She snarled at him. "Everyone did. You've got some explaining to do and I want answers. And none of that nonsense about you being on a different planet, either. The whole concept of being on a different planet, what with the distances involved." He quickly cut in, 8.6 light years. "I know how far Sirius A and B are, Harry," she snapped. "It's slightly more than 50 trillion miles away. And how you can expect anyone with a lick of sense to believe you could have possibly been on a planet half the galaxy away. Our next nearest star, Hermione," he tried. "I know that," she again snapped. "It's still such a phenomenal distance no one could possibly believe." Having had enough of her diatribe, Harry finally reached forth with both hands, cupped her cheeks between then, leaned forward and kissed her hard on the lips. He didn't hold it long, just long enough to shut the girl up. When she stopped trying to talk around his lips, he pulled back again. "Stop," he firmly commanded. After the shock of Theki and when she began to regain her senses and frown at him, he firmly said, "Hermione Granger, I am well prepared to make a binding vow on my magic as to the truth of what I said about me being on another planet. I was on a different planet. I was on a planet that had 2 suns and 2 moons that I know of, and I was rescued from that planet by a team of U.S. Air Force personnel." Before she could again say anything, Sirius said, "There's no need for that, Harry. I can simply get my pensieve and you can show her the memory of your first night on the planet." Surprised, Harry released his hold on who he still considered his best female friend, now after Luna, and said, "Actually, that's a good idea." Sirius gave a nod and called, "Dobby." The little elf arrived and Sirius immediately asked him, "Can you get my pensieve out and bring it in here for me, please?" "Yes, Master Pattyfoots," replied Dobby before he popped away to do exactly that. "Sirius," Hermione grumbled and glared at the man. However, before she could expand on that one word, Dobby was back. He popped the pensieve onto the kitchen table and popped away again. "Did you forget what I told you about house elves, Hermione?" he asked. She didn't say another word, only looked a little miffed. Harry didn't know what was going on there, but at least it distracted the young woman from pressing matters concerning him. Though it did seem as if Sirius had, at one time, talked to the young woman about the issues around house elves. He'd ask later. After Harry dropped his memories of waking up on the planet, his activating the Shapai and his first night into the pensieve, Sirius activated it in projector mode. That is, he activated it to play the memory in the air above the surface of the pensieve, rather than everyone dropping into the memory to interact with it. When the three played out, one after the other, Harry looked to Hermione and asked, "Do you now accept my word, or am I going to have to make that vow, after all?" Caught between being ashamed she doubted him and amazed at what she saw, she replied, "Sorry, Harry." Then rallied and added, "But, you must admit, it seems pretty far-fetched." Luna piped up and said, "Harry, can you show us the memory of the day the United States military personnel rescued you?" Harry gave a nod back, focused on the memory and drew it from his mind. Then he dropped the mass into the waters of the pensieve. "Sirius?" he asked, gesturing to the bowl. Sirius gave a nod, stepped forward and activated the new memory, before then stepping back again. While it played and those watching got their first look at SG-1, Harry heard Mark and Sandy give small gasps of surprise. Then, once the memory played through, Harry looked to them and asked, "You recognize them?" Both nodded. But it was Mark who replied, "Two of those people, the woman and the older man, paid us a visit early last month. They came to our home in Massachusetts asking questions about you." "Ah," smirked Harry. "They were looking for me. If it was after the 2nd of November it would have been after I'd left their company. However, they really didn't want me to leave, if you get my drift." "They had you in custody?" asked Hermione. Harry grinned and replied, "Think about it, Hermione. Have you heard anything, at all about a highly sensitive US military unit that sends soldiers off to other planets through a wormhole? They don't want word of that secret being made public. They understand the panic it would cause. As such, they were holding me until they could figure out some way to slot me back into the real world without everyone who knew me asking questions that I couldn't answer without speaking about that arch, the wormhole I went through, and how the US government military are using one located in the US to send people, as they call it, off-world through regular trips. What I was worried about is that they'd have forced me into what's it called protective custody, that's it. And not let me go back to my own life. So, I escaped their clutches and snuck back into England." "They wouldn't do that," Hermione disagreed. "Yes, they would," her father quickly cut in and disagreed. "They might have even killed Harry to protect that secret. It's not as if it's something countries haven't done before." "Exactly," Harry nodded. "Oh, I knew they'd have not been able to kill me. That didn't mean they wouldn't try, though. It would have also meant I'd likely have had to breach the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy to escape getting killed. Then, as they're members of a highly secret government military unit, getting in to obliviate them, if there would even be any point to that, considering all the security cameras I saw, would be both difficult and probably pointless. As such, I had to get out of there before it became an even worse issue that it already was. That's why they obviously visited you, because they were looking for me to take me back into custody." With a frown, Markade asked, "Are we safe to go back to the US?" "Yes," replied Luna. "They visited you to see if you or Hermione had any idea as to where they could find Harry. They now believe you have no idea he's even alive and actually believe him to be dead. They won't be bothering you." Hermione frowned at her and demanded, "And how would you be knowing that?" Before Luna's gift could be discussed, Harry replied, "Sirius has some contact with a proven seer. And that seer's assistance has been paramount in providing intelligence that, for a start, helped me finally off Tom Riddle for good." Turning her frown on Harry, she asked, for a start. What else has he or she informed you of? Hermione, called Sirius in a firm voice. Mind your place. When she turned to him he was lightly scowling at her. You, Miss Granger, are both a muggle born and a guest in my house. Mind your tone when you speak with two lords of noble and ancient houses. She can simply mind her tone, said Mark. He then looked to Hermione and firmly said, You will watch what you say and how you say it, little missy. You might now be 20 years old, but I am still your father and you will not disrespect anyone in my presence. Hermione slightly pinked from embarrassment, but still looked somewhat resolute. The short staring contest she tried to win against both her father and Sirius, she lost. Dropping her eyes she quietly said, Sorry. A moment later, first making sure the rebuke took, Harry said, Hermione. When she looked to him again, he said, You are currently back in magical Britain and Sirius and I are both lords of noble and ancient houses. Actually, I'm lord of two such houses. You are a muggle born with very little rights as you well remember. Your demanding tone and voice would have already insulted anyone else, but is now starting to insult Sirius's hospitality. You're lucky that Sirius and I are somewhat forgiving of your actions. Many wouldn't be. Now calm down. When it looked like his words had taken effect, he said, Now, we know you want information. However, none one here is in any way obligated to give you that information. Unless you start being a lot more polite and respectful, you won't be getting it. And, even then, there are matters none of us will share with you, whether you like it or not. Now almost in tears, she again looked up to Harry, Sorry. Accepted, he said, this time. You are no longer a child where your behavior can be excused due to your age. You're now an adult and are expected to be aware of your obligations and responsibilities. You can no longer be protected from consequences. She nodded and again said, Sorry, Harry. And what about everyone else? He demanded. She lightly flinched, but looked around the room. My apologies, I was being rude. I didn't mean to be. It was a long moment before Sirius said, Now. To your question about what else that seer told us, it would be a lot. However, unless a matter is raised that specifically applies, what we learned from them is something we're not willing to share. She nodded back and softly said, Thank you. Sirius nodded back, stood up a little straighter and said, Now that's out of the way, take a seat. And gestured to the chairs around the table. You obviously have questions and we'll see what we can do to answer some of them. The tense atmosphere that arose began to dissipate again as people began to sit, or re-sit in the cases of Harry and Sirius. Wow. Intense. Declared Tonks. Once everyone was seated, Sirius said, Introductions are in order, I think. Starting from his left, he introduced everyone. He knew Hermione knew who they all were, but the Granger parents didn't and only he and Harry knew who the Granger parents were. Dobby had popped back in and prepared a large serving of tea and cakes for everyone, even though breakfast had only just finished. Law, asked Harry, after Hermione told them what she was studying in Massachusetts. Yes, she nodded. I'm studying both an undergraduate degree in Muggle law and studying magical law under a master of the subject, Master Blackstone, through trying to hold down an apprenticeship under him. Sounds like you're terribly busy, said Harry. How'd you find time to come here? I sat the end of my first year exams at university 2 weeks early and last week, she replied. And Master Blackstone was kind enough to give me the time off to allow me to visit. He claims not much happens after the first week of December until things pick up again after New Year's. As such, he could afford to do without my assistance for that time. Harry caught the subtle smirk Sirius directed his way and almost casually indicated himself. That told Harry Sirius had something to do with that. The important question, said Harry. Is it something you enjoy doing? Oh, yes, she firmly returned with a grin. Good, he just as firmly said right back. I always thought you had a head for law. And what about your studies, Harry? She asked. With Luna's help I'm currently studying to take my newts, he shrugged. However, she's insisting I study both arithmancy and ancient runes to go along with that. Hermione turned a grateful look to the buddy and quietly said, Thank you. Though I don't know how you convinced him to study those two, I'm grateful you did. I used my feminine wiles, smirked Luna. Hermione seemed to know what she meant from the young woman's expression and almost immediately blushed. Harry, wanting to quickly change the subject before Hermione, or, worse still, Sirius, could say anything, said, "I've also dropped divination and will delay doing anything about care of magical creatures until after I've got my newts. Therefore, I'm studying charms, transfiguration, potions, herbology, defense against the dark arts, history, muggle studies, arithmancy and ancient runes. With my occlumency skills now at a high level, almost all of what I'm undertaking will be the practical components, as I've developed a near photographic memory of everything I read." "Hard work," she nodded. "Are you sure you're going to be able to handle such a load?" She never saw the annoyed frowns both Luna and Sirius directed towards her. Her parents did, though. "I'm sure," he confidently replied. "With the dark magic behind my scar gone and the compulsion and temperament alteration charms Dumbledore placed upon me also gone, I'm finding it far easier to concentrate and figure things out. I'm now back and beyond the skills and figuring things out levels I was at when I was in primary school." With a scowl back, she said, "I still can't believe Dumbledore did all that to you, Harry." Not offended, Harry lightly smiled back and said, "The people at the ICW found out the depth of what Dumbledore had done to me before they executed him for his crimes, Hermione. Trust me, I wasn't surprised by what they'd found out." With her scowl still in place, she half growled, "To think I once actually trusted that man." "Live and learn, Hermione," he said. "Just be careful of whom you place your trust in future." "Truer words couldn't be said," said Mark. Hermione and her family were staying in magical Britain right through to just beyond Christmas. After that, they were returning to the US the day after Boxing Day to be back in the US in plenty of time before New Year's. They already had plans for that day, spending it with American friends. That meant they'd be here for Harry's award ceremony, at least. That was something they didn't know about until they'd arrived. Hermione then spent the better part of 2 days being annoyed at Harry for going through the veil, being angry at Sirius for hiding that he had access to a seer and that he'd told him Harry was, at the time, safe, and at Harry for not immediately letting her know he was back when he got back. At the end of the second day, after yet another of her bye-she whines, Harry grabbed her and dragged her into the library. As soon as he was in, he slammed the door closed and pushed her onto a couch. Shocked, she barely had any hope of stopping him. Finally wheeling on her, he angrily barked, "Right. That will be enough." Before she could utter a word, he barked, "You stupid little ch. You yet do not have any naffing idea about just why you were kept in the dark about what was going on. You were kept in the dark because that seer you now know of saw what would have happened if you'd been told. You were kept in the dark to naffing protect you and to protect the secret. Wah," she stuttered, after cringing back from Harry's rage. "You, Miss Granger, are just too naffing trusting of people in authority," he snapped. "If you had been told anything about what was going on before you were informed yesterday morning, had a future where you would have likely ended up becoming the personal say of Ronald Naffing Weasley." As Hermione began to cry in the face of Harry's palpable anger, Harry calmed down a fair bit. Making her cry was not his intent. With a sigh and in a quieter voice he explained, "If you had been told what was going on back shortly after I had gone through the Shapai, what we now know to be more properly called the Astra Porta, you would not have kept it a secret. Further, as you weren't an accomplished occlumens, you'd have been unable to keep Dumbledore out of your head and spying on your thoughts. Further, Ronald Weasley would have been given potions by his mother to end you. Molly Weasley saw you as the counter to Ronald's slackness and lack of self-promotion. She'd have used you to push her son into accomplishing something with his life. Those potions would then make you Ronald's say, good for nothing but pumping out the next generation of Weasleys and being the breadwinner of your home. That's because she knew damned well Ronald wouldn't amount to anything without you there to push him. And guess what? She was right. If you were instead told I was back as soon as, or soon after, I got back before I was able to take both Riddle and Dumbledore out, then you wouldn't have been able to suppress your illogical need to trust that white-whiskered wanker and would have gone to him and told him everything. That would have probably again led you to becoming a say for Ronald Weasley, but, worse still, me being again end by potions, this time by that naffer into again becoming his personal naffing weapon. With a roar, he added, it would have led to my death. As Hermione began to sob, in heartbreak, this time, again Harry sighed and tried to suppress his anger at the young woman. You were told as soon as it was safe for you to be told, Miss Granger, he said. And you will stop with the ill-concealed anger and whining about how you were left out of the loop. If you are unable to get that bullshit under control, then go pack. You'll be leaving before the sun sets this evening. I, for one, have had more than enough of tolerating it. With that, Harry stormed to the door and wrenched it open. On the other side stood Sirius, Luna and Sandy. Mark and Remus weren't there. Harry looked at the three before looking at Sandy. He quietly said, "Sorry. But, I'd had enough." Then, without another word, he went to the stairs and headed up to his room. Watching him go, Sirius looked at Luna for a moment. She nodded back and said, "I'll take care of him. You take care of her." Sirius gave a firm nod back. As Luna headed to the stairs to calm her boyfriend down, Sirius turned to Sandy, only to find she'd already entered the room and was sitting on the couch, allowing her sobbing daughter to cuddle in. He walked in and went to the armchair sitting opposite and waited. Up in his room, Harry was sitting on the side of his bed feeling all sorts of emotions. He was angrily upset with himself for losing his temper, disgusted with himself for treating a woman, one he'd once considered his closest friend, as horribly as he just did, disappointingly upset with her for doing as she was warned not to and trying to verbally bully everyone for the information she demanded, the same upset with her for not simply accepting what she was told, and again with Sirius for not slapping her down enough, right from the start, about her behavior, and, generally, upset with the entire situation. When the door opened and Luna walked in, he quietly said, "I don't want to talk about it." As she headed to walk around to the other side of the bed, she replied, "I know." Then she climbed onto the bed from her side before walking across to his side and wrapping him in a hug from behind. As Harry sighed and slumped back into her hug, she said, "What happened in the library is something that had to happen, Harry." After a moment he asked, "What do you mean?" Hermione's constant demands for information she is not entitled to would have eventually got her possibly killed, she replied. You're verbally slapping her down for it from someone she actually respects a great deal means that possible future is now terminated. And the talk Sirius will now give her will cement that. She will learn from this and become a better person because of it. Do not fear, she will not. I hate myself for doing it, he mumbled. Don't, she firmly said. What you did was a good thing, trust me. With a sigh, he said, I do. That doesn't mean I don't feel like a heel for doing it. Then gained strength from knowing you likely saved her life by doing it, she reasonably returned. Down in the library, Sirius had calmly sat on the armchair while he watched. Mother, calm, daughter. Sandy was making all the right noises, but Sirius could see she was just making those noises because it was what was expected. He could see that she knew the yelling was going to happen sooner or later, too, and that the yelling was somewhat justified. As such, Sirius didn't need to worry about what the Granger parents were going to want to do to his godson when Sandy calmed her daughter down. Moreover, he was kind of expecting Sandy to agree with what Harry had said, just not with all the yelling and bad language. It took a little while, but Hermione finally calmed down enough to notice Sirius quietly sitting opposite. Why? She plaintively asked. Why did he say those things to me? He said a fair bit, Hermione, replied Sirius. You're going to need to be a bit more specific. What about him saying Ron was going to turn me into a Say? She whined. He wouldn't have done that, would he? According to the person I know to be a seer, they've been 100% accurate in everything they've told me. One of the things they told me was that Ronald Weasley, if I hadn't arranged things to get you out of the country, was going to potion you to the gills to make you both fall in love with him and remain utterly loyal to him. They also told me that, eventually, he would have killed you. But that would not have occurred until you'd birthed 2 children for him, Rose and Hugo Weasley, and in that order. It was a promise to that person for their help that I visited you and your parents that day that got you to agree to move to the United States of America. But why didn't you tell me about Harry? Why did you lie to me? She demanded. Careful, Miss Granger, he scolded her. You're starting to try demanding answers again. When she cowered a little, he said, the goblins told me that Harry was still alive because the life stone they hold for him that shows the life status of all their vault holders still glowed, even if it was quite dimly. It wouldn't have done that if he was dead. The seer told me that Harry would return in a few years' time, once others found him and brought him back. However, if I tried to go and get him, I would fail and die in the process. If I, instead, simply waited, then he would return safely in due time. Which is what happened. Further, the seer told me, which I happen to agree with, that if you knew Harry was still alive you wouldn't have gone to the US. Or, if your parents had still managed to drag you there, you'd have found some way to sneak back. Believing that Harry was dead was what kept you from doing that. And, if you had come back, Dumbledore would have again got his claws into you. You'd have then been reporting everything to him again, which is what he wanted you for, but including your knowledge about Harry being believed alive and, if by some small chance you didn't tell him about Harry, being used by him to keep an eye on young Neville Longbottom, just as he had Ronald doing and tried to get Miss Lovegood to do, after you left. That would have again led to you becoming a say of Ronald Weasley and being murdered by him in a few years after you'd first pumped out 2 Sprogs to continue the Weasley line through him. That's why I had you promise not to try and contact anyone back here, except myself, but especially any of the Weasleys or Dumbledore. You did it to save her from that life, said Sandy. Sirius nodded. Yes. I promised that seer I'd do that. I was going to do it anyway, simply because of how much support Hermione gave Harry right up until that night at the Ministry. The seer just made it more important and more overt. He then leaned forward and stared intensely at the younger woman. And, Miss Granger, if you decide to disobey me and contact any of the Weasleys anyway, I might not be able to move fast enough to kill Ronald Weasley first. I've no doubt that Harry is likely to beat me to the honor duel challenge he'd challenge the young man with and kill him first. You've not seen how fast Harry has become with a wand. However, there is no doubt in my mind that Harry is faster than Riddle ever was. It was why he was able to kill the man, and his entire inner circle all together, and while he was alone. While on the planet he calls Hadrian, he had to fight against an army of soldiers of a being that declared himself to be a god. He both defeated that army and killed that being, again, all on his lonesome. While he was away, Harry came to an epiphany about magic and the way it is used. He developed a whole new way of using it and then used that way to defeat that army before he came back. Then, once back here, he used that way to defeat Riddle and his inner circle minions. He then thought about it and said, once Harry calms down, ask him if he wouldn't mind showing you a memory of him fighting the Jaffa, the warriors he fought on Hadrian. Hermione nodded. Sirius only mentioned it because he'd also noticed she'd calmed right down again. It wasn't until the next morning and at breakfast that Hermione felt Harry had calmed down enough to both properly apologize and ask politely if she could see a memory of him fighting the Jaffa on Hadrian. Harry accepted the apology and also offered his own. He apologized for upsetting her as badly as he did. That then had the pensieve brought back out and Harry then thinking of a suitable memory. In the end he chose 2. The first was when he first met the Goa'uld and Jaffa, where the Goa'uld almost immediately ordered the Jaffa to kill him. The second was after he developed his speed ability and was in a fight against almost 30 of the Jaffa, and won. After dropping both in, he said, I must warn you, there's a lot of violence in these. Be aware, you will see bodies blown up and other bodies utterly mangled. If you don't think you can handle that, then I suggest you don't go in to watch. Once he saw that they'd all heard, he then called Dobby to provide stomach-settling potions for those who would need them when they came out. I'll stay out, thank you, Sandy immediately stated. Wise choice, said Harry. I, too, will not be going in. I lived through the actuality of them both, I do not need to relive either, even through a memory. That had Sirius, Remus, Mark, Luna and Hermione all gathered to drop into the pensieve. As soon as they'd gone, Harry again called Dobby. I think you just might need to also supply vomit buckets, Dobbs. The little elf gave a nod and said, yes, Master Harry. A snap of his fingers later and there were 4 buckets arranged around the pensieve, but not in the way of any of those within coming back out again. When the 5 came out almost 15 minutes later, there were a lot of pale faces, but no one threw up. Even the chance they would was quickly quashed when Harry made sure those who needed them, Hermione and Luna, all took the stomach-settling potions. Mark surprised Harry by seemingly quite stoic about the experience. That was when he saw the man had that 1,000-yard stare he knew combat veterans developed. It took him a bit to figure out why before he thought he understood. He quietly asked the man, the Falklands. Mark turned that expression on him, hesitated a long moment and finally gave a single nod back. He never said a word. Finally, Hermione said, that whatever he was, what was it he said that had those other men in armor attack you? 2 words, replied Harry. Kill him. He didn't care about his people, at all, she said. Nope, he replied. They were He considered them nothing more than tools to be used and, when finished with them, simply disposed of. But, why? She near whined. Because they're the galaxy's big evil, he said. For me to tell you everything I learned about them would take me many months. And I won't do it because it's pointless. It's not as if you ever have to worry about them. The Americans will take care of them. Harry already knew from one of Luna's visions that the Americans, combined with many people from other NATO countries, would eventually eradicate the Goa'uld and free the But it was a few years away. All right, she sighed, now knowing not to push it. What about how fast you were moving? Did you perform some rituals or something? No, he replied. I learned how to use my magic to speed myself up. I've been assured it's time dilation magic, similar to what house elves use. Down to the dueling room? Asked Remus. Harry turned to him with a thankful smile. I think that's a good idea. Turning back to Hermione, he said, come on. We're going down to the warded dueling room in basement. Sirius said, follow me. Turned, and walked out of the kitchen. Everyone followed. In the dueling room, Harry first had Dobby bring him his Karakesh and he donned it as he stepped through the wards into the area opposite the dueling dummies. Indicating it as he donned it, he said, I took one of these off the Goa'uld one of the times I captured him. It's of a technology that's many thousands of years old. He actually took one off the Goa'uld both times he captured him. Once on, he looked to Sirius and asked, the wards are up? Yep, replied his godfather. Harry then drew his wand and looked to the dummies. Then barked out the command to activate them. Level 5. Activate. As the 4 dueling dummies immediately began casting, Harry was nimbly dodging. However, just as when he was demonstrating this for the other 4 residents of Grimmauld, he didn't cast back. He gave that about 15 seconds before he activated the Karakesh and, while holding the shield in place, stopped and looked to the audience. That was some of what I've developed with speed. And this, he indicated the Karakesh with his wand, is how the Karakesh works. While he'd been talking, Spellfire was simply hammering at the shield for no effect and dissipating. Now for going offensive, he said, turning back to look at the dummies. He then shifted his stance, waited for the opportune moment to drop the shield, dropped it and began casting back. It only took 4 seconds to drop all 4. Once all 4 went down, he barked, halt. Terminate. And all 4 dummies simply reset into their deactivated stances. Back to the kitchen, he said, walking back through the wards. I have one more memory to show you how effective this type of combat is against wizards and witches. Once back in the kitchen, Harry dropped the memory of his first contact with Dumbledore and members of the Order in the alley into the Pensieve. Go ahead, he said, there's no blood and guts in this one. This is just me giving Dumbledore and his minions a very public spanking. This time, they all went in. When they came out, Mark said, something I noticed downstairs and saw again in the memory, the Spellfire moves quite a bit slower than the bolts of energy that came from those staves the Jaffa were using. Yes, nodded Harry. Trust me, I noticed, too. It threw off my reflexes a little when I faced Dumbledore and his minions in that supposed battle you just saw. It was the first time someone had cast magic at me since June 1996 and I was used to the energy bolts moving a great deal faster. Hermione had come out, quite shocked. And took her a while to regain her inner equilibrium. Finally, she said, that was amazing. In a flat voice he said, that's what happens when luck is on your side and you're involved in a one-man war against an entire race of beings that want nothing less than for you to die, preferably, horribly. I was in a fight for my very survival. Can you teach anyone to fight like that? She asked. Harry was a moment before he said, probably. However, I don't think it's a good idea. Before Hermione could automatically go into one of her rants about the sharing of knowledge, he looked her dead in the eye and said, I won't, because I need the advantage against those who want to see me dead. I just got through killing a supposed Dark Lord whose actions would have led, in about 2 decades, to the entire eradication of Earth. Many of his unmarked and even a few of his marked supporters are still roaming free. I cannot take the even tiny risk that my teaching anyone else how to fight like that is eventually learned by yet another wannabe Dark Lord. The risk is too great. And a lot of that has to do with your belief that information must be shared. So no, Hermione, I will not teach you how to do it. And don't even think of trying to convince me otherwise. The decision has already been made and I will not change my mind. However, I also won't stop you trying to figure it out and accomplishing it yourself. After all, that's how I learned. You're a bright young lady. Now that you've seen it can be done, you won't be rushing into it with the belief it can't be and that you're on some fool's quest. Though she first appeared as if she was going to argue the point, it was a quietly but firmly stated, Hermione Jean Granger, from her mother than had her sigh and slump in defeat. Then she sadly nodded in acceptance. As the day was starting to get on, and the awards ceremony was the next night, Luna suggested they have lunch before then taking the afternoon to visit Diagon Alley to pick up formal robes for the ceremony. It was a welcome suggestion. After lunch and letting it settle for a bit, the household flowed to the leaky cauldron before immediately moving into the alley. Mark and Sandy asked if it was worth it for them to go and pick up robes as they were muggles. To which Sirius replied, "You're my guests and under my protection. As soon as anyone hears that, no one is going to object to your presence at the ceremony. I've already informed Minister Bones of the numbers attending as part of Harry's personally honored guests. You three were included in those numbers." Remus added, "Don't worry about whether or not anyone's going to object about you being there, Mark. No one, right now, wants to upset Harry. If he says you're to attend, then attend, you will." "I say," Harry firmly cut in. That put paid to any concerns the Grangers had about being in the midst of magical Britain's supposed elite. That's also when they reached the door of Madame Malkin's and went inside. No one was going to be mentioning how the Granger parents were muggles in the presence of anyone else. It would just invite problems that were easily avoided. When it was his turn to be fitted, Harry was quite happy to go with basic black again. However, Luna once again put her foot down, again with the support of the ladies in the room, and Harry ended up with formal robes of a deep blue with silver trim. They first wanted to trim him in crimson with gold edging, but Harry flatly refused that color combination. "Stop trying to dress me as a bloody Gryffindor," he lowly, but firmly, stated. "If necessary, I'll wear the deep red, but highlight it with something else." That then led to the deep blue instead of the crimson and then trimming it in fine silver piping and thread. "Better," muttered Luna. "It suits you, even with your emerald-colored eyes." Sirius then got away with flat black with gloss black trim, as did Remus. And Mark was fitted in the deep crimson Harry wouldn't wear, but it was trimmed in a slightly lighter red. It surprisingly went well with his brown hair and eyes. For the ladies, Luna was fitted in a pale blue that matched Harry's deep blue, but had deep blue trim of the same color as Harry's robes. It showed, without doubt, that Luna was Harry's partner. Hermione went with a cream with brown trim that also matched her complexion and coloring, and Sandy wore a deep red, but not as deep as Mark's, with the same color trim as her husband's, again showing they were together. During a pause during fitting, Hermione asked, "What about Tonks?" Remus replied, "As an active Auror, she'll be attending in formal Auror robes. It's required." Once everyone's outfits were organized, Sirius rubbed his hands together and said, "Madame Malkin, we'll need swatches of the ladies' outfits. It's time to get complimentary jewelry." Malkin didn't even bat an eye at that. It was something she was used to. "Of course, my lord," she simply returned, before organizing the swatches. As Malkin headed off to get the swatches, Mark quietly said, "There's no need." "Yes, there is," Sirius cut in. "You're attending as part of the guest of honor's retinue. It's no shave off my wand to supply suitable jewelry for the ladies to wear while attending. And if there's nothing in the black vaults that suit," said Harry, "I'm sure there'll be something in the Potter vaults that will." With swatches finally in hand, the party then headed down to Gringotts. The awards ceremony would be followed, only 20 minutes later, by the formal dinner. That meant the awards ceremony was being held early in the evening, at 6 p.m. It gave time for those who worked to quickly change into suitable attire before attending, for those honored with an invitation. As such and expecting it, Harry was unsurprised when the ladies all disappeared the next afternoon at about 3 p.m. to start getting ready. It was also when Tonks turned up, sent home for the remainder of the day by Director Hammer and with a bag, set of robes hanging over her arm, that the ladies took their leave. That left the menfolk waiting. None of them had any intention of starting to get ready until about 5 p.m. Then, once they did, they were still ready before the ladies were. The only part of his outfit Harry hadn't yet donned was the hair ribbon to tie his hair back. It was something Luna preferred to do for him and knew she'd be disappointed with him if he had Dobby do it. The elf, of course, was more than capable to do so. It was when Harry was starting to get worried he was going to be late to his own award ceremony when Dobby popped in and said, "The ladies be waiting's upstairs to be escorted down." Dobby was ordered to tells you to go up. When Harry walked into the ladies' parlor one floor up with the other menfolk, he stopped in shock at what he saw. The ladies were absolutely gorgeously attired. However, he mainly only had eyes for Luna. She grinned back, did a slow twirl and asked, "You like?" Not able to voice a response, he only and rapidly nodded back. Then she frowned at him and indicated a chair. "Sit." As he moved to comply, she asked, "Where's the ribbon?" Silently, he handed it to her. As he sat on the chair and she magically brushed in the sleek easy, he was able to look around a bit better. He noticed, of course, how nice the rest of the ladies looked. Even Tonks had allowed her base form to better show through her normal morph, but that was mainly because she had her hair the natural black of a daughter of black. As Luna worked on his hair, he'd managed to recover enough from seeing Luna so gorgeously attired to ask, "Why not the pink, Tonks?" "It's not allowed while wearing formals, Harry," she simply replied. "However, I refuse to allow myself to be in my natural form, other than my hair." Harry understood, as he knew her natural form was a near-spitting image of her aunt, Bellatrix Lestrange. Once his hair was properly tied back, Luna tapped him on the shoulder and firmly said, "Done." Because of the soot from the flow system, the household weren't taking the flow to the ministry. They were offered a portkey due to the muggles that would be with them, so, under disillusionment charms, they trooped out to the backyard and slightly beyond the wards. And activated it from there. It deposited them in the Auror portkey arrivals room within the DMLE, just off the main room of the Auror's bullpen. A Master Auror, wearing his own formal robes, was waiting for them. As soon as their party landed, he looked directly to Harry and said, "Lord Peverell Potter, Lord Black and retinue, please follow me. The minister would like a quick word." "By all means," said Harry, as it was to him that the Auror addressed his request. And they followed him out. In Bones's office, and into which they were directly led, Madame Bones and her senior undersecretary stood from their chairs as soon as they walked in. Both were also wearing formal robes. "Ah," she said. "Welcome, Lord Peverell Potter and guests." Then she indicated the array of chairs that sat before her desk and said, "Please, take a seat." After a quick 5-minute chat, with Bones again going over the procedure of the awards ceremony, she handed off a small closed flat case to Luna. "That holds the Order medal," she said. "Please look after it and don't open it until I call for it on the stage." Harry had already been informed they saw no point in him being awarded 3 separate orders of Merlin, first class. Instead, they'd combined the medals into a medal with 2 bars, signifying the awarding of the order twice more. It was based on the order being awarded twice to another wizard about 3 centuries earlier. "I'll be careful with it," Luna said, placing the closed case on her lap. Then Bones drew her wand and held it in the recognized oath position. "I, Amelia Pauline Bones, Minister of Magic for Magical Britain, swear on my magics there are no harmful magics cast, whether active or not, on the Order of Merlin soon to be awarded to Lord Peverell Potter this very day currently held by Miss Luna Celine Lovegood. As I say, so I swear, so let me be judged by Lady Magic herself." There was the telltale flash of magic and Bones then immediately cast the Lumos charm, followed by its cancelling Nox charm. "Thank you," nodded Harry. "Just in case," said Bones. "Like me, I know you to be paranoid enough to worry." Harry smirked back and said, "I was." "Now," said Bones, gesturing to rise, "I believe there's a whole auditorium of wizards and witches waiting on us to turn up. Ready to go, or do you have other questions?" "No, just a demand," he said. When Bones aborted standing and re-sat with a frown, she asked, "Oh. Keep the Weasleys away from me," he said. "Except, if necessary, Arthur." Surprised, she asked, "Why?" "I don't want to get into it except to say Ronald Bloody Weasley is definitely no friend of mine." And Molly Weasley and Ginevra Weasley have, in the past, had the unhealthy determination for me to marry Ginevra. That will never happen, and I don't want that fishmonger wife's shrill screeching voice in my ear about how I'm supposed to marry the girl. Keep them away from me or, I promise you, I'll simply and immediately walk out, no matter where we are during the ceremony or the dinner. Ah, she quietly said. I take it there's something going on that I'd have to act upon in an official capacity if it came to light. Something Director Connie Hammer would have to act upon, yes, he replied. I'll make sure the Aurors are informed to keep them away from you and yours, she promised. Anything else? No, we're fine, said Harry, standing. Just so you know, she said, also standing. Molly Weasley has been trying to demand access to you. She even went so far as to let slip she does, indeed, expect you to marry her daughter. As I said, he firmly said. It's not going to happen. Actually, I'm simply waiting for Xenophilius Lovegood to return to Wizarding Britain to ask him for permission to betroth to Luna, here. Bones didn't seem all that surprised, but Hermione was. Thankfully, she didn't press for further information. When he entered the auditorium through an entrance near the stage, Harry was shocked by how many people were there. Of course, he only had about 2 seconds of seeing across the hall before he had flashes of wizarding cameras going off at his face, dazzling his vision pretty quickly. He was just thankful that Hammer's Aurors were making sure that none of them, or any of the public who were lucky enough to get in to watch, got anywhere near close to him or his. With the exception of Luna, the rest of the party were shown to seats in the front row of the audience, while he and Luna were taken to the stairs leading up onto the low stage. Once they were both sitting, Bones moved to the narrow podium with its built-in sonorous. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, she began. Today, I have the distinct honor of presenting the Order of Merlin, First Class, to our world's latest and once again hero, Lord Hardwin James Peverell Potter. While her own speech went on for about half an hour, covering exactly why Harry was being awarded a triple Order of Merlin, First Class, complete with projected edited enlarged memories of the relevant events above a solicitor's pensieve, Harry almost groaned out loud when others also were called forth to give their speeches. They included the Chief Warlock, Miles Ogden, in Chief Warlock Wizengamot robes, the head of the Unspeakables, Croaker, also in supposedly formal unspeakable robes, and the latest Supreme Mugwump of the ICW, some woman from New Zealand who couldn't seem to correctly pronounce her vowels, who was there to confirm the ICW's support in the awarding of all 3 orders. Finally, Harry and Luna were called forward by the minister. Of course, there was a short break from the award ceremony before the dinner was due to start. And the ministry's house elves needed time to reconfigure the auditorium into an oversized dining hall cum ballroom. For the break, Bones had already offered Harry and his retinue to rejoin her in the minister's office suite. The offer had also already been accepted. So, from the auditorium the party was gathered together by the Aurors and, accompanying Bones and her senior undersecretary Diggory again, made their way through the same back way they took to get to the hall back to her offices. As they were walking, Luna, who was walking alongside him, asked her boyfriend, "Did you see the Weasleys sitting up near the back?" "Yes," he admitted. "It was hard to miss them, what with Molly wildly waving her hand to get my attention. As soon as I saw who it was I promptly ignored her for the rest of the ceremony." She smirked and said, "You missed when she'd hopped out of her seat, soon after we ascended the stage, and tried to rush forward. She was blocked by 2 big male Aurors and had to be practically dragged back to her seat." Harry sighed and turned to Bones. "Are the Weasleys on the guest list for the dinner?" "No," frowned Bones. "She did try to demand, through Arthur, she be invited though. Arthur's not high enough in the ministry to get an invitation." "Good," he firmly returned. "That she's not on the guest list, not that she tried to demand an invitation, I mean." "Understood," she quietly said. "Though I was worried it would have been an issue regarding their not being invited until Lord Black informed me not to." The dinner, while the food was scrumptious, was otherwise a boring affair. Harry and Luna sat at the head table with Bones, Ogden and his wife, the Supreme Mugwump and her husband, a somewhat mostly recovered Connie Hammer and her male partner, and others at the wings of whom Harry only knew in passing. Sirius had been offered a seat, +1, at the table, but had earlier declined it to sit with Remus, Tonks and the Grangers at a table close by. Harry kept an eye on what was happening at that table, somewhat worried about how the Grangers would be treated by their other table mates. He was pleased to see that there was apparently no ire. After the dinner portion of the evening, the tables were cleared and the dancing began. Harry was rather sparing of how much time he was on the floor, as he remembered his poor showing at the Tri-Wizard Tournament Yule Ball. However, he did manage a couple of dances with Luna and even one with Hermione. Most of the time he was being escorted by Bones with a couple of attending Aurors from table to table, being introduced to so many people that, if he wasn't so skilled in occlumency, he would have promptly forgotten all their names. He was interested when introduced to Barnaby Cuff, the editor of the Daily Prophet, and his wife. He'd noticed a little water beagle he recognized sitting in the wife's hair. With a direct glance to the beagle while talking to Cuff, he said, "I'm thankful that Rita Skeeter's poisonous quill is not here, tonight. I dare say the witch would succumb to the desire to want to slander me in your newspaper. That would, of course, have resulted in my later dealing with the woman, you understand, in a permanent fashion." Cuff blanched. "I hope you'll pass on the message from me that my threat to her, just because Riddle is dead, has not lessened." "Oh, of course, my lord," Cuff stuttered. "I'll make sure she remembers that." Harry just gave a stern nod back and allowed Bones to drag him off to the next person. Once they were away from the table and moving to the next, Bones quietly asked, "Making friends, Lord Potter?" "Ensuring enemies are not made, Minister," he just as quietly replied. She quietly snickered. Thankfully, and as the guest of honor, Harry was expected to be the first to leave. He hung about long enough to get those dances in and having been introduced to every table before then making the decision to go. However, even then, it was still a late night. After giving a quiet word to Sirius that he and Luna were leaving, the two quickly escaped the night's festivities and left via flow back to Grimmauld. "Phew," he said, stepping away from the flow in Grimmauld. "Thank Merlin that's done with." They were joined only 10 minutes later by the others, including Tonks. Once he was sure everyone had made it back safely, he said, "Well, I'm for bed. I'll see you folks in the morning." "Me too," said Luna, quickly joining him. Before he could leave, though, Hermione called, "Harry." When he turned to her, she softly smiled and quietly said, "Thank you for inviting us." He grinned back and said, "You're welcome. It was nice having you there, Hermione. Thank you for sharing it with me." And he and Luna were finally able to make their escape. Among the mail that arrived for Harry the next morning was a letter from Molly Weasley. In various parts of it she demanded to know why he had the Aurors blocking her from talking to him, demanded to know why Luna was the one sitting with him on the stage and holding the case while he was awarded the order, as everyone knows you and Ginny make a wonderful couple, demanded he come and visit with his family at the Burrow, where she was sure to cook him all his favorite dishes, demanded to know why he didn't let her know as soon as he was back, and other similarly poorly couched demands. He just sighed and slipped the letter down the table to Sirius. Apparently, Hermione received a similar letter, as she was reading it with a scowl on her face and looked like she was trying to use laser eyes to burn it to smithers. As it was the only letter she'd received since she'd been there, she'd only opened it once. Tonks and Sirius scanned it for harmful magics. That's how Harry knew who it was from. Thankfully, there weren't any. It was just a plain letter. After passing his own letter to Sirius, Harry asked her, "I take it Mrs. Howler, Weasley demands information from you." Looking up and still scowling, she snapped back, "Yes." Getting her anger back under control, she seemed about to explain before she simply and firmly slid it over to him. "Here, you read it. I don't think I can tell you what's in it without completely losing my temper." Without a word, Harry picked it up and read it, and could easily see why Hermione was so upset. Molly couched similar demands of her as she's made to Harry. But hers focused on how Ron missed her and was looking forward to re-establishing a close and long-lasting relationship with her. But also went on about how Molly was disappointed she disappeared so suddenly when she did, and demanded to know why she hadn't immediately let them know she'd returned when she did. As he slid the letter back to her, he asked, "How do you want to handle it?" "Well, I'm not going to go and see her, or Ronald, that's for sure," she firmly replied. "May I?" asked Sirius, holding out his hand for her. She immediately slid the letter to him. Sirius had already finished the letter to Harry and had set it aside. Now he read the letter to Hermione. Once he was done, he looked to her and said, "You know what she's trying here, don't you?" "She's trying to hook me up with her waste of oxygen youngest son," she grumbled. Then she turned to Harry and said, "It seems that Seer you know is right about that, too." "I did not doubt it," he replied. Sirius asked, "Want me to handle it?" "Better you, than me," said Harry. "You know what I'd likely do." Sirius only nodded before turning to Hermione. "Hermione?" he asked. She only hesitated a moment before she replied, "Yes. Please. I will be no one's broodmare." "Pleased," Sirius said, "I'll go see Arthur later this morning at work and show him these letters, if neither of you mind. Then I'll go visit them both at the Burrow, once he's finished work." "I don't mind, and I don't mind you telling them I'm already in a relationship I intend to see through to marriage," said Harry. "Just don't let on it's Luna. And you can tell Molly, from me, that I'm only visiting Britain for the Christmas break," said Hermione. "I will be returning to my home overseas, my boyfriend, and returning to my studies and the apprenticeship I'm undertaking. And that I was deeply offended she referred to my parents as those muggles, and how I now need to keep my distance from her unless I be tempted to hex her right into St. Mungo's for her disrespect." Sirius grinned back and said, "That should do it." Finally getting to the Daily Prophet, Harry was pleased to read the articles about his being 3 times awarded the Order of Merlin, first class, and the resultant formal dinner were written without too much extra. Even then, the only dressing up was as it applied to how pretty the ladies and how debonair the men looked. "It seems my words to Cuff have again temporarily stopped Skeeter in her tracks," he said. "She was actually there, you know." Sirius, while as surprised as the others except Luna, was the first to ask. "She was." Harry nodded and said, "She was riding in Cuff's wife's hair on her hairclip. From the look of the clip it looked to have been created with the idea of Skeeter riding on it. When Cuff wanted to take her places she wouldn't have been otherwise able to get in, such as the dinner, last night." "Damn," said Tonks. "Hammer's going to be real interested in hearing of that." Harry had originally thought to use the woman as a ghostwriter for a book on both his history and Dumbledore's shenanigans. Now, not actually having a use for the vile woman now that both Riddle and Dumbledore were dead, Harry didn't try and talk her out of it. He'd now let the rune stones lie where they fell. Harry turned to Sirius and asked, "What are your plans for dealing with Molly the Human Howler?" His off-the-cuff comment of his nickname for Molly, even if he otherwise liked the woman, had Remus cough up some of the tea he was drinking at the time. Thankfully, it never landed on anyone, and Tonks's thumping him on the bank had Remus clear his lungs of anything that made it down and into his airway. It did leave him a little red-faced, though. And he looked at Harry with both an expression of blame and amusement. Sirius had howled with laughter, both at Harry's comment and Remus's initial reaction to it. Hermione waited until Remus had stopped coughing before she looked at Harry with a frown. "That's not nice, Harry." "But as accurate, Hermione," he returned. "It is," laughed Sirius. He finally calmed down and replied to Harry's question. "If all else fails, I intend to threaten them, Harry. I'll figure out what I'm going to actually say to her once I've spoken with Arthur and expressed my disappointment with both him and his wife." "Disappointment with him?" asked Sandy. Sirius nodded and replied, "As both her husband and her head of house, her behavior is reflected directly onto him. It's his responsibility to make sure she doesn't do anything that brings his house, as a whole, into conflict with others. And they all already know they're only one step away from being declared anathema to the House of Black and, also through me, the House of Potter. Her plans, as she's barely concealed in her letters to Harry and Hermione, do exactly that. Harry has the right to challenge the man to an honor duel over it if he doesn't bring his wife to heel. And that's one of the things I intend to tell Arthur to ensure he actually knows that." Mark gave a falling whistle in surprise and said, "In other words, it's a serious issue." "Yes," Sirius firmly replied, all trace of levity now missing from his voice. It wasn't until after breakfast that Harry finally had time to have a good look at the Order medal. And was sitting at the desk in his room closely looking it over. The medal was, unsurprisingly, made of gold. The first class was gold, the second class was silver and the third class was copper bronze, not that it was any surprise to learn that. It was also a perfect circle with the only mar to that being where it was solidly welded to a bar with a slot through it just wide enough for the accompanying ribbon to be fed through and remain flat. It was a gap of about 1/16 of inch high, by 1.5 inches wide. On one side it was molded with a relief of the bust of Merlin taken from a 1/4, slightly sideways, turn, complete with the top half of his long beard. And the other side was smooth except where it was engraved with his name, above the date it was awarded, above the numbers, 342, 343 and 344. The 3 numbers represented the times the first class had been awarded. His were sequential because he was signed off on being awarded all 3 together. The 1.25 inch wide ribbon, fed through that bar, had a half twist to make the ribbon lay flat in a Mobius strip. It also had a bar clipped to the ribbon each side. Both were, except for a small round disc in the center of each, otherwise plain and looked somewhat like identical tie clips. The discs were actually the obverse face of miniature order medallions. And the bar and discs were also gold as they, too, represented the awarding of a prior order of Merlin, first class. The 2 bars represented it being twice otherwise awarded. With the exception of what had been engraved on the back of the main medal, all that information had been faithfully included as an article in that morning's copy of the Daily Prophet. However, it was more impressive when actually seen up close. It was into this tableau that Luna walked in, leading Hermione. She asked, still trying to get your head around it. And thinking that one of these should have been mine back when I killed the basilisk, he sighed. Not one back in October, 81? Asked Hermione. No, he replied. Only a completely stupid twit, without even a modicum of sense and logic, could possibly believe I had anything more to do with Riddle's defeat, back then, than to be a living target for him. No, he said, shaking his head. Whatever happened because my mother and possibly my father put something in place, a trap, perhaps. And Riddle fell for it. Hermione thought about that and finally said, that actually makes a lot of sense. Harry lightly smiled at her and said, which shows you haven't been too badly infected, yet, by the logic-draining disease nearly every other magical seems to be suffering from. Then why did you accept the order for it? She asked. In Mum's name, he said. Think about it, Hermione. Can you honestly see any of those pure-blood bigots on the Wizengamot, irrespective of whether they're supposed to be light, dark or neutral, awarding a Muggle born an Order of Merlin? She replied, I'd like to think they would. And, yet, he said, by the words you used, you also know they wouldn't. She sighed and nodded. I'm so glad you don't see anywhere near this level of bigotry in the US. Oh, it's still there in some places and circumstances. However, it's so minimal and anyone caught overtly being bigoted to anyone else by the Makusa Aurors, the Pride, is heavily fined. Rumor has it they suggest to the offender he or she move to Britain or one of the European countries. That, at least, gives me some measure of comfort. Harry smiled back and said, I'm glad you've found a home for yourself in America, Hermione. All the time I was on Hadrian I felt sure you were killed that night at the ministry. That you have, instead, been living safe and hale in America makes me very happy. I wish I could have helped you in your fight against Riddle and N. Dumbledore, she said, with the last name being almost spat. You did, he smiled. I remembered you once saying how magic cannot be about wand gestures and incantations. That there had to be much more to it. It was that statement from you, together with what I remembered from that text on magic theory by Adalbert Waffling we bought as one of our texts for first year, that led me to eventually developing the way I use magic. Its intent, Hermione, he explained, knowing he was someone breaching his statement to her he wouldn't teach her how to wield magic as he did. In 7th year you learned point and silent casting, right? When she nodded back, focusing quite intently on what he was saying, he continued. That leaves you with intent and the will to make magic happen. The wand gestures and the incantations are nothing but mnemonics. I think they're called to remind your body how to channel your magic to make magic happen. They're just crutches. That's the secret to what I do, Hermione, he softly said. There's no big trick or ritual to it. And it only works with cast magic. It doesn't work with potions or anything like that. For those subjects I'm still going to have to study hard to earn my newts. And I've found that Luna is a great teacher. He then grinned and slyly added, she gives good rewards. As Hermione blushed, understanding what Harry meant by his expression, Luna didn't. She just lightly whopped him in the back of his head. Don't embarrass your friend, she scolded him. As Christmas was fast approaching it was time to get out the decorations. That is, Dobby got out the decorations and put up most of them, except the tree. No tree? Asked Harry. No, replied Sirius. In some homes in the magical world we burn what's known as a Yule log. But that's only a tradition that dates back a couple hundred years, just as the Christmas tree does. We had a Christmas tree or, rather, trees when I used to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas. So, I thought the magical world had the same tradition. No, that was Dumbledore's influence, said Sirius. And he only started there being any decorations at Hogwarts only once he became headmaster. So where do the gifts go before they're distributed? Asked Harry. You hold onto them until the night before Christmas, said Luna. Then, the house elves gather them and distribute them to the foot of the recipient's bed. Oh, that's what happened at Hogwarts, said Harry. I thought they did that because it was safer, preventing possible theft, by directly distributing them, rather than leaving them under a tree in the common room or maybe the Great Hall. Nope, grinned Sirius. There were some Yule traditions Dumbledore didn't dare break or change. That was one of them. As for the decorations going up, Dobby had them up within a few minutes. Then Luna led him about to tour them. Harry had to admit they were very pretty and gave the place a much more friendlier and welcoming atmosphere. However, he liked it a lot when he discovered a tradition that Luna also liked. It had to do with standing under mistletoe. As soon as he went to step through a certain door, Luna grabbed him, indicated the mistletoe hanging above the door frame, told him what it meant and smooched him good and proper. That was when Harry wondered if he could have the mistletoe hang over every door frame and for every day of the year. He hadn't realized Luna had picked up on that until she suddenly gave her tinkling laugh. That would mean it would no longer be special, love. As promised, Sirius went and visited Arthur just after lunch and arranged with him to visit the burrow that evening. Then, after finishing his dinner, Sirius left. As soon as Sirius was through the flow, Harry called his loyal little friend, Dobby. When the elf immediately popped in, he asked, Yes, Master Harry. Can you go and keep an eye on Sirius at the burrow and make sure no one, especially Molly Weasley, tries anything untowards against him? He asked. If anyone does, pop him right back here, would you? Yes, Master Harry, replied the elf before he immediately popped away. Remus said, I don't think Molly's going to actually try anything, cub. That's not a certainty, Remus, said Harry. Better safe than sorry, yes. Remus just gave a shrug and didn't push it. However, it seems Molly didn't get a chance to voice or show her displeasure towards Sirius. Arthur had come down heavy in his role as head of House Weasley on his entire family as soon as he returned home from work. He made dire threats of disownment and being kicked from the family with no name, and had to silence his wife on 2 occasions just to shut her up enough for him to lay down the family law. Once Sirius turned up, welcomed through the flow, Lord Black, then laid down the law regarding heir Hardwin James Potter of the noble and most ancient House of Black, and that any further attempts to ensnare him into marriage with one Ginevra Molly Weasley, through whatever means, would see the House of Black declare attempted line theft and blood feud on the House of Weasley. Then added the same about Hermione Jean Granger. Then sealed both with a magical oath, right in front of them, where he declared that if Harry started to show any affection towards Ginny, or Hermione towards Ron, he would immediately have both or either taken into custody, taken to St. Mungo's and put through a barrage of medical tests. If either came back detected as positive for any mind-altering magics, potions or otherwise, the declaration and blood feud would immediately kick in. Arthur had to put Molly under both a body bind and a silencing charm before Sirius could even make the oath. However, once Sirius did, Arthur released her again. However, by Molly's inconsolable reaction, which wasn't reflected in her daughter's reaction, as she actually appeared relieved, it was easy to see the woman had finally had to accept that her precious Jin would not be the future Lady Potter, nor would Hermione be the future Madame Hermione Weasley. Before he left, Ginny asked Sirius for a quiet word away from the rest of the family, but with her father present. Sirius granted it and they went out to Arthur's woodshed cum, man cave. There, she said that after Harry had had a go at her and her actions in school the first time she confronted him outside Gringotts as part of the order, she had, on her own back and paying for it out of her earnings from professional Quidditch, started seeing a mind healer. From that she'd already come to understand and accept that her dream of becoming Lady Potter was a complete fantasy her mother had drummed into her head and that she did actually need serious mental help. She was now getting it. And then asked Sirius to pass that information on to Harry, together with how she was sorry about everything she'd been involved in that was actually against him. Sirius promised he'd tell him and did precisely that on his return. Harry didn't know whether the girl was telling the truth or not, or whether it was simply another ploy, but he was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt for now. It did not mean he was willing to have anything to do with her, though. Later and in the privacy of their rooms, Luna told him it wasn't a ploy, but he should still keep his distance from her lest she be tempted. A request, of which he was more than happy to abide. It was a couple of days later Luna received an owl from her father letting her know he'd just arrived back in Britain. However, Luna already knew and had already made plans with Harry to go and see her father. He was heading into Gringotts to arrange the to-be-offered betrothal contract while Luna was heading home to, as she put it, prepare Daddy to say yes. As Luna was about to step through the flow, she looked to Harry and said, "Remember, give me 2 hours. However, I think you'll chew up almost all of that in Gringotts writing up the betrothal agreement." Harry didn't think it would take anywhere near that long, as the text had already been written up with Sirius's help. They'd gone back through the old betrothal agreements that the houses of Potter and Black had both used in the past and drafted a more modern version off them. Harry was actually stunned and appalled by the wording of some of the old Black ones, but the very old Potter ones were almost as bad. "I'll be fine," he said to her. A moment later, she was gone through the flow. Sirius, who'd been watching, immediately asked, "Got the Potter betrothal rings already, pup?" "Yes," Harry immediately replied before he hesitated. Sirius, "Yeah, pup, if I marry Luna and she takes my name." With there being no other Lovegoods left but her father, the line dies out. "Yes," said Sirius. Harry frowned and said, "I'm going to add a clause to the agreement. To continue her line through one of her children." "Yes," he replied. "Harry, don't you think she's already seen this situation?" Sirius asked, demonstrating a rare show of a pure blood using logic. Harry frowned and said, "That's a point. I wonder why she never said anything. She knows I would have listened." "Harry, the House of Lovegood is only an elder house," his godfather patiently explained. "If you entered a condition of the contract that one of your children was to take the name Lovegood to continue her line and you don't have enough children to continue your own lines, a noble house would end," sighed Harry. "That's right," nodded Sirius. "However, even without the clause in the agreement to continue her line, there's nothing stopping you from doing that anyway. You just have to make sure you have enough kids to continue your own lines first." Harry thought about that for a long bit before he nodded and turned to his godfather. "Thank you, Sirius." Sirius smiled back and said, "You're welcome. Now, you'd best get to Gringotts and get the agreement properly written up." Harry smiled back, gave a nod and stepped forward to the fireplace. He was gone a moment later. When both Harry and Luna returned together just before lunch, both were sporting mile-wide grins and both wore their betrothal rings. Hermione had learned what they were up to while they were away and was one of the first to greet them. She did so with a beaming grin of her own and a squeal of pleasure over Luna's ring. Peering closely at it, she said, "Oh, I do hope my man gives me something even close to as beautiful as that." That then had both young ladies run off to show Sandy. Harry just shook his head at how women, and even girls, got all gushy over a simple piece of jewelry. When he found his godfather, Sirius grinned and asked, "Done?" Harry grinned back and showed his own left ring finger. Sirius laughed and called Dobby to bring them one of the expensive bottles of aged champagne from the townhouse's cellars and a half-dozen glasses. "What was Zeno's reaction?" asked Sirius as Remus and Mark came in. "Exactly as the seer said it would be," said Harry, seeing Mark before he answered. "He said that as long as Luna was happy with her choice of husband, then he would be happy as well. I did have to promise to give him an interview for the Quibbler at some time, though. He wanted to know of what fantastic creatures I ran across on Hadrian." Sirius sniggered while Remus said, "That sounds like Zeno." The remaining days leading up to Christmas were, for the most part, calm in Grimmauld. Shopping excursions were made to buy gifts, the Grangers went out to visit friends they hadn't seen in a couple of years, and word came from the DMLE as to the punishments given to people who had committed crimes relating to Harry. The trials of all the captured Death Eaters were nearly over, with Harry not requested, even though he was now a sitting member of the Wizengamot, to sit on any trials due to how close he was to being one of the main victims. However, Sirius had to sit a couple of them, but always returned to the townhouse upbeat and happy with the results. Of all those captured who bore the dark mark, not one of them managed to escape due punishment. Especially when an expert on the unforgivables from the Department of Mysteries proved that none of the unforgivables could be cast while a person was under the effects of an imperious curse. The imperious curse leaves one with a strong sense of euphoria, he explained. As the killing and cruciatus curses can only be cast when one powers them with a strong sense of hate in one's soul, they therefore cannot be cast while under the effects of the imperious. Then the unspeakable went ahead and, with volunteers, proved it. He laughed. He also gave a spell to the Aurors that allows them to go further back into the history of cast magics on a witch or wizard's wand than the prior incantation charm. The new charm also indicates, through magical signature, who actually cast the charm through the wand. Then they only needed to cast the charm on the wand, show it being used to cast an unforgivable at least once, and who cast it and that witch or wizard were immediately sentenced to life in Azkaban. Once they were sentenced to life, they're no longer considered a witch or wizard, let alone a pure blood, which means they could then use Veritaserum on them and force them to admit all their other crimes. The Wizengamot are now churning through all the Death Eaters like they're on a production line, or something. Today, alone, we went through 8 cases, all guilty. And laughed in happiness. Oh, he suddenly said. As for all those who sent you mail with compulsion charms or the like, once they were told they could be charged with line theft for what they did, they all coughed to lesser charges. The only ones who actually ended up facing court, and that was before a tribunal, rather than the full, were the ones who sent you harmful mail, such as the idiot who sent one that was keyed to explode when the letter was opened. That idiot was charged with attempting to end the line of 2 noble and ancient houses, faced the full, was found guilty and was sent to Azkaban for life. Other than that, a lot of the time was spent in Sirius's home. The only oddity was when Dobby asked Harry to visit Potter Manor once more to see all the work done, for which Harry was happy to comply. As the Granger parents were out that day, they didn't accompany him, but everyone else did. In a very short time frame the 4 house elves had worked wonders. Of course, they'd had help from other elves, including those not bonded to anyone, but the work they'd done, in Harry's opinion, was near miraculous. The manor was not just cleaned up, it was as if it was sparkling new with perfectly established gardens. The wards had also been repowered, apparently by the house elves working in unity, and the manor was once again ready for anyone to move into and be very happy. On first seeing it again, Harry was stunned. It was a long moment before he softly said, "Wow." Also stunned, but for a different reason, Hermione quietly asked, "This is yours, Harry?" "Yes," he replied. "It's the seat of the noble and ancient House of Potter. The house is headquarters, for want of a better term for the house." Once they'd toured the manor, Harry called Domo and Dobby. When both elves popped in, Harry looked to them and said, "You and the other elves had exceeded my expectations, you too. I am very pleased. Please let all those elves who worked to bring Potter Manor back up to standard that I am as pleased with them, and thank them for their service." Both elves beamed back in pride and happiness. "Thank you, Master Harry," they both said in near stereo before they both popped away again. "Dobby," he then called. When the elf popped back he said, "I think Luna and I will be moving into here shortly after New Year's. Maybe the 2nd or 3rd of January. Please have things ready for that time." "Yes, Master Harry," said Dobby, before he again popped away. "If you were to ask Daddy if I can move in with you then, Harry," said Luna. "I believe you'll find he'll say yes." Harry gave a nod back, not even thinking about how the young woman he planned to marry always knew of what he was thinking at the time he was thinking it. This is another of those times you'll tell him to say yes, isn't it? She just smiled at him. Christmas was great, even though Harry had already declared it absolutely brilliant before he'd even made it down to breakfast. As he walked into the kitchen and after wishing those already there a Merry Christmas, he looked to Luna and said, "The concept of leaving gifts at the foot of each recipient's bed might be a Wizarding World tradition, but I like the idea of having a tree and distributing the gifts once everyone could sit down and do it like a ritual." Luna smiled back and said, "You want to see the looks on people's faces as they unwrap their gifts." "Yes," he easily replied. I want to be able to see the expressions on my children's faces as they receive them. Then we'll do both, she declared. We'll leave a small lot on their beds and save the rest for when we're all sitting together around the tree. Mark cut in and said, you two talk as if you getting married is a done deal. It is, said Harry. It's been seen that we'll marry. However, we've not been told how many children there will be. Luna said, we believe that's being withheld because the future, concerning that, is not yet fully determined. Sandy said, it must be nice knowing you're destined to marry and have children. It's a great relief, agreed Harry. It wasn't that long ago I didn't believe I had any such future. I thought I was destined to die on Hadrian, alone or as a fallen in battle. That put a dampener on the conversation. To lift moods again, Luna asked, Sirius and Hermione not down yet? They were the only two missing from the table. No, said Remus. Sirius had a late night. I don't know about Hermione, though. I was awake, said Hermione, walking in. I was writing a letter to my boyfriend. Mark asked, you realize the letter's only going to beat you back there by a couple of days, right? Yes, she replied. However, it'll give him something to ask me about, once we're back. As Sandy slightly giggled, Mark just looked a little exasperated. Though she'd already unconsciously let it slip, Hermione had admitted to the non-Grangers about her boyfriend only a few days earlier. Her parents had already met him and, apparently, really liked him. He was another Muggle-born, no Mage-born, also studying at university at which Hermione studied, but looking for a degree in biological anthropology. It was a field within human biology and the more general discipline of anthropology, relating to biological and behavioral aspects of human beings. He was planning on looking for the magic gene that differed no mace Muggles from witches and wizards. Harry thought it was both a lofty goal and one well worth the effort. As Hermione explained about her boyfriend, Harry could easily tell she thought the young man to be her equal in academics, at least. And it was clear she was very likely very much in love with him. Harry had once thought of Hermione as a possible future wife. However, he also quickly realized, at the time, he'd never be her equal or even come close to understanding a lot of what he knew she'd go on to find enthralling. That was when he began to think of her as a loving big sister. Therefore, finding out some other man had captured her heart did not upset him. He was actually happy for her. And Luna's relieved smile to him when Hermione wasn't looking told him that Luna had worried that wouldn't be the case. He'd softly smiled back and gently winked at her. And the pleased smile Luna gave back showed he understood what had worried her. As they'd planned, the Grangers left the day after Boxing Day, 2 days after Christmas. That gave them plenty of time to get back to Massachusetts and readjust to the different time zone before New Year's celebrations. Hermione was almost teary to be leaving again, but also admitted she was looking forward to seeing her man again. An admission that had Mark, yet again, roll his eyes. Harry had to cover his smirk. Then she told him she would try and return for the wedding, if it was scheduled to be during a period she was off school. Whose wedding? Harry asked. She gave him the look she used to give back at Hogwarts when she'd thought he was being an idiot. Don't be wet, Harry, she lightly scolded him. Yours and Luna's, of course. The implied request to schedule it for when she had the time to attend was not lost. Send us an overall timetable of your studies, when you can, smiled Luna. We'll see what we can do. With one last hug to both of them, she joined her parents for the portkey that would take them to a warded and Muggle-repelled room at Heathrow. None of Grimmauld residents joined them, because the Grangers would go directly from the room and through the passenger-only entrance to beyond, and they'd not be able to see each other again before the flight. With them gone, Harry gave a quiet sigh and said, Don't get me wrong, I loved seeing Hermione again and making sure she was all right, but she can be tiring. When none of the others said anything, not even to disagree, he turned to Sirius and said, I'm glad she's gone back to Massachusetts and has a solid boyfriend. Her being ensnared by the Weasleys while she was here was an ongoing worry. If she'd come into contact with them, we'd have immediately scanned her, Harry, Sirius assured him. As would have I, said Harry. However, if they'd done anything to her, I then would have had to act against the Weasleys. That's something I'm quite willing to do concerning Molly and the two youngest, but its effect on Arthur and the others would have still hurt and I don't want to cause them any harm. That she's gone back to America and is, again, out of reach of their scrying bowl is a great deal of relief. You thought they'd try to scry for her? Asked Sirius. As hell-bent as Molly was to get Hermione for Ronald. Harry asked right back. As she was more than willing to try love and loyalty potions, I wouldn't put it past her to try. Sirius frowned back and said, she could still try a scrying. Harry grinned and shook his head in the negative. Maybe. But Molly doesn't have the magical power or skill to reach that far. And I can't see her having the galleons to pay for a professional scryer to do a focused scrying for her. Sirius nodded and muttered, good point. Right on both counts, I think. As such, she's safe, said Harry, before he turned to Luna. Yes. Luna nodded back and replied, yes. She'll also marry her man in 3 years and, even if they then do find her, they won't try anything. Molly would declare her sullied, and not fit as wife material for her son. And that will be the end of it. Molly would not accept that Hermione is not a pure, even now, until she's at least married. She's say you ally active? Asked Harry. Then immediately adopted a pained look and said, actually, I don't want to know, I don't need to know. Luna grinned back and said, she is 20 years old, Harry. However, Harry was still relieved Hermione getting married would be the final end to the risk. After a quiet New Year's new millennium and a day of recuperation on the first, on the second Harry and Luna moved to Potter Manor more or less permanently. Then, now out of Grimmauld and at Luna's urging, Harry really started to knuckle under with his studies to get his newts. It was Luna's intent, and now his, to have studied enough to confidently sit for his newts at one of the ministry-sanctioned exam periods at the ministry in a room just off the offices of the WEA that were held over summer. It gave him approximately 6 months to get everything up to good enough to sit those exams. What he didn't know was that Luna had already spoken with the new tutors arranged by her and Sirius and told them to downplay just how well he was doing in order to have Harry try harder. Harry would be happy with an acceptable in every subject, however Luna was aiming for him to have outstandings. He could have gone for the exams earlier, but not if he wanted to include arithmancy and ancient runes. That was the reason for the delay. On her return to America and after first contacting her man, to let him know she was back, one of the first things Hermione did was write to Harry and Sirius to let them know she and her parents had safely returned to their home in Massachusetts. She also let them know, while her parents would be celebrating the new millennium with their new American friends, she would be spending the time with her boyfriend. She was planning for her boyfriend to get lucky, for being such a good boyfriend and not being too upset she'd spent almost all of December and Christmas in Britain. She planned for them to be in his bed in his Boston apartment near the main campus of the University of Massachusetts, their alma mater, when the city's fireworks display went off at midnight. On reading that, Harry had snickered, which earned him a light punch to the arm from Luna for being such a boy. When Sirius read it and laughed, he too earned a light punch to the arm from the buddy. He asked her, have you seen her being happy with him? He wasn't part of the conversation between Harry and Luna about it, when they'd discussed it earlier. For being such a boy about it I probably shouldn't tell you but, yes, he's good for her, she replied. Nearly all lines I can see show that she'll end up marrying him once she finishes her education. They'll make a wonderful family and will continue to stay in contact with us. Good, he firmly stated with a smile. I'm happy to see the gold eye spent on her won't be wasted. That was why, a few days after he and Luna moved into Potter Manor, Harry was taking a break from his studies and was writing her a letter back. Surprising him, Hermione had continued to use the name Hermione Granger once the family emigrated. When he'd asked her about it, she said that Sirius had the goblins erect an anti-owl mail charm over their new home as soon as they moved in, to stop anyone trying to find out where she lived via owl post. Unknown to her until over a year later, he'd also bribed the principal of Ilvermorny to add her as one of those at the school who weren't to receive any private Falcon mail while at the school except from her parents or him, Sirius. It was a service the school provided for a small fee, to protect children from anyone trying to harm them through the mail. Luna had been outside working the manor's greenhouse used for growing in manor use vegetables and potions ingredients and had just walked in. Writing a letter to Hermione, love? She asked, before he could even say anything. Yep, he replied. Anything you want me to add for you. Just send my love, she replied. When Harry nodded and wrote exactly that, she warned, Mr. Hohoutes will be here in about 15 minutes, Harry. Make sure you're ready. Of course, he muttered, still writing. Let him know I've also planted Dittany and Fluxweed in the brown pots, would you? She asked. I don't want him to think those pots are empty except for the potting mix. Of course, love, he replied. Andreas Hohoutes was Harry's potions and herbology tutor. Thank you, she said. Now, I'm going to go and adjust the wards to let him in and have another look at the ward scheme. I can already envision changes to it I think you'll like. All right, he smiled at her. Just don't do anything dangerous without me being there to rescue you if necessary. Of course not, she replied, bending over to toke him on the cheek before she headed off. Harry just gave a slight huff of amusement before he added the final touches to his letter to Hermione. Hedwig, who had retained her ability to know where and when her wizard needed her services to deliver mail even while he was gone, flew in and landed on the table before him. Hi, Hed, he softly said, running his offhand over her head and upper back feathers as he finished his letter. She gave a soft bark back and lightly nibbled on the side of his index finger as he stroked her. Less than a minute passed before Harry tied the letter to the owl's leg. She flew out a few seconds later heading for the International Owl Post collection point in the Ministry. From there the letter would be magically stripped from Hedwig's leg and bundled in with all other mail heading out to Makusa by Ministry Portkey, to then be distributed across North America by Falcon Mail. January slipped into February and, before Harry could properly comprehend it, Valentine's Day was only a couple days away. He was so focused on his studies he nearly missed it. Wondering what to do for it and at a loss for something suitable, he visited his godfather. As soon as he was through the flow into Grimmauld he was greeted by the new Black House elf, Prankster. Welcome to Grimmauld Place, Master Hardwin, the little elf said in an almost solemn voice. Hiya, Chuckles, said Harry. I've just come to ask the Great One, Lord Patis Foodus, for some ideas for Valentine's. With a slight look of pain at Harry's mode of address the elf calmly said, Master. Padfoot is in his office. The way the elf near spat the name, Padfoot, had Harry snigger back. The elf was well trained before Sirius bought him over from one of the properties he'd recently inherited and had to fight against that training to address Master Sirius as Master Padfoot. The elf's name wasn't supposedly Prankster, or even Chuckles, as Harry addressed him. He had no idea what it was, but knew Sirius had changed it to Prankster when he brought him over. Thanks, Giggles, said Harry, walking past a then suddenly sighing Prankster. Once he'd heard Harry's problem, his godfather pressed, Harry, ask her. This is not like buying a birthday or Christmas present for her, it doesn't have to be a surprise. That doesn't mean I can't do with hearing suggestions about what to suggest to her, said Harry. Sirius thought about it for a long moment before he asked, that picnic you and her were supposed to go on when you visited James's, Lily's and Celine's graves and was interrupted by Lucy and his two buddies that day, did you actually ever get to have that picnic? Harry was surprised and somewhat disappointed in himself for not also thinking of that. Damn, he exclaimed. No, we didn't. Sue? Asked Sirius, with a smirk now playing over his lips. Brilliant, declared a now happy Harry. Then my job is done, declared Sirius, before then openly grinning back. Thank you, declared Harry. Okay, bye, and hurried back to the flow. 2 seconds later, Sirius heard his godson called to the house elf, "See-ya, Rip Snort." As he ran for the flow. Master Hardwin, the elf exclaimed back, scandalized. With a quiet chuckle Sirius returned to his never-ending parchment work. He didn't know why his godson had decided to tease his new house elf, but it was sure interesting and fun to hear and watch. Luna turned out to be all for the picnic idea, plus having it in the same place. That was the small glen in the small grove of trees on the Lovegood property. When they arrived with a picnic basket, Zeno didn't bat an eye. He only warned them, don't upset the fairies. We won't, Luna sang back as they hurried out the door. When they got to the glen, Luna pointed to a small ring of mushrooms off to one corner, and said, they're under there. Not one to argue, Harry just went with it. What do we need to do to not upset them? Fire is the main one, she replied. Then it's heavy spices, particularly black pepper, littering, negative emotions, especially anger, that sort of thing. Harry thought about that and said, "So, we don't light any fires or use any spices in or on our picnic foods. We don't leave anything behind when we leave. And we hold no bad emotions in our minds or hearts for the whole time we're here." "Got it." Luna grinned back and said, "I love you." It took Harry a few moments to realize what she'd just said and turn a beaming smile on her. "And I love you, Luna Celine Lovegood." A few minutes later, she almost tentatively asked, "I know we said it could wait, but what do you think of the idea of us marrying in late August?" "A summer wedding?" he asked. "I'm all for that, but why bring it forward from November?" They'd originally planned for the wedding to be held on the weekend closest to the day Harry set foot back on English soil after escaping from the SGC. Because those are the first couple of weeks after Hermione's long break for the university year in mid-August, the last couple of weeks before Hogwarts recommences, and you will have very recently picked up your newts, she replied. A honeymoon then won't get in the way of an opportunity for you to study for a mastery, if you want it. Harry thought about it for not that long before he replied, "If you see it being a good time for us to marry, then I'm all for it. Actually, if you simply want to have the wedding, then I'm all for it. It doesn't have to have anything to do with your abilities." She beamed a smile back at him. "Thank you, Harry." The day was a success with Harry happy his godfather reminded him of the picnic idea. That evening, Harry and Luna had just finished making love on a large rug on the floor before the fireplace in the main lounge and were sipping hot chocolate while staring into the flames. The lights had been dimmed right down to where the fire became the main light source, and the Wizarding Wireless was playing romantic tunes from the WWN's scheduled Night of Romance playlist. Luna calmly asked, "Harry, did you deactivate the flow before we did what we just did?" Harry paused in shock for a moment before he muttered, "Air." That had Luna suddenly giggle in surprise. Harry sighed and said, "I suppose we should be thankful that Sirius, Moony or Tonks decided not to pay us a visit this evening." The fire they were laying before was the flow point for the manor, and anyone could have called while they were in the middle of their mattress mambo. That meant, as soon as the connection was made, the caller would have immediately been looking right at them before they could even react. Still giggling a little, Luna said, "They wouldn't have. Remus is enjoying a similar evening with Tonks, and Sirius was spending the evening prowling the night spots looking for a, shall we say, non-clingy agreeable witch." "Did he find one?" he asked. Luna smirked back and said, "Sirius never has problems finding an agreeable witch, Harry. His problem is finding one who isn't going to try and fall pregnant by him or is otherwise determined and planning to become the next Lady Black." "Does he eventually find the next Lady Black?" he asked. "I've promised him not to tell anyone unless he specifically asks me first," she replied. "Then don't tell me," Harry firmly returned. "I have no problem with you concealing that sort of information. It's Sirius's privacy and he has the right to have it protected." She grinned back, took both their mugs and set them aside and out of the way of getting knocked over. Then she hopped up onto his hips while he was lying propped back and reached for his groin. "The night's not over yet, Harry," she sultrily declared. "And I know you've got more left in you yet." As she fondled him, he grinned back and reached for her nipples. "As my lady commands," he softly said. "The flow, Harry," she calmly said. "Oh, right," he exclaimed, reaching for his wand. Just because she told him Sirius, Remus or Tonks wouldn't flow call, did not mean anyone else wouldn't. As winter finally released its hold on Britain and the temperatures began to warm up again, Harry was getting quite comfortable being back on Earth and now living at Potter Manor with Luna. Because he wasn't sure just what he needed time-wise for what he needed to learn to pass his newts in the subjects for which he was studying, he left all the scheduling for that up to Luna. She then arranged everything with the tutors. It was in March that she suggested to Harry he hire Narcissa Black, now brought back into the House of Black by Sirius, to become his appointments cum social secretary. Confused, he asked, "Why?" "Because, since we've moved into here and except for your Wizengamot sessions, you've become a bit of a hermit. You need to get out more." He frowned and said, "I don't like all the staring." "I know," she soothingly returned. "However, all that staring won't stop until the populace have had a chance to get it out of their systems. And the only way to accomplish that is to give them all the opportunity to stare at you." He thought about that, sighed in acceptance and said, "And what does this have to do with hiring Narcissa Malfoy?" "Black," she immediately corrected him. She knows all the contacts and functions of the so-called elite of Magical Britain, plus more on the continent. Further, another subject you need to be taught is the etiquette of the wizarding world, especially of high society. And Narcissa Black, I've no doubt, will be an excellent tutor of that subject. He sighed and grumbled, Finn. If you think it's best, hire her. She beamed a smile at him, keyed him on the cheek and, without a word, skipped off to the flow, literally skipped. He just gave a snort of amusement and returned to the assignment he needed to write on mandrakes and the mandrake restorative draft. Narcissa Black, on invitation from Luna, turned up that evening for dinner with the Potters at Potter Manor. When she turned up, she was clearly wary. However, so was Harry. Luna just gave a snort of amusement and firmly scolded them both. Stop it, the pair of you. Turning to Harry she firmly said, Harry. As I've already told you, Miss Black was not a Death Eater. She was forced into a situation, due to her marriage, where she had to support Riddle. It was not her choice to do so. Then she turned to Narcissa and said, Harry knows you were an unwilling supporter of the Dark Tosser. However, he's concerned you hold him to blame for what happened to your ex-husband and son. I do not, Black firmly stated. Lucius and Draco were responsible for what happened to them, themselves, no one else. Then she looked to Harry and said, Lord Peverell Potter, I swear to you I mean you and yours no harm. As I stated to your betrothed, Miss Lovegood, I am willing to make a vow on my magic and very life to that effect. Harry gave a sigh and said, let us have dinner and an open discussion about matters. If, at the end of that, you are still open to the idea of providing etiquette lessons and be my appointment secretary, then we'll see. The dinner turned out to be an excellent idea. At first things were a little strained, as expected, between the two. Luna, though, was quite relaxed and even nudged the conversation in all the right directions for the two to communicate. Thankfully, and by the time desserts were served, both had relaxed quite a bit. Only half an hour later, though Harry didn't force it, Narcissa made her vow to Harry with Luna as the bonder. And Harry then immediately offered her the position of etiquette tutor and appointment secretary. She was quick to accept. Narcissa was back the next day with a schedule of all the main events due over the next 6+ months, plus the date of the Ministry Yule Ball, in Wizarding Britain, and for which she believed Harry should attend at least half of them. She also brought with her a small stack of wizarding etiquette, primer, books she insisted Harry read over the next month, and a large scheduling planner she laid out on the breakfast table in the kitchen she beckoned him over to see. Then she also pointed to the Potter wedding date and how it had to fit in with a lot of other events that were due to occur at around the same time. Sorry, said Harry, but it has to be sometime within the last 2 weeks of August. We have guests coming from the colonies who have already scheduled it in within their own tight schedules. It would be best if it was the final weekend of August, too. Very well, she said, not fighting him on it. Then I shall inform those who need to know that the date cannot be moved due to prior commitments of certain overseas VIP guests. I'm sure other functions can be moved, where necessary, to allow for it. Then she indicated a long list of names with the details of who they were. These names represent the really should invite guests you should invite to the wedding. Harry took one look at the length of it and blanched. ERRPH. I was hoping for a small wedding. Close family. And friends, plus a few important personages. Such as, she asked, the minister and her partner, the chief warlock and his wife, a few of the movers and shakers off Wizengamot plus their partners, that sort of thing. Oh, no, my lord, she smiled. You are a triple awardee of the Order of Merlin, first class. Invitations have to be sent out across the world, not just within Magical Britain. For a start, you also need to invite the Supreme Mugwump of the ICW plus her husband, and the other living Order of Merlin, first class, awardees plus their spouses. The reason why I will not have too much problem convincing the organizers of the other events in late August to move their own functions is because your wedding will be the social event of the year, if not the decade. As such, everyone is going to want to be there, and that includes the hosts of the other events. Harry just gave her a pained look back. However, it appeared such an expression was like water off a duck's back to her. She only smirked back, clearly unwilling to give even an inch. Luna just giggled. Let's keep things as minimalist as possible, Miss Black, he grouched. Both for the number of functions I'll attend and the number of guests attending, especially mine and Luna's wedding. Besides, I'm working hard to earn my newts at the moment. I'm undertaking a 2-year course and cramming it into 8 months, just so I can sit my exams this August before I'm married. I shall endeavor to accomplish that, my lord, she nodded. However, I believe what you believe is maximum, will turn out to be well below minimum. He just gave her another pained look. It was only 2 months later, while they lay in bed together before dropping off to sleep, when Harry finally admitted to Luna he believed it was good idea to hire Miss Black for her role. I know, she replied. Having her as your first point of contact when people want you to attend or do things have greatly reduced the number of those. The minister, etc., kept trying to push me into agreeing on your behalf. They don't try that with Narcissa, because they know it won't work. With a slightly angry frown, Harry asked, they tried to push you? Nothing terribly overt, Harry, she replied. Just more along the lines of nagging. No one is willing to upset the fiancé of the man who killed Riddle and his minions, which would, in turn, upset him. However, locking yourself away from all the starers and gawkers was doing you no favors. People like to see their heroes out and about, it gives them a sense of peace and security. During the previous months and under Narcissa's tuition, Harry had come to understand just why there were those who were feeling insulted by him due to them feeling shunned when he turned down their invitation, as host or hostess, to attend this event or that. That he or, rather, Luna on his behalf had turned down every invitation was irrelevant. Narcissa had used the excuse that Harry had been in basic solitude for the past few years between the battle at the Department of Mysteries and when he returned as to why he hadn't been attending any. However, that excuse had already worn overly thin and it was time to become more social. That's why, over the previous month and a half, he had attended a few small gatherings. One he had attended was at Longbottom Hall and was kept to only the light faction on the Wizengamot. It was the first public showing of Hannah Abbott debutanting as the presumptive next Lady Longbottom and Neville's fiancée. Besides being an event where Harry could begin to mingle with his peers, it was also a golden opportunity to speak further with Neville and, now, Hannah. He was still a little miffed with her concerning her behavior towards him in his 4th year, but she, realizing that was why he was a smidge cold towards her, immediately apologized for that behavior, claiming she was both a young girl and under peer pressure from within her own house. Harry accepted the apology, but did not let on that he thought her excuse was both too late and should have been offered without an accompanying excuse. Of course, as with the other functions Harry reluctantly attended, he was asked all sorts of questions regarding how he managed to become so fast and what his life on Hadrian was like. He gave somewhat honest, but a little begrudging, answers. He made it seem as if he really didn't want to talk about it. He most definitely did not share his casting speed was related to time dilation magic. That was a secret that was firmly restricted to those he deemed family. 2 months shy of the Lovegood Peverell Potter wedding, Narcissa laid out for them the guest invitation list, the arrangements she'd already made and other matters relating to the wedding. On seeing the list, Harry nearly had a panic attack. 328 guests. He loudly exclaimed. Sirius, who was there and watching, snickered in amusement. Yes, my lord, she firmly replied, ignoring Sirius. And I've no doubt they, except a small few, will all accept. Gah, he exclaimed. How the hell are we supposed to sit all these people? Is there actually anywhere that'll be big enough? Space expansion charms, of course, she returned. Harry was reading down the list and said, I don't even know about 10% of these people, let alone their partners. I'll be adding their details once they accept, she explained. For instance, she pointed to a name near the top and said, that's the Supreme Mugwump and her husband, and another, and that's an awardee of the Order of Merlin, he's from Africa and saved a magical village from a Noondu attack back about 20 years ago. He already knew the Supreme Mugwump and the other awardees, of course. Gods, he whined. I don't think I really want to know. You need to, Harry, said Luna. I've no doubt Narcissa will be supplying you, where she can, with photographs of each of the important peoples, so you can identify them when you bump into them at the reception or at other functions. That's a wonderful and clever idea, Miss Lovegood, said Narcissa. I shall start arranging for such photographs, immediately. The idea is also a clever one for other functions, Lord Peverell Potter, and you need to attend even before that. However, I believe our Lord met a great many of these people at that awards dinner just before Yule. And looked at him. Harry frowned and looked down at the list again. Then started comparing a lot of the names with who he was introduced to on that night. He could then start to picture them all. With a sigh, he said, "She's right, I do. However, I have no idea why we have to invite them to my wedding." "They're too important not to," said Narcissa. Harry just sighed and said, "Finn, I wish you luck in finding a suitable venue for both the wedding and the reception, though." "The Druids' Ritual Reception Center," Narcissa immediately stated. "They're used to handling large weddings and will have everything very well organized we want organized by them. Any idea on who you want to perform the rites?" "Yes," Luna stated, before Harry even had a chance to say he had no idea. "My uncle. He's a celebrant and well experienced in performing the rites. He'll also be a family member guest of mine at the reception." "Mordecai Wilburton?" asked Narcissa. "Good choice. And I'd forgotten he was skilled in the old druidic rituals. You'll contact him and ask, Miss Lovegood?" "Yes." Luna nodded back. When they both looked to Harry, he quickly raised his hands in surrender and said, "Don't ask me. If Luna is happy, then I'm happy." Both witches smiled at him. "Good choice," said Narcissa. With a mental sigh of relief, Harry turned back to the list of guests. "So, we have this list to go through to remove those neither of us really want to see attend." "You have this list, my lord, to add the names of those close to you of which you need to add," she replied, slightly chidingly. Harry, once more, aimed a pained look at her. As always, she was unmoved. After grumbling about just how big a public spectacle his wedding was turning out to be for the next week, Luna called in his godfather to have words with him. "You need to just grin and bear it, Harry," said Sirius. "The only way to get out of this is to cancel the wedding. And, even then, people will still look down at you for doing it. You're now considered even more than before you offed Riddle for good as a national hero. People are always going to want to rub shoulders with you and know what it is you're up to. As such, you're simply wasting energy being upset about it and, worse still, making it somewhat unpleasant for those of us who are close to you. It's time you got over it." Harry sighed and muttered, "Finny. Besides, pup," added Sirius. "You've got to focus your energies on passing your newts. You won't do well on them if you don't let go of your annoyance and irritation concerning how your wedding is going to turn out. Let the experts deal with the wedding while you focus on your arrangements for your honeymoon." Visiting the Potter properties around the world, Harry immediately replied, "I'd also like to know, if it was possible, if we could spend a few days at Black Island." Sirius smirked and said, "Other than Black Island, where about the only things you can do is snooze and swim, what do you plan to do at the other places? Besides that, I mean." Stuttered Harry. Sirius gave a snort of amusement and said, "You might want to look into activities you can do while staying at each of those properties, pup. For instance, have you ever been to an amusement park?" No," replied Harry. He'd also forgotten he'd promised Luna he'd take her to one. "Well, that's just one idea," said Sirius. "See if you can arrange any sightseeing tours or the like." Harry gave a sigh and slumped a little in his seat. "Where can I? Travel agents?" "Pardon?" asked his godfather. "Why would you need to see a travel agent? You already claim to know where you're going. A travel agency will have knowledge of and information on what activities one can undertake in just about any location in the world. As such, they'll have information about touristy ideas for the locations around where each Potter property is located." "Non-magical, yes," said Sirius. "But what about magical areas? For the next couple of years, I think, I'd have to go in disguise or under glamour to any magical tourist spot," he replied. "We can save that for another time. It's not as if I can't afford a holiday touring the magical world a few years from now." Sirius nodded back and muttered, "Sounds like a good idea, yeah. I intend for us to visit the Potter Penthouse in New York in the USA and see if we can catch a show or two on Broadway. I seem to remember, from my time at the Dursleys, that Broadway is in New York and that there are supposed to be plenty of theaters there where they put stage plays on. I think a night or two watching some of them might be nice. I also intend to spend some time staying at the Potter Vineyard in Australia. I think it's at a place called Barusa Valley, or something. It's one of their grape-growing areas." Anyway, I'm sure we could enjoy ourselves going to wine tastings for a day or two. Potter retreat in France also sounds nice. I don't know much about it, other than it was supposed to be somewhere Potters before me went to unwind and relax for a while. I guess I'll have to find out more about where those other places are to see what we can do around that area. Of course, there's also apparition to take care of the longer distances. He shrugged and said, I've not laid out an itinerary yet. I'll go see what I can find out from a local travel agent and make more locked-in decisions once I have a better idea. Sirius had been nodding along and, once Harry wound down, said, sounds like a wonderful idea. And, just because, I'll also keep it secret from everyone else. The last thing you need is for the media to find out and you end up having some nosy journalist or two follow you around just to take photos of you and Luna on your honeymoon. Yeah, thanks Sirius, said Harry. I was going to ask you to do that, so it's nice you actually offered first. A relief to both Luna and Narcissa, Harry spent the weeks of June and early July working hard on making sure he was ready for his NEWT exams to be held in the examination center attached to the offices of the WEA at the ministry. The exams were held in mid to late July to give those who studied at Hogwarts and had to defer their exams the opportunity to sit them then. After sitting a whole heap of mock exams written for him by his tutors and being informed he'd done well, he knew he was finally ready. For the last week before the exams, Luna told him to relax and lightly review. You need a fresh mind to sit your exams, Harry, she said. That means no stressing out, no overstudying, just light revision. Luna, he overly innocently asked, did you know that Say is considered an excellent stress reliever? She rolled her eyes, gave a huff of amusement and smirked back. Yes, Harry, she replied. I actually was aware there are some who believe that. Did you know, though, that there is actually no evidence that supports that theory? Still, he returned, I find I happen to sleep very well after a night of love-making. She laughed and said, that, I'll acknowledge. Once the date of the first exam came around, Monday the 10th of July, Harry was as ready as he could be. He went into the exam confident he had prepared as best he could for it. It was Transfiguration. 10 days later at the WEA Examination Center, Harry set his quill down with a sigh. He had just finished the written NEWT examination for History of Magic, the last exam he would have to sit unless he came back at another time to sit exams for Care of Magical Creatures and other subjects he'd not studied for, before receiving his diploma, showing he'd earned his NEWTs. He already knew that the exams, both written and practical, he'd sat over the past week and a half were a fair bit easier than the mock exams he'd sat a couple of weeks earlier. And had also confronted Luna about that after the third day. You tricked me, he'd declared. No, love, she disagreed. We prepared you to sit the exams in such a manner you would find them easier than you expected. That way you would perform much better and, as a result, score higher than you expected you would. That led to him sitting the final exam and sitting back in relief, knowing there was no follow-on practical for the subject, as he laid his quill down. Once the proctor, Professor Tofty, rang his little bell, off a child's bicycle, of all things, Harry obeyed the instruction to leave his completed exam sitting face down on his desk and left the room with the other three, younger, examinees and made his way out. Before he left, though, he thanked the man for his service. As a parting remark, Tofty said, you should receive the results of your examinations by all post no later than 2 weeks from now, Lord Peverell Potter. Harry smiled and said, thank you, Professor. And quickly left. After giving a quick, doorstop interview, to the reporter off the Daily Prophet who'd caught wind he was sitting his NEWTs and would have his last one that day, he hurried to the atrium to flow home to Potter Manor. He gave the interview because Narcissa had told him that if he didn't give such when and where appropriate, then the Prophet journalist would just write what they liked. If you give them something to write to quote, they're far less likely to make something up, she'd told him. That way, you have some control over what they write about you. Plus, you can then use you no longer providing such interviews to force some level of compliance out of them to not use the opportunity to besmirch you. When he stepped out of the flow, he was shocked to find that all of his family were there and waiting for him. There was Luna, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, her parents and even Narcissa. He'd barely managed to straighten up from stepping out of the flow before Luna practically tackled him to the ground and resoundingly keyed and hugged him, all excited. That had everyone, bar Narcissa and Andromeda, Tonks cheering and laughing. Dobby called Sirius champagne, and it was less than a minute later before everyone had a glass of the sparkling wine in their hands. A toast, declared Sirius, raising his glass. To Harry. Congratulations on finishing your newts. Here, here, declared Ted, Tonks, Remus and Tonks. Again, Narcissa and Andromeda remained silent. However, both ladies still joined for the obligatory sip. Harry laughed at all their antics and joined in. However, his joyful relief was shot down a little later when, while the two were almost huddled together apart from everyone else, Luna said, "Now we have to decide what masteries you're going to undertake." The look he turned on her had her giggling away. When she calmed down, she quietly said to him, "Actually, there are other Newt-level subjects Hogwarts didn't offer, but used to, that I think you should study first." "Like what?" he just as quietly asked back. "Alchemy, art, druidic magics, enchanting, languages, rituals, that sort of thing." "That's why you first suggested I study enchanting for Newts this time around, isn't it?" he asked. "No," she replied. "I thought you might turn out to have a flair for the subject, like me. However, it seems your flair lies almost purely with cast magics. You don't think you'll be any good at enchanting?" he asked. "No, that's not what I meant," she disagreed. "I mean, you're not going to turn out to be a prodigy of the subject. I still think, if you apply the same dedication to picking up a newts in enchanting as you did in the other subjects, you'll eventually get it. However, I saw early on that you weren't going to get it with only 8 months of study of the subject, it'll take you much longer than that. That's why I removed it from your tutoring schedule." "Ah," he softly returned. With his newt exams now out of the way, Harry was able to turn much more of his attention to the rapidly approaching wedding. He'd had to step back and away from almost all involvement in organizing the nuptials, because he was finding himself stressing out over it. A lot of big things were happening and, according to both Narcissa and Luna, had to happen. However, that did not mean they didn't freak him a little. Thankfully both Harry and Luna were able to change, or have a decent impact on, certain things. For instance, both would only have 2 attendants. For Harry it would be Sirius and Remus. For Luna it would be, of all people, 2 professors from Hogwarts, Bathsheba Babbling and Septima Vector, the professors of ancient runes and arithmancy, respectively. When Harry asked why those 2, she calmly replied, "Besides Professor Flitwick, they were my mentors for both my time at Hogwarts and my main supporters for me going for my masters in enchanting. They're friends." "Oh," he almost sadly said. "I know your circle of friends is incredibly small, but I thought that was because of the war and having to continually avoid Dumbledore." "That was partly the reason, yes," she shrugged. "But my peers, age-wise I have nothing to do with." Harry didn't push it because he already knew that, until Sirius had cast a proverbial stinging charm up Flitwick's bum over the way she was being treated by her housemates, Luna was treated appallingly by them. He had thought she'd made friends with at least some of them after that. Clearly not. However, he would not push for further information on that, as he knew it was Luna's story to tell and she would tell it on her own schedule, not his. After seeing what he later found out was some of the planning for the wedding, Harry stepped right back from it and pretty much refused to have anything else to do with it, other than what he specifically needed to do as the groom. Luna had just smirked at him over it and didn't push it. She even spoke to Narcissa and told her not to bother Harry too much about it. He was bordering on a panic attack concerning just how many people would be attending and how much he would be standing out in the limelight. "He'll do his part, don't you worry," said Luna. "Let me make sure of that." Narcissa just nodded and raised the issue of the reception, specifically the menu for the event. What Narcissa was organizing, with the very valuable assistance of a professional magical event organizer, was everything to do with the wedding and reception, but not the honeymoon. She needed a professional because the sheer scale of the event was beyond even her expertise in organizing large-scale events, such as what used to be the annual Malfoy Summer Ball in August. That turned out to be a fortuitous happenstance as the weekend of the wedding used to be the nominal weekend of the summer ball, and was, since the extinction of the House of Malfoy in Britain, now otherwise free. After finding out that, Harry gave a direct look to Luna. She just serenely smiled back, looking like the proverbial cat who got the cream. He never directly said anything because both Narcissa was present at the time and he already knew Luna had used her ability to foresee that well in advance. He also never learned until after the next Christmas that the same weekend was now booked to be the new and annual Potter Summer Ball. It was 11 days after sitting his last nude exam and while sitting enjoying his lunch that Harry received an owl from the WEA via a ministry owl. As he first took a fortifying breath and mentally prepared himself for what he'd find within, Luna just sat back and calmly watched him with a pleased smile on her face. As usual, Narcissa was also present as she now, more often than not, joined them for the midday meal. She never said a word, just watched. Opening the envelope and withdrawing the stiff sheet from within, Harry was quick to unfold it and read. And, as he did, his slight look of apprehension morphed into one of relieved pleasure and even a little surprise. "Well, my lord?" asked Narcissa after Harry had just sat there staring at the sheet for about 15 seconds. Snapping a smirk in her direction, he quickly looked to Luna before again returning to look at the sheet. "Outstandings in all 10 subjects," he quietly said. As Narcissa let out a quiet gasp, he began to list them. Ancient runes, O. Arithmancy, O. Astronomy, O+, Charms, O+, Defense against the Dark Arts, O++, Best in Europe, Herbology, O. History of Magic, O+, Muggle Studies, O+, Potions, O. and Transfiguration, O++, Best in Europe. Ranked first of 57 in Wizarding Britain for the year 1999-2000. Ranked third of 432 in Europe, he softly said, with a wide smile. "Sweet Merlin," Narcissa softly uttered. "Very well done, love," said a happily grinning Luna. "With those results you will be able to undertake just about any mastery you want, without anyone being able to claim you could only do so because you're the famous Harry Potter." Turning his own grin to her, he said, "That's why you kept from me just how well I was actually doing, didn't you?" "Yes," she freely admitted. "A lot of what those tutors were teaching you over the past month or so were actually what you'd have been taught if you were already undertaking a mastery with them." "So, planning on doing a mastery next?" He thought about that for a few moments before he gave a slight shrug and said, "Possibly. However, that will not be for at least a year. I think I've earned a year's break, don't you?" "Yes," she nodded. "And what next for you?" asked Narcissa. "First up and after we finish lunch, I'd better go visit Sirius to let him, Remus and Tonks know," he replied while sliding the parchment down to Luna for her to read. "From there, I think I need to go in and see Madame Marchbanks. She's added a handwritten note where she's asked me to come and visit her. Then I'd better think about writing Hermione and letting her know. After that we'll see." "I meant longer term, my lord," explained Narcissa. "I think I need to get the wedding and honeymoon out of the way before I then begin to focus on anything else for the time being," he replied. "I know there'll be calls even begging for me to undertake a mastery in combat magics, but I currently feel I've already done my supposed duty in fighting the dark for the wizarding world. If anything, I think I might give being a scholar a go for a while. Then I don't know yet." "I think you might enjoy teaching, Harry," said Luna. "However, you'll want to pick up at least 2 masteries before you do that." Harry nodded, knowing it was Luna's gift seeing something. So he was not quick to dismiss it. He'd give it a great deal of thought. "Not for quite a few years, love," he said. "Even then, I'd only take on such a role if you took on such a role with me." "I can see that," she nodded. "I think I'd like to teach enchanting, one of these days, after the last of our children reach Hogwarts graduation age. So at least about 20 years, then," he said. "That is, of course, if our last child is born no later than about 6 years from now." "Agreed," she said. "I would have thought you'd see yourself as either minister or chief warlock," said Narcissa. Harry gave a mock shudder and wry grimace. "I'll pass on that, thanks. Politics, other than how it directly impacts me and the houses of Peverell and Potter, bores me. And yet many times the way to best protect your house is to be in the Wizengamot tiers and in charge of one faction or another," she argued. "Politics may be dirty and uncomfortable for you, yet it may be the way to best protect your house." Harry frowned at her and, though he knew she was right, didn't really want to hear it. "Stop being logical. You're beginning to annoy me again." She just smirked back and Luna tittered in amusement. The wedding turned out to be as pleasurable and as irritating as Harry expected it to be. The Ceremony hand fasting bonding was, of course, the highlight for Harry. While he managed to stand tall and proud in his wizarding formal wedding robes and say what he needed to say with a strong and assured voice each time the druid, Luna's uncle, called on him to do so, he was also protected from anyone approaching him by the needs of the ceremony itself. On Luna's insistence, he also wore his Karakesh, as if it was piece of jewelry. It was also nice to have Hermione there. However, this time, instead of in the company of her parents, she was in the company of a young man the same age as her who wore glasses and just seemed completely bemused by the whole thing. This was her man. The one Luna said Hermione would marry in a couple of years and was currently studying biological anthropology at the same university she was currently attending and studying law. Harry found him to be quite nice and felt relieved, now that he'd met him, that his once best friend would be marrying a man who looked like he would do very well by her. The ceremony was a blend of Muggle and wizarding traditions. Luna wore a wedding gown, was escorted up the aisle by her proud and happy father, who actually didn't wear outlandish colors out of respect for his daughter and her about-to-be husband, and soft music played as they did so. Once at the altar, the magical side of the ritual took over, the hand fasting. The druid used the old forms of address and the two before him were bound at the hands by the old words of magical vows. Then the Muggle side came back with Harry escorting his new wife out of the venue while the recessional played. It was in the reception that the hyenas felt they could finally make their move. And they weren't the political hyenas that Harry expected. It was just as Harry was winding up his speech to thank those who had worked so hard to make the day a success that they were rudely interrupted. He had no idea at the time who they purported to be, but they arrived by a powerful portkey just outside the main doors to the dining hall cum ballroom in which they were all sitting, and immediately stormed into the room. There were half a dozen, all dressed in face-obscuring, hooded, flat black robes. And at least two of them immediately moved to grab a young witch each and hold them with a wand tipped to their captors' heads amongst screams and frozen deer in headlights inactivity from nearly everyone else. "Potter!" barked the clear leader of the group, striding forward onto the middle of the floor. Harry gave a clearly heard sigh and said, "If it's me whose attention you want, you address me as Lord Peverell Potter, you ill-bred buffoon." The leader stood there with his wand drawn. He didn't immediately say anything back, but it was easy to see the anger he was projecting by how he held both hands in tight fists with his elbows slightly cocked. "You killed the Dark Lord," the man finally snarled. Already on his feet as he'd been in the middle of giving a speech, Harry calmly began to walk to the side to walk around the end of the head table. As he walked he said, "You're going to need to be a bit more specific than that. The way I see it, I took part in the death of 3 Dark Lords, just in the past year alone. The year before that I managed to end a system lord. That's someone who makes even the worst Dark Lords you can imagine look like a toddler throwing a temper tantrum." And rounded the end of the table to start to calmly walk forward. "So, specifically, which one were you referring to?" he calmly asked, coming to a stop about 20 feet from the idiot. "The Dark Lord, you half-blood mongrel," the man snarled. Said Harry, giving the impression he was really trying to figure it out. "Nope. Sorry. Doesn't ring any bells." "Oh, do you mean Albus Dumbledore? After all, I mean Lord Voldemort," the man shouted. With a sudden snort of amusement, Harry grinned and said, "Nah, I didn't kill anyone named Lord Voldemort. I think you mean the half-blood, bastard-born son of an impoverished near-squib witch, Merope Gaunt, and the Muggle, Thomas Riddle, Tom Marvolo Riddle. He was no lord whoever you are. Though, I will admit he was certainly a dark wizard, he was no." "You lie," the man shouted. No, Harry smirked. "I definitely killed him." Piercing curse to the middle of the forehead. Blew the back of his head out as the curse exited his skull after passing through and mulching his brain. According to the master healer, death was instant. Harry was deliberately antagonizing the man for 1, so he wasn't focused so much on where Harry was or what he was doing, and 2, so that he would make a very major mistake and attack him. However, part of that plan came unstuck when the man seemed to give a start of surprise before he said, "Enough." Then he raised his wand more threateningly and said, "Drop your wand, Potter, or my people will kill their hostages." While this had been going on, very few people had moved and were frozen in immobility, unsure of what to do. The only ones who had were Bones, Tonks and Hammer, who had slunk off to the sides of the room and were trying to move down the wall to get closer to the hostages, and both Sirius and Remus, who were trying to do the same down the same wall as Tonks, opposite Bones and Hammer. Harry just smiled back and said, "That is never going to happen. You see, at the moment the only thing keeping you alive is that you haven't actually harmed anyone yet. If anyone who was invited to be here comes to such harm, well, you'll wish I only killed you and whichever of your foolish followers caused harm to one of my guests. Because, I will not just be satisfied with just killing you and them in retaliation. No, I'll hunt down your entire families and after declaring blood feud on them wipe out your families simply for making the mistake of being related to you." The man clearly gave a start of shock at hearing that. "Led, drop your wand." He tried. Seeing it and hearing what the man tried to order, Harry chuckled. "You're one of those stupid bastards who think I'm a light wizard, aren't you? You seem to think I'll do anything to see that no harm comes to another, even laying down my wand when that would have to be the most stupid thing I could do. I'm not light, I'm more dark gray." Again he chuckled. "As I said, that is never going to happen. No, what is going to happen is one of three choices of which you are currently the chooser. 1. You and your minions are going to immediately drop your wands and unconditionally surrender to our mercy. 2. You or one of your minions is going to do something stupid, such as harm someone at this little party of mine, and I'm going to kill the lot of you, no mercy, no quarter offered. And 3. I'm going to soon reach the point at which I no longer give a f whether you're going to surrender or not and simply kill you. If you're lucky, no one else, but you and your minions, are going to get hurt, which means your families will not soon follow you into early graves, as they would if any harm befalls even one of my guests." Drawing his wand and aiming it at the moron, Harry said, "Choose now, or not. Either way, the only way you will not be leaving here in magic-inhibiting DMLE handcuffs is if you are dead. Time's ticking, and I'm silently counting down to the time I'll have had enough and simply kill you." Then he just waited with a slight smirk on his face. The leader stared back at his cold, killing curse green eyes that were locked on his own, boring into his soul. Harry was just waiting for the crease, that very slight gesture, always there, that tells a dueler when his opponent is going to move. Sometimes it might be a slight tick or twitch in the face, sometimes it might be a very slight shoulder shrug, sometimes even a small finger twitch, but it was always there. He wasn't sure, even later, what it was. However, he saw the crease and instinctively raised his Karakesh, activating it immediately. "Crucio," the man suddenly blurted, his wand first beginning the twirl with the incantation on the jab forward at Harry. The dark, dirty red curse sped the 20 feet to Harry and was blocked by the Karakesh shield. Not even stopping in surprise that the Karakesh actually blocked one of the supposedly unshieldable curses, Harry turned off the shield device as the curse splashed harmlessly away and immediately countered. Break. Stab, he thought. The second cast in motion before the first even hit. However, the first, the shield breaker charm, actually did nothing, because the man was standing still in shock that Harry was able to successfully shield against the Cruciatus curse. His second, the same piercing curse he'd killed Riddle with, flew true with the same effect. He nailed the man high, but right between the eyes. With a small fountain of blood and brain matter erupting from the back of the man's head, the body was launched backwards as if yanked by the hair to land on its back. It then slid about 5 feet across the polished dance floor before coming to a stop, still on its back. That's when the screaming started again. Knowing the man was dead, Harry ignored the screaming and focused on his other unwanted guests. Then started walking towards them, completely ignoring the now dead body. "Be silent," he bellowed. Surprisingly, he got it almost immediately. Still walking forward, he stopped at a position he was still able to watch the other 5. "Just so you know," he said. "Other than being scared a little, none of my guests have been hurt yet. And just so you also know, I faced Riddle and his 13 inner circle Death Eaters on my little lonesome. None of them, including Riddle, survived. And not one of them even nicked me. So, what's it to be? Are you going to be smarter than your leader, drop your wands and surrender? Or do you die? No other options are available to you. The time is once more ticking." Then he raised his wand and gently settled into a dueling stance. One almost squeakily snapped, "Activate." But didn't go anywhere. "That's not going to work, this time," smirked Harry. "I had plenty of time to erect super strong anti-portkey and anti-apparition jinxes before I even faced your leader." He'd done it while working his way around the head table with his wand down by his side. "Surrender or die," he almost snarled. "I'm beginning to tire of this." Almost immediately wands started clattering to the floor and hands were being raised in the signal for surrender. It started with one who wasn't holding a hostage, but the rest quickly followed. Only seconds after his last word all 5 had surrendered. With a smirk on his face he stood back up, but didn't lower his wand. "Good choice. Director Hammer, they're yours." Quickly, Oars that had obviously been waiting outside after being called, probably by either Tonks or Hammer though their Auror badges, hurried into the room and took the men into custody, professionally stripping them of portkeys and the like as they did so. 2 others hurried past him to the body now 20 feet behind him on the floor. They quickly had it on a conjured portable stretcher, the blood on the floor cleaned away and the stretcher hurriedly levitated from the room. After the last one was hustled out of the room with Hammer and Tonks joining them as the 2 with the stretcher passed through the doors, Harry holstered his wand, spun on the spot and said, "Right. I was right in the middle of my speech, wasn't I?" As he walked back towards the end of the head table, he called out, "Sorry about that. Some people are just so rude. They could have at least waited until I'd finished my speech." Suddenly he was receiving tumultuous applause, with people rising to their feet while applauding. It was still going on when he finally reached his seat again. Raising both his hands he double gestured for people to sit down and quiet down again. They did so, although it appeared a little reluctantly. Again with his slight grin he said, "You're supposed to save the applause until after the speeches, folks." That earned him a few weak chuckles. "Now, where was I?" he said. "Ah, yes. As I was saying, I would especially like to thank Miss Narcissa Black. If it wasn't for her near-tireless efforts on mine and Luna's behalf, this little soiree would not have been as wonderful as it is. I was far more prepared to take Luna, kidnap a druid and have him marry us before releasing him again, and for the both of us to immediately shoot off on our honeymoon without anyone the wiser. It is because of her efforts that you were actually able to witness Luna and my bonding and enjoy this wonderful reception." Then he led applause for the woman, who gave no sign she was pleased for the recognition other than a light pinking of her cheeks and small smile of pleasure. She waited a few moments before she stood from her seat and lightly curtsied to Harry, before taking her seat again. It was as Harry and Luna were ready to leave when Director Hammer returned, obviously from the ministry. Taking him aside, she said, "The leader of your attackers was young Lord Knot. As for the other 5, they were all hired mercenaries from off the continent. They have no idea what Knot's beef was with you, but they were well paid for the job so didn't inquire." Harry gave a nod back and said, "That's actually a relief." When she gave him a curious look, he explained, "I was worried a new Dark Lord had popped his head up, now that Riddle was dead. That it was not with hired mercenaries means the likelihood of that, based on this, is back down to being quite small." She gave a nod back and said, "That's my view too. I just thought you should be the first to know. It'll be in the Prophet tomorrow, as there's no way I could possibly keep a lid on this anyway. And I thank you for informing me," he immediately returned. She just gave him a head nod of a bow and quickly walked off again, probably back to her partner for the evening. When the 2 left only 20 minutes later, everyone thought they were immediately heading off on their honeymoon. They weren't. Knowing it was going to be a long and stressful day, Harry had arranged to start their honeymoon after lunch the next day. This evening they were headed back to Potter Manor for the night, just the 2 of them. The next afternoon, now dressed a lot more casually, the 2 newlyweds arrived from the swirl of a portkey on Black Island. They'd brought Dobby with them. While Harry then slipped the hand-carved wooden ring of the Black family permanent portkey to the island into his pocket, he was looking around at where they'd found themselves. They were standing inside and in the middle of a small open-sided pagoda with a palm frond thatched roof. In one direction and less than 100 feet away across a wide lawn, stood what appeared to be a small, Polynesian, cottage on 5-foot-high stilts. Though that is what it looked like, both had been warned by Sirius that looks were deceiving. It had been built with permanent expansion charms on the inside. It was actually a double-storied mini manor with 6 bedrooms with en suites upstairs, and a lounge, kitchen, dining room, office, small library, laundry and other amenities downstairs. In the other direction the lawn stopped at a stone wall edge before becoming beach. Beyond that was, of course, the ocean. "Very nice," said Luna. Said Harry. Then, offering his elbow to his new wife, he looked to her and gestured to the house with a nod of his head and asked, "Shall we go see what our accommodations for this week are like, Lady Peverell Potter?" She grinned back and took his elbow. "Let's." Lord Peverell Potter. After an afternoon of first exploring the house and taking a walk up to the highest peak of the island, as suggested by Sirius, the two returned to the pseudo-hut just in time for a Dobby dinner. Apparently the little guy had brushed up on his cuisine for island fare, because there was a lot of tropical fruits and the like, especially pineapple, in their multi-course meal. That was also the last time they wore actual clothing for more than about an hour for the rest of the week. Luna had risen the next morning from their bed, showered and didn't put any clothes on but a wrap. "A little underdressed, aren't you?" He smirked. "I'll wear this for breakfast to not embarrass Dobby," she replied. "Otherwise, I consider myself overdressed. I intend for my first swim in the ocean to be as the Maker intended, nude. There is no one on this island, but us three. No one's going to see us and no one can surprisingly visit us because we have the only portkey that would allow anyone in." He laughed and said, "So be it." After finishing his own ablutions he joined Luna downstairs wearing only an overlapping wrap tied at the waist. By the time the two left the island a week later, both were now sporting light beginning tans and were only a little red on areas that otherwise didn't receive any direct sunlight. And Harry had also determined that having say in the fairy grove on the Lovegood land wasn't the only place outdoors Luna wanted to make love. If she thought she could get away with it, she was happy to have say outdoors wherever she wanted. Harry now planned to create a small glade in the woods on the property on which Potter Manor stood, just so Luna could continue to enjoy her outdoors say kink once they returned to magical Britain. Of course, he'd also first be making sure he warded that glade to hell and back to prevent unwanted attention. With their week over, the two once again dressed properly and Harry readied their portkey to their next destination, magical France and Potter retreat by way of the French Ministère de la Magie. They first had to go to the French ministry to check in as tourists, while Dobby headed directly to Potter retreat with their luggage and to ready the place for their arrival. 6 weeks after they first left, Harry and Luna were back in Wizarding Britain. However, it wasn't all honeymoon and, only them, time while they were away. They were only in France for just on 24 hours when someone gently knocked the wards at the property boundary to let them know they had visitors. It was the sort of knock that was akin to a muggle, someone knocking on your muggle front door. Seconds later, Dobby popped in to report that a couple of French aurors were at the property line asking to speak to Lord and Lady Peverell Potter. Harry turned a pained expression on Luna, who only smirked back before she said, "They're here because the French Minister of Magic sent them to invite us to visit him for a short while." "This is going to happen a lot, isn't it?" he grumped. "Afraid so," she gently replied. Harry sighed and said, "Let them in, Dobby." Dobby gave a short bob and said, "Yes, Master Harry." Then immediately popped away. 2 minutes later he was escorting both aurors, one male and one female, into the welcoming parlor. Both wore uniform, but neither seemed even slightly perturbed or were hinting, through their body language, at being there to arrest either or both of them. "What can I do for you two?" asked Harry. The female, with a slight French accent, replied, "Minister Charlemagne wonders if you wouldn't mind paying him a quick visit. He knows you are here on your honeymoon, but hopes it will not be an inconvenience." "Now?" he asked. "At your convenience," she immediately replied. "However, he is free at the moment, yes." "Very well," he sighed. Turning to Luna he said, "I think we'd best dress a bit more appropriately first." "Indeed," said Luna. She then turned to the female auror and said, "Please take a seat and make yourselves comfortable. We won't be long." Then, before the witch could respond, immediately led Harry out of the parlor and towards the staircase. It turned out the minister really only wanted to meet Harry to shake his hand and have a photograph taken with him. However, he also wanted to ensure they knew that if France could do anything for the wizarding world's latest and famous hero, they needed only ask. Harry and Luna knew, though, that offer was only an excuse to get Harry to visit him. After all, he could have simply instructed the aurors to pass on that message. They encountered similar situations in Italy, Singapore, Australia, America and Canada of the places they visited. And every time it was basically just an excuse for the head of magical state of that country to meet Harry, shake his hand and get a photo taken with him. By the time they'd landed in New York, their last stop of their round-the-world trip, Harry was almost certain all the heads of state had read from the same playbook about how to get their photo taken with a tourist, celebrity. However, even with the short meet and greets they had to put up with that interrupted things, the two were still able to accomplish what they wanted to accomplish. And Harry also used the trip to re-bond all the Potter house elves to the House of Potter, while also checking the properties to ensure all the relevant wards were all still properly functioning. Only the one in Singapore needed seeing to, and he organized that via owl mail to Gringotts before their first day there was over. Unknown to him, Luna was also making a list of the wards she wanted changed or added for each property they visited. She'd organized that once the honeymoon was over. Once back at Potter Manor, the two spent a quiet night in the manor alone before heading out the next morning to visit folks to let them know they'd returned. They did not visit the rookery, the home of Luna's father, because he was currently hunting exceedingly rare magical creatures in Sweden, and they visited him while he was on his latest expedition for their last stop before arriving back in Britain. Instead, they headed to Grimmauld to visit Sirius. As soon as they popped out of the flow, Harry called, "Sir Hughes. We're Baack." Then Luna stepped out of the flow. That had Prankster, Sirius's house elf, pop in. However, before the elf could even properly greet the two of them, Sirius practically ran into the room. He took one look at them, grinned and hurried over to scoop them both up in a group hug. "Welcome back, you two." He laughed, swinging them about a little. Before either had a chance to say anything he released them both before grabbing Luna by the shoulders and turning her this way and that a little. "So," he begged, "is this one pregnant yet? Am I going to be Uncle Padfoot in a few months?" "Sirius," Harry exclaimed, unbelieving his godfather would behave such. Luna was lightly giggling and blushing. "Not yet," she sing-songed back between giggles as she was moved this way and that. Releasing her and holding the back of his offhand to his forehead, Sirius wailed, "Is my godson not man enough? Does he not know to poke Tabba into slot B? Oh, knock it off, will ya?" Harry grumbled. Finally deciding enough was enough, Sirius dropped his hand and grinned at his godson. "Come on down to the kitchen. Prankster, lay on tea, would you?" "Yes, Master S. Padfoot," said the elf before it popped away. As Sirius then started to lead them from the room, Harry said, "Prankster's getting better at using your marauder name." "It's a work in progress, but he's getting there," said Sirius, over his shoulder. After going through everything they'd gotten up to while away, at least that which didn't relate to their say life, Sirius brought them up to date with what was happening on the local scene. "So," said Harry, after told the fallout of the not incident, as it had become known, "there's been absolutely no evidence it was a conspiracy of any sort, just not acting on his own." "Nope," replied Sirius. "And what about negativity directed towards me?" he asked. "There was a single day of it," replied Sirius. "That was public gossip and a couple of letters to the editor in the Prophet." However, in response to those letters, Cuff wrote an editorial in the same edition where he stated he was at the reception and witnessed the whole thing. He said that, if the DMLE even thought of charging you with killing not over what happened, then it was time for the minister to think about replacing Hammer as director, because it would be obvious it would mean that Hammer had turned into an idiot. He then went on to state he did not believe Hammer to be an idiot, therefore, he could not see you being charged. It was a nonsense to think otherwise. And Hammer was also quoted in the same edition as stating killing not was in lawful self-defense. And that she, too, witnessed the event. There was nothing about it since, other than the trial of the 5 mercenaries who accompanied the twit. All 5 were found to be wanted fugitives in other countries for capital crimes and were also found guilty of the attack on the reception. Combined with the evidence against them from other countries, all 5 were found guilty and found themselves sent to Azkaban for life, that same day. One side effect of all this, he continued, is that Hammer has spent a fair bit of time reviewing how you handled the hostage part of the situation. As the Aurors have had to deal with hostage situations in the past, the way you handled it has got her thinking and she came to talk to me about it. He then shrugged and said, "I told her how you once told me you will never negotiate with a terrorist, that it's a fool's gambit. And that you should never allow that a hostage is involved change how you would deal with the situation." It's given her a lot to think about. Harry gave a firm nod back and said, "Good. I've always thought that allowing criminals to dictate terms just because they've got themselves a hostage is illogical. I've also thought that if a hostage is taken, then the punishment should be tripled. Start trying cases in court with that belief and the bad guys will very quickly see it as a losing proposition, and stop taking hostages. I think they should also allow hostages who make it through it alive or their families if they die, sue the living hell out of the hostage takers, whether or not they end up in prison or are executed. Then it becomes financially unviable to take hostages. Enough of that, said Luna, starting to get annoyed at all the negativity. What's happening in your private life, Sirius? Got a long-term girlfriend yet? It might help if you were able to tell me just whom I'm looking for. He snarkily grumbled right back. Not a good idea, she returned. You need to enjoy the search by going through it. If you don't, the marriage won't stick. The search is what will help you find your true life partner and stick with her. Sirius just gave a huff of amusement back and Riley said, thanks. It will happen, Sirius, she quietly said. Just give it time and yourself time to find her. After the two spent some time with Sirius, even waiting long enough for Remus to turn up with Tonks in tow, the two finally made it back to Potter Manor to relax. About Sirius? Harry asked. Less than a year, Luna replied. Harry gaped at his girl wife for a few moments, still getting used to thinking of her as his wife and that she was now Lady Luna Peverell Potter, before he gave a snort of amusement. Every now and then she would surprise him by answering his question before he even had the chance to ask it. Any clues you can give me on just who she is? He asked. Nope, she happily returned. Do you know who she is? He tried. Yep, she just as happily replied. However, she still wouldn't tell him. After a moment he chuckled, knowing his wife was now simply tweaking his nose about it. He knew that, if she could tell him without screwing it up for Sirius, she probably would. This was another of those, the knowing of a thing changes the thing, and not for the better. So, he never pushed in those situations. Life for the two Potters then quickly began to settle down. At the same time, both were slowly beginning to build up a circle of friends. After an initial uncomfortable situation over Harry's magical spanking of him, and him being discovered not to be the chosen one to defeat Riddle, Neville turned out to be a good friend, after all. It was actually re-begun when the two worked together on various issues in the Wizengamot, now that Neville had finally taken his seat in those tiers in his own right. Once Harry learned from him that he was very quick to shed himself of the supposed friendship of both Ron and Ginny Weasley as soon as he could, Harry was more open to re-establishing his friendship with the other young man. Harry said to him, "You figured out Ginny was determined to be the next lady, chosen one, Longbottom, wife of the one to defeat Voldemort, and that Ron was nothing but a user, thief and spy for Dumbledore, didn't you?" "Oh, I had that figured out pretty quick," said Neville. "The problem was, I couldn't do anything about it until you dealt with Dumbledore. Then I could finally get them away from me. That must have been hard on Hannah," he said. "It was," sighed the other young man. "However, she both remained faithful and, knowing I wasn't falling for the Weasley duo's tricks, that I couldn't do anything about it until either Dumbledore was neutralized or Riddle was dead. You, taking care of both, freed me to be able to finally, officially, announce our betrothal. We both knew each of us was the one for the other back in 5th year, irrespective of what the Weasley duo thought. Their marriage would take place in the summer the next year. The only surprise came when Molly Weasley was arrested and taken before the Wizengamot. She had apparently sent Neville an abusive howler, found herself immediately arrested for verbal assault of a lord of a noble house, and sentenced to a month in Azkaban, Dementor-free, for her troubles. She was also fined, but the Weasley twins paid it for her. Apparently, other than Arthur going on his proverbial knees to apologize for his wife's poor behavior, the Weasleys left Neville well alone after that. Harry, though in on Luna's recommendation, used the event to sever all ties with the Weasleys other than his existing investment in the twins' Weasley Wizarding Wheezes business venture. He needed an excuse to do so and Molly Weasley unintentionally provided it. Later, Harry asked her, "I take it that was necessary for some important reason." "Yes," she'd replied. "If you hadn't done that, you'd have had to kill Mrs. Weasley about 2 years from now." Until this incident, she'd planned on trying to work her way back into your heart and make her daughter your second wife. She'd have then tried to kill me, failed, and you'd have killed her in her attempt. "Second wife?" he asked. Yes, Harry, she replied. In some rare circumstances, a waiver can be made for someone who heads 2 or more important houses to take a second wife to better ensure the protection of the bloodlines of those houses. You, actually, would qualify with Peverell and Potter both bordering on extinction. Harry pulled a face and gave a mock shudder of revulsion. ERRPH. No thanks. Moving over and sitting in his lap before then wrapping her arms around his neck, she asked, and what if I don't want to turn out like Molly Weasley, birthing a Quidditch team of children? Then, you won't, he firmly declared, pulling her in tighter. We have as many children as we decide, together. If that means we stop after 2 then so be it. Surprised, she asked, what makes you think we'll have at least 2? You told me, he smirked back. Back last year, you said I'll be a good father to our children. That implies at least 2. She broke out into her tinkling laughter. It's nice you pay attention, love. Always, he said, moving in for Aki. After a long single snog she pulled back, looked into his eyes and, almost formally asked, well then, my lord. If it does not offend thee, may I come off the anti-pregnancy potions? He happily grinned back and blurted, hell yes. It was only 2 months later when Luna, who had told her husband she was going out to visit someone to confirm some facts, returned and immediately sat Harry down for a cup of tea. They were sitting on 2 kitty-cornered lounge chairs in the parlor with a small plate of quarter-cut sandwiches on the small occasional table between their seats, put there by one of the elves. Well, she said, it looks like it's just about time for me to start writing that book on Dumbledore. Confused, Harry asked, what's changed? Didn't you plan to start writing it once you fell pregnant the first time? She smirked back and said, nothing's changed, love. Even more confused, Harry said, wait. If you said you'd start writing that book once you were pregnant and you're also saying nothing's changed, that means. In dawning comprehension he looked back in shock at his wife. With her smirk widening into a grin she said, yes, Harry. I've just had it confirmed at St. Mungo's. I'm pregnant. Apparently, I'm. That was as far as she got before Harry, jumping to his feet and, spilling his coffee mug of tea off his lap in the process, started jumping around in joy, shouting near nonsense to the room. We're pregnant. I'm gonna be a daddy. We're gonna be parents. He suddenly froze for a moment, while Luna was giggling. Oh, God, he softly said, staring off into space. We're gonna be parents. I'm gonna be a daddy. And collapsed back onto the lounge. Setting her own teacup and saucer aside on the table, Dobby or one of the other house elves had already popped in to clean up the spilled tea and the broken coffee mug. She moved over to sit alongside her severely shocked husband, then wrapped her arms around him. As I said quite some time ago, love, she quietly said. You're going to be a great daddy. That had Harry relax a bit. Promise? He plaintively asked. Promise, she firmly returned. They sat there for a few moments with Luna cuddling into him. Eventually he asked, who do we tell first? We can't yet, she replied. We need to hold off until the end of the first trimester. That's in a little under 2 months. At first a little upset, Harry clamped down on his occlumency and just nodded. I take it there's a very good reason. Can I please know why? She nodded and said, I know I will not lose this baby. I also know it's going to be a boy. However, there exists a certain risk in pregnancies that the mother can lose the first baby for whatever reason in the first trimester. As such, it is always strongly recommended by the healers that the parents not announce the pregnancy before the first trimester is done. As such, it's become tradition not to. Harry thought about that for a bit before he said, and, if we announce it we break that tradition. And we can't tell them why we're confident we could. Precisely, she nodded. Firming up, he said, then as soon as we can we tell your dad, first, then Sirius, then everyone else. As you would put it, sounds like a plan, she smirked. Hang on, he suddenly said. How sure are you that the staff at St. Mungo's, who you had to see to confirm it, won't blab about it before we have a chance to announce it? Very, she smiled. I made sure of that. Frowning back a little he asked, you didn't obliviate them or anything, did you? No, she replied. I simply reminded them of their oaths and that, if they do blab about it before we officially announce it, you or I will immediately declare them oathbreakers, no excuses. Good, he firmly stated. Because that's exactly what I do. I know, she grinned. That's why I had no problem telling them that. Just as she said she would, Luna began writing and researching what would become within the year the preeminent biographical account of the life of one Albus Dumbledore that very afternoon. Of course, her research was only needed to provide evidence of what she already knew. However, knowing what she knew, meant she knew where she needed to go to gather that evidence. And while I'm doing that, love, she said. I think it is past time you started thinking about what you're going to do with all your spare time now. I don't want to be married to a what's the term? Couch potato, yes. I need to make sure there's going to be plenty of gold available to us for our growing family, he declared. I think I need to go in and see Rocknasher about our share and property investment portfolio. Sounds good, she said. But don't you think you should come up with some ideas to implement first? Surprised, he said, yes. Yes, I see what you mean. Looking at her more fully he said, you know, I've been a bit of twit. She smiled back and asked, finally going to ask me, are you? With a slightly pained sigh, he nodded and said, yes. Can you write down what investment opportunities you know of from your gift, or if your gift has given you any clues into, that I should see about investing the Potter investment portfolio into? I'll write it down this very day, love, she agreed. Send an owl to Rocknasher and organize an appointment to see him late morning tomorrow. Harry gave a nod and began to walk towards his office when he stopped and turned back with a grin on his face. He softly, but excitedly, said, we're going to be parents. She giggled back. With Luna's visions and Harry's belief in her, the Potter portfolio began to see immediate improvements and growth. Luna was using the time to gather her evidence, including interviews with those still alive who knew Dumbledore when he was either a small child or a student at Hogwarts. She also knew that the Flammels were still alive, that the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts back in 1991-92 was a fake, and how to get in contact with them. Apparently, whenever either was upset at Dumbledore, Perenelle used to call him Wulfric, and Nicholas used to call him Brian, just to annoy him. It was their way of demonstrating they knew Wulfric and Brian weren't actually part of his real name. She also contacted and interviewed a reluctant Elphias Doge, an uncaring Bathilda Bagshot, and a very willing Griselda Marchbanks, all of whom knew Dumbledore quite well back when he was a child. She also received permission off Headmistress McGonagall, who only received a written reprimand for her actions relating to Harry over the years, to interview the portraits of Headmasters Phineas Black and Armando Dippet and Headmistress Dilys Derwent. Black was both Dumbledore's potions professor when he was a student, moving on to be headmaster in Dumbledore's last year. Dilys Derwent was the next head and was the one to hire Dumbledore as Transfiguration professor after he claimed to have completed his masteries in Transfiguration and alchemy. And Dippet was the headmaster at the time Dumbledore was promoted, above other applicants, to the role of deputy headmaster, before eventually replacing him. Of the two masteries, the first was true, the second, according to Flammel, was actually a lie. Dumbledore had demanded Flammel recognize him as having completed his apprenticeship with him, but Flammel had refused, claiming he wasn't ready. Dumbledore had another master of alchemy of the time grant him his mastery in the subject, which Flammel claimed to have actually been bought. In her interview of Dippet, the balding and partially deaf old man in the portrait claimed Dumbledore, after he succeeded to the post of headmaster, had admitted that he dosed the old man with a minor loyalty potion to get the old man to select him as deputy, and then claimed it was, for the greater good, he be so. Then he ordered, as headmaster, the portraits not to tell anyone what he'd admitted to. McGonagall, who'd been listening in from behind her desk while Luna interviewed Dippet, was visibly appalled at what she'd learned during those interviews. However, in respect for Luna, she would not speak of what she'd learned that day with anyone until Luna published her book. However, just on what she'd learned that day alone, she knew Luna's book was going to make Skeeter's book look poorly researched. When Luna's tummy began to show signs of her pregnancy before the 90 days were up, she felt it was close enough to the 3 months to come clean with family and friends as to her now carrying the next Potter heir. Her father, the first they told, blinked twice and then slowly smiled. "I'm going to be a grandfather," he softly said. Then he looked at Harry and quietly said, "Thank you." Harry thought it was the sanest he'd ever seen the man, and that included at his and Luna's hand fasting. "Know his name yet?" asked Zeno. Luna nodded and replied, "James Sirius Peverell Potter." Luna had, convinced, Harry of that only 6 weeks previous. However, Harry had already thought of those names and a couple others before he'd raised the subject with her. He'd turned a gobsmacked expression on her before she gave that smile that said she'd already seen the name. And he sighed. Well, that was easy, he'd said. Sirius reacted similar to how Harry did and then immediately declared, as he had 2 names of marauders, he'd be raised as a marauder. Luna vehemently disagreed and, after pouting about it, Sirius acquiesced. I still get to spoil him, though, right? He'd begged. Within reason, she replied. And you'll be treating our second son the same. Hey, whoa, Harry immediately exclaimed. Let's see how he goes with our first, before we start giving him carte blanche for our second. Ah, Sirius whined. No picking on Lord Padfoot, okay. I can be good. Harry just grinned back before he suddenly had an idea and turned to his wife. We need to talk about something when we get home, he said. Luna nodded. She already knew what he needed to talk to her about, picking a godfather for their first son. 6.5 months later, Harry was woken by his now very pregnant wife. Waking, he muzzily asked, Sounding a little in pain, she said, it's time for you to take me to the hospital, Daddy. To the hos, that was as far as got before his eyes snapped wide open and he received a jolt of adrenaline to his body, bringing him to full wakefulness. Sitting bolt upright in bed he spun to his lady and asked, You're sure? Yes, she almost hissed while grimacing. A long moment later and after her grimace had faded away, she said, The contractions have started. Harry immediately leapt out of bed and grabbed Luna's bag. The one already packed with what she'd need for a short stay in hospital giving birth to their son. Right, he declared. Let's go. A little annoyed Luna said, Settle down, would you? I'm in labor and the contractions have only just started. We at least need to get dressed, first. As he was standing there nude, he looked down at himself and quietly said, Oh. Go get dressed while I call Coco to help me, she ordered, flipping the blankets on her side of the bed back and, in a little pain, swinging her legs off the side of the bed. Right, said Harry. He knew not to try and help at the moment, and to instead get dressed. Luna would not call the little female house elf until she was sure Harry was already dressed enough not to embarrass the little elf with his BPD-ness. Quickly donning chino pants and a collared t-shirt he said, Call her. I'm dressed enough not to embarrass her. And she did. As soon as Coco popped in, deliberately ignoring Harry, she asked, It be time, Miss Luna. Yes, Coco, said Luna. I need to dress to go to St. Mungo's. Yes, miss, nodded Coco. She snapped her little fingers and a easy-to-get-out-of set of witch's robes, unfolded and laid out, magically appeared next to Luna on the bed. Harry hadn't even finished getting dressed when Luna declared, That was fast. My water's just broke. Shit, Harry muttered, hurriedly pulling on a pair of dragon skin boots. Seeing how dressed Harry was, Coco vanished the mess under Luna with one snap of her fingers and had Luna dressed with another snap of her fingers. A third snap of her fingers had a chair for Luna to sit on, which Luna gratefully accepted. You go now, declared the little elf. Right you are, declared Harry, now properly dressed. He grabbed the go bag, walked over to his wife and looped a long piece of baby blue string around the pair of them. Ready? He asked her. Definitely, she sighed. Baby time, Harry immediately declared, activating the prenatal emergency portkey. The portkey was a specially made, pregnancy-friendly, portkey created for the purpose of portkeying women in labor direct to the birthing ward at St. Mungo's. Which is where they were deposited after coming out of the portkey travel. He'd even added the charm to key it to the anti-portkey ward on Potter Manor, envisioning they'd be at home when it was time for Luna to be rushed to the hospital. As soon as Harry and Luna arrived, a small bell immediately went off. Before Harry even had the chance to move Luna to a wheelchair waiting for expectant mothers, 2 orderlies and a mediwitch rushed into the room. The orderlies immediately moved to help Luna into the wheelchair, with Harry almost being, hip and shouldered, out of the way as they moved. As they worked, the mediwitch asked Harry. Lady Luna Celine Peverell Potter, yes. Yes, replied Harry. Due in 3 days. Yes, Harry repeated, having to rapidly remember what day it was and realizing it had to be sometime after midnight for her asking if it was 3 days instead of 4. Thankfully, the next question was directed to Luna. Contractions. Luna promptly replied, about 7 minutes apart and my water broke about 3 minutes ago. Then your baby should be in your arms before the sun comes up, declared the Medi Witch. By then, Luna was already being wheeled out of the room with the nurse by her side. Harry had to hurry to catch up. As he hurried out of the room he cast a quick time charm, Tempest. It was just after 2 a.m. Sirius was woken out of his sleep by Prankster. Master Padfoot must be getting's up. The elf declared. Hun, what's asked Sirius. Master Padfoot must be getting's up. The elf repeated. Master Hardwin be on the flow. Confused, or confuzzled due to being woken, Sirius asked, Harry's on the, and froze. Suddenly he leapt out of bed, grabbed a night robe and was hastily pulling it on as he hurried downstairs to the flow. As he ran in, he saw his godson's face in the flow, dancing in the green flames. The baby? Asked Sirius. Is everything all right? Everything's perfect, Sirius, replied a still grinning but clearly tired Harry. Or perhaps I should call you great godfather or god-grandfather or something along those lines. The baby's here, Sirius demanded, kneeling before the fireplace to get closer to his godson. Born just an hour or so ago, giggled Harry. 6 pounds, 7 ounces. A healthy, squalling baby boy, already with a head of black hair, but with blue eyes. Almost all babies have blue eyes when they're born, pup, said a very happy, god-grandfather. They change within the first few weeks, if I remember rightly. Luna said they're going to be silvery blue, just like hers, but with flecks of green in them, said Harry. When I saw the baby's eyes for the first time I thought she must have been lying to me. If they're going to change color I'll have to apologize to her, even though I didn't actually accuse her of lying. Always a good idea, Harry, said Sirius. So, when can we visit? How about after lunch? Replied Harry. Luna woke me up with her contractions at about 2 a.m. this morning and I've not been asleep again, yet. She's sleeping at the moment, though. She was exhausted. She only dropped off to sleep about 5 minutes before I came to flow call you. Can you also let the others know? You were the first I contacted, but I've also got to flow call her father to let him know he's now a grandfather. After that I intend to go back to the manor to sleep until about noon. That's why I suggest waiting until after lunch. Sirius nodded and said, sounds like a plan. I'll let the others know, as you suggest, while you flow Zeno. Then, pup, definitely get some of that sleep. We'll see you after lunch at St. Mungo's. Thanks, Sirius, said Harry, smothering a yawn. See you then. Harry pulled his head from the flames and the flow connection winked out. Then he immediately flow called Zeno and let him know. After an early lunch at the manor and after being woken by Dobby so he could enjoy it before returning to the hospital, Harry was back at St. Mungo's before any well-wishers arrived. When he walked into the private room Luna was accorded due to her being a lady of a noble and most ancient house, and for which Harry had also paid a pretty galleon for, he was just in time to see his wife coax their son to start beepling upon her beep. On the wheeled bed tray he saw the remains of an early lunch, or late breakfast. The one thing that Harry truly noticed about his wife's beeps was during the second trimester when they started to grow. Luna went from a mid-B cup to a solid C cup in a few short weeks. The downside was that her pale areola, that he truly appreciated, considerably darkened. Worst still, Luna began to ban him from playing with them. According to her, they now belonged to the baby and he wouldn't regain access to them until well after the baby was weaned off them. He watched as the baby latched on and immediately began to beepla. And Luna gave a small jump in surprise. Oh! She softly exclaimed. So, that's what that feels like. Harry grinned at her. How are you feeling? A little sore, still, she replied. But, it'll pass soon enough. The potions are a great help. Harry nodded and moved to sit on the chair beside her bed, put there for his use by the hospital staff. He then watched as his son eagerly took in nourishment. He hadn't even realized he'd been so intently watching until Luna asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Hun?" he asked, snapping his gaze up to stare into his wife's eyes. "Oh. How I'm now a daddy and you're now a mummy, how beautiful he looks, how such a great job you did growing him inside you, lots of things. Earlier," she said, "while I was in the process of giving birth to this little one." "What I said. Don't worry about it," he shrugged. The midwife told me it wasn't all that unusual for a mother in that situation to threaten to cut the baby's father's beak off, even with a rusty knife. She said she's heard a lot worse. Still, Luna blushed. Don't worry about it, he assured her. Besides, we know there's going to be at least another child, right? That can't happen if you cut little Harry off first. She smiled back and said, still, I'm sorry for saying it. Apology accepted, he immediately replied. How's your hand? She asked. The healer fixed the broken finger and the bruises, he replied, holding his left hand up and wiggling his fingers to show her. You've got quite the strong grip, you know that. That was the pain, she smirked. However, for the next one I will be taking the pain potion they recommended I take first. I don't want to go through that again without it. Completely your choice, he said. You know that. Luna had only just finished feeding the baby, from both beeps, and covered up again when Sirius came in. At the time, Harry only had the baby in his own arms for about 5 minutes that felt like 10 seconds. Hi Sirius, he quietly said. His godfather was grinning back. I remember seeing your father holding you just the same way 20 years ago, pup. Though it feels less than half of that. That was when Zeno walked in. He took one look at the tableau before he moved to the other side of the bed from Harry. As he walked forward he said to Luna, hello, my little sugarplum. Hi, Daddy, she happily returned. Then he reached her, bent over the bed and kissed her on the forehead. How are you holding up? The Nargles giving you any grief? The Raxperts did for a while, but they've now long since disappeared again, she replied. Then she gestured to where James was in Harry's arms and said, your grandson chased them away. Zeno beamed in pleasure at the baby and quietly said, well done, grandson. Then he looked back at Luna and said, your mother said almost the same thing about you the day you were born. Sirius and Harry just exchanged light smirks. They both knew it was an act put on by both father and daughter. It was their thing. For about the next 2 hours Harry found himself only getting to hold the baby for about 10 minutes total. Zeno took him first, then Sirius got to hold him for a while. About an hour after Sirius arrived, the Tonkses and Remus turned up. And the baby got moved around between them. After that, everyone bar Harry was shooed out by the hospital staff. A Mungo's house elf changed the baby's already full diaper. It was gently placed back into its hospital cocoon-like crib with its soothing magics and Luna needed to take another nap. Harry was all set to just sit in his chair and watch over both his wife and the baby, but the Mediwitch then threw him out, ordering him to go home and not return until after 7 p.m. When he glared at her and was about to wield his lordly might, she cut him off and said, that won't work, so don't even try. I've dealt with the likes of Abraxas Malfoy and Arcturus Black. You don't scare me, no matter how much you might want people to be afraid of you. When he then slumped a little and turned whipped puppy eyes on her it still didn't work. Nope, she smirked. Come back at 7 p.m., not a second earlier. With a sigh, he then bent over his sleeping wife's form, lightly kissed her on the lips and silently made his way out the room. Luna and the baby were both out of the hospital the next evening. And both were only allowed out then because Coco, newly refresher trained in handling wizarding infants, would be focusing on nursemaiding them. As soon as she was back in the manor, Luna was ordered by Coco straight to bed with the baby's newly built and charmed crib already set up in the room allocated as a nursery right next to the master bedroom suite. Harry was only woken once during the night by the baby's crying and, even before he had his eyes properly opened, Luna was sitting up in bed, bolstered by large pillows. Coco immediately brought James in and Luna was feeding him in moments. Everything all right? He quietly asked. Everything's fine, she replied. This little one was just hungry, is all. He murmured. Lucky little bastard gets to play with your beeps. He's not playing, love, she lightly scolded him. He's feeding. Potato, tomato, he murmured. She just lightly snickered back. The now Potter 3 quickly settled into a routine, even if it was one that left Harry feeling a little frazzled. He found himself constantly woken at all hours of the night, but he knew it was even worse for Luna. He wanted to be his fate, but couldn't, as Luna had it worse. Having to actually feed the baby, she was still almost serene in her happiness at being a mother. For the first couple of weeks after they got home, Potter Manor often had visitors. Even little Professor Flitwick dropped over on a weekend to visit with one of his favorite students. Harry snorted in amusement and said, "Liar. You're just like all the rest. You came to hold the baby. You can't fool me." "I said what I said, Lord Peverell Potter," the diminutive professor overly innocently replied. "And you cannot prove otherwise. Now, where's my future Ravenclaw student?" "Slytherin," Harry immediately countered. "He already has both Luna and I wrapped around his little finger." Flitwick countered with, "The true and smart Slytherins all ensure they get sorted into Ravenclaw, Lord Peverell Potter." Harry laughed and said, "Luna's in the office which she's now taken over, by the way. I believe you'll find them both in there. Come on," he said, gesturing. "I'll show you the way." Flitwick happily followed. Behind. In the office, Luna was sitting at the desk putting some of the final touches to her book about Dumbledore. The baby was in the cradle alongside the desk and gently rocking back and forth, with the rune-based rocking charm built into the cradle currently active. As soon as Harry walked in he said, "We have a guest, love." Then stepped aside to let the professor in. As soon as she saw who it was, Luna's expression lit up with joy. "Phileas," she quietly exclaimed, and was quick to stand and hurry around the other side of the desk from the cradle. After she gave the little man a quick hug, she gestured to the baby and said, "Come, look what Harry and I did." The little professor chuckled as he eagerly walked forward. Harry just rolled his eyes and made his way out, back to the breakfast room and the house financials he had spread out on the table there. He understood the relationship Luna had with Flitwick and gave them privacy to sit and chat while fussing over the baby. With her father not available while she was at school, after Flitwick had dealt with her bullies he had become somewhat of a pseudo-father for her. If anything, he was an even better father for her than her true father. The little professor actually stayed for almost 3 hours, which really surprised Harry. Then he realized it was the late June and school was out for the summer. The professor had probably rushed through marking all the end-of-year exams for 1st to 4th and 6th year, as the WEA marked the owls and newts, and came over as soon as he had enough time available. Harry realized he should have already realized that, as he was working on his investment portfolio to see what he could do to reduce the amount of Muggle tax he would have to pay on his Muggle investment dividends. Of course, the easiest way to pay as little as possible was to reinvest as much of the profit as possible before the end of the financial year, which he was currently organizing because that was only in a couple of weeks. The professor visiting them gave Harry an idea. Another way to reduce the amount of tax you paid was to donate a significant portion of it to charity. He wouldn't have time this year before the 30th of the month, but it was something he could organize for the next. He'd set up a charity to fund Muggle-borns attending Hogwarts. This year, though, he'd be soon paying a visit to McGonagall to ask what things he could donate to the school that would make a real difference. He thought the school brooms probably hadn't been replaced yet, so that would be one of things he'd do, pay for them to be replaced. He thought. Pay a substantial percentage of each Muggle-born's requirements to attend, I wonder. I can't pay for the school fee, though. The board would quickly find out about it and immediately put their fees for Muggle-borns up while reducing the fees for the pure-bloods, the bastards. It would be something to figure out and lay out over the next 6 months or so. He wanted it in place before school commenced the next year in September. Luna finally finished her book and had it approved by the publishers in the October. And they promised to have it available on the shelves in bookstores across the country at the beginning of December. That way, it would be available for purchase as a Yule Christmas present. The publisher also promised to see if there was a viable market for it on the mainland. It turned out there was. However, the publisher underestimated how many they'd need to print. The book hit the shelves and, within a week, the bookshops were screaming for more from the distributors, who were then screaming for more from the publishers. Luna's book, Albus Dumbledore, The Great Dissembler, with the secondary title of The Dark Lord Who Hid in the Light, turned into an instant nationwide bestseller, and, only a week later, turned out to be a bestseller on the mainland too. A month later, a far shorter time than should have been anticipated, an owl flew in and landed on the breakfast table before Luna. After a couple of quick detection charms on both the owl and the obvious letter it was carrying tied to its leg, she released the owl of its load, swapping it for a small section of cured ham. Happy with its payment, the owl flew out again while Luna magically unfolded the letter. Only a few seconds later her face broke out into a beaming smile. "Clearly good news," said Harry. "From the publisher, right?" "Yes," she replied. "It's to let me know my first residual payment has already been transferred into my vault at Gringotts." "That was fast," he said. "You told me they only paid that when the first print run was 80% sold. I take it that's what's happened. And 50% of the second print run, too," she smiled. "Wow," he quietly said. According to the publisher at Obscurus Books, they anticipate having to do a couple more print runs after this in quick succession, she explained. And, so far, the book has only been distributed to here in Europe. It's not properly gone global yet. That's what they're doing next, but getting one of the bigger publishing houses in America to print the runs for over there in Canada. They have a bigger operation and can print and ready to distribute the books faster. "Congratulations, love," he beamed at her. She pinked just a little in pleased embarrassment. She was just finishing her breakfast when Coco brought James down and said, "Feeding time, Miss Luna." Now a few months into being parents, neither Harry or Luna were surprised. And Luna merely gave a nod back before she sat back and released the catches on the beak of her motherhood robes. The catches allowed a panel, each side, of the front of her robes to open to allow easy access to her beeps. She had similar panels in the cups. Only 15 seconds later and James was once more latched on, enjoying his own breakfast. Once the baby was properly secured to her nipple and was feeding, she looked back to her husband and said, "How go your plans for the Lily Potter and Celine Lovegood Memorial Bursary Funds?" The Lily Potter Memorial Bursary Fund was the charity Harry was creating to fund Muggle-borns attending Hogwarts, while the Celine Lovegood Memorial Bursary Fund was the charity to aid in funding impoverished half and pure bloods to attend. He created the second as a way to stop the pure bloods, once they found out about it, getting all up in their wands about the free ride the Muggle-borns would get from the first. If they buy Cheddar tried to block or hinder the first, he would use the threat of stopping the second to fight back. However, the only ones to know of both funds so far were Harry, Luna, Rocknasher of Gringotts, Sirius, Narcissa Black, Ted Tonson, a very excited Phileas Flitwick, the man who should be the current deputy headmaster but was blocked by the school board in favor of pure blood Septima Vector. Harry had also found out he had 2 seats on the board when the president of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Board, the school board, demanded he start to attend the monthly meetings. Harry knew it was because he wanted the name of Harry Potter to be recognized as an active member of the board. It was a demand that he'd come to bitterly regret. In return, Harry demanded right back a copy of the school charter, the constitution of the board and other errata that were the important documents, took them to Ted Tonks, a law wizard, on the recommendation of Narcissa, and the two went over them. At the next meeting Harry attended with Ted as his special guest, allowable under the Constitution, bided his time until after being inducted onto the board, complete with photographs being taken for the daily profit of him shaking hands with the board president, and then immediately nominated Ted Tonks as his personal proxy, much to the shock of the other members. When they then immediately got all up in their wands about it, he calmly pointed to the relevant sections of the Constitution where it was allowable and let Ted deal with them. His only instruction to Ted was he wanted full equality for all students and that Ted would report back to him, together with a copy of the minutes of the meeting once they were ratified, what was discussed and what was decided. Ted also knew that he was to be immediately informed if the board tried to raise tuition or other costs that exempted or overly benefited pure bloods. To stop the board from then trying to smear Harry's name in the press, realizing just how big a mistake they made in forcing him to activate his seats among them, Harry struck first and immediately donated to the school 30 brand new Clean Sweep trainer brooms for the Introduction to Flying classes, organized and paid for the repair and ward maintenance of the school's greenhouses, organized and paid for replacement boats for the first years crossing the lake, complete with, on each, protection wards to repel rain, prevent students falling overboard and others, and organized and paid for replacement wagons complete with similar protections that took the students from Hogsmeade to the school and vice versa. They were all something he had begun to organize back the previous June, but had not had opportunity to do anything about until then, even if he originally started it to try and reduce his taxes. Straight after the presentations to Headmistress McGonagall and her staff, Harry once more and near instantly became the darling of Wizarding Britain when he made it clear he paid for such to further protect the heirs of our great nation. The board tried to pass a resolution that all donations to the school had to be via the board and in gold. Harry retaliated by verbally and in person threatening the entire board that he would make internationally public how much the board members were being paid in honorariums from the school funds just to sit on the board. And that, it seems like, the board were trying to skim even more gold from the funds to line their own pockets. As he was currently riding the crest of the amount of gratitude and love the British wizarding community were heaping his way, the board, quite in fear of even their lives from an angry body of students' parents, very quickly changed their tune. And Ted then used the opportunity to push through a resolution that capped those honorariums. His evidence included just how much similar school boards were paid at schools across the world. That the Hogwarts School Board were already paid almost double even the second closest, and that Harry was happy to make those figures public if they didn't comply, didn't hurt his argument. "They're going good," he replied to his wife's question. "Professor Flitwick will be making sure I receive a list of what students are going to be attending next year who'll need assistance, and the same from each year there onwards, together with the blood status of each as it becomes known. He's certain that, once we break the news of the funds to Headmistress McGonagall and Deputy Headmistress Vector, they will be 100% behind us and help with figuring out who are the impoverished and who are not. We'll then figure out how to handle the determinations of who gets how much financial support after that." As little James noisily beep led, Luna smiled back and said, "I'm glad. You realize, don't you, that Hogwarts is going to receive a jump in the number of students each year?" "Of course," he nodded. "I just don't know by how much yet. Not enough to break the funds, as that has you worried," she said. He grinned back and said, "You know me too well." Then he dropped the grin and asked, "Still no sign, through your ability, of the board successfully stopping it?" "There will be further attempts," she replied. "However, with how you're acting to cut them off at the knees before they even get a chance to enact their plans, for now none of them will work. Both funds are safe for the foreseeable future." He gave a nod back and chuckled. She asked, "Have your response notes ready for when they try the same in the Wizengamot?" "Yes," he replied. "I've already had both Ted and Narcissa looking them over, and they've already made the changes they demand I make to them." "Good," she firmly stated. "You're going to need them for this coming session." Surprised, he quietly said, "I see." The Wizengamot did have a member try to put forth a resolution for a new statute regarding donations for the school. Surprisingly, though, Harry didn't end up being the lead opposition to it. It was Neville Longbottom with strong support from a recently married Susan Bones Carmichael. Susan now sat the seat for Bones while her aunt still sat as minister. Harry still spoke against the original motion, but then spoke in support of the amendment that arose, to reduce the risk of possible embezzlement of the donated funds. The amended motion passed for the new statute. However, the new statute would include limits to the board and how much they could interfere with what was given as donations. It had one of the members, a witch and also a member of the board, blatantly sulk about it in their seat. That's because the push for the statute clearly backfired on them. Harry spent a lot of the time during the session and after the motion was passed to openly grin at the fool. Sirius watched it all and was chuckling at Harry as he silently mocked the woman. After the meeting he then provided a doorstop interview for the press, where he spoke about how he believed the board attempted to overstep the bounds of their authority and the Wizengamot recognized it for what it was. Then commended both Neville and Susan for recognizing the attempt and circumventing it before it became a problem. He received plenty of positive press for those remarks, and it didn't hurt that both Neville and Susan received the same. Harry felt that the best result of it was that the board were put back into their subservient place by the Wizengamot, which meant the board would know they held a weak position to try and interfere with the funds once their existence became public knowledge. During the time leading up to the next school year, Flitwick quietly informed Harry of which students had been determined to come from impoverished backgrounds, or at least came from families that he believed would turn down the offer to attend the school due to financial considerations. There were 5 magical raised, with 3 of those from half-blood families, and 6 Muggle-borns. Harry immediately had Rocknasher investigate all 11 families from a fiscal perspective. It turned out Flitwick was right on the galleon about all 11 families. Harry asked for their contact details and, between him and Flitwick, visited those Muggle-born families to offer assistance. Based on the information they'd received from the goblins, some would only be offered a portion of the costs paid on their behalf while 2 families would be fully funded. Harry refused to visit the magical raised, because he knew they'd immediately recognize him and, likely, blab. Instead, he had Flitwick visit them and inform them, a wealthy donor who did not want their identity known as of yet, was offering to fund their child Ren to attend Hogwarts with him, the donor paying a significant portion of the cost. Of course, almost all of them wanted further information in case this supposedly wealthy donor was going to later attempt to use the fact as he paid so much for the child's tuition to be held over them. Only one family, too grateful for the help, didn't ask. Anticipating this, a form contract was written up ahead of the offer. The contract stated the donor wanted nothing more from the recipient than for the child to do their best in their studies, do their best to behave themselves while a student, and for the recipient family to not speak ill about the donor. It was quite basic and easy to understand. Ted wrote it up knowing it would need to be. Why are they doing this? Was the basic general question asked. And the general answer back was, because they can and because the donor wants magical children properly educated. An educated populace means an economically growing populace, which benefits everyone. Accompanied by Flitwick, Harry visited all the Muggle-born families and made the offer personally. However, he still did not identify himself as the donor, only as someone who held a seat on the school board and as someone involved in the fund that made it possible. In later years he always saw those visits as one of the highlights of his year. Even when, on more than a few occasions over the years, the living situation of the Muggle-born was of sufficient detriment to the child that he immediately called in the DMLE to investigate, he still found joy in the visits. His joy of those latter mentioned visits was in seeing the removal of a magical from an abusive environment and the later charging, through Muggle courts, of the parents or guardians involved. Unplanned and, until it was already established and working, unpromoted by Harry, was the creation of a contact network of Muggle-born families. It wasn't until the Ministry, unknown to Amelia Bones, got wind of it and tried to shut it down that Harry jumped in and blocked them from doing so. Again, he was aided by both Susan and Neville. However, they brought in with them a number of other members of the Wizengamot who felt it was a good idea. It didn't help the Ministry's argument that their own minister was ropeable with them for the attempt. Both those had the Ministry back off and leave them alone, other than to warn them about the consequences they would face if they even unintentionally breached the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. It did help, though, that an error as to the living conditions of one Muggle-born was made and it was discovered one of the fathers of a Muggle-born was a barrister of high standing in the Muggle world, who jumped into learning about wizarding law with a great deal of relish. He and Ted Tonks became firm friends and eventually went into partnership, forming a law firm that easily and comfortably straddled the divide between the two worlds. It utterly shocked the purebloods when it was discovered the Muggle lawyer was able to undertake and complete a mastery in wizarding law, which he did. No magic was required to pass an apprenticeship in magical law. Both the Muggle, Winston Edlington White, and Ted publicly laughed at those who were shocked. But he's a Muggle," exclaimed one. "That's irrelevant," smirked Ted. "He met the requirements and comfortably completed the apprenticeship. But he can't sew magic," the one further exclaimed. "Again irrelevant," replied Ted. "There is no requirement, per law, that a law wizard can perform magic. But he has to be able to perform magic to undertake an apprenticeship." The one tried again. "There is no legal requirement for that," said Ted. "The law states that a wizard or witch must be able to perform magic to undertake an apprenticeship. There is no requirement for a Muggle to do the same. Frankly, that requirement is a nonsense because, if you cannot perform magic, you cannot be lawfully recognized as a wizard or witch, you're either a squib or a Muggle." When someone tried to bring in the requirement you had to be a wizard or witch to do anything related to the magical world, Harry laughed and said, "Well, for a start, the goblins are going to be pissed. If you pass this law, then they can no longer operate your bank. Further, they cannot even have Gringotts exist. That breaches a number of treaties, right there. Next, I hope all you pampered purebloods are willing to get by without your house elves, because this law will make it illegal for them to perform their own brand of magic. And don't let me get started on the other races, including the Vila, Merfolk, Centaurs, etc. You folks really need to think about what it is you're trying to achieve before you completely screw yourselves over, and worse, me. You might not like the fact a muggle was able to complete a mastery in magical law, but that's just tough. It's clearly possible, it's been done, get over it. Besides, it's not the only mastery a muggle can undertake and successfully complete. Oh? Asked one. Then snarkily demanded, what else? A mastery in muggle studies, for one, smirked Harry. History of magic is another. So's, I think, arithmancy and astronomy. If there is no actual legal requirement to charge a runic array with your own magic, ancient runes is yet another, seeing as they can be charged with ambient magic. And runes need to be carved by hand as you can't use magic to carve them in most instances. Do I need to go on? Then he laughed at all the dawning of horrified looks he was getting. This is the only reason I still come to these sessions, you know that? He asked in general. It's just so I can witness just how bloody stupid many of you can be and act. Session after session you people seem to make decisions, or show you believe a lie to be truth, so often that I'm now well past the position of sheer disbelief at what I find, to where I'm now into a highly amused state at your collective stupidity. The looks he got back just made him laugh even harder. The Wizengamot kept trying, over the years, to either directly or unintentionally interfere in Harry's life. Directly, they once tried to block or shut down the two funds. That led to a mass riot in the Ministry atrium from affected magical families, who knew their child or children were only able to attend Hogwarts because of the Lovegood Fund. And that then led to the Wizengamot having to sit in emergency session to scrap even the proposal of the law. Quite a few who had politicked for the implementation of the law suffered significant political harm to themselves due to that. Instead of taking his seat for the session, Harry had stood in the middle of the floor and, with his arms crossed, simply smirked at them all before he said, "Come on, people. Think. Look to the consequences of your actions. Anticipate what will happen each time you think you're doing something good, which is actually something stupid. Figure it out from the evidence before you." If the numbskulls who proposed this ridiculous law first looked at what consequences would arise, then I believe they'd have figured out just how stupid an idea it actually was, and not tabled it. The funds I created, with my own gold, benefit everyone. Wizards and witches from impoverished families are now properly educated and, once they graduate, are in an excellent position to secure employment. Very soon thereafter they start spending their earnings in your shops with your businesses and paying taxes, reducing your own. Almost all of which earn you more gold, filling your own vaults. A happy, healthy, educated populace benefits you. Attempting to force me to shut down the funds actually costs you gold. It costs you gold, and the gold you will not then receive from those families once they're benefiting from it, child or children graduate. It wouldn't work, by the way. You might be able to remove the charity status from the funds, but I will still do it because what I'm doing is not unethical or immoral and it benefits the magical world. I'll just go to the international magical community, tell them what you've done through the overseas news parchments, and offer the same service to somewhere like Beauxbatons. I cannot see the French magical government being that stupid not to welcome it. They will see what some of you obviously cannot. They'll see that, attempting to block what I'm doing, is an excellent example of how to cut your own financial throat. He just gave them another snort of amusement and said, "I'll leave you lot to your attempts at financial suicide. You've humored me enough for one day." Then he spun on his heel and walked out of the chamber, ignoring everyone. That was the last time for the next 6 or so months before the next attempt was made. This time they tried to raise the cost of attending Hogwarts for Muggle-borns to ridiculous levels, as if they weren't already ridiculous. Harry retaliated by standing in the Wizengamot and reading what sounded like an article out of the Daily Prophet without mention of the journalist's name. It was utterly scathing of those who tried to force this law through. It called them thieves, moral paupers, and other derogatory terms. He was 3/4 of the way through the article, when one of the darker pure blood members snarled out, "What is this? I don't recognize that article from anywhere." Harry calmly looked up and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. This will be an article that will be printed in tomorrow's Daily Prophet, as an advertisement, if you people pass this insulting piece of crap you purport to be proposed legislation. I've already paid for the advertising space, and myself and the editor have already signed unbreakable contracts that advertising space will be made available to me to do with whatever I wish. It'll be on the front page, by the way. And what I wish is for this article I'm now reading to you to be published, in full and without alteration, in that space. After a long moment of shock, the member snarled, I could challenge you to a duel, for that. Yes, you could, Harry immediately agreed. I will of course demand it be to the death, demand it to be immediate and then kill you. Make sure you have your will properly filed before you do, though. You won't have a chance to do so between the time you challenge me and the time I kill you. That Harry stated such with even a hint of amusement, so obviously assured in his victory was he, the member immediately shut up and turned his attention away, though still quite angry. It's like this, people, said Harry to the members. This disgusting piece of crap offered as legislation is not but a way to, yet again, stop me providing the funding for the Lily Potter Memorial Scholarship Fund. It is the third attempt in 12 months. This time, the so-called proponents of this offense are trying to drive out the Muggle-borns being provided aid by making it so the fund cannot continue to support them enough for them to attend. What they have also failed to take into consideration as always is the consequences that will arise if they were successful. The Hogwarts budget is almost completely fixed. It needs a set amount of incoming funds via tuition to operate, and a very high percentage of those funds are irrespective of how many students attend. The only variations are the amount needed to pay for food and a few other minor considerations. If the Wizengamot foolishly decide to support this nonsense, the fund will pay for those Muggle-borns including the ones who otherwise need nothing or only a little financial assistance to attend an overseas educational institution. The only reason it hasn't occurred already is that it is still, barely more financially viable to educate them at Hogwarts. Raise the cost of Hogwarts fees for the Muggle-born and raised Beauxbatons will be the cheaper option. As soon as that happens, Hogwarts will immediately lose the tuition those Muggle-borns pay or the fund pays on their behalf. As I said, Hogwarts' operating costs, without the Muggle-borns, will not significantly change. So, because the board will have no choice but to do so, the fees paid by the magical raised especially pure bloods will have to increase to make up for the shortfall. They cannot do otherwise as the school is required by its very charter to make at least a modicum of a profit. And they're barely making that now. My review of the fee structure of Hogwarts, together with using simple mathematics, has shown me that the fees for pure bloods to attend Hogwarts will have to at least double, possibly even triple without Muggle-borns attending. That had a few exclamations of shock, especially from those same pure bloods who were against Muggle-borns attending Hogwarts. Ignoring it, Harry continued, I am confident that anyone else who does the same check of the figures will find the same result. It is this sort of wonky thinking coming from some members, who still haven't learned how powerful the word, consequence, is that occasionally has me laughing at you. Support this bill, or anything like it, you're going to have parents of Hogwarts students or soon-to-be Hogwarts students hunting you down with malice in their hearts. And, this time, they're going to be pure bloods. Stop trying to F.K. with the funds. He suddenly yelled before dropping his volume again. I have had enough. This is yet again a direct attack upon me and mine. One more attempt in my lifetime and I'll be personally coming for you. You will have shown you are clearly an enemy of the noble and most ancient house of Peverell and the noble and ancient house of Potter and will be dealt with as such. No more warnings, he firmly declared. The patience of a lord of two powerful noble and ancient houses is at an end. So I have declared. Then he dropped into his seat in a funk and glared right back at anyone who tried to stare him down. Sirius was trying hard not to snicker and instead glare about from his own seat, but his eyes belied his mirth. Harry was surprised the Chief Warlock didn't try to call him to task and berate him for his language. He found out later it was because he agreed with Harry, and also didn't want Harry coming after him. 3 days later Harry received an L from Flitwick. The letter it carried faithfully reported, in Flitwick's words, the collective apoplexy of a delegation from the school board who attended the school and demanded to see the school's financials. That apoplexy arose as soon as they saw that, if they did lose the attendance of the Muggle-borns at the school let alone the half-bloods, the pure-bloods would have to pay nearly triple what they were already paying in tuition fees. They first tried to blame it on McGonagall and Sinistra, but that immediately failed when she pointed out right back that the tuition fees were set by the board. She then further showed them copies of 3 reports she had sent them where she'd already pointed that out to the board, together with the board's lackluster responses back. then buried the blade even further when she showed them in the school's copy of the original charter where it stated all students were to pay the same amount unless hardship was proven. Then she asked how that hardship was proven to cover every single pure blood, and only them, who were students at the school. If it wasn't proven, then the families of each of those students had defrauded the school. The delegation retreated with their proverbial tails between their legs. On reading about that, Harry had laughed. The supposed delegation, Luna asked. She was the one who provided the warning to Harry, who alerted Flitwick that such a delegation would be making a surprise visit to McGonagall to try and shift the whole thing onto her. That gave McGonagall more than 24 hours notice to collect all the relevant and verifiable documentation to rub their faces in it. A job she took to with relish. Yup, he nodded, sliding the letter across to her. Thanks to you, Headmistress McGonagall was more than ready to do battle with them when they turned up. I'll also have to let Ted know that this delegation also declared themselves as such. As the board had not met to form such a delegation, it means they overstepped their bounds. He'll enjoy giving them a serve about that at the next board meeting. She smirked back. You enjoy giving the fuddy-duddy purebloods a legal bloody nose, don't you? She didn't word it as a question. He grinned and replied anyway. Yup. It was getting on 18 months after the birth of James and about a month after their return from a short visit to America to witness Hermione's wedding when Luna walked into the office, which Harry had managed to recoup back off his wife after her book was finished, and sat on the chair before his desk smirking at him. When he looked up from his parchments where he was going over the financials of both funds, he asked, "What's got you amused, love?" First, she rose from her seat and placed a small vial before him. You're going to need that, she declared as she sat again. Oh, he carefully asked, already recognizing the contents of the vial as a calming draft. It looks like it's time for me to write another book, she calmly replied. Then grinned at him. Confused for about 3 seconds, Luna watched as her husband's eyes suddenly widened in shock as he stared back. That his mouth also dropped open and he'd frozen in place had her snickering at his expression. You're pregnant again, she snickered. Yes. Harry paused for only about 2 seconds before he quickly scooped up the vial, uncorked it, dumped the entire contents into his mouth and swallowed. He didn't even make that wrinkled face of revulsion he usually did when he had to take a potion. He just continued to stare at Luna as his face morphed into a smile. She then rose, walked around his desk and plonked herself into his lap. Then thoroughly snogged him. A boy? He asked, when they came up for air. I believe so, yes, she replied. And, yes, his name will be Henry Remus, Harry finished. Due date, 7.5 months from now, she returned. January. Then he pulled a face and said, I'm going to lose access to your girls again, aren't I? He'd only a few months earlier managed to get back playing rights with Luna's Beasts when she'd finally weaned James off them. They'd both figured out, early in their relationship, that Harry was a Beast man, and losing full access to her girls was, in Harry's opinion, a cruel hardship. In a few months, yes, she replied. He sighed and said, well, from James you pretty much retained your cup size after weaning him. I hope you don't go and lose them after weaning Henry. We'll see, she said. Henry was born owned, but with the emerald green eyes of his father. Unlike his boisterous older brother, though, he was a lot more placid. Harry and Luna named Neville his godfather, and Harry was left wondering if it was the godfather from whom his second developed his nature and determination to do right all the time. James's godfather was Remus. Another 2.5 years after Henry, the identical Devilette twins, Lillian Rose and Celine Heather, were born in the August, only a few days shy of the Hogwarts cutoff, which would have held them back from starting at Hogwarts by another year. During the intervening years, Harry re-established a firm friendship with the Weasley twins, who had become quite wealthy and settled down due to their wives, Angelina and Alicia, finally bringing them to heel. The twins were named the godfathers of the two girls. Who is, ... Who's godfather? Asked the twins, after they'd happily agreed. Luna smirked and replied, does it matter? The twins grinned back and, in stereo, replied, no. And both laughed. Harry just flicked his hands in the air in an exaggerated shrug and said, figures. Luna had been right again. He was so sure she wouldn't be, this time. Thankfully, After the twins, Luna was quite alright about them not having any more children. Harry knew she loved being a new mummy and hadn't wanted to take that away from her. However, it was she who raised it with him and said, "Those two will be our last, love." "As you wish," he replied. "You know I was happy with whatever you chose, right?" "Yes," she nodded. "It's not as if we couldn't afford more," he added. "I know," she replied. Sirius also eventually found his wife when he'd practically given up hope and, during a visit at the Three Broomsticks to drown his sorrows in alcohol and wail about the injustice of it all when Luna was freshly pregnant with their first, bumped into Septima Vector. After hearing him grizzle a bit about his non-existent love life, she smirked at him and said, "Well, you haven't dated me yet." No fool. After about 5 seconds of staring at her in shock, he quickly asked her out on a date. She said yes. 6 months later Sirius flowed to Potter Manor, confronted Luna and demanded, "It's Septima, isn't it?" It wasn't a question. "Yes, Sirius," she calmly replied. "It's Septima." With a firm nod of acknowledgement back he spun about, stalked back to the fireplace and flowed away. They were betrothed only a week later and married a year after that. They'd have been married earlier, according to Sirius, but she didn't want a whirlwind courtship before marriage. All that occurred covering the time between Luna being pregnant with James and when he was 6 months old. Their first, a girl, was born 6 months before the Devilet twins. 18 months later and they were baking the second, which turned out to be a boy. James grew to his preteen years a boisterous, intelligent risk-taker. When it came to Hogwarts, Harry just couldn't figure out which house he'd be sorted into, even right up to the day the boy boarded the Hogwarts Express for the first time. And Luna wouldn't tell him. The train now left an hour earlier, because of the number of students requiring sorting each year. This year had over 70 first years attending the school. It was after the train pulled out of the station and they had a quiet moment he whirled on her with puppy dog eyes. Luna rolled her own and quietly said, "Ravenclaw. But he's going to drive Professor Flitwick bonkers." Harry grinned and said, "Then I guess, once we get home, I'd better write a letter of apology to the good professor." As Harry pulled out the family portkey to take them back to Potter Manor, Luna giggled in amusement. "Then I hope I'm not in Ravenclaw," piped up a slightly scowling 9-year-old Henry. When it became Henry's turn, he was sorted into Hufflepuff, which was no real surprise to anyone. And the Devilet twins were sorted into Gryffindor only 2 years later. It was a week after school started the first year for the girls when Sirius turned up at Potter Manor, practically giggling. "What's got you amused?" asked Harry. "Your girls," laughed Sirius. "They're already driving Sep crazy." "In detention, are they?" he asked. "For the 3rd time and they've only been there a week," he declared. "And, this time, it's for a week." Harry winced and pulled a pained expression. "When can I expect the first parent head of house discussion?" "I'd give it 2 weeks, maximum," grinned Sirius. It was 2.5. They'd managed to blow up Myrtle's personal toilet and claimed they were ordered to do it by their godfathers, Fred and George Weasley. That earned them a month's detention. When he'd heard, Harry commenced lightly banging his forehead off his desk. A minor habit he'd picked up by the time the two were 5 and already getting into constant trouble. He was just thankful that the pure-blood bigots had stopped a few years previously trying to get rid of the funds using various, though barely legal, means. The girls drove him to distraction and he firmly believed they did it deliberately, just to see if they could get a rise out of him. The matching innocent, angelic expressions they'd turned on him when they were in trouble stopped working by the time they were 6. And they were often in trouble. Not helping was the Weasley twins. Every time the girls pulled off a decent prank, the twin men would secretly reward the twin girls with more pranking material. When the stodgy old traditionalists, finally stopped trying to get rid of the funds, Harry finally dedicated his time to picking up his masteries. Luna already had hers in warding and ancient runes, so he went for transfiguration and charms. The girls constantly getting into trouble was bad enough to distract him. However, James had apparently developed a hate-on for Slytherins in his 4th year. It was somewhat illogical and Harry had to sit him down and force him to explain why. Apparently, a girl he'd developed a crush on in Hufflepuff a year behind was dating a boy in Slytherin and was ignoring James's attempts at wooing her away. So, with the help of Sirius and Remus, Harry spent time talking about his own father and his efforts to woo his own mother. And what his father finally realized in his 6th year. "So, Jim," said Remus. "You're trying too hard and you're blaming a boy who is not entirely responsible for where young Miss Longbottom has directed her attention. You need to act more mature and, if you really love her, you'd be happy for her if she's happy. Don't try so hard." Harry thought it wouldn't, but the talk worked. James settled down again and stopped picking fights with the Slytherins. However, the Devilet twins now saw it as their responsibility to keep up the Marauder tradition and prank the hell out of them. When caught, they claimed they were doing it for Jimmy. Again, Harry resorted to banging his forehead off the surface of his desk. Luna walked in and saw Harry doing it, smirked and asked, "The girls?" Looking up, he growled, "Your bloody daughters. Yours too." She instantly returned. "That's debatable," he snapped. As always, when they had this oft-repeated conversation, she simply laughed at him. The year the girls graduated from Hogwarts, much to the collective relief of the staff, Harry and Luna both accepted positions at the school. Luna became the professor of ancient runes, as Bathsheba Babbling wanted to retire, and Harry became the new professor of transfigurations, relieving the one-year, temporary placeholder, professor of that role. Harry was immediately offered the head of Gryffindor, but refused. "Sorry, headmistress," he replied. "I believe you have other, longer-term, professors on staff who should receive first refusal." "I do," she smiled. Professor Nigella Wentworth in Muggle Studies. However, she was quite willing to step aside and let you have the role if you wanted it. He smiled back and said, "No, it's hers. She earned it in her own right. My name should not automatically open doors for me for something like this." She nodded back and said, "I'm somewhat pleased to hear you say that." "Somewhat." He smirked. With her own smirk back, she admitted, "I wanted to watch the house drive you to as much distraction as you drove me back when you and the Weasley twins were students, and your twins drove Bathsheba and Septima." He laughed. "And you, Professor Lovegood," she said, already informed Luna wanted to be addressed by her maiden name for her role as a professor. "Harry would be Professor Peverell. I'm sorry, but it doesn't look like you'll be able to ascend to the position of head of house for Ravenclaw anytime soon. Professor Flitwick has made no plans, as far as I'm aware, to retire anytime soon." "No, that's quite all right," smiled Luna. "I wasn't that interested in the position, for now, anyway. I hope Phileas stays on for many years." Harry and Luna were both happy to stay at the school for a number of years. Their two oldest children, as Magicals usually do, married soon after graduating. Jim, Sirius Peverell Potter married his later years school sweetheart, Alice Longbottom, 2 years after he graduated and almost a year after she did. And, as part of the ceremony, changed his name to James Sirius Peverell. Alice became Alice Augusta Peverell. Surprising both elder Potters, Henry married a witch a year older than he, a Ravenclaw alumni named Melanie Whitlock. And, just like his elder brother, changed his name during the ceremony to Henry Remus Potter, allowing Melanie to become Melanie Potter, no middle name. The Devilet twins, Lillian and Celine, remained single and ran chaos through the available and similarly aged bachelors of magical Britain until, in their mid-20s, they'd decided they'd had enough fun with the silly men and, together, married a 5 years older Muggle-born named Alexander Gibson, who'd also found himself the lone survivor of the noble and most ancient House of Nott while a child attending Hogwarts when he went in for a mandatory blood test at Gringotts. He was one of the Muggle-born in the early years sponsored by the Lily Potter Memorial Fund. Part of the funding required, once recipients turned 14, to go to Gringotts and have an inheritance test done. He turned out to be the unknown bastard son of Theodore Nott and a Mugglebeak victim. As he was the last remaining member of the house, plus he also picked up the House of Gibbon through inheritance, he was eligible for a second wife. The girls forced him into it, claiming they weren't going to be separated by having different husbands. That was another head-thumping period for Harry. However, the relationship worked. At least it did once Gibson accepted Harry wasn't going to kill him out of hand for despoiling his daughters. Harry wasn't that hypocritical. And he also knew, from Luna, that Gibson wasn't the first for either girl. When he asked Luna about the details of their firsts, she calmly thought for a moment and replied, "They weren't BPD, they weren't tricked, they weren't coerced. They knew what they were doing and how they wanted to lose their pure itties." They did it, just as with everything else, together and with a willing partner, planned in advance. It was a very pleasurable experience for them both. You will not go charging off to find out who it was. Personally, I think they were being quite smart and responsible, surprisingly, considering their normal, change-on-in, Gryffindorish natures. Leave it be, Harry huffed and said. Finn. She smirked back. Don't worry, love, you're still their favorite man and someone they will always look up to. He just grumbled, annoyed, but without a target to vent his annoyance upon. It wasn't much longer before grandchildren started arriving and Harry and Luna positively doted on them. Henry was the first of the children to become a father, becoming a father even before the Devilet twins married. However, very shortly after the second was born to James and Alice, and while Harry and Luna were visiting the mother at Mungo's, they received a sudden summons to return to the school. Minerva McGonagall, while taking a stroll around the school, had suffered a massive heart attack while yelling at a couple of misbehaving Gryffindors and was unable to be revived. Septima Vector was, of course, offered the position of headmistress but turned it down. She claimed she was about to retire as she and Sirius had planned to see the world before they became too old to do so. Eventually, after much urging from the staff and threats of mass quitting to the school board if they didn't sign off on it, the position was offered to Professor Flitwick, who accepted. He offered deputy headmaster to Harry, who turned him down and suggested the Muggle Studies professor, Nigella Wentworth. Wentworth accepted. However, she refused to take the role unless she dropped head of Gryffindor in the process. Luna then became the head of Ravenclaw and Harry became the head of Gryffindor, practically at the same time. And that's where they remained until they both retired. When the Devilets fell pregnant, they fell pregnant together. No matter the chance of the happenstance, no one doubted their babies would be born no more than days apart. When Harry found out about it, he took the shocked husband aside and, while offering him a drink, laughed himself silly at him. The young man couldn't figure out why, and it was left up to Luna to explain it to him. Think of your wives, she said. Now, think of how their babies are going to be twins in all but being born of the same womb. That's why Harry's laughing at you. Alex's subsequent look of pain just made Harry laugh all the harder. Surprising many but a few who were already in the know, after the girls' children were born, an hour apart, a few months later Harry and Luna disappeared for quite a few years. They'd gone to Black Island to unwind, for a few months. Originally they only planned to stay for about a year. However, they stayed for much, much longer. It was their grandchildren approaching adulthood that brought them back. They knew weddings would also be occurring soon afterwards and they wanted to make sure they were in Britain to attend them. As they'd returned, Sirius and Septima almost immediately paid them a visit. The first thing Sirius did, as he was the proxy while Harry and Luna were away, was to order Harry to take back his Wizengamot duties or pass them off to his oldest. Harry thought about it, thought about what his oldest was up to and decided he couldn't do that to James, and decided, instead, to return to his duties on the Wizengamot. However, he then started training both his sons in the duties required as a head of house. Luna also had him do it with the twins, who she'd planned on having take control of the House of Lovegood. Harry had already decided he'd be splitting the 2 seats of Potter and Peverell, giving the Peverell seat to James and the Potter seat to Henry. And had also been working hard with Rocknasher to lay the groundwork to make an equitable fiscal split of the 2 houses. Both young men were happy with that arrangement and both promised not to make an issue of it when their father passed or otherwise decided to hand over the lordships. 10 years later, Harry had finally decided he'd had a gutful of the crap he had to put up with on the Wizengamot and with the school board, and passed over the lordships and stewardship of the funds to his sons. He did both on the same day, only moments apart. Luna passed on the headship of House Lovegood to young Alex, managed by the twins, at the same time. He and Luna then hung about in magical Britain for about 6 months to be on hand for both sons and the son-in-law in case they needed to come to him for advice or explanations. Both sons approached less than half a dozen times each, but Alexander approached a few more than that. Once he was sure they had a handle on everything, he and Luna settled down to a life of elderly luxury in Potter Manor. Both believed they'd more than done their fair share for both their houses and the wizarding world and they could rest. Life was good, thank you very much. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.